Chapter 1, Rebirth and Confession? A supercar as a reward. Lu Chen, are you crazy? Someone like you doesn't deserve to like me. In September, the university campus was filled with the incessant chirping of cicadas and the scorching sun. Lu Chen felt as if a meat grinder had been shoved into his head, waves of excruciating pain and dizziness washing over him. He abruptly opened his eyes, the blinding sunlight causing him to squint instinctively, before freezing in place. Before him stood a girl in a pristine white dress, her makeup exquisite, arms crossed, looking at him with undisguised mockery and disgust. Behind her were several of her girlfriends, who were similarly sizing him up with amusement. Zhao Siyu? Lu Chen called out the name subconsciously. Memories flooded back the most beautiful girl in the economics department of Jiangcheng University, the goddess he had adored throughout his freshman year. And now, this scene, it was clearly the time he had saved up 3 months' worth of living expenses, bought a designer necklace, and publicly confessed his love outside the girls' dormitory. I've been reborn? Back in my university days? After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming surge of joy instantly overwhelmed him. In his past life, he was an absolute tragedy. After this failed confession, he became the laughingstock of the entire school, the nickname Simp Lu Chen following him for 4 whole years. After graduation, everything went wrong: overtime, debt, depression, and finally, it seemed to end one late night while working overtime. Unexpectedly, fate gave him a second chance. In this life, he will never be anyone's lapdog again. To hell with the school beauty, to hell with love, I'm going to live for myself. Hey! Lu Chen, are you stupid? Siyu is talking to you. A short-haired girl next to Zhao Siyu gave him an impatient shove. Lu Chen came to his senses and looked at the face in front of him that had once haunted his dreams, but now only felt hypocritical. His mindset was completely different. Before he could even speak, Zhao Siyu continued in her characteristically sarcastic voice, Lu Chen, how many times have I told you, we're impossible. My boyfriend, at the very least, has to drive a Land Rover or BMW and be able to take me to Michelin-starred restaurants. Look at you, do you even have more than 300 yuan on you? As she spoke, her gaze swept disdainfully over Lu Chen's slightly faded t-shirt and jeans. This necklace? She glanced at the carefully wrapped gift box in Lu Chen's hand and scoffed, is it fake? Bought for a few dozen yuan at a street stall? You have the nerve to bring it out to confess your love. Ha, see you, look at him. He really thinks a toad can eat swan meat. Exactly, why don't they take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror to see what kind of person they are? The surrounding laughter grew louder, mixed with pointing and whispering. Many passing students stopped and took out their phones to film. Lu Chen could even clearly hear sneers. Look, it's that simp from the economics department again, getting humiliated by Zhao Siyu again. If it were Lu Chen from his previous life, he would probably be blushing and ashamed by now. But Lu Chen simply looked at Zhao Siyu calmly, a faint smile even playing on his lips. How wonderful, everything could start over, and he'd avoided being a simp from the very beginning. In Zhao Siyu's eyes, his attitude was like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, his skin extremely thick. She became even angrier, feeling ignored by a loser. She raised her voice, as if to announce some important decision. Lu Chen, listen up. Wait until you can drive a BMW before you talk to me again. You poor wretch. She emphasized the last 2 words with extreme force, her tone filled with contempt. Bite. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical notification sound suddenly exploded in Lu Chen's mind. A strong desire for a life-changing reversal has been detected in the host. The God-level sign-in system is binding. Binding successful. This system aims to help the host create a perfect life. Users can check in daily at specific locations to receive random rewards. Today's check-in location, the confession site. Would you like to check in? System? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. As a young man of the new era, he knew all too well what this meant. Rebirth plus a system, this was a perfect start. Sign in, he silently recited in his mind without hesitation. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a newbie gift pack, a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. Relevant documents and keys have been automatically stored in the host's pocket. Lamborghini or Venom? Even though Lu Chen was mentally prepared, he was still a little stunned by this huge windfall. He had only seen pictures of this car online. It cost nearly 10 million yuan and was a limited edition. And this was given to him right at the start? This system is amazing. He instinctively reached into his pocket and found a hard, key-shaped object in a small bag containing documents. What are you still standing there for? Zhao Siyu became even more impatient when she saw that Lu Chen hadn't left but was instead rummaging through his pockets. Can't you understand human language? Grab your cheap stuff and get out of here. Buzz. Before she could finish speaking, a deep, violent, beast-like roar of an engine came from afar, abruptly interrupting her voice. The sound was so penetrating that it instantly drowned out all the noise and laughter. Everyone was involuntarily drawn to the sound and looked in the direction of its source. At the end of the campus road, a matte gray supercar with extremely exaggerated lines and a shape like a futuristic war machine slowly drove in with an elegant yet powerful posture. Sunlight shone on its low body and sharp lines, reflecting a mesmerizing luster. Holy crap! What kind of car is that? It's so cool. This sound, my ears are pregnant. A Lamborghini. And a Veneno. My God. Who in our school drives such a supercar? The crowd erupted in excitement, everyone craning their necks, frantically taking photos with their phones, their faces filled with shock and envy. Zhao Siyu also saw the car, and her eyes widened instantly. A Land Rover or BMW? Compared to this supercar, they were practically children's children. This was the car of her dreams. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the Lamborghini Veneno came to a slow, precise stop on the outskirts of the confession scene. The scissor door slowly rose like angel wings. The next second, a beautiful leg, clad in black stilettos and impossibly long and slender, stepped out first and gently touched the ground. Immediately afterwards, a figure got out of the driver's seat. It was a woman. A woman whose beauty is breathtaking. Standing at an estimated height of over 1.7 meters, she wore a perfectly tailored Chanel autumn suit that accentuated her slender figure. Her chestnut brown hair was slightly wavy and casually draped over her shoulders. She wore sunglasses that covered half of her face, revealing a delicate and perfect jawline and full, alluring red lips. She exuded an aura of coldness that kept strangers at bay, yet possessed a fatal attraction. The moment she stepped out of the car, it was as if all the surrounding light focused on her. Compared to her, Zhao Siyu instantly appeared like a little girl who hadn't fully developed and was deliberately trying to act mature. Everyone was stunned, wondering why this stunningly beautiful woman who drives a multi-million-dollar supercar would appear here. Her gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Lu Chen, who stood out somewhat from the crowd in the inner circle, still holding a gift box. Under everyone's astonished gaze, she strode forward with haughty and elegant cat-like steps, walking straight through the automatically parting crowd and standing in front of Lu Chen. The sunglasses were gently pushed up to the top of her head, revealing a pair of clear, bright, yet playful peach blossom eyes. She glanced at Lu Chen, then at Zhao Siyu, who was completely stunned and expressionless beside her. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice, tinged with languor yet crystal clear, reached everyone's ears. BMW? Hey, little brother, what color Lamborghini do you like? As she spoke, she took out a Lamborghini key, which was also a signature item, from her handbag and gently tossed it to Lu Chen. Then, in the deathly silence, she reached out her slender hand and naturally took Lu Chen's arm, leaning slightly towards him, and smiled softly at Zhao Siyu, whose face was already turning pale. A girl who only looks at car logos and has no taste is better off without. What do you think of my sister? She's rich and knows how to treat people well. Lu Chen felt the warm, soft touch on his arm, looked at the beautiful face so close to his, and at the countless mouths around him that could fit an egg. Only one thought remained in his mind. This system knows how to slap someone in the face. This chapter discusses the question: some people have sex with their partners during a relationship, but the two later get married. Is this considered a moral issue? Chapter 2, The Sister's Car, The Brother's Courage. Dead silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the stunningly beautiful older woman clinging to Lu Chen's arm, then at Zhao Siyu, whose face turned from white to pale and then flushed red. The only sounds in the air were the faint hum of the supercar engine after it shut off, and countless shocked and envious gazes. Lu Chen felt his arm sink into something warm and soft, the scent of a cool, high-end perfume lingering in his nostrils, and he could feel the slight warmth of the woman beside him. All of this told him that it wasn't a dream. He had really been reborn, bound to an awesome system, and even had a rich older sister fall from the sky. Who are you? Zhao Siyu finally came to her senses, her voice shrill and cracking, her hand pointing at Song Shuyi trembling slightly. Exactly. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to talk about our Siyu like that? So what if you drive a beat-up car? Who knows if it's rented? Lu Chen, where did you find these actors? Are they putting on a show for us? Their shouts were utterly insignificant in the face of Song Shuyi's aura. Song Shuyi didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, completely ignoring the impotent rage of these young girls. She tilted her head slightly, her breath sweet as orchids, and whispered in Lu Chen's ear, "Little brother, were you scared stiff? Hold on tight to the key, this is the first gift your sister has given you." A warm breath brushed against his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Lu Chen jolted awake, snapping back to reality. That's right. What was there to be afraid of? He had a system, a supercar, and a rich older sister to back him up. The frustrations of his past life and the anxieties of this one instantly transformed into confidence. He took a deep breath, and instead of struggling, he instinctively straightened his back. Glancing at Zhao Siyu's distorted face, he suddenly felt utterly worthless. He had truly been blind in the past. An actor? Lu Chen finally spoke, his voice calm yet filled with unprecedented confidence. He shook the keys in his hand, the Leaping Bull logo gleaming in the sunlight. Rent a Venom? Zhao Siyu, why don't you go rent one and give it a try? Zhao Siyu was speechless. Even in her ignorance, she knew that limited edition supercars weren't something ordinary rental companies could have. The sound and design were unmistakably real. As for this Land Rover and BMW, Lu Chen's gaze swept over Zhao Siyu and her bewildered rich second-generation boyfriend, a half-smile curving his lips. It does indeed suit your taste. You. Zhao Siyu trembled with rage, her face flushed crimson, yet she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Intense humiliation and jealousy gnawed at her heart like venomous snakes. The luxury car she'd always dreamed of, the simp Lu Chen whom she looked down upon, had obtained so easily, and by a woman more beautiful and more elegant than her. How could this be? Why? The surrounding crowd completely erupted in chaos. Holy crap! It was really given to him? This woman is so cool. Rich lady, look at me. Zhao Siyu's face turned green. She just said she wanted to drive a BMW, and then she turned around and drove a Lamborghini. This plot twist is so satisfying. What incredible luck did Lu Chen have? Record this. This absolutely has to be on the campus news front page. The clicking of camera shutters and the murmurs of voices filled the air. Every gaze felt like a needle piercing Zhao Siyu, and she felt like a clown. Let's go, little brother. Song Shuyi lost interest in the farce, gently tugged at Lu Chen's arm, and said lazily, "It's too noisy here." Okay. Lu Chen nodded without hesitation. Song Shuyi smiled contentedly and took his arm as they walked toward the Lamborghini. The crowd parted automatically, all eyes following them, filled with envy, jealousy, and curiosity. Looking at the backs of the two, especially Lu Chen's straight back and Song Shuyi's slender figure, Zhao Siyu felt a surge of regret and bitterness, making her almost unable to stand up straight. The sycophant who used to fawn over her now didn't even bother to look at her. Lu Chen! You! She wanted to shout, unwilling to accept it. Song Shuyi, however, seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. She paused slightly, then, without turning around, tossed out a sentence, "Little sister, listen to your older sister's advice. Before judging a man in the future, open your eyes wide. After all." She tilted her head slightly, revealing her stunningly beautiful profile. "Not all treasures are worth your price." Boom! These words shattered Zhao Siyu's pride completely. Her face turned ashen, and she nearly collapsed. Lu Chen and Song Shuyi had already reached the car. "Can you drive?" Song Shuyi released his arm and looked at him with a smile. Lu Chen stared at the mechanical beast, his heart pounding. In his previous life, he had a driver's license, but he drove a beat-up second-hand Hyundai, and he had never even touched a multi-million-dollar supercar. But seeing Song Shuyi's encouraging yet teasing gaze, a surge of pride welled up within him. Damn it, with a system now, what's there to be afraid of not being able to drive a supercar? It should be no problem. He gritted his teeth and pressed the unlock button. With a beep, the Lamborghini's lights flashed, and the scissor doors slowly rose. "Get in." Lu Chen gentlemanly opened the passenger door. Song Shuyi's eyes flashed with surprise and admiration as she gracefully got in, causing a collective gasp from those around her. Lu Chen walked around to the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and sat down. The carbon fiber seats offered excellent support, and the interior was luxurious yet exuded a sporty feel. The buttons were dazzling. Where was the ignition button? He tried to remain calm as he fumbled around. Here. A pale finger touched the red flip button. Song Shuyi leaned closer, her fragrance enveloping him again, seemingly finding his newbie appearance amusing. Lu Chen's face flushed, and he pressed the button as instructed. Boom! An even more ferocious roar instantly ignited, like the roar of a giant beast, shaking the car body slightly and making everyone's hearts pound wildly. This sound was too intoxicating. Lu Chen felt his blood boiling. He lightly pressed the accelerator. Vroom! The engine roared, and the car lurched forward. He quickly released the accelerator, almost hitting the steering wheel. Put! Song Shuyi couldn't help but laugh. Little brother, slow down, your sister is timid. Lu Chen. I don't believe you. He steadied himself, recalling the driving operation. This car, though powerful, operated on the same principles. Shifting gears, it should be this paddle shifter? He carefully maneuvered the Lamborghini, which moved slowly like a patrolling shark, driving away from the dormitory building. Everyone stared at them as they passed, their cell phone cameras following them until the car disappeared from view. The atmosphere inside the car was subtly quiet. Lu Chen gripped the steering wheel intently, feeling the texture in his palms and the road feedback. This car was so stable. So exhilarating. Driving a multi-million-dollar supercar, with a stunningly beautiful rich woman sitting next to him, this rebirth start was almost too good to be true. Thank you so much for earlier. Lu Chen broke the silence and sincerely thanked her. Regardless, this woman had helped him out of that predicament and vented his anger. Thank me for what? Song Shuyi leaned against the car window with one hand, looking at him lazily. Thank me for helping you slap someone in the face? Or thank me for giving you this car? Lu Chen was speechless for a moment. This sister doesn't play by the rules. I think so, he answered honestly. Giggle. Song Shuyi laughed heartily. Little brother, you are really adorably honest. She suppressed her smile and looked him over carefully. However, what I'm more curious about is, why weren't you sad at all when you were humiliated just now? On the contrary, you seemed quite happy? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. This woman's observation skills are terrifying. He couldn't very well say that he was reborn and already knew what kind of person Zhao Siyu was, could he? Maybe. Lu Chen, quick-witted, feigned nonchalance. I suddenly realized something. Simps never get a good end. It's good to cut my losses in time. Simps are not allowed. What? Song Shuyi had never heard of this joke before. She paused for a moment, then laughed. Ha ha ha, well said. Brilliant. Lu Chen, right? I'll remember you. You're much more interesting than I imagined. The car slowly drove out of the school gate and merged into the traffic. Lu Chen had gotten used to the supercar's temperament and drove more smoothly. Sister, we don't know yet. He was about to ask her how to address her and about the car. Bite. Daily check-in tasks have been refreshed. Today's check-in location, Henteing Revolving Restaurant. Check-in now? A system notification suddenly sounded, and Lu Chen felt his phone vibrate. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand, took out his phone, and glanced at it. It was a bank text message. Your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction of 10 million renminbi on September 10 at 15:27. Current balance, 10,125 renminbi and 38 cents. Lu Chen's hand jerked violently, and he almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. The Lamborghini spun a slight S-shape, prompting a flurry of honking from the cars behind. Drive carefully. Song Shuyi was startled and quickly steadied the steering wheel. I'm sorry. Lu Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his heart pounding wildly. 10 million. The system had directly transferred 10 million in cash. Adding this supercar worth nearly 10 million, in less than an hour, he was already a billionaire with a net worth of nearly 20 million? This system, it's too extravagant. What's wrong? Song Shuyi asked curiously, noticing his sudden change in expression. What did you see? Why are you so scared? Lu Chen swallowed hard, suppressing his turmoil, and stuffed his phone back into his pocket, forcing a dry laugh, and nothing, just spam. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound normal. Sister, where are we going? Seeing his excited yet forced composure, Song Shuyi smiled alluringly and pointed to the skyscrapers ahead. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll take you to get something delicious. The Cloud Top Revolving Restaurant, it's my treat for afternoon tea. This chapter discusses the following topic. Some married people have sexual relations with other people, e.g., extramarital affairs and third-party relationships. Should such people be treated differently, or should they all be punished? Chapter 3, Millions Arrive? Let sister spend with you. The Lamborghini Veneno, like an elegant yet dangerous steel beast, slowly merged into the afternoon traffic. Lu Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, his palms slightly sweaty from tension and excitement. The car was filled with Song Shuyi's cool and elegant fragrance, which intertwined with the deep breathing of the engine, stimulating his senses. 10 million. The bank transfer notification SMS felt like a branding iron, replaying in my mind over and over again. He suppressed his racing heartbeat and stole glances at the woman in the passenger seat out of the corner of his eye. Song Shuyi seemed oblivious to his inner turmoil, leaning back lazily in the leather seat, putting her sunglasses back on to cover her peach blossom eyes, leaving only her perfect jawline and her red lips that seemed to be smiling. She seemed to be enjoying the ride, yet also watching Lu Chen's awkward, Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden demeanor. What? Not used to riding in your sister's car, she suddenly asked, her tone teasing, breaking the silence in the car. Lu Chen jolted awake, turning his gaze back to the front. No. No. It feels like a dream. This is a Lamborghini Veneno. A dream car I could only admire from wallpapers in my past life. Now, not only am I driving it, but I'm also sitting next to a supermodel-level rich woman. This experience is something even novels wouldn't dare to describe. You'll get used to it. Song Shuyi chuckled, her tone as casual as if she were talking about the weather. It's yours now, so get used to it slowly. Lu Chen. Later? Mine? Although the system had given a heads up, the impact of hearing it from her was still different. He took a deep breath. Sister, this is too precious. We've only just met, and this gift. What? You don't dare to take it? Song Shuyi tilted her head slightly, her gaze behind her sunglasses seemingly able to pierce through one's heart. Or do you think that I, your sister, have ulterior motives? Lu Chen was speechless. He was indeed a little wary the pie was too big, and it had left him dizzy. Seeing his expression, Song Shuyi laughed even more happily, pointing her finger at the center console. Don't think too much. I only do things based on my mood. I'm in a good mood today, and I like the look of you, so consider this car a gift for our first meeting. She paused, her tone domineering. Once a gift is given, there's no taking it back. If you don't like it, you can open the door and throw it out right now. Throwing a multi-million-dollar supercar out of the door? Lu Chen's lips twitched. This woman's thought process was extraordinary. I love it. Of course I love it, he quickly declared. Only a fool wouldn't like it. A system-certified reward, why not take it? Good boy. Song Shuyi nodded in satisfaction, as if praising a pet. Just then, Lu Chen's phone vibrated again. He glanced at it. A second bank text message. Your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction of 5 million renminbi on September 10 at 15:29. Current balance, 15,125 renminbi and 38 cents. Another 5 million? Lu Chen's hand tightened suddenly, making a slight cracking sound as he gripped the steering wheel. His heart pounded wildly, almost leaping out of his throat. Is this system a money printing machine? 15 million arrives in minutes? Faster than robbing a bank. Shock and elation surged through my nerves like a tsunami, my blood boiling. All my previous wariness and unease were shattered by the real money. Screw your vigilance. Screw your conspiracy theories. I have a system. I'm a cheat code. At this moment, Lu Chen's back was straighter than ever before, and his driving posture became much more relaxed. Confidence took root in his body, filling his limbs and bones. So what if it's a Lamborghini? Dude, I have 15 million in my account. Can't afford a new one? At least I can afford a used one. Even though the system gave me a new one. His change in demeanor was immediately noticed by Song Shuyi. She raised an eyebrow slightly, her beautiful eyes behind her sunglasses flashing with surprise. This kid just now looked like a high school student who had stolen a car. How come he suddenly relaxed and gained inexplicable confidence? Interesting. Song Shuyi's red lips curved slightly, showing even more interest in this younger brother. The car quickly arrived at the Jiangcheng Global Financial Center. The Cloud Top Revolving Restaurant, located on the top floor of the tower, is Jiangcheng's most famous and expensive restaurant, renowned for its stunning panoramic views and exorbitant prices. Lu Chen had only heard of it in his previous life. Let's park over there, Song Shuyi said, pointing to the VIP ground parking lot. Lu Chen drove in as instructed and carefully parked in a spacious parking space. The scissor doors opened, attracting countless admiring glances from passers-by. As soon as the two got out of the car, the uniformed manager jogged up to them, his attitude respectful and humble. President Song. You've arrived. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I could have reserved the best viewpoint. He recognized Song Shui, and when he glanced at the Lamborghini and Lu Chen, he became even more cautious. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I brought a little one here to grab a bite to eat, Song Shui said casually, handing over the car keys. Could you park here for me? Don't worry. It will be parked perfectly. The manager took the keys with both hands as if they were sacred objects, and quickly told the waiter to drive the car. Song Shui naturally took Lu Chen's arm and walked towards the building entrance amidst shocked, envious, and inquisitive gazes. Good afternoon, Mr. Song. Good afternoon, Mr. Song. As she walked, suited professionals kept stopping to greet her. She simply nodded slightly, as if it were commonplace. Lu Chen was secretly shocked. This sister Shui wielded far more power than he had imagined. She wasn't just a wealthy woman driving luxury cars, she was also a person of prominent status in the city. The two took a private elevator directly to the rooftop revolving restaurant. The elevator doors opened, soothing jazz music flowed in, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of half of the bustling city, making it feel like walking on clouds. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated, with dazzling crystal chandeliers and a quiet, private ambience. The waiter led them to a window seat with a view. Order whatever you like. Song Shui pushed the exquisite menu forward, picked up her lemonade, and took a sip, her posture elegant. Lu Chen opened the menu and, despite being mentally prepared, was still shocked by the prices. A cup of coffee for $288, a dessert for $488, and the cheapest steak for $1888. This wasn't eating a meal, it was eating gold. In his past life, he wouldn't even dare to step inside, but now, he browsed without changing his expression, even wanting to laugh inwardly. My buddy has 15 million in his account, this price is nothing. Sister, please give me a recommendation. This is my first time here. Lu Chen closed the menu and smiled calmly. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Shui's eyes. She had brought many people before, and the young people who came for the first time were either nervous and flustered or trying to appear calm but couldn't hide their unease. Lu Chen was the first one who adapted so quickly and even took the lead. Then I'll arrange it. She beckoned to the waiter and skillfully ordered the signature pastries and an afternoon tea set for two, clearly a regular customer. The atmosphere became quiet as they waited for their meal. Outside the window, the city unfolded like a flowing panorama. Inside, a stunningly beautiful woman. Looking at Song Shui lounging in the chair opposite him, Lu Chen finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Sister, we still don't know how to address you. Thank you so much for today. Song Shui put down her water glass, looked at him through her sunglasses, and smiled. You only think of asking now? Aren't you afraid I'll sell you off? If my sister wanted to sell me, she wouldn't have given me a poison truck, Lu Chen said with a smile, his tone somewhat certain. You're quick-witted. Song Shui seemed pleased, took off her sunglasses, revealing captivating peach blossom eyes that could make any man swoon, and stared directly at Lu Chen. My name is Song Shui. As for Xia, she drawled, her eyes gleaming with mischief, it's not enough to just say it. Then how would you like me to thank you, sister? Lu Chen readily agreed. Song Shui leaned forward slightly, exuding an invisible pressure and allure. She lowered her voice, speaking each word carefully. It's simple. Keep me company, enjoy this afternoon tea properly. This chapter discusses the following topic. Currently in China, prostitutes engaged in sex services face a maximum fine of 5,000 yuan and detention for up to 15 days if caught by the police, and their families must also be notified. Do you think this punishment is too lenient or too severe? Chapter 4: Sign in New Skill? Hacker's Hand. A 3-tiered pastry tower and 2 cups of hot coffee were served by the waiter. Lu Chen looked at the exquisitely plated desserts, then glanced at the cloudscape outside the window, still feeling it was unreal. What? Not to your liking? Song Shui picked up a silver fork and gently poked the red velvet cake, her movements as elegant as someone in a magazine. No, it just feels a bit dreamlike. Lu Chen spoke the truth and picked up his fork. In his previous life, he was a corporate slave, and this kind of place was another world to him. Song Shui chuckled, her peach blossom eyes falling on him. This is already a dream? Little brother, your dreams are a bit too easily satisfied. The teasing in her tone was impossible to hide, as if she really enjoyed seeing him naive and inexperienced. Lu Chen's face flushed slightly. Just as he was about to retort, the mechanical voice in his mind rang out precisely on time. Bite. Host detected has arrived at today's check-in location, Hentang Revolving Restaurant. Sign in now? Here it comes. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he silently said, check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, God-level hacking techniques beginner and related knowledge instruction. Boom! A massive flow of information instantly flooded into Lu Chen's brain. Complex code, network protocols, system vulnerabilities, intrusion methods, encryption and decryption principles, countless pieces of knowledge were frantically disassembled and reassembled, and finally imprinted into his memory and muscles like instinct. His temples throbbed slightly, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a clear and lucid mind. He looked at his hands, his fingertips seeming even more agile, as if given a computer, he could transform into a cyber ghost. Hacking skills? And at a god-level beginner level. Lu Chen's heart raced again. This reward, while not as tangible as a supercar or cash, had potential value far exceeding his imagination. In the information age, top-tier hacking skills are the key to power and wealth. The system always hits the nail on the head. His heart was churning, but Song Shuyi across from him frowned. She noticed that Lu Chen was lost in thought again. This time, there was no obvious excitement, but rather a deep focus, and his demeanor had become more somber. This kid, one minute he's like a naive and innocent college student, and the next he exudes a sense of world weariness? This contradiction only intensified her curiosity. Song Shuyi tapped the rim of her glass with her fork, the crisp sound pulling Lu Chen back to reality. Having afternoon tea with such a beautiful woman like me, and you still managed to zone out twice. She feigned displeasure, pouting, but her eyes crinkled with amusement. Little brother, you're really undermining your sister's confidence. Is it that I'm not charming enough, or is the scenery not as beautiful as my phone? Lu Chen snapped out of his daze and saw her half-smiling, half-punishing expression. He quickly apologized. No. Sister, you are incredibly charming and the scenery is absolutely stunning. It was me. I suddenly thought of a difficult math problem and got distracted. I'm sorry. In his haste, he could only refer to hacking technology as math problem. Math problems? Song Shuyi raised an eyebrow, clearly disbelieving. What math problem could be more appealing than dessert, and me, your older sister? Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to make amends, his gaze inadvertently swept down to the window. A matte gray Lamborghini was being driven into the garage by a waiter, while a black BMW 5 Series screeched to a halt in the temporary parking area at the building entrance. The car door opened, and Zhou Hao, his face ashen, stepped out. He was none other than Zhao Siyu's rich second-generation boyfriend. Zhao Siyu also got out of the passenger seat, her face still streaked with tears. She looked around with a mixture of grievance and resentment, clearly searching for the Lamborghini in them. Tisk, it's like a persistent ghost. Lu Chen muttered subconsciously. Song Shuyi followed his gaze and saw the two of them. Her expression instantly turned cold, and her eyes were full of displeasure. No one would be happy if their lovely afternoon tea was disturbed. What a disappointment. Song Shuyi put down her fork, took out her phone, and seemed to be about to call security or the manager. Looking at the two people wandering around downstairs, unable to find their car, and feeling the hacker knowledge in his mind, Lu Chen had an idea. Sister, wait a minute. Song Shuyi cast a questioning glance at her. Lu Chen revealed a strange smile, tinged with excitement. It's no fun just chasing away these flies. Oh? Song Shuyi became interested and leaned forward slightly. So, what fun ideas do you have? She could tell that Lu Chen wanted to do something. Lu Chen didn't answer directly. He looked around and his gaze locked onto the ultra-thin laptop on Song Shuyi's desk. Sister, can I borrow your computer for a moment? Just 5 minutes. His eyes shone with surprising confidence. Song Shuyi glanced at him, then at the two people downstairs, a playful smile curving her red lips. Although she didn't know what he was going to do, she inexplicably found it interesting, and gracefully pushed the laptop over. Use it as you like. Thank you, sister. Lu Chen turned on his computer, the screen lit up, and a password was required. Just as he was about to ask, Song Shuyi gave him the numbers. My birthday, 0808. Lu Chen paused slightly before entering the password and accessing the desktop. Song Shuyi had actually given him her computer and password so easily? This trust stirred something strange within him, but he quickly regained his composure and focused on the computer. The moment he started working, his demeanor changed instantly. All his previous awkwardness and naivety vanished, leaving only absolute focus and composure. His hands flew across the keyboard, so fast they left afterimages, and lines of complex code flowed across the screen like a waterfall. Song Shuyi had initially just been watching, but seeing his incredibly professional technique and the incomprehensible command interface on the screen, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't this guy an economics major? His computer skills were even better than their company's chief IT engineer? Just how many secrets was he hiding? Downstairs, Zhou Hao and Zhao Siyu were frantic, unable to find anyone. Zhou Hao took out his phone to call for help or check the security footage, but the screen suddenly lit up uncontrollably. Not only his phone, but Zhao Siyu's phone and the BMW's infotainment screen also lit up simultaneously. Then, the largest rainbow gradient font filled the entire screen. Chase your mother. Get lost. The text was accompanied by a catchy, cheesy background music, and the volume was so loud it echoed throughout the entire street. Holy crap! What's going on? Zhou Hao was so startled he almost dropped his phone. He frantically tried to turn it off, only to find it frozen and unusable. The BMW horn was honking incessantly to the rhythm of the music. Passers-by and security guards gathered around, looking at the words on the screen and listening to the music, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! Chase your mother. Who are you talking about? Isn't that Zhou Hao and Zhao Siyu? This is such a tragic scene. Did they get a virus? This virus is really nasty. Zhao Siyu stared at the words on her phone that she couldn't close, and heard the mocking laughter. She burst into tears, covered her face, and scrambled back into her car in a disheveled state. Zhou Hao was so angry that his face turned from green to purple, then purple to black, and he wanted nothing more than to smash his phone and car. He futilely pounded on the center console screen, looking like a ridiculous clown. In the revolving restaurant, Song Shuyi watched the farce unfold below through the floor-to-ceiling windows. She first opened her mouth in astonishment, then burst out laughing. The laughter grew louder and louder until she was shaking with laughter, tears streaming down her face, completely unlike her usual aloof CEO persona. Ha ha, chasing your mother, get lost, ha ha, she repeated as she laughed, feeling both relieved and amused by Zhou Hao's embarrassing situation. After laughing for a while, she wiped her tears with a tissue and looked at Lu Chen, who had closed his laptop and looked calm and collected. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise and admiration. You did this? Although she had already guessed, she still wanted to confirm. Lu Chen shrugged, pushed the computer back, and gave an innocent smile. Maybe they're getting their comeuppance for all the bad things they've done. Seeing his feigned ignorance, Song Shuyi smiled even more brightly. She realized that this time, picking up a younger brother seemed to have turned out to be an incredible treasure. She extended her slender finger and pointed at Lu Chen from a distance, her voice filled with laughter and excitement. You little rascal, Lu Chen. He's really hiding his true abilities. Tell your sister quickly, what other skills do you have that I don't know about? This chapter discusses the following topic. Currently in China, if the police catch a client of prostitution, the maximum fine is 5,000 yuan, and the client is detained for a maximum of 15 days. The family must also be notified. Do you think this punishment is too lenient or too severe? Chapter 5, Overcoming Weakness? Physical Enhancement. Song Shuyi's laughter gradually subsided, but her gaze towards Lu Chen was brighter than the afterglow of the setting sun, filled with surprise, amusement, and a burning desire to explore. A hacker expert? A math genius? And can drive? She tapped her slender fingers lightly on the table, her eyes growing more interested with each word. Little brother Lu Chen, you're not exactly honest. Just how many secrets are you hiding, The final hum sound rose at the end, like a hook that made Lu Chen's heart skip a beat. Sure enough, the operation just now was too amazing. How could an ordinary college student have such amazing hacking skills? Lu Chen's mind raced, but he tried his best to remain calm, even displaying a touch of just the right amount of shyness. Sister, you're joking. I just have a lot of hobbies and was just thinking around. It was just a coincidence that their equipment had a bug. A coincidence? Song Shuyi clearly didn't believe it. She leaned forward slightly, closing the distance, and her cool fragrance wafted over again. To be able to coincidentally control 3 different devices and accurately project text and music? With your level of coincidence, you could report to the National Security Department. Lu Chen. My sister knows too much. How am I supposed to make this up? Seeing Lu Chen speechless, Song Shuyi was in a good mood and stopped pressing him. Everyone has secrets. She didn't care about Lu Chen's extraordinary encounter, she only cared that he was interesting and unique, and she enjoyed the feeling of uncovering the mystery. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. She picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth and ended the conversation. Afternoon tea is almost over, I need to go back to the company to take care of some business. As she spoke, she casually picked up her phone and operated it a few times. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen's phone lit up. He glanced at it, his pupils shrinking. Another bank deposit notification. Your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction of 200,000 renminbi on September 10 at 16:48. Current balance, 15,020,125 renminbi and 38 cents. 200,000? Lu Chen suddenly looked up at Song Shuyi. Song Shuyi smiled and waved her phone, a thank you gift for afternoon tea. I don't like owing favors, especially such an interesting one. 200,000 is just a thank you gift for afternoon tea? Lu Chen felt his worldview being repeatedly challenged. Is this the world of the rich? Sister, this is too much. And the car. Lu Chen felt the money was burning his hands. He felt at ease with the money from the system, but Song Shuyi was giving him the car and money for no reason, which he felt was inappropriate. Take it if I give it to you. Song Shuyi interrupted him, her tone domineering and leaving no room for argument. If my sister is happy, then I'll have the poison taken away and disposed of. Lu Chen immediately shut up. Fine, you're rich, so do whatever you want. Whatever makes you happy. Anyway, I won't hesitate to give out lots of red envelopes. Let's go, I'll take you back to school. Song Shuyi stood up. The two took the private elevator downstairs, where the manager was already waiting respectfully, handing them the car keys with both hands. The Lamborghini roared away from the Shanghai World Financial Center once again, attracting even more attention than when it arrived. Inside the car, Lu Chen gripped the steering wheel, feeling the gazes from all directions. His mindset had changed. He had arrived nervous and excited, but now he felt more composed. The more than 15 million yuan in cash in his account and the advanced knowledge in his mind gave him confidence. He could even feel the joy of driving a supercar, and acceleration through corners became increasingly smooth. Watching from the side, Song Shuyi's admiration deepened. This kid's learning and adaptability were terrifyingly strong. The car soon arrived near Jiangcheng University. To avoid being too sensational, Lu Chen said, Sister, stop here, I'll walk back. He didn't want to drive all the way to the dormitory, lest tomorrow's forum headline become Mysterious Rich Man Keeps Male College Student as a Sugar Daddy. Song Shuyi glanced at him with a half smile, as if she could see through his thoughts, but she didn't object. Okay. The car pulled steadily to the side of the road. Lu Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. Wait a minute, Song Shuyi suddenly called out to him. Lu Chen turned around. Song Shuyi took out a small, unlabeled, dark blue velvet box from her elegant handbag and handed it over. Here, this is for you. What is this? Lu Chen asked, taking the item with a puzzled look. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. Open it and take a look. Lu Chen opened it, and inside was not jewelry or a luxury watch, but a round capsule the size of a thumbnail, with a strange, deep blue hue and a smooth, shimmering surface. This is Lu Chen was even more puzzled. I guess you could call them vitamins. Song Shuyi said casually. You seem a bit weak, so you can chew on them for fun and help nourish your body. Weak constitution? Just chewing on it for fun? Lu Chen looked at the obviously extraordinary capsule and his lips twitched slightly. This lady's style of giving gifts is getting more and more bizarre. First it was a supercar, then cash, and now a mysterious capsule. But then a thought suddenly struck him. The system had previously rewarded him with a physical enhancement agent beginner for checking in, but he had been too busy being amazed by the supercar cash to use it. Could this capsule be related to the system? Or was it just a coincidence? What? Afraid your sister will poison you? Song Shuyi raised an eyebrow to provoke him when she saw his hesitation. Of course not. Lu Chen stopped thinking about it. With the system backing him up, he had nothing to fear. He closed the box and sincerely thanked her. Thank you, sister. Good girl. Song Shuyi smiled with satisfaction and waved her hand. Go back now. Contact me on WeChat if you need anything. Goodbye, sister. Lu Chen got out of the car and watched the Lamborghini roar as it merged into the traffic and disappeared before turning to go to school. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he turned into a quiet corner of a small park by the roadside. He sat down on an empty bench, carefully putting away the velvet box. His intuition told him this thing was no ordinary object, then took a deep breath, concentrated, and silently chanted, System, use the physical enhancement agent. Ding! Physique Enhancer Basic, successfully used. The moment the command was given, an indescribable warm current exploded from my heart, instantly surging to every part of my body, washing over every blood vessel, every muscle, and every bone. Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a suppressed groan. This feeling is not painful, but rather like parched land frantically absorbing nutrients, or like a rusty machine being injected with top-quality lubricant, with every part humming with joy. He could clearly feel his strength growing rapidly, and the heavy shackles of fatigue in his body were suddenly broken. The stomach pain and dizziness caused by staying up late and irregular eating disappeared instantly. His vision improved, and he could see the veins of leaves in the distance. His hearing became more acute, and he could hear the laughter of children in the distance. He clenched his fist unconsciously, his knuckles cracking, and an unprecedented surge of energy coursed through his body. The effect is incredible, so immediate and powerful. And this is only the beginner level? Will the intermediate and advanced levels allow them to dismantle mechs with their bare hands? Lu Chen excitedly stood up and did a few chest-expanding stretches, feeling as light as if he could jump 2 or 3 meters high on the spot. He couldn't help but punch the air, which even produced a slight whistling sound. "Awesome," he roared, unable to contain his excitement. This feeling of becoming stronger in every way was even more exhilarating than supercars and huge sums of money. This was power that truly belonged to him. Just as he was immersed in joy, his phone rang. It was a WeChat video call, and the caller ID showed Sister Shui. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and composed himself before answering the video call. The screen showed what appeared to be the CEO's office, with floor-to-ceiling windows and luxurious bookshelves in the background. Song Shui had changed into a crisp white shirt, her hair was pulled back, and she still wore a languid smile. "Have you arrived at school yet?" she asked casually, her eyes scanning Lu Chen up and down on the screen. Suddenly, her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and a clear look of surprise flashed in them. "Huh," she uttered a questioning sound, her body unconsciously sitting up straight, staring at Lu Chen on the screen as if she had discovered a new continent. "What's wrong, sister?" Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Had they found out? Was the enhancer's effect that obvious? Song Shui stared at him for several seconds before slowly speaking, her tone tinged with uncertainty and surprise. "Strangeness. I have this feeling. You seem to have suddenly become a little more handsome? And it seems less weak now?" This chapter discusses the topic, some married men keep mistresses. What do you think should be done about such men? 1. Support. 2. Understandable, but not supportive. 3. Only moral condemnation is needed. 4. Legal punishment is necessary. Chapter 6, Limitless Energy? The King of Scrolls is born. On the other end of the video, Song Shui's face was filled with undisguised surprise, and she even subconsciously leaned closer to the screen, wanting to see Lu Chen more clearly. Strange, she frowned slightly, her red lips parted slightly, full of doubt. "Why do I feel like you suddenly seem more energetic? And your complexion is so much rosier? You were clearly a little listless when you got out of the car just now." Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap! The physique enhancer's effects are so immediate? She can even tell through the screen? This woman's eyesight is amazing. He quickly laughed it off, saying, "Really? Maybe it's because I walked a bit and my blood circulation improved, plus the afternoon tea my sister treated me to was high in energy, so I've had enough to replenish." "Really?" Song Shui was clearly unconvinced, her peach blossom eyes still scrutinizing him on the screen. "Blood circulation can produce this effect? I feel like you went to Korea for a full-body quick-acting beauty injection." Lu Chen. Could my sister's analogy get any more outrageous? He forced himself to remain calm, deliberately making a few exaggerated bodybuilding moves and showing off his non-existent biceps. "Really? Sister, look, I'm full of energy now, I could kill a cow with one punch." But Song Shui chuckled at his exaggerated performance. Although she still found it odd, she didn't delve into it further, assuming it was just that young people recovered quickly or that it was her imagination. She leaned back lazily in her chair, twirling a strand of hair between her fingers, her eyes sparkling. "All right, consider it as you've made up for it." But, changing her tone abruptly, with a hint of teasing and command, she said, "Next time you come out with me, you'd better keep up your good condition. If you still look like you're too weak to take any supplements next time I see you, I'll be angry." Too weak to be nourished? Lu Chen felt like he'd been shot in the knee, almost collapsing to his knees on the spot. Mission accomplished. That's more like it. Song Shui nodded in satisfaction, gave a few words of advice to be careful, and then hung up the video call. After ending the call, Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, but his back was suddenly covered in a fine sweat. Dealing with this woman was a constant test of his quick thinking and heart strength. He looked down at his hands, clenched them tightly, and felt the surge of power beneath his muscles, far greater than before. He jumped lightly in place, his body light and coordinated, his reactions much faster. This physical enhancement agent was simply miraculous. Not only were his strength, endurance, and recovery all improved, but his energy was also incredibly high. The fatigue of the afternoon had vanished, and now he felt clear-headed, with boundless energy. He even felt that if he played games all night, he could still get up and run 5 kilometers the next day. Awesome! Anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. Lu Chen mentally gave the system another thumbs up and walked briskly back to Jiangcheng University. As soon as I entered the campus, I heard the girls around me whispering, "Look! It's Lu Chen. He seems a little different. He's gotten a bit more handsome. His aura has improved a lot too. Can driving a supercar really change your aura?" Lu Chen's ears twitched slightly, taking in all the whispers. He felt a surge of satisfaction that changes in his physique were indeed from the inside out. On the surface, however, he pretended not to hear anything, keeping his eyes straight ahead and walking calmly toward the boys' dormitory building. But as he reached the corner downstairs from the dormitory building, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared and blocked his way. It was Zhao Siyu and Zhou Hao. Zhao Siyu's eyes were red and swollen like walnuts, her face full of resentment, grievance, and questioning as she stared intently at Lu Chen. Zhou Hao stood to the side, his face ashen, his eyes so dark they could drip water, his gaze towards Lu Chen filled with resentment and jealousy. He blamed Lu Chen entirely for the humiliation of being publicly humiliated that afternoon. "Lu Chen." Zhao Siyu spoke first, her voice shrill and trembling with tears. "Stop right there. You have to explain yourself today." Lu Chen stopped, his brows furrowed, feeling annoyed. Was this never going to end? "Is there anything else to say between us?" he asked in a cold and distant tone, as if looking at a stranger. This attitude deeply stung Zhao Siyu. She stepped forward agitatedly, her voice rising. "Who exactly is that woman driving the Lamborghini? When did you meet her? Did you already hook up with someone rich and then come here to confess your feelings to me and play with my feelings?" Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and chimed in, his voice full of disdain. "Lu Chen, I never thought you were this kind of person. You'd throw away all your shame for money? You think being someone's gigolo is something to be proud of? You think driving a woman's car is something to be proud of?" If it were the old Lu Chen, he would have blushed with embarrassment at the same time, but now he only found it laughable. He calmly glanced at the 2 of them, as if watching a clumsy farce, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Finished?" This calm and sarcastic tone was more effective than a fierce rebuttal, leaving Zhao Siyu and Zhou Hao speechless. "Who I know and whose car I drive are none of your business, right?" Lu Chen's tone was calm but carried an undeniable air of authority. "Zhao Siyu, you were the one who told me to wait until I was driving a BMW before we talked. What? Now that you see me driving a better car, you're feeling resentful? You're having second thoughts?" Every word was like a slap in the face, striking Zhao Siyu hard and causing her face to flush red and then pale. "As for you," Lu Chen turned his gaze to Zhou Hao, his eyes suddenly turning cold. "Zhou Hao, mind your own business. My affairs are none of your concern. Instead of wasting your time, why don't you go and fix your phone and car? After all, playing that kind of music in public isn't a good idea." "You!" Zhou Hao was struck where it hurt, instantly enraged, veins throbbing on his forehead, instinctively wanting to step forward and attack. But he had only taken one step when he met Lu Chen's cold eyes. Those eyes held a dangerous glint deep within, carrying an invisible pressure that made Zhou Hao's heart shrink, a wave of fear washing over him, and his raised foot abruptly stopped in mid-air. This kid, when did he develop such eyes? Lu Chen glanced at them coldly, too lazy to waste his breath, and strode past them toward the dormitory building's access control. Zhao Siyu watched his resolute and upright back, opened her mouth but couldn't utter a sound, only regret and bitterness spreading in her chest. Zhou Hao stood frozen in place, his expression shifting, and finally slammed his fist hard against the wall, attracting strange looks from the surrounding classmates. Lu Chen swiped his key card without looking back and went inside. The world instantly quieted down as soon as he entered the dormitory building. He quickly climbed the stairs, his abundant energy making even the climb a pleasure. Pushing open the dormitory door, all 3 roommates were there. The eldest, Wang Han, was playing games with headphones on, shouting "Heal me! Heal me!" The second, Sun Wei, was grinning foolishly at his phone, probably flirting with girls, and the youngest, Li Rui, was slumped in a chair, listlessly watching a game livestream, looking completely drained. "Hey, Chen Ji's back?" Wang Han heard the door open, took off one earphone and greeted him. "How did it go? Did you succeed in your confession? Did Zhao, the most beautiful girl in the department, say yes?" Everyone in the dorm knew that Lu Chen was going to confess that afternoon. Sun Wei and Li Rui also cast curious glances their way. Lu Chen smiled, walked to the desk and put down his things, his tone relaxed. Oh, it didn't work out. She said I wasn't good enough for her and that I should talk to her again when I'm driving a BMW. Holy crap. So direct? Sun Wei exclaimed. Damn it, Zhao Si, you went too far. Li Rui said, feeling indignant on his behalf. It's okay, Brother Chen. Out with the old, in with the new. Wang Han comforted him. I'll take you for a ride through the canyon tonight to clear your head. His roommates offered words of comfort, assuming Lu Chen was feeling down and needed to vent. But Lu Chen's next action left them all dumbfounded. He neither wallowed in despair nor turned on his computer to play games. Instead, he went straight to the bookshelf, took out a brand new, thick book, International Finance. Then he pulled up a chair, sat down, opened the cover, took out a pen and notebook, and began reading with an incredibly serious expression. Wang Han? Sun Wei? Li Rui? The three looked at each other, all seeing bewilderment on each other's faces. No. Brother Chen, what happened to you? Wang Han stopped playing the game, took off his headphones, and asked cautiously, You've just broken up. You don't have to punish yourself like this, do you? This book is giving me a headache. Yeah, Brother Chen, think positively, she is just a woman. Sun Wei chimed in. How about, you come and play games instead? Li Rui suggested tentatively. Lu Chen looked up from his book, saw the concerned looks in his three roommates' eyes, and gave them a bright and cheerful smile. I wasn't traumatized, I just suddenly realized, studying is quite interesting. He waved the book International Finance in his hand, his tone filled with the joy of discovering a new continent. Look at this, currency exchange rates, derivatives pricing, portfolio theory, isn't it fascinating? Looking at Lu Chen's sincere, even academically brilliant smile, his three roommates were collectively petrified, with only one thought in their minds, we're doomed. Brother Chen has been through too much. He's gone crazy from studying. This chapter discusses the topic, in today's society, some women become mistresses. What do you think is the right way to deal with such women? Chapter 7 Sister Checking Up? A sudden video. Lu Chen's words, studying is quite interesting and it's so much fun, echoed repeatedly in the minds of his three roommates like a demonic chant. An eerie silence fell over the dormitory. Wang Han didn't even notice his game character died. Sun Wei forgot to reply to the girl's message, and Li Rui's mouth was so wide open it could fit an egg. The three people stared at Lu Chen, who had suddenly become so studious, as if he were a monster. A sense of incongruity was palpable. Brother Chen, are you all right? Wang Han asked cautiously, even wanting to touch Lu Chen's forehead to see if he was delirious from a fever. It's nothing. Lu Chen chuckled, pushed his hand away, and looked back at his book. I just suddenly realized that I can't waste my time. University should be about studying. He spoke with a serious expression, which gave him a somewhat scholarly air. But to his roommate, these words sounded more outrageous than a sow climbing a tree. It's over, it's confirmed. I'm too shocked, Sun Wei said to the other two in a low voice, looking heartbroken. Alas, the word love can cause so much harm. Li Rui shook his head and agreed. Wang Han sighed, put his headphones back on, and said earnestly, Brother Chen, if you want to learn, then learn. If you have any problems, tell me. Don't keep it to yourself. Lu Chen was too lazy to explain, so he smiled and immersed himself in his book. Physical enhancement not only transforms the body but also makes the brain clearer and more efficient. Previously obscure professional terms and complex economic models are now clear and logical, and the speed of understanding and memorization is greatly improved. This sense of speed in acquiring knowledge brings an indescribable pleasure and sense of accomplishment. He became more and more engrossed in his reading, oblivious to the passage of time and the occasional caring glances from his roommate. After some time, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated and the screen lit up. It was a WeChat video call, and the caller ID showed Sister Shui. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Why is this woman making a video call again? He glanced at the time. It was a little past 8 in the evening. Shouldn't she be busy with work or enjoying her nightlife at this hour? His roommate was also drawn by the ringtone. Sun Wei glanced at the contact name and excitedly whispered, Holy crap! Sister Shui? Brother Chen. Who is this? She sounds like a beauty. When did you meet her? You didn't even tell us. Wang Han and Li Rui immediately cast gossipy glances their way, completely forgetting their sympathy for Lu Chen's heartbreak. Lu Chen had a headache from the noise. He picked up his phone, made a shut-up gesture to the three of them, took a deep breath to adjust his expression, and answered the video call. The screen lit up, revealing Song Shuyi's face. The background was a high-end restaurant or bar, dimly lit, with an ambiguous atmosphere and a blurry night scene behind her. She seemed to have touched up her makeup. Her almond-shaped eyes were even more alluring, and her red lips were full and seductive. She held a wine glass in her hand, filled with amber liquid. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Her languid voice came, slightly husky with a hint of intoxication, and deadly sexy. Lu Chen's ears burned, and he subconsciously turned his phone camera away to avoid capturing too much of the messy dormitory background. "I'm in the dorm, sister." He tried to keep his tone natural. "The dorm?" Song Shuyi raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. She took a sip of her drink, her movements elegant. "At this hour, you haven't gone out with your classmates? Haven't played games? Haven't gone on a date with your girlfriend?" The series of questions, though tinged with teasing, somehow made Lu Chen feel like he was being checked up on. "No, I'm just studying," Lu Chen answered honestly, then panned the camera down to show the open international finance textbook and the notebook filled with notes. On the other end of the video call, Song Shuyi was clearly stunned. Her smiling eyes widened, completely taken aback by the answer. She even sat up straight and carefully examined the textbook and pen on the screen. In the dim light, he was indeed sitting at his desk, the desk lamp outlining his serious profile. "Studying?" Song Shuyi's tone was full of disbelief, as if she were hearing a fairy tale. "At this time? In the dormitory? Studying finance?" Each short sentence carries a strong question. A boy who just broke up and gained a huge fortune and a supercar, instead of going out to squander it, is studying in his dorm? This defies common sense. "Yes," Lu Chen nodded, speaking matter-of-factly, "I suddenly find this knowledge quite interesting and want to learn more." Song Shuyi remained silent for a few seconds. She looked into Lu Chen's clear, focused eyes on the screen, his expression utterly genuine. Surprise, curiosity, and even a hint of admiration she herself didn't realize welled up inside her. This boy surprised her time and time again. First, his composure in the face of humiliation, then, his mysterious hacking skills, and now, his unusual self-discipline and drive. He's like a simple blind box. You never know what surprises are hidden in the next layer. "Oh?" Song Shuyi drawled, her eyes practically brimming with amusement. "Looks like my little brother is a hidden academic genius? I'll have to test your academic progress." As she spoke, she became interested and casually threw out a hot financial question, which was quite difficult and involved macroeconomic policies and market linkages. This is a question that even top students in finance need to think about before they can answer. But Song Shuyi was shocked again. Lu Chen blurted out without hesitation. It not only clearly explains the core concepts, but also cites classic economic models to support its arguments. It is well organized, logically rigorous, and even includes the author's unique insights into future trends. Although some of his views are immature, his knowledge base, quick thinking, and macro perspective far surpass those of the average freshman. This isn't just suddenly finding it interesting, it's clearly the culmination of long-term dedication. Song Shuyi tightened her grip on the wineglass, and the surprise in her beautiful eyes turned into genuine shock and intense curiosity. She was just teasing him, but she didn't expect to dig up something much deeper. "Wow, Lu Chen," she couldn't help but exclaim, her tone more serious than ever before. "You're a hidden talent. Your level is far superior to our company's analyst interns." She was truly impressed. Good-looking, interesting personality, mysterious skills, and even a potential academic genius? This man was a treasure. "Sister, you flatter me. I just read some random books." Lu Chen smiled modestly, secretly relieved that he had almost lost control of his advanced knowledge. Fortunately, he managed to smooth things over. "You can see this just by looking around?" Song Shuyi clearly didn't believe it, but she was in a great mood and didn't delve into it. Chatting with Lu Chen always brought unexpected fun. The two chatted for a while about economics and investment. Song Shuyi felt more and more that although Lu Chen's ideas were imaginative, they were quite insightful and could even inspire her. At this moment, someone on the other end of the video greeted Song Shuyi. She nodded to the person outside the screen and then said to Lu Chen, "All right, I have something to do here, so I won't disturb the little genius from studying." Just as she was about to hang up, she remembered something and added, her tone carrying a subtle hint of expectation and command, "By the way, there's a small industry salon next week, mostly attended by people in the field. It'll be quite interesting. You'll come with me, dress formally. Is that all right?" Before Lu Chen could answer, she smiled, waved, and hung up the video call. The screen went dark. Lu Chen stared at the call screen, stunned. An industry salon? Go with her? Did this mean he was officially entering her social circle? He put down his phone, looked up, and met three pairs of eyes that were shining with gossip. Wang Han, Sun Wei, and Li Rui had surrounded him at some point, forming a triangular shape. Holy crap, Brother Chen! Confess and you'll be treated leniently. Sun Wei slammed his fist on the table excitedly. Who exactly is Sister Shui? Her voice is so beautiful. And she even made you accompany her to the salon? She's definitely a rich and beautiful woman. Exactly. You guys are talking about macroeconomics? When did you start knowing all this, Brother Chen? Li Rui looked like he was questioning his own existence. Wang Han stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. Based on my years of experience, this woman is absolutely stunning. Brother Chen, you disappeared for so long this afternoon, was it because? Lu Chen was at his wit's end, facing his roommate's relentless interrogation. He knew that if he didn't come up with a reason, the three of them would keep him occupied all night. He rubbed his temples, preparing to make an excuse. Ding dong! The dormitory doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation. Who is it? Li Rui, who was closest to the door, called out impatiently and went to open it. When the door opened, no one expected that the person standing outside was Zhao Siyu. She had dressed up carefully, changed into a pure and innocent dress, and touched up her makeup to cover up the tear stains, but her slightly red eyes and forced pitifulness still gave her away. She was carrying a bag of something, which looked like fruit or snacks. At this moment, she forced a gentle and sweet smile, her gaze passing over Li Rui and landing on Lu Chen, her voice sweet and coquettish. Lu Chen, are you busy? I was in a bad mood this afternoon and spoke harshly, please don't take it to heart. I bought you your favorite mangoes, can we talk? All roommates? Lu Chen. This chapter's discussion topic, do you think you are very attractive to people of the opposite sex who are around the same age? 1. Very attractive. 2. Quite attractive. 3. Not very attractive. 4. Not very attractive. Chapter 8 Mango's Overture? A belated apology. At the dormitory entrance, Zhao Siyu stood carrying a bag of bright yellow mangoes, her face bearing a pitiful and aggrieved expression, her voice sweet and coquettish. Lu Chen, can we talk? These words silenced the four grown men in the dormitory. Wang Han, Sun Wei, and Li Rui's gossipy faces turned into expressions of absurdity and anticipation, their gazes sweeping back and forth between Zhao Siyu and Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned, feeling utterly disgusted and annoyed she'd spoken so harshly this afternoon, and now she was playing the victim? Did she really think of him as a lapdog she could summon and dismiss at will? He was too lazy to get up, and turned to look coldly at the door. Is there anything left for us to talk about? His tone was calm and even slightly sarcastic, completely lacking his previous ingratiating manner. Zhao Siyu was taken aback, her smile stiffening, but she didn't back down. She took a step forward, her voice softer and tinged with tears. Lu Chen, I know I was wrong this afternoon. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I was just too angry and said things without thinking. Her eyes reddened again. We've known each other for so long, you know I have a quick temper, but I'm not a bad person. Look, I remember you love mangoes, so I went to the best fruit shop outside the school to buy them. Please forgive me this time, okay? She held up the mango, her eyes sincere. If it were the old Lu Chen, he would have been heartbroken and abandoned all principles, but now he only found it laughable, and he also noticed that Zhao Siyu's eyes were subtly glancing at the phone on his table, on which the video call with Song Shui had just ended. Lu Chen instantly understood, her apology wasn't genuine at all. She had clearly sensed his connection to the Lamborghini driving sister and was testing him, perhaps even trying to win him back. She was completely bluffing. Just as he was about to expose it, a system notification suddenly sounded. Byte. Daily check-in tasks have been refreshed. Today's check-in location, entrance to room 308, men's dormitory. Check-in now? Sign in. Lu Chen thought to himself. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Insight into People's Hearts Beginner. Insight into People's Hearts Beginner, passive skill. Slightly enhances perception of others' emotions and intentions, making it easier to detect lies and pretense. Effectiveness is influenced by the other party's acting skills and the host's mental strength. The moment the skill was integrated, Lu Chen's mind cleared. Looking at Zhao Siyu again, he could clearly see the unwillingness and calculation in her eyes, sense the superficiality beneath her grievances, and the jealousy and eagerness hidden in her smile. This skill came just in time. Lu Chen's expression softened a bit, but he wasn't enthusiastic. No need for anything, I haven't been eating mangoes lately. These words were like a thorn in her side, and Zhao Siyu's smile became even more strained. You don't like it anymore? You used to. People change, Lu Chen interrupted her. Just like you never said before that I could only talk to you if you drove a BMW. Another slap. Zhao Siyu's face turned pale, and she bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Lu Chen, do you have to talk to me like this? Is there absolutely no affection between us? My roommates were too scared to breathe while watching. They thought it was more dramatic than a soap opera. Lu Chen, amplified by his skills, found it even more ironic. Not wanting to let her go so easily, he sighed, what's past is past. As for our friendship, we still have the friendship of ordinary classmates. He deliberately emphasized ordinary classmates. Zhao Siyu's eyes lit up as if she had grasped at a straw. Then, can we be friends again? I won't say those things to you again. As she spoke, she glanced at her phone again. Were you video chatting with your family just now? You seemed very focused on the conversation. The true intentions were revealed. Lu Chen sneered inwardly, but on the surface he showed shyness and unnaturalness. Well, she's a very important older sister. A very important older sister. These words and Lu Chen's expression made Zhao Siyu's heart sink. Sourness and jealousy overwhelmed her reason. It really was related to that rich woman. The gentleness on her face could hardly be maintained, and her voice became sharp. A very important older sister? How important? More important than we've known each other for so long? Jealousy and questioning were undisguised, and her roommate's expression was even stranger. Lu Chen sneered, feigning reluctance. This is not easy to compare. My sister has helped me a lot. The more vague he was, the more certain Zhao Siyu became of her guess. It was that rich woman who stood up for her and gave her the supercar. Her anger and resentment at being snatched exploded instantly, and she smashed the mango, the golden fruit rolling all over the ground. Lu Chen! You bastard, she shrieked, her voice cracking. You're just after her money, aren't you? You think you're so great just because you drive a beat-up car? You're a spineless gigolo. You disgust me. After cursing, she glared fiercely at Lu Chen with venomous eyes, then ran away crying. The dormitory fell silent again, with only the mango on the floor and 3 roommates staring in disbelief. Sun Wei swallowed hard. Holy crap. This is too much information. Brother Chen, what exactly happened to you this afternoon? Wang Han gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. Brilliant. Brother Chen, absolutely brilliant. That's a killer move. Your maneuvering completely blew up Zhao Da's mentality. Li Rui squatted down, feeling sorry for the mango. Sigh, what a good mango. If you don't want it, you could give it to me. What a waste. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, losing interest in reading. Feeling hungry, he stood up and said, I'm a little hungry. I'll go to the cafeteria to buy some late-night snacks. Do you want some? It's on me. Eat. We must eat. Brother Chen is awesome. The 3 cheered instantly. Lu Chen picked up his phone and keys and went out. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs, his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Song Shui. Sister Shui, little one, I'm home. Image. Behind it are photos of the kicked-off high heels in a corner of a luxurious living room. Lu Chen paused, and before he could reply, another message arrived. Sister Shui, alright, I forgot to ask you just now. Sister Shui, remember to make time for next Wednesday night. Sister Shui, I'll send you the salon address later. Sister Shui, if you dare stand me up. Cleaver, cleaver, cleaver. Looking at the kitchen knife, Lu Chen seemed to see Song Shui's ambiguous smile in her eyes, and couldn't help but laugh, replying. Lu Chen, I understand, sister. I won't stand you up. Well behaved. Lu Chen, good night, sister. He put away his phone, feeling relaxed. As he walked down from the dormitory building, he saw a tall figure under a street lamp. It was Song Qingshu, Song Shui's younger sister, the aloof campus belle of Jiangcheng University. Why was she here? And why did she seem to be waiting for him? Lu Chen walked over, puzzled. Song Qingshu turned around, her cool gaze lingering on him for a moment before handing him a familiar dark blue velvet box, the very same mysterious capsule box Song Shui had given him that afternoon. My sister asked me to give this to you. Her voice was cold and emotionless. She said you seem to have forgotten it in the car. Lu Chen was taken aback, and only after checking his pocket did he realize he had really lost it. He quickly took it back and said, "Thank you." Song Qingxue didn't leave immediately. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke with a hint of warning in her tone. "My sister, she's rather capricious in her actions. You, take care of yourself." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a cold and aloof figure. Holding the box, Lu Chen thought about Song Shuyi's WeChat message about the kitchen knife and Song Qingxue's warning, and felt that these two sisters, one fiery and the other icy, were not simple at all. He shook his head to clear his mind and walked toward the cafeteria. Behind a large tree not far away, Zhao Siyu stared intently at the scene of Lu Chen and Song Qingxue's interaction, her nails digging into her palms. Even the aloof school beauty Song Qingxue has come to find Lu Chen? Lu Chen! Are you finally going to leave her no way out? Discussion topic for this chapter: do you think you are sexy? 1. Very sexy. 2. Quite sexy. 3. Not very sexy. 4. Not sexy. Chapter 9: A chance encounter in the cafeteria? My mentality is crumbling. Holding the dark blue velvet box he had just recovered, Lu Chen watched Song Qingxue's figure disappear around the corner, feeling a little conflicted. Song Shuyi was indeed meticulous in her work. She even had her younger sister make a special trip to return the lost item. Song Qingxue's words, "Take care of yourself," seemed to carry a deeper meaning. But he was so hungry that his stomach was practically sticking to his back, and he didn't bother to think about it. He stuffed the box into his pocket and hurried toward the cafeteria. The cafeteria was still bustling in the evening, filled with the aroma of food and lively chatter. Lu Chen headed straight for the spicy hot pot window and generously ordered the largest deluxe set meal, as well as a signature fried rice for each of his roommates. As I turned to look for an empty seat with my tray, my gaze suddenly fell on the corner. Zhao Siyu was sitting there with a nearly untouched salad in front of her, and Zhou Hao was sitting opposite her, talking excitedly with a grim expression. Zhao Siyu was distracted, poking at the lettuce with her fork, and didn't listen to Zhou Hao at all. Lu Chen's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. "Look! It's Lu Chen. He ordered so much? Did he strike it rich? Is what happened this afternoon true? He drove a Lamborghini? Zhao Siyu and Zhou Hao are here too. How awkward." Hearing the murmurs, Zhao Siyu and Zhou Hao looked up. Their eyes met, and Zhao Siyu's expression was complex, containing jealousy, resentment, regret, and panic. She immediately lowered her head and pretended not to see anything. Zhou Hao reacted extremely strongly. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the humiliation of the afternoon and the anger from arguing with Zhao Siyu earlier erupted instantly. He stood up abruptly, the chair legs scraping against the ground with a screeching sound, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. "Lu Chen! You dare to show your face in front of me?" Zhou Hao pointed at Lu Chen, his voice distorted, completely disregarding the occasion. The cafeteria fell silent instantly as everyone's eyes turned to the scene, filled with the excitement of watching the drama unfold. Lu Chen frowned, extremely annoyed. Couldn't even eat a meal in peace? He ignored Zhou Hao's shouts, picked up his tray and walked to the farthest empty table, treating Zhou Hao as if he were invisible. This complete disregard was more humiliating and infuriating to Zhou Hao than any rebuttal. "Are you fucking deaf? I'm talking to you." He strode over, trying to grab Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. His enhanced physique allowed him to react extremely quickly, and he casually sidestepped. Zhou Hao missed his grab, rushed too fast, and left greasy footprints under his feet. He cried out ouch, and stumbled a few steps, almost falling into the hot pot at the next table. "Ha ha ha!" Laughter erupted in the cafeteria. Zhou Hao stumbled to his feet, his face turning a deep purplish red. He felt as if every gaze was piercing him like needles, and his sense of humiliation reached its peak. "Lu Chen! I'll fuck you!" He was about to curse. "Zhou Hao! Haven't you made enough of a scene?" Zhao Siyu's sharp, tearful rebuke interrupted him. She stood up, pale-faced and trembling, her eyes filled with disappointment and disgust as she looked at Zhou Hao. "Aren't you ashamed enough? Do you have to make us a laughingstock to everyone?" She was both angry and regretful, angry at Zhou Hao for being foolish and impulsive, and regretful that she had been blind to have pushed away Lu Chen, this treasure. Zhou Hao was publicly reprimanded and utterly humiliated, his forehead veins bulging. "I'm embarrassing myself. Zhao Siyu, you motherfucker. Enough!" Zhao Siyu screamed, tears streaming down her face. She grabbed her bag, didn't even glance at Zhou Hao, and ran crying out of the cafeteria. Zhou Hao stood frozen in place, unsure whether to stay or leave. Under the gazes of the crowd who were watching him like a clown, he kicked the chair hard and slunk out of the cafeteria amidst boos. As the farce came to an end, the cafeteria was abuzz with discussion, and all eyes were now on Lu Chen. He had barely uttered a word, yet he had completely shattered the relationship between the school beauty and the rich second generation. Lu Chen, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and slowly began to eat the spicy hot pot. It was delicious. His enhanced physique increased his appetite, allowing him to devour food in a whirlwind. The three roommates arrived quickly, gossiping about the earlier conflict while wolfing down their fried rice. Chen Ji, you're amazing. You won without bloodshed. Zhao Siyu and Zhou Hao have completely fallen out. She's definitely regretting it. Lu Chen smiled, neither confirming nor denying regret. What did that have to do with him? After finishing their meal and returning to their dorm, they saw Zhou Hao's black BMW 5 Series still parked downstairs. The window was rolled down, and Zhou Hao stared at them with a gloomy expression. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the resentment in his eyes almost melted away. Lu Chen ignored him and walked into the building, chatting and laughing with his roommate. This disregard stung Zhou Hao once again. Just as Lu Chen was about to enter the gate, Zhou Hao pushed open the car door and got out. Facing Lu Chen's back, he hissed in a low voice, "Lu Chen, don't be too smug. What kind of skill is it to drive a woman's car? You good for nothing who lives off a woman. I'll make you pay sooner or later." Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, slowly turned around, his face expressionless, but his eyes suddenly turned cold, as if they had been quenched with ice. He walked step by step towards Zhou Hao. After his physique was enhanced, he was already taller than Zhou Hao. At this moment, he exuded an invisible pressure, causing Zhou Hao to subconsciously take a half step back and shout, What do you want to do?" Lu Chen stopped a step away from him, calmly glancing at the BMW 5 Series before returning to Zhou Hao's distorted face. He suddenly smiled and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Yeah. I really only drive women's cars. After all, there are some cars that you can only look at in your entire life." After saying that, he turned around, swiped his card, and entered the dormitory building. Zhou Hao stood frozen in place, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. Lu Chen's words were like a sharp knife, stabbing into his most vulnerable and jealous spot. He had worked himself to the bone all his life, and at best he could drive a BMW 5 Series, while Lu Chen was already driving a Lamborghini Veneno that he never even dared to dream of. This kind of overwhelming attack made all his anger a joke. Overwhelmed by helplessness and resentment, he slammed his fist into the hood of the BMW with a dull thud, his hand instantly swelling and turning red. "Lu Chen, you just wait!" He roared at the dormitory building, only attracting a few peeks from the windows upstairs. In the end, like a defeated rooster, he scrambled back into his car, the engine roaring furiously, and drove away in a sorry state. In the dormitory, Lu Chen had just pushed open the door when his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Song Shuyi. "Sister Shuyi, the salon address has been confirmed. It will be held next Wednesday at 7 p.m. in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Platinum Hotel. Sister Shuyi, remember to dress formally, don't embarrass your sister." Wink. Sister Shuyi, alright, I forgot to ask earlier, did my sister give you the things? Lu Chen replied. Lu Chen, received, thank you sister. I've noted down the address, I'll be there on time. Lu Chen, sister, you're still up so late? Sister Shuyi, what? You're starting to boss your older sister around now? Smirk. Sister Shuyi, I'm getting ready to sleep now. You should rest early too, little genius. Good night. Lu Chen, good night, sister. After ending the call, Lu Chen put down his phone, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. This woman is truly unpredictable. He took out a dark blue velvet box, opened it, and stared into thought as he looked at the shimmering capsules inside. Song Shuyi specifically asked her sister to return it and even sent a message to confirm. This thing is probably not simple. He thought about it and didn't take it rashly. He carefully put it away. His intuition told him that he should use it at a more appropriate time. As night deepened, Lu Chen lay in bed, full of energy and not sleepy at all, so he picked up International Finance and read it under the lamp. The enhanced brain operates at a high efficiency, absorbing knowledge at an astonishing speed. As he looked through the book, he noticed annotations and formula derivations written in neat handwriting in the blank spaces of the pages they weren't his. He flipped through it and found that it was on more than one page. It was a second-hand book that the original owner had found at a used book market. Curious, he turned to the title page, wanting to see who the original owner was. On the yellowed corner of the title page, the same neat handwriting displays a name and the year. Upon seeing the name, Lu Chen froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could it be her? Song Qing-Xue. Discussion topic in this chapter: some men feel they are very masculine, that is, very manly. Do you think you have a lot of manliness? 1. Very much. 2. Quite much. 3. Not very much. 4. Very little. Chapter 10: The Original Owner of Finance? Qing-Xue's Notes. Song Qing-Xue? Lu Chen stared in disbelief at the neat name on the title page and the previous academic year marked next to it. What a coincidence! This book, International Finance, which I picked up casually from a used bookstore, was previously owned by Song Qing-Xue, the aloof and beautiful school beauty with whom he had just crossed paths. No wonder the annotations in the book are clear and precise, and the derivation process is so rigorous that it doesn't seem like the work of an ordinary student. He subconsciously turned the pages, and the neat handwriting seemed to come alive, sketching a picture of the girl quietly frowning and calculating. Is the aloof school beauty actually a top student in private? This discovery made Song Qing-Xue's image in Lu Chen's mind more three-dimensional, no longer just the label of Ice Queen. Brother Chen, what are you looking at so intently? Is there a treasure map on the title page? Sunwei, who was in the opposite bed, leaned over and asked curiously. Lu Chen closed the book and smiled. It's nothing. I just found that this book had been used by someone else before, and there were some notes in it. Notes? Male or female? Is the handwriting nice? Sunwei's gossip spirit was ignited again. You talk too much. Lu Chen laughed and shoved the book back onto the shelf, but inexplicably linked the textbook with its neat handwriting to the aloof figure in his mind. This little incident didn't bother him for long. The abundant energy brought on by his enhanced physique made him wide awake, and he picked up his professional books again, immersing himself in them once more. The enhanced brain is like the most efficient processor. Complex financial models, theoretical formulas, and case analyses that used to require repeated pondering are now easily remembered and understood without hindrance. He can even apply what he has learned to other situations, integrating knowledge points from different chapters to form his own understanding. This feeling of frantically absorbing knowledge and expanding his mind made him forget the passage of time. Before I knew it, the sky outside the window was turning a pale white. When Lu Chen closed the book and stretched, he realized it was already 5 in the morning. He actually read books all night long, and didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he was full of energy and his mind was exceptionally clear. Awesome! Even he couldn't help but mutter his praise. This physical enhancement agent is simply a learning miracle. He quietly washed up, changed into his sportswear, and decided to go for a run on the track to release his excess energy. There weren't many people on the playground in the early morning. Lu Chen took a step forward, feeling the surging power within his body. His speed was steady, his breathing was long and deep, and he ran as easily as if he would never run out of energy. After running 5 or 6 laps, I only had a light sheen of sweat on my forehead and felt completely refreshed. As he prepared to run 2 more laps, he caught a glimpse of the entrance to the playground. It was Song Qing-Xue. She was wearing a pure white tracksuit, her hair tied in a ponytail, her face bare yet her beauty ethereal, and she was warming up alone. The two passed each other on the track. Song Qing-Xue noticed him, her cool gaze lingering on him for a fraction of a second, a hint of surprise flashing across her face before returning to her usual indifference, as if looking at a stranger, and continued to focus on running. Lu Chen didn't think much of it and kept running. After running 2 more laps, he stopped and stretched at the edge of the track. After a while, Song Qing-Xue also finished running and walked over, slightly out of breath. She picked up a towel a short distance away to wipe her sweat and began to relax and stretch. The two stood a few steps apart, each doing their own thing, the atmosphere subtly quiet. Lu Chen remembered the book and felt he should greet them, so he took the initiative to say, "Good morning, you're here for a run too?" Song Qing-Xue paused slightly, seemingly surprised that he would speak to her. She turned her head to look at him, gave a soft and maintained her aloof and distant attitude. Lu Chen smiled and said, "By the way, thank you for making the special trip to deliver this last night." "You're welcome, it's what my sister instructed." Song Qing-Xue's voice was flat and emotionless. As the conversation was about to end, Lu Chen looked at her cool profile, a thought suddenly struck him, and he asked casually, "Oh, there's something else. I was looking at some textbooks yesterday and found that the one on international finance was secondhand, and your name was on the title page?" That book used to be yours? Upon hearing this, Song Qingxue visibly paused in wiping her sweat. She finally turned to look at Lu Chen directly, a clear look of surprise flashing in her cool eyes. She hadn't expected him to ask this. You can understand that book? Instead of answering the question about the book, she asked a question in return, her tone carrying a subtle inquiry. The book was quite difficult, and the annotations were her reasoning and deductions, which most students couldn't follow. It's all right, Lu Chen smiled, his tone relaxed. The notes are quite detailed and have helped me a lot, especially the derivation of option pricing, which has been very inspiring. He casually mentioned the difficult points in the book and the key ideas marked by Song Qingxue. Surprise deepened in Song Qingxue's eyes. She could tell that Lu Chen wasn't talking nonsense. He genuinely understood and grasped her thought process at the time. This subtly changed her opinion of Lu Chen. A boy who could calmly understand the notes and offer insights was at least not as superficial as she had thought, or someone who only relied on his sister. The frost on her face melted a little, and her tone remained calm but not unapproachable. I used that book last semester and then disposed of it. She paused, seemingly hesitant, and added with a serious, academic tone, if you are interested in derivatives pricing, you can refer to John Hull's Options, Futures and Other Derivatives, which goes into more depth than textbooks. Is this considered academic exchange? Lu Chen almost laughed, but nodded seriously. Okay, thanks for the recommendation. I'll look it up later. Song Qingxue gave a soft hum and continued stretching, and the atmosphere between the two was no longer stiff and unfamiliar. After finishing her stretching, Song Qingxue picked up her things, nodded slightly to Lu Chen in farewell, and turned to leave the playground. Her back view was still aloof, but it had gained a touch of human warmth. Lu Chen watched her leave, finding it amusing this aloof campus belle was actually a warm-hearted academic girl with a cold exterior. He could probably talk more about her major. After stretching his muscles, he was in a good mood. As he walked back to his dorm, he muttered to himself, "System, sign in." Byte. Daily check-in tasks have been refreshed. Today's check-in location, Jiangcheng University, First Teaching Building. Check in now? Sign in. Lu Chen said without hesitation. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, Skill Upgrade Card Beginner. Skill Upgrade Card Beginner allows you to upgrade one already mastered beginner level skill to the proficiency level. Skill upgrade cards? Great stuff. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. His current entry-level skill was actually God-level hacking technology entry-level. He immediately chanted to himself, use the skill upgrade card to improve my hacking skills. Ding. Successfully upgraded. Your skill level has been upgraded from beginner to advanced. A surge of information flooded my mind, not new knowledge, but a deep understanding and mastery of existing knowledge. My operational skills, vulnerability exploitation techniques, and methods of concealing my whereabouts became more refined and adept. He felt that if he did it now, he would not leave any trace that a professional like Song Shuyi could see. It would be even more like a deer's horn hanging in the air, leaving no trace at all. Cool. Lu Chen walked briskly back to his dormitory, took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to class in the First Teaching Building with his roommate who had just woken up and was still sleepy. As he entered the lecture hall, he found that quite a few people had already arrived. Lu Chen habitually headed to the back row. As he passed the middle row, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Song Qingxue was already sitting there, looking down at a thick English novel, her expression focused and quiet, her profile particularly gentle in the morning light. As if sensing her gaze, she looked up, and their eyes met briefly. Lu Chen subconsciously nodded and smiled at her. Song Qingxue was visibly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her cool eyes, as if she wasn't used to this friendly interaction. She hesitated for half a second, and finally gave Lu Chen a very slight nod. Then she quickly lowered her head and continued reading, only her fair earlobes were slightly flushed with a very faint blush. Lu Chen smiled and continued walking towards the back row. Unbeknownst to him, his brief, silent interaction with Song Qingxue was clearly witnessed by Zhao Siyu, who happened to walk into the classroom and had been secretly watching him. Zhao Siyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and her fingers dug into her palms tightly. Lu Chen. Song Qingxue. When did they meet? And they even nod and greet each other? A strong, venomous jealousy and sense of crisis instantly engulfed her. Discussion topic in this chapter. Nowadays, there are many free accompaniment services across the country, which involve not having sexual intercourse but simply accompanying customers to sing, dance, eat, etc., in order to earn money. Have you ever received such free accompaniment services? Chapter 11, Overwhelming in Advanced Mathematics? Song Qingshue's shock. The chance encounter and brief exchange on the playground in the early morning were like pebbles thrown into a lake, creating ripples in Lu Chen's heart, which quickly subsided. He went back to his dorm, took a cold shower, changed into clean clothes, and felt so refreshed that he could do 300 push-ups. I went out with my 3 sleepy-eyed, yawning roommates and headed towards the first teaching building, the advanced mathematics classroom. The large lecture hall was already quite full. Lu Chen instinctively tried to move to the back, but Sun Wei grabbed him. "Brother Chen. Over here. There are good seats." Sun Wei winked and pointed to the empty seats in the middle row. Lu Chen looked over and saw Song Qingshuo sitting next to the empty seat, already studying with her books. The good seat Sun Wei pointed to was right behind her. Lu Chen looked at Sun Wei speechlessly, but too lazy to change seats to avoid appearing guilty, so he sat down instead. Song Qingshuo was engrossed in her book, oblivious to the commotion around her, and didn't even lift her eyelids. The bell rang, the calculus teacher walked to the podium, and the classroom gradually quieted down. "Class, today we'll be discussing the proof and application of the mean value theorem, which is both a key point and a difficult one in the midterm. Listen carefully." The teacher adjusted his glasses and began the lesson. The content posed no challenge for Lu Chen. His enhanced brain easily followed the train of thought. He could even notice that Song Qingshuo was listening attentively, her back straight, and occasionally taking notes, truly a top student. After teaching for half a class period, the teacher paused. "I have already explained in detail the relationship between Rawls' theorem and Lagrange's mean value theorem, as well as their practical modeling applications. Here is a comprehensive question, which is not beyond the syllabus, but requires flexible application of the knowledge points." He turned around and wrote a problem on the blackboard. The problem was long and involved function construction, inequality proof, and optimization problems. Its complexity was higher than that of the textbook examples. Which student would like to come up and try out our ideas? Or if you have any ideas, please share them from below. The teacher smiled and looked at the students. The classroom fell silent instantly. Most students looked at the questions blankly and quickly lowered their heads. Even those who usually did well frowned and fought hard. Wang Han and Sun Wei shrank back like quails. Song Qingshuo also frowned, her pen tapping on the draft paper as she tried to construct a solution framework, but it didn't go completely smoothly. The teacher waited for a while, and seeing no one respond, looked slightly disappointed and was about to explain it herself. At this moment, a calm voice rang out from the middle, not loud but clear. "Teacher, the key to this problem is constructing an auxiliary function, using the Lagrange mean value theorem to deduce the specific relationship of the derivative within the interval, then deduce that the original function satisfies Rawls' theorem, and finally introduce the property of extreme points to perform inequality scaling." Whoosh! All eyes instantly focused on Lu Chen. He maintained a relaxed posture, with clear eyes and a smooth, confident tone, explaining the solution clearly without pausing. He even picked up a pen and wrote down the construction of key auxiliary functions and the form of inequalities on the draft paper, his posture confident. The calculus teacher's disappointed expression instantly turned to surprise. He adjusted his glasses and looked closely at Lu Chen, his eyes shining brighter as he listened. "Yes. That's right. That's the idea. The construction of the auxiliary function is ingenious." The teacher exclaimed excitedly, "Student, what's your name? How come I never realized you had such a deep understanding of the mean value theorem before?" "Teacher, my name is Lu Chen." Lu Chen smiled and said humbly, "I was inspired by what you just said, so I just had some random thoughts." "Good. Very good. Lu Chen. I've got it." The teacher was very pleased. "Your approach is completely correct, and it's even more concise than the standard answer. Everyone should learn from Lu Chen, apply knowledge flexibly, and not just memorize it by rote." The whole class's expressions changed. From surprise to disbelief, and then to admiration. "Holy crap, when did Brother Chen become so amazing? This problem is making my head spin," and he instantly came up with a solution? He's been hiding his true talent. Wang Han and the other two were so excited they almost slammed their fists on the table, feeling incredibly honored. The most shocked person was Song Qingshuo. When Lu Chen spoke, she turned her head sharply, her cold eyes filled with disbelief. She had just gotten close to constructing auxiliary functions, but got stuck on the specific construction and the connection between the theorem. Lu Chen pointed out the core steps smoothly and accurately, and his method was even more ingenious than she had vaguely imagined. How is this possible? Didn't he rely on his sister? How could he understand advanced mathematics to this extent? This kind of grasp of the essence of knowledge can never be achieved through rote memorization or clever tricks. Seeing Lu Chen's nonchalant demeanor, and recalling how easily he said he understood the notes that morning, Song Qingxue felt a strong curiosity and desire to explore this boy for the first time, her eyes sparkling with academic interest. Lu Chen felt the gaze directed at him. He looked up and met Song Qingxue's surprised and inquisitive eyes. He paused for a moment, smiled politely, and looked away to listen to the teacher's explanation. Song Qingxue's heart skipped a beat because of that smile. She quickly turned her head, her ears burning. She pretended to look at her notes, but she couldn't concentrate. Zhao Siyu, who was not far away, saw all of this. She watched Lu Chen shine in class, drawing gasps of amazement from teachers and classmates. She saw Song Qingxue turn around in shock and admiration. She watched the brief but meaningful exchange of glances between the two. Jealousy consumed her last shred of sanity. How could Lu Chen have become so outstanding? His grades used to be just average. Song Qingxue was indifferent to boys, yet she looked at him like that? Why? All of this should have been hers. If she hadn't rejected Lu Chen back then, wouldn't she be the one enjoying envious glances now? Regret and resentment gnawed at her heart like venomous snakes. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms, leaving red marks. For the rest of the class, Zhao Siyu didn't listen to a single word. Her gaze, like a poison knife, was fixed on the backs of Lu Chen and Song Qingxue, filled with malicious speculation and resentment. When the bell rang, Zhao Siyu immediately stood up, head down, trying to leave quickly. As soon as they reached the back door of the classroom, they heard Sun Wei's loud voice, "See that? This is my brother Chen. Isn't he awesome? Calculus is child's play for him. From now on, we'll rely on brother Chen to carry us through the exams. Some people are blind to talent, but it's too late for them to regret it now." These words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Zhao Siyu's heart. She stopped in her tracks, her face turned pale, her body swayed, and she almost lost her balance. Finally, she staggered out of the classroom amidst strange looks. Lu Chen slapped Sun Wei on the back of the head helplessly. "You talk too much." He packed his things to leave with his roommate, but saw Song Qingxue stand up, hesitate for a moment, and then turn to face him. Her expression returned to its cool tone, but her eyes held a hint of seriousness. "Lu Chen, could you elaborate a bit more on the construction of the auxiliary function? I'm a little confused." Lu Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected the aloof academic genius to take the initiative to ask for help. He smiled and took out some draft paper. "Of course, the key is." He briefly explained the core points. Song Qingxue listened attentively, nodding from time to time, and occasionally asking key questions, revealing her solid foundation and sharp thinking. The brief academic exchange of just 2 or 3 minutes left the students who hadn't dispersed speechless. Once again, school beauty Song Qingxue took the initiative to ask Lu Chen for advice. After answering her question, Song Qingxue regained her composure, nodded slightly to Lu Chen and said thank you, before turning and leaving. Watching Song Qingxue's retreating figure, and recalling Zhao Siyu's hasty retreat, Lu Chen shook his head. Only one's own ability and value are truly important. He was in a good mood and waved to his roommate. "Let's go eat, I'm hungry." "All right, brother Chen. We have to celebrate with a good meal today." Chapter 12, Sisters Here? The cafeteria's ultimate slap in the face. Lu Chen and his 3 roommates sat around the table, devouring the luxurious lunch from Royal Kitchen in no time. The perfectly grilled black truffle steak was juicy and flavorful, the lobster pasta had a springy texture, and even the refreshing salad was exceptionally delicious thanks to the combination of premium olive oil and balsamic vinegar. Compared to the ordinary cafeteria food around them, their table stood out like a crane among chickens, attracting countless envious glances, both overt and covert. Burp Sun Wei let out a satisfied burp, slumped in his chair and rubbed his stomach. "I've never eaten such delicious cafeteria food in my life." "No, this isn't cafeteria food at all. Brother Chen, your sister is simply a goddess. She's more than just a deity, she's a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering," Wang Han said with his hands clasped together in a devout gesture. "Thank you for feeding me, sister." Li Rui carefully put the last piece of steak into his mouth and said indistinctly, "Brother Chen, if my sister asks me what I want to eat next time, could you give me a hint, like Buddha jumps over the wall or something?" Lu Chen was both amused and exasperated by these 3 clowns, and said with a laugh, "Get lost. You're lucky to have anything to eat, and you're even ordering food." Amidst the laughter and conversation, he took out his phone and sent Song Shudi a thank you message. "Lu Chen, sister, the takeout arrived. It's so delicious, thank you for feeding me." Image, Lu Chen, my roommates all say you're a living saint. Laughing and crying emoji. Messages are replied to almost instantly. Shuyi sister, good girl, I'm glad you like it. Smirk, Shuyi sister, Bodhisattva doesn't care about feeding, Bodhisattva only helps those with affinity. Little brother, you are that affinity person. Shuyi sister, don't eat at the cafeteria tonight, sister will take you to eat something better. Seeing the teasing reply, Lucien smiled and shook his head. This woman always manages to be so subtly alluring. He put away his phone and was preparing to pack up his lunchbox with his roommates and leave. Sudden. A small commotion arose at the entrance of the cafeteria, accompanied by a few suppressed gasps and whispers. Wow! Look! Who is that beauty? Is she from our school? I've never seen her before. That aura, that face, that figure, she's way better than any of the school beauties. That suit she's wearing, is it the latest Chanel design? I've seen it in a magazine. She's looking this way. Who is she looking for? The noisy cafeteria seemed to have been muted, and almost everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to it. Lucien also subconsciously looked up. Upon seeing this, he froze instantly, his pupils dilated slightly, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Song Shuyi was standing there, looking quite pretty. She seemed to have just come from a formal occasion. She was no longer wearing the casual outfit from this morning, but a perfectly tailored off-white Chanel suit dress that accentuated her slender waist and perfect figure. Her chestnut brown wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she wore her signature sunglasses, her red lips striking. She exuded confidence and charisma. In stark contrast to her impeccably dressed appearance, down to the last hair, she was carrying 2 exquisite paper bags printed with the logo of a well-known dessert shop. She stood there at the entrance of the cafeteria, filled with the smell of cooking oil and noise, like a queen who had mistakenly entered the mortal world, instantly illuminating the entire noisy and greasy space. All eyes were on her, filled with shock, curiosity, and amazement. Song Shuyi seemed completely unconcerned about the stares around her. She slightly raised her chin, and her gaze behind her sunglasses quickly swept around the cafeteria before settling precisely on Lucien and his group's table. Her red lips curved slightly upwards, forming a captivating arc. Then, she took a step forward, her delicate high heels clicking crisply and rhythmically as she walked straight toward Lucien. Wherever he went, the crowd automatically parted to make way, as if Moses had parted the sea. The entire cafeteria was silent, save for the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor and the countless burning gazes that followed her. Lucien was a little dazed as he watched Song Shuyi approach. Why did she come in person? And she even came all the way to the cafeteria? Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Song Shuyi finally walked to Lucien's table. She first glanced at the several empty, exquisitely crafted food boxes bearing the Royal Cuisine logo on the table, nodded in satisfaction, and then turned her gaze to Lucien, who was clearly still in a daze. Little one, are you finished eating? She took off her sunglasses, revealing her smiling, almond-shaped eyes, her voice lazy and affectionate. Looks like the takeout I ordered suited your taste? Glug. A series of clear swallowing sounds rang out from all around. Everyone was stunned by the close-up beauty and the intimate tone of voice. Lucien felt his cheeks burning, especially under the admiring gazes of his 3 roommates who seemed to say, "Brother Chen, you're awesome." He forced himself to stand up and asked, "Sister, why did you come all this way in person?" "What? You don't welcome your sister?" Song Shuyi pouted, feigning grievance, but the smile in her eyes deepened. "I just finished some business nearby and remembered that this dessert shop's Napoleon is amazing, so I brought it over for you to try." As she spoke, she naturally placed the 2 exquisite dessert bags in her hand on the table in front of Lucien, her movements as elegant as if she were presenting a precious gift. "So that some kids won't actually go to the cafeteria to eat at night and get too thin, which will break my heart," she said, while extending her slender fingers to gently brush away non-existent dust from Lucien's shoulder. This gesture was so intimate it bordered on flirtatious. Boom! The entire cafeteria erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just see? Did this beautiful woman come specifically to deliver dessert to Lucien? Or was it just on the way? That's such a coincidence. That tone, that gesture, there's definitely something going on between them. Damn, did Lucien save the galaxy in his past life? Supercars, a royal kitchen, and now a goddess personally delivering dessert, kill me. Let's entertain all you rich folks. Envy, jealousy, and disbelief flooded in like a tidal wave. Wang Han, Sunwei, and Li Rui were completely petrified, staring wide-eyed at the powerful and stunningly beautiful sister in front of them, feeling as if they were watching a magical realism movie. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cafeteria, Zhao Siyu did not actually leave. She had just hidden behind an inconspicuous pillar in the distance, clinging to the last shred of hope that she could see Lu Chen's smug face after he finished that handout, as if that would make her jealous heart feel a little better. Then, she saw Song Shui appear. She saw a woman who was prettier, more elegant, and richer than her walk into the cafeteria like a queen on a royal procession, attracting everyone's attention. He saw the woman walk straight towards Lu Chen, her tone intimate and her actions ambiguous. She noticed the dessert bag the woman had casually placed on the table. She recognized the shop. A small cake there cost several hundred yuan. Meanwhile, the spicy hot pot she had just eaten only cost 15 yuan. I saw the extremely envious looks and comments from everyone around me. I also saw Lu Chen in front of that woman, looking a little embarrassed but also unusually harmonious and well-matched. The last straw finally broke the camel's back. On what grounds? Why is it that Lu Chen is doing so well after leaving her? Why is it that he can win the favor of a woman of her caliber? Why does all the glory and envy belong to him? She herself could only hide in a corner like a dark rat, tasting the bitter fruit of regret and jealousy, and even a decent lunch felt like torture. The stark contrast and the enormous psychological gap were like a heavy hammer, shattering all her pride and pretense. Well. Zhao Siyu let out an extremely painful whimper. Her face was deathly pale, her body trembled violently, and her vision blurred. She could no longer hold on, and not caring whether she would be discovered, she turned around abruptly and practically tumbled and stumbled out of the back door of the cafeteria, escaping from this hell that had completely broken her down and stripped her of her dignity. His back view was disheveled and filled with despair. In the center of the cafeteria, Song Shui seemed completely oblivious to the little incident, or rather, she didn't care at all. She looked at Lu Chen, smiled, and gave him a few more instructions, such as not to eat anything indiscriminately that night and to wait for her. Then she put her sunglasses back on and gracefully left amidst the awe and envy of the crowd. Just like when she arrived, she left Lu Chen with a scene of astonishment throughout the cafeteria and a huge mess. Lu Chen looked at the 2 bags of exquisite desserts on the table, then at the countless green eyes around him, and his 3 roommates who were already in a daze, and sighed helplessly. This older sister. It really is. Wherever they go, they become the center of attention and the epicenter of any storm. He felt that his peaceful campus life was destined to be gone forever from the moment he met Song Shui. Chapter 13. My sister's JK schoolgirl clothes? The regret of safety shorts. Song Shui passed through like a whirlwind, leaving behind a trail of amazement and 2 exquisite dessert bags in the cafeteria before gracefully departing. The entire cafeteria was still immersed in a strange excitement and restlessness, with countless eyes still fixed on Lu Chen and whispers never ceasing. Brother Chen. My legs are a little weak. Sun Wei said, his voice trembling as he leaned on the table, as if he were the one who had just faced the queen's aura. Wang Han swallowed hard, looking at the 2 bags of desserts on the table with awe in his eyes. Brother Chen, who exactly is this woman? Her aura. I feel like I could kneel down and call her dad if she just glanced at me. Li Rui cautiously poked at the dessert bag, muttering, how much does this cost? Enough for me to eat in the cafeteria for a month. Lu Chen was both amused and embarrassed by his 3 roommates' reactions. Being treated like a monkey by so many people was really not his style. All right, stop standing here and getting all stared at, let's get out of here. He grabbed a dessert bag in each hand, called to his roommate, and, escorted by countless gazes, quickly left the cafeteria, this place of trouble. Back in the dorm, after closing the door to block out the outside world, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately gathered around, marveling at the 2 bags of desserts, and excitedly began to divide them up. Lu Chen sat in his chair, rubbing his temples. Song Shui's undisguised pampering was certainly exhilarating, but it was also far too ostentatious, catching him somewhat off guard. He took out his phone, looked at Song Shui's WeChat profile picture, hesitated for a moment, and then sent her a message. Lu Chen, sister, you were so high profile just now. The whole cafeteria almost exploded. Laughing and crying emoji. The message was answered quickly. Shui sister, oh? It exploded? How did it explode? Has anyone said, little one, that you're being kept by a rich woman? Smirking, Shui sister, I have to be high profile, otherwise some blind people will always think my little one is easy to bully, smug. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he read the reply, but at the same time, he was also a little amused and exasperated. This older sister's protectiveness and possessiveness were truly unusual. Lu Chen, thank you, sister, but please don't do that next time, it's too eye-catching. Shuyi sister, what? Is the little one shy? Cute, Shuyi sister, okay, fine. I'll be more low-key next time. Shuyi sister, by the way, tomorrow's the weekend, what are your plans? How about I take you somewhere fun? Weekend? Lu Chen thought about it and realized he really didn't have anything planned. Besides, after his physique was strengthened, he was full of energy and was looking for something to do. Lu Chen, nothing planned. Where are you taking me, sister? Shuyi sister, it's a secret. I'll be waiting for you at the west gate of the school tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Remember to dress casually for easy movement. Shuyi sister, don't be late. If you're late, there will be a punishment. Cleaver. Another punishment. Lu Chen could almost see the half-smile, half-threat look in Song Shuyi's eyes when she said this. Lu Chen, I guarantee I'll be there on time. After ending his call with Song Shuyi, Lu Chen put down his phone, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart for tomorrow's activities. Being with this older sister who always brought surprises seemed like he would never be bored. The next morning, Lu Chen arrived at the west gate of the school 10 minutes early. The school gate was relatively quiet on the weekend. He was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, looking fresh and energetic. After physical enhancement, he simply stood there, his posture upright, exuding a spirit that was different from that of ordinary students. At 9:59, a deep, pleasant engine sound came from afar. It wasn't the flashy Lamborghini Veneno, but a relatively low-key white Porsche Panamera that smoothly glided to a stop in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing Song Shuyi's bright and charming smiling face. She was indeed dressed very casually today, but her casualness was clearly not the same concept as ordinary people. She wore a classic Chanel tweed short jacket over a simple white camisole, and a pleated mini skirt that barely covered her upper thighs. She wore knee-high white socks and white sneakers. This is clearly an expensive, innocent yet alluring, JK uniform style outfit. Sunlight shone on her chestnut brown curly hair and delicate, flawless face, making her look like a college student who had secretly dressed up in adult clothes to play. Her youthful beauty was tinged with a mature charm unique to her age, creating a striking contrast that was incredibly captivating. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, and his heart skipped a beat. Little friend, you're right on time. Get in the car. Song Shuyi waved to him with a bright smile. Lu Chen opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, the car filled with her familiar, cool fragrance. Sister, where are we going today? Lu Chen asked while fastening his seatbelt, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the pair of beautiful legs encased in white stockings, making them appear even straighter and longer, before he quickly looked away. Song Shuyi noticed his momentary awkwardness, a sly smile flashing in her eyes. She deliberately leaned closer, her breath sweet as orchids. What? Afraid your sister will sell you? Of course not. Lu Chen subconsciously leaned back, his ears slightly burning. This woman exuded charm at all times. Don't worry, it's a fun place. Song Shuyi smiled and started the car. I guarantee it will broaden your horizons. The Porsche smoothly merged into the traffic and drove away from the university town. About half an hour later, the car drove into an area that looked like a large warehouse or a converted old factory, and finally stopped in front of a huge building with a minimalist logo. Extreme Storm. We're here, get out of the car. Song Shuyi unbuckled her seatbelt swiftly. Lu Chen got out of the car and looked at the industrial-style building in front of him, as well as the cool pictures of rock climbing, skiing, surfing, etc. on the posters at the entrance. He understood a little. This is a large-scale, comprehensive extreme sports experience center. Sister, is this the fun place you were talking about? Lu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Song Shuyi to bring him to such a place. What? You thought all your sister does is take you out to eat, drink, and shop? Song Shuyi raised an eyebrow, giving him a look that said, you underestimate me. While I was playing with all this stuff, you were still playing in the mud. As she spoke, she naturally reached out her hand, as if she wanted to pat Lu Chen on the shoulder. However, at that moment, a particularly mischievous and strong draft suddenly blew through from some unknown vent. Ah! Song Shuyi exclaimed instinctively, quickly pressing down her hair that was being blown by the wind. But at the same time, her already short pleated skirt was suddenly lifted up by this strange wind. In an instant, those flawless, straight, and slender legs were almost completely exposed to the air, the skirt fluttering, a stunning glimpse. Lu Chen's gaze was instinctively drawn to it, and his heart skipped a beat. However, at the very last 0.01 seconds before that absolute realm was about to be glimpsed, A pair of simple safety shorts with delicate lace trim clearly came into view. It dutifully guarded the last line of defense, completely concealing the most alluring scenery. Lu Chun. Song Shuyi hurriedly pressed down her skirt, two rare blushes rising on her beautiful face. She glared at the damned wind in embarrassment and then looked at Lu Chen, whose expression was a little stiff. She seemed a little embarrassed, but also wanted to laugh. She suddenly chuckled, the slight embarrassment from before vanishing instantly. Instead, with a hint of teasing and regret in her voice, she winked at Lu Chen and said, half jokingly, half seriously, "Damn it! Safety shorts are such a nasty invention. You almost saw something you shouldn't have." Lu Chen. His cheeks instantly turned bright red, and all the blood rushed to his head. He almost choked on his own saliva. This woman! What outrageous things is she saying? Seeing Lu Chen's blushing and flustered appearance, Song Shuyi laughed even harder, feeling great. She discovered that teasing this little boy, who was sometimes unbelievably calm and sometimes incredibly innocent, was the most fun thing in the world. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. She finally stopped laughing, and naturally reached out to take Lu Chen's arm, as if she wasn't the one who had almost exposed herself and said something shocking just now. Come on, let's go do something exciting to calm you down. As she spoke, ignoring Lu Chen's still blushing and pounding heart, she half pulled and half dragged him into the gate of extreme storm. Lu Chen felt the soft warmth on his arm and the lingering fragrance around his nose. Looking at the woman beside him who was smiling like a sly fox, only one thought remained in his mind. Today's weekend activity is likely to be extremely exciting. Chapter 14 Sports Prodigy? My sister's surprise. The interior of Extreme Storm is extremely large, featuring attractions such as a climbing wall, a skate park, a surf simulator, and an artificial ski slope. The air smelled of rubber, sweat, and electronic sounds, brimming with energy and dynamism. Song Shuyi was very familiar with the place and led Lu Chen to the front desk to show his black gold card. The staff member immediately greeted her respectfully, "Ms. Song, it's been a while. Is it the usual routine today? Okay, give me and my brother a comprehensive experience voucher, with no time limit on any activity." Song Shuyi naturally put her arm around Lu Chen's shoulder, as if she was protecting him. Lu Chen was embarrassed by the pose, and many people around him cast curious and envious glances at him. Song Shuyi's JK outfit and looks were too eye-catching. "Sister, do you come here often?" Lu Chen tried to start a conversation to ease the awkwardness. "I used to play a lot, but I've been busy lately and haven't come as often." Song Shuyi took the card and patted Lu Chen on the back. "Come on, let us play the beginner level first and see if you dare." She first led Lu Chen to the surf simulator. The machine creates a continuous flow of water, and several experienced workers perform fancy maneuvers on the crests of the waves, drawing gasps of amazement from onlookers. "Here, how about this? Not too difficult, right?" Song Shuyi crossed her arms and looked at Lu Chen with a smile, her eyes filled with provocation and anticipation. Looking at the high-speed water flow and the players who needed strong core strength, Lu Chen felt uncertain. He had been a corporate slave in his previous life and had never played this game before. But his confidence from his physical enhancement and his unwillingness to show weakness made him nod. "I'll give it a try." Under the coach's guidance, Lu Chen nervously stepped onto the surfboard. The water flow was so strong that he swayed as soon as he got on. "Watch out!" Song Shuyi shouted instinctively. People around him booed, waiting to see him fall. But in the instant his balance was lost, Lu Chen's enhanced nerve reflexes and coordination came into play. He tightened his core muscles, exerted force in his waist and abdomen, and made subtle adjustments instinctively, managing to stabilize his body. "Ha!" the coach exclaimed in surprise. "This newbie has a really good sense of balance." Song Shuyi also raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. Lu Chen was delighted and gradually adapted to the water flow, trying to bend his knees and relax, feeling the rise and fall of the surfboard. Even more astonishing is his ridiculously fast learning speed. After a minute or two, the movements went from stiff to smooth, and I could even imitate simple left and right tilting movements. Wow! That guy's amazing. Did he just learn? His sense of balance is incredible. Much better than mine was back then. Exclamations of admiration rang out from the crowd. Song Shuyi's surprise grew stronger, her red lips parted slightly as she watched Lu Chen find his rhythm in the water, as if he had discovered a new continent. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen was able to glide freely. Although he didn't perform any high-difficulty moves, his performance as a beginner was amazing. He steered his surfboard to the side and jumped off, splashing a lot of water, but he felt great. "How about that, sis?" Did I embarrass you? Song Shuyi didn't answer immediately. She stepped forward, lifted his chin with her index finger, and looked at his face from left to right, her eyes burning as if she were examining a precious treasure. Lu Chen was taken aback, his cheeks burning. Sister, what are you looking at? TSK. Song Shuyi loosened her arms and circled him once, full of disbelief. Kid, be honest, are you a hidden athletic genius? Or have you secretly trained? This is really my first time playing. Lu Chen said, both amused and exasperated. You can do this on your first time? Song Shuyi didn't believe it, but she was even more excited and curious. No way. Let's try something else. I'm going to find out your limits today. She pulled Lu Chen towards the indoor climbing area. This time, Lu Chen's performance was even more astonishing. Faced with a climbing wall more than 10 meters high, he glanced at the route and, using his hands and feet like a nimble monkey, quickly climbed upwards. Strong fingers allow them to grip even the smallest rock spots. Perfect body coordination enables them to find effortless movements. Incredible endurance allows them to climb to the top without rest. The onlookers below, including veteran players, were stunned. That speed, it's a record, right? He didn't seem to be looking at the route. Was he just relying on instinct? Is he a professional athlete? Is he here to cause trouble? Song Shuyi looked up at Lu Chen as he landed easily, her beautiful eyes shining brightly with excitement and the light of discovering a treasure. Next, skateboarding, ski simulator. In each activity, Lu Chen demonstrated an incredible learning speed and athletic talent, as if he was born for sports. Song Shuyi went from surprise to excitement, and finally to undisguised admiration and praise. She got playful and challenged Lu Chen to a timed ski simulator race. The result was no surprise. Lu Chen won by a crushing defeat. I'm not convinced. I'll play another round. Song Shuyi stomped her feet and pouted, revealing a rare girlish charm as she grabbed Lu Chen's arm, refusing to let him leave. Lu Chen's heart raced again when he saw her flushed cheeks after exercising, the beads of sweat on her nose, and her adorable, defiant look. After playing around for a while, the two got tired and went to the rest area to buy water. Song Shuyi unscrewed the soda water and took a sip, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen. Little kid, how many more surprises do you have in store? You're good at studying, smart, and your athletic talent is insane. Aren't you a little monster? Lu Chen was embarrassed by the praise and touched his nose. Maybe it's because I've been exercising a lot lately and I'm in good shape. Really? Song Shuyi didn't believe it, but didn't ask further. Her smile became even brighter and more satisfied. She suddenly leaned closer, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, but, with your excellent athletic ability, I've got a good idea for you. Where is that? Lu Chen asked curiously. A place more exciting, more fun, and where you can make a lot of money. A cunning, wild glint flashed in Song Shuyi's eyes. Interested in playing even bigger games with your sister? Make a lot of money? Lu Chen was tempted. He never thought he had too much money with the system, and the place Song Shuyi mentioned must be extraordinary. Is it dangerous? He asked cautiously. A little, Song Shuyi admitted honestly, but then smiled, her smile full of confidence and allure. But with your sister here, what's there to be afraid of? Your sister will protect you. Seeing her confident and radiant demeanor, Lu Chen's heart raced, and he nodded, okay. When are we going? Next week, I'll let you arrange it, sister. Song Shuyi said with satisfaction, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, it'll definitely be an eye-opener for you, much more exciting than these childish things today. As the two were talking, Song Shuyi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, gestured to Lu Chen to wait a moment, and walked to the side to answer the call. Lu Chen leaned against the railing, watching Song Shuyi's profile as she transformed into a business elite, filled with anticipation for that exciting place to make big money. At that moment, he glanced at the entrance and frowned. Several flashy, sleazy young men walked in, arms around each other, smoking and making a racket, their attitude arrogant. They didn't seem to be there for exercise. The blonde-haired leader's eyes darted around lewdly before finally settling on Song Shuyi, who was on the phone. His eyes widened, revealing a greedy, drooling expression. Huang Mao winked at his underlings, and the group grinned wickedly before walking straight toward Song Shuyi. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold instantly. He straightened up and took 2 steps toward Song Shuyi without making a sound. Song Shuyi also noticed the commotion, quickly said a few words into the phone and hung up. Looking at the thugs walking towards her, she frowned and showed disgust. Hey, beautiful alone? Playing something so exciting? Need me to teach you? The blonde-haired man walked up to her, his tone flippant, his gaze sweeping over Song Shuyi without restraint, focusing on her beautiful legs. Song Shuyi glanced at him coldly, too lazy to pay attention, and turned to leave. Hey, don't go, beautiful. The blonde-haired guy blocked her way, grinning wickedly as he reached out to stop her. Let's be friends, bro. I'm good at it, I guarantee you'll have a blast. He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, an arm reached out from the side and grabbed the blonde-haired man's groping hand like an iron clamp. Get your filthy hands off me. Lu Chen's cold voice rang out as he stood in front of Song Shuyi, protecting her behind him. Chapter 15 Overwhelming Force? My sister's different perspective. Huang Mao's wrist was gripped tightly by Lu Chen, as if it were clamped by a steel hoop, and a sharp pain instantly came. Ah! Holy shit! Who the hell are you? Let me go! The blonde-haired man grimaced in pain, struggling but unable to budge. The other man's strength was astonishing. The thugs behind him immediately surrounded him, their faces menacing. You little punk. Trying to be a hero? You're asking for it. Let my brother go. You think we'll kill you? The atmosphere in the rest area was tense, and guests retreated one after another, both afraid and curious to see what would happen. Protected behind her, Song Shuyi looked at Lu Chen's not so broad but firm back. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, then a playful look appeared in them. She seemed unconcerned and wanted to see how he would handle the situation. Lu Chen faced the encirclement without fear. The physical enhancement brought not only physical improvement, but also a deep-seated confidence and composure. He stared coldly at the blonde man, whose forehead was sweating, and said in a low but authoritative voice, "Apologize, then get out." Apologize to your mother. The blonde-haired guy, emboldened by his numbers, clenched his other fist and slammed it towards Lu Chen's face. Beat him up. Other thugs also joined in with punches and kicks, rushing at him. Gasps of alarm rose from the surrounding crowd, and some people closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch, fearing that Lu Chen would be beaten up. Song Shuyi also frowned and tensed, as if she was about to take action. But what happened next left everyone speechless. Faced with the attack, Lu Chen reacted faster than anyone could have imagined. He grabbed the blonde-haired man's hand and twisted it downward sharply. Crack! A sharp, piercing sound rang out, and the blonde-haired man screamed like a pig being slaughtered as his wrist was dislocated. At the same time, Lu Chen dodged the yellow-haired man's punch by turning to the side, his footwork as agile as if he were on roller skates, and instantly cut into the arms of another thug. A sudden, powerful blow to the shoulder. Bang! The thug was hit as if by a motorcycle. He was sent flying backward with a sharp pain in his chest, crashing into the rest table and lying on the ground groaning and unable to get up. Just as the third thug's kick landed, Lu Chen, who was behind, struck first and kicked the thug's supporting leg. Ouch! The thug lost his balance and fell flat on his face. In the blink of an eye. Less than 3 seconds. The 3 thugs were completely out of action. One clutched his wrist and screamed in pain, one lay on the ground groaning, and one rolled around clutching his leg. The rest area fell into dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if frozen in place. Was this a movie scene? Even action movies weren't this exaggerated. One person took down 3 in an instant? And with the ease of brushing off dust? Standing behind Lu Chen, Song Shuyi's peach blossom eyes widened, filled with disbelief and shock, along with an increasingly intense joy at discovering a rare treasure. She initially thought Lu Chen was just athletic and academically gifted, but she never expected his combat abilities to be so terrifying. His clean and efficient movements, his frightening strength and speed. He's definitely received professional training, even surpassing professional bodyguards. Just how many secrets does he still hold? Lu Chen flicked his hand as if he had done something trivial. His cold gaze swept over the thugs groaning on the ground, finally settling on the pale-faced, sweat-drenched blonde-haired man. Now, can you apologize? His tone was calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. The blonde-haired man looked at Lu Chen with the same fear he felt towards a monster, all traces of his arrogance gone. The excruciating pain in his wrist and the horrific sight of his companion being instantly killed completely shattered his mental defenses. I'm sorry. Big brother. I'm so sorry. We were blind and didn't recognize your greatness. We offended you and this lady. We'll get out of here right now. The blonde-haired man nodded and bowed, apologizing incoherently despite the excruciating pain, afraid of being beaten if he hesitated even a moment longer. The other 2 able-bodied thugs struggled to their feet, helped their accomplice, and scrambled away from Extreme Storm like stray dogs. The conflict quickly subsided, and after a few seconds of silence in the rest area, enthusiastic applause and chatter erupted. Dude, you're awesome. So cool. A real man. That's how you teach scum a lesson. Everyone looked at Lu Chen with admiration. Lu Chen nodded slightly to the applause, then turned to Song Shuyi, his tone instantly softening. Sister, are you alright? Song Shuyi didn't answer immediately. She looked Lu Chen up and down carefully, as if she were seeing him for the first time, her gaze so intense it seemed she wanted to set him on fire. She suddenly stepped forward, gently poking Lu Chen's arm with her slender fingers, then pinching his shoulder, feeling the firm muscles beneath the fabric, and exclaimed in amazement, I didn't realize, little boy, that such a small body of yours could hide such incredible strength? Tell your big sister, is there anything you can't do? Her movements were intimate and bold, her fingertips seemed to carry an electric current, making Lu Chen's heart race uncontrollably. Cough, it's just that I exercise occasionally. Lu Chen awkwardly looked away, his ears burning. Occasionally exercising? Song Shuyi clearly didn't believe her, moving even closer, her red lips brushing against Lu Chen's ear, her voice low and warm. Your skills, to me, don't seem like something you could develop through occasional exercise, more like. Before she finished speaking, her words carried a playful and meaningful tone, causing Lu Chen's heart to skip a beat. Had she figured something out? Fortunately, Song Shuyi didn't delve into it. She took a step back, crossed her arms, and revealed an extremely satisfied and excited smile, as if she had found a treasure. But, well done. Wonderful. I'm very satisfied. Extremely satisfied. The more she looked at Lu Chen, the more pleasing he became, handsome, intelligent, athletic, still able to fight, and with a calm and composed personality. He was practically the perfect younger brother? Song Shuyi was in high spirits and took Lu Chen's arm. Let's go. Let's reward our little hero with a big meal. You can pick any place you like. The two lost interest in playing anymore and left Extreme Storm to get into their car. As Song Shuyi started the car, she excitedly reminisced, that kick was really decisive. That downward sloping, mountain-leaning strike was so beautiful. She even gestured to demonstrate, more excited than Lu Chen. Sister, if you keep praising me, I'll get cocky, Lu Chen said shyly. Let's go. We absolutely have to go. Song Shuyi smiled radiantly. My little brother is so amazing, it makes me so proud. I'll feel so safe taking you with me when we go out. She suddenly became serious and turned to look at Lu Chen. By the way, speaking of which, I'll take you to that fun and lucrative place next weekend. Your skills will come in very handy. You might be able to give your big sister a big surprise. Her eyes held a wildness and anticipation, as if she had great confidence in that place. Lu Chen's interest was piqued. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Song Shuyi smiled with satisfaction, lightly pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche roared as it merged into the traffic. She took Lu Chen to Jiangqing's top rooftop restaurant, where dinner was lavish and extravagant. During the meal, she took extra care of him, treating him like her most beloved younger brother. When Song Shuyi drove Lu Chen back to school, she slowed down as they approached the school gate. She took something out of her handbag and handed it to him, an old brass knuckle duster with fine wear on its surface, but it was very well maintained and gleamed with a cold, hard metallic sheen. Here, take this. Her tone was unusually serious. This is? Lu Chen took it. It felt heavy in his hand and had a cold, menacing aura about it, definitely not an ornament. It's a little gadget, a gift from a friend before. I heard it's quite sturdy. Song Shuyi said casually, but her eyes were complicated. You're good at fighting, but if you encounter a situation like today again, or something even more troublesome, having this will give you more confidence. She paused for a moment. Keep it safe and don't take it out easily. Lu Chen looked at the brass knuckles, then at Song Shuyi's concerned gaze, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. This older sister seemed carefree, but in reality, she was thoughtful and genuinely cared about him. Thank you, sister. He carefully put it away and sincerely thanked her. Why are you being so polite with your sister? Song Shuyi smiled as she parked her car near the entrance. Lu Chen got out of the car to say goodbye, watching the Porsche taillights disappear. He touched the brass knuckles in his pocket, feeling increasingly unable to understand Song Shuyi. She seemed to be hiding many stories. Back in the dorm, Lu Chen was indeed tortured by his roommates, who pressed him for details of the date, which he vaguely brushed off. In the dead of night, Lu Chen lay in bed and silently chanted, "System, sign in. Byte. Daily check-in tasks have been refreshed. Today's check-in location, room 308, men's dormitory, Jiangcheng University. Check in now? Check in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Combat Specialization Beginner. A surge of information flooded his mind. Fighting techniques, power generation methods, human weaknesses, and combat experience were imprinted on him like instinct, rapidly merging with the physical memory of subduing the thugs during the day. He felt his combat skills had instantly improved by a level. If he encountered the same situation again, he could easily resolve it without much effort. Awesome! This system really provides exactly what I need. As his knowledge of combat merged, a slight fatigue washed over him, and Lu Chen fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment on the other side of the city, Song Shuyi soaked in a rose-petal bathtub, sipping red wine and gazing at the night view, her mind replaying the image of Lu Chen subduing the thugs. A knowing, expectant smile played on her lips. The underground fighting arena, those arrogant guys, this time, I prepared a huge surprise for you, little ones, don't disappoint me. Chapter 16 Combat Specialization? A small test in class. The rest of Sunday was peaceful. Lu Chen digested the newly acquired knowledge of Fighting Specialization Beginner, and the skills and experience were imprinted on his muscle memory and reflexes like instinct. He could clearly sense that if he were to face yesterday's thugs again, he would have at least 10 more efficient and less strenuous ways to render them unable to resist, with smoother, more ruthless movements that would strike their vitals. This raised his awareness of his own abilities to a whole new level. On Monday morning, the first class was macroeconomics. As Lu Chen and his roommate entered the classroom, they could clearly sense the subtle atmosphere. Many classmates' gazes, whether overt or covert, fell upon him, filled with curiosity, inquiry, envy, and even a hint of awe. The rumors of the rich lady feeding him in the cafeteria and 1 against 3 in an extreme storm have obviously spread in exaggerated versions on a small scale over the weekend. Lu Chen remained calm and continued walking towards the back row. As soon as he sat down, Song Qingxue in the front row turned her head, her cold gaze lingering on him for a moment as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she turned back, though her back seemed a little tense. Lu Chen was a little confused, but didn't think much of it. The school bell rang, and the lecturer was a stern and old-fashioned professor. The course was dry and difficult, and the professor simply read from the textbook, so the class quickly became dull, and many students became drowsy. Dissatisfied with the dull atmosphere, the old professor pushed up his reading glasses, glanced at the audience, and prepared to call on students to perk them up. His gaze swept across the middle and back rows, finally settling on Lu Chen, who was looking down, actually rehearsing fighting techniques in his mind. You in the back row, yes, the one with your head down. You answer the question about the short-run and long-run relationship of the Phillips curve, and its implications for current monetary policy formulation. Whoosh! All eyes instantly turned to Lu Chen. The Phillips curve is a core and challenging topic in macroeconomics, with complex controversies surrounding its short-term and long-term implications and policy implications, leaving many students confused even for final exams. The professor asking such a profound question was clearly intended to make an example of one student to deter others. Many people were worried for Lu Chen, especially his roommates who knew what he did on weekends. Song Qingxue turned her head again, a hint of barely perceptible worry in her cool eyes. But Lu Chen remained completely calm. His mental agility and knowledge absorption ability far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even though he hadn't listened to the entire lecture, the relevant theoretical models, points of contention, and policy applications instantly appeared clearly in his mind as soon as he asked the question. He stood up, his tone calm and clear. Professor, the short-run Phillips curve shows that there is a trade-off between unemployment and inflation, providing policymakers with a possible trade-off, but in the long run, it is vertical, meaning that expansionary policies cannot permanently reduce unemployment, but will only lead to accelerating inflation. He not only accurately expounded the theory, but also cited recent economic data and central bank policy reports to support his arguments. His analysis was insightful and easy to understand, even more thorough and cutting-edge than textbooks. The old professor's initially serious expression gradually turned to surprise, and he nodded from time to time as he listened to Lu Chen's explanation, his eyes revealing admiration. The whole class was stunned. Was this really Lu Chen, the guy who supposedly spent his weekends eating, drinking, and having fun with rich women? His academic level was even better than the top students. The worry in Song Qingxue's eyes had long since turned into shock. Looking at Lu Chen's confident and composed demeanor, her fingers gripping the pen tightened slightly. Lu Chen concluded his answer with a concise summary, prompting the old professor to clap his hands in praise. Excellent. Very good. Lu Chen, is that right? Your understanding is profound, and you even incorporated the latest policy practices. It seems you've put in a lot of effort after class. Everyone should learn from him. Discussing arose in the classroom, and the gazes directed at Lu Chen became even more complicated. Lu Chen smiled modestly and sat down. Wang Han nudged him from behind. "Brother Chen, you're awesome. When did you start secretly getting extra lessons?" Lu Chen smiled without saying a word. After the little incident, the classroom atmosphere became much more lively. After class, Lu Chen prepared to leave, but Song Qingxue stood up, hesitated for a moment, and walked up to him. Her expression remained aloof, but her eyes held a hint of seriousness and inquiry. "Lu Chen, I'm very interested in your point about inflation expectation anchoring. Could you elaborate? The empirical research on this issue in the literature I've read doesn't yield consistent conclusions." Another academic discussion? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, but nodded and exchanged a few words with her. The two discussed professional issues for several minutes in a purely serious atmosphere. But to some people, this scene was incredibly jarring. Zhao Siyu and her best friend were sitting not far away. Seeing Lu Chen steal the spotlight in class and receive praise from the professor, even the aloof school beauty Song Qingxue took the initiative to discuss problems with him. Zhao Siyu's anger surged to the top of her head, and she was so jealous that she almost went crazy. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. Why was it that Lu Chen seemed to have a cheat code after leaving her? He got all the advantages: academics, sports, women, while she became a laughingstock. Even Zhou Hao barely acknowledged her. No. Absolutely not. If she can't have it, no one else can either. A wicked thought sprouted and spread in her heart. Looking at Lu Chen and Song Qingxue's backs, her eyes turned venomous and crazed. "Lu Chen, you wait. If I don't have it, you won't have it easy either." With no classes in the afternoon, Lu Chen planned to go to the library to research and prepare for the underground fighting arena that Song Shuyi had mentioned. Even though it relied on the system's capabilities, it wouldn't hurt to learn more information. Just as I reached the tree-lined path in front of the library, my phone rang. It was a WeChat voice message from Song Shuyi. "Little friend, what are you doing?" "I was just about to go to the library. Is there anything I can help you with, sister?" "Oh, so diligent? Did you disturb the little genius?" Song Shuyi teased, then her tone became slightly more formal. "Let's get down to business. I've already arranged that event for you next week." "Oh? When exactly? What do I need to prepare?" Lu Chen perked up. "Next Saturday night. The location is a bit out of the way. I'll pick you up by car then," Song Shuyi said. "As for preparations, just show up, and bring the same spirit you had when you beat up those bastards yesterday." Her tone was filled with excitement and anticipation. "I have high hopes for you, so do your best and show those guys who look down on you what they're made of." "Don't worry, sister, I won't let you down," Lu Chen replied confidently. After fusing with fighting specialization, he had absolute confidence in his combat abilities. "Okay, it's settled then." Song Shuyi was in a good mood. "Pay attention to your diet these few days and stay in shape. Let me know if you need any equipment or supplies." "Okay, thank you, sister." After ending the call, Lu Chen was filled with excitement. The underground fighting arena was full of danger and excitement, but it also meant enormous opportunities. He went to the library and borrowed books on combat techniques, exercise physiology, and human anatomy to participate in the event. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. He found a quiet spot by the window, grabbed the book, and sat down, quickly flipping through it. The fighting specialization book not only brought him practical combat skills but also a corresponding understanding of the underlying theories. Complex muscle activation diagrams, joint lock principles, and weak point attack analyses were all easy for him to understand, and he could even apply the knowledge to other situations. He was so engrossed in watching that he forgot the passage of time. Before he knew it, the sky outside the window was gradually darkening. Lu Chen closed the last book, breathed a sigh of relief, and felt he had gained a great deal. His understanding of combat had deepened, no longer limited to the instincts instilled by the system, but now supported by a more systematic theoretical framework. He rubbed his sore eyes and prepared to pack his things and leave. Just then, my gaze inadvertently swept across the brightly lit building diagonally opposite the library, the school's martial arts hall. It was club activity time, and the place was bustling with activity. Shouts and sounds of collisions could be faintly heard. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had almost finished supplementing his theoretical knowledge, so shouldn't he find a place to practice and test the effectiveness of his fighting specialization in actual combat? Once the thought popped into his head, he couldn't resist it. He glanced at the time. It was still early, and trying his skills seemed like a good option. So he changed direction and headed towards the martial arts gym. Perhaps he could find a good sparring partner there. Chapter 17 Martial Arts Hall Trial? One punch shocks the entire audience. The martial arts hall at Jiangcheng University is quite large, divided into a boxing ring, a sandbag area for Sanda Chinese kickboxing, a judo mat, and a simple mixed martial arts cage surrounded by wire mesh. It was peak time for club activities, and the hall was bustling with noise, shouts, banging, and collisions, filled with the smell of hormones and sweat. Lu Chen walked in wearing simple sportswear, not attracting much attention. His gaze swept across the area, finally settling on the relatively quiet mixed martial arts cage area. Several boys dressed in professional combat shorts and fingerless gloves were sparring inside the cage. Their movements were fierce, and the sounds of their punches and kicks colliding were chilling. Members of the martial arts club watched with great interest, occasionally cheering. Lu Chen silently walked to the cage and quietly observed. After integrating fighting specialization, he had a sharp eye. The two players on the field had many flaws in their movements, unsteady footwork, weak power generation, and large gaps in their defense. He was confident that he could end the fight in 3 seconds on the field. "Hey! You over there! What are you looking at?" A slightly arrogant and impatient voice suddenly rang out from the side. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a tall, burly boy in a martial arts club uniform, arms crossed, scrutinizing him with a critical look and disdain. He was Li Gang, the vice president of the martial arts club, known for his fiery temper and fierce protectiveness. "I'm talking to you. A new face? Which department are you in? Don't you know the rules? Don't just loiter around here, you're in the way." Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Li Gang became even more impolite. He noticed that Lu Chen had a well-proportioned physique but lacked bulky muscles, and subconsciously categorized him as an outsider watching the show. Lu Chen frowned slightly, not wanting to cause trouble, and calmly replied, "Economics major, just browsing." "Economics department?" Li Gang scoffed, his voice just loud enough for the surrounding club members to hear. "You've come to our martial arts gym to talk about economics? This isn't a place for you to play with your pens. Be careful not to get hurt or cry, and no one will comfort you." A few low chuckles of agreement rang out from the surrounding area. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, just taking a look. "Does the martial arts hall have a rule that non-members can't enter?" His tone was calm, but it carried an imperceptible sharpness. Li Gang was speechless. The martial arts gym didn't have such a rule. He felt embarrassed, especially with other members watching. He glanced at Lu Chen and noticed his overly calm, even scrutinizing gaze as he watched the sparring in the cage. He was even more annoyed. What was an outsider pretending to know? Judging by your eyes, you seem to know quite a bit?" Li Gang stepped forward provocatively. "What's the point of just watching? Since you're here, how about you come down and have a go? I'll show you real fighting." The villagers immediately cheered. "Brother Gang is awesome. Kid, if you're scared, run away. Stop pretending." Seeing Li Gang's overbearing attitude, and glancing at the mediocre members in the cage, Lu Chen suddenly laughed. "Playing around? Sure. But playing with them isn't very interesting." He pointed to the two people inside the cage who had just stopped sparring and were panting heavily. "You, come up here." He turned his gaze to Li Gang, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "I see you're in charge, so you should be a bit more capable than the others, right?" The area around the fighting cage fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at Lu Chen like he was crazy. How dare he provoke Li Gang? Li Gang was a near-professional fighter who had won a place in a university fighting league. He was ruthless. Li Gang was stunned, then laughed angrily, his fleshy face twitching. "Fine. Very well. Kid, you've got guts. Since you've asked for trouble, I'll play along." He cracked his neck, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He was going to teach this reckless brat a lesson he would never forget. "Brother Gang. Beat him up. Let him know what's what." The villagers jeering and made way for them. Li Gang climbed into the fighting cage, stretched his arms and legs, and was eager to try. Lu Chen walked in unhurriedly, without doing any warm-up exercises, standing casually as if he were taking a stroll. This made Li Gang even angrier, feeling slighted. "Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat now." "Let's begin," Lu Chen replied with only 3 words. "You're asking for death." Li Gang roared, sliding forward to close the distance, and delivered a powerful low sweeping kick to Lu Chen's supporting leg shin bone. If this kick landed, an ordinary person would have their bone fractured on the spot. Exclamations erupted from the surrounding crowd. Faced with a vicious kick, Lu Chen reacted faster than anyone could comprehend. Instead of retreating to block, he launched a low sweeping kick at an even faster speed, arriving first. Bang! The two men's shin bones collided. Ugh! Li Gang groaned instantly, his face changing drastically. It felt like he'd kicked an iron pillar. His shin bone was throbbing with pain, and his entire leg was numb. He staggered back 2 steps, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't move an inch, as if being tickled. Is that all the strength you have? His tone was disappointed. You son of a bitch! Enraged, Li Gang roared and charged forward, enduring excruciating pain, unleashing a barrage of punches at Lu Chen's face and abdomen. The punches were fast and fierce, whistling through the air, and incredibly powerful. But in Lu Chen's fighting specialist field of vision, the attack trajectory was clear, the speed was slow, and it was full of loopholes. Lu Chen didn't dodge much, he only made a slight, precise shift of his head and body to the side. Li Gang's dense punches didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. How is this possible? Li Gang grew increasingly terrified as he fought. It was like fighting a ghost. All his strength was missing. The jeering members around them gradually quieted down, their eyes wide with disbelief. The moment Li Gang finished his punches and gasped for breath, Lu Chen made a move. Still as a virgin, swift as a rabbit. His body was like a spring compressed to its limit, bursting with astonishing speed. A simple yet lightning-fast straight punch pierced through Li Gang's futile defense, landing precisely on his chin. Bang! A dull thud. Li Gang froze instantly, his eyes bulged out, his mind went blank, and his body fell straight backward like a puppet with broken strings. Boom! He slammed heavily onto the cage mat, kicking up dust, and immediately lost consciousness. One punch KO. The entire martial arts hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone froze, as if rooted to the spot, staring incredulously at Lu Chen inside the cage, who remained in a punching stance with a calm expression, and then at Li Gang lying on the ground like a dead dog. Instant kill? One punch to instantly kill a near-professional fighter and the vice president of the martial arts club? Glug! Someone swallowed hard, breaking the silence. Immediately, a tidal wave of gasps and suppressed gasps arose. Holy shit? What did I just see? One punch? Just one punch? Who is this guy? Is there such a formidable person in the economics department? Shock, fear, and disbelief spread through the crowd, and their eyes were filled with awe and dread as they looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his fist, glanced at the unconscious Li Gang, and shook his head. Too weak, not even qualified to warm up. He listlessly opened the cage door and went outside. Wherever he went, the crowd parted to make way for him, just as Moses parted the sea, and no one dared to meet his gaze or stop him. Lu Chen didn't linger and headed straight for the entrance of the martial arts hall. Although the opponents in this trial were weak, they proved the terror of the fighting specialization. He was even more looking forward to the underground fighting arena next week. Meanwhile, by the railing of the second-floor corridor of the martial arts hall, a man in a security guard uniform, with a lean build, sharp eyes, and upright posture, took in the shocking scene. He was no ordinary security guard. Watching Lu Chen's departing figure, his sharp eyes flashed with extreme surprise and inquiry. Economics department. Lu Chen, his skills, clean and efficient, his power is fierce, absolutely top-tier professional level. When did the school hide such a monster? I have to report this to the captain. He muttered to himself, turned and quickly disappeared at the end of the second-floor corridor. Lu Chen walked out of the martial arts hall, and the cool evening breeze felt pleasant on his face. He took out his phone and sent a message to Song Shui. Sis, I warmed up today, and my touch felt great. Cool. The message was answered quickly. Sister Shui, oh? The little one is so confident? Smirking. Sister Shui, looks like your surprise next week is definitely in the bag. Smug. Sister Shui, just wait and see the show. Insidious. Chapter 18. The security team's attention? New trouble. Lu Chen walked out of the martial arts hall in a good mood. The effects of fighting specialization far exceeded his expectations, giving him confidence for his trip to the underground fighting arena. He took out his phone and sent Song Shui a message with a hint of smugness. Sister Shui replied quickly, with her usual teasing and confidence, as if she had everything under control. Lu Chen smiled, put away his phone, put his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked towards his dormitory. He didn't take the little incident at the martial arts hall to heart. To him, it was just a warm-up. But he didn't know that this warm-up would cause a stir at the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall was in complete chaos. Several commune members rushed into the fighting cage to check on Li Gang, Brother Gang. are you all right? Quick, get some water. Li Gang slowly woke up amidst the shouts, clutching his throbbing jaw and head, his eyes shifting from blankness to intense shame and anger. He, the vice president of the martial arts club and a winner of the fighting league, had actually been knocked out by an economics major with a single punch. Get out of my way. He shoved away the commune member who was helping him up, struggled to his feet, his face ashen, his eyes sweeping over the commune member with a sinister look. Anyone who dares to utter a single word about what just happened, I'll cripple them. The commune members remained silent, terrified. But Li Gang knew he couldn't hide it. In less than a day, the news of his swift defeat would spread throughout the industry, becoming a permanent stain on his reputation. Lu Chen. Lu Chen from the economics department, he spat out the name through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with venom. I'm not finished with you. You just wait. He staggered and pushed through the crowd, his face grim as he limped out of the martial arts hall, his back view disheveled yet full of ferocity. Meanwhile, in the campus safety supervision office of the administration building, the burly security guard on the second floor of the martial arts hall was standing in front of a desk, respectfully reporting to the person behind it, "Captain, this is the situation." The movements were clean and crisp, the power exertion was professional, absolutely top-notch, unlike an ordinary student. Behind the table sat a man in his mid-30s, wearing a security guard uniform with distinctive epaulets. He was lean yet sat upright, with eyes as sharp as an eagle. He was Chen Feng, the security captain, a retired Special Forces soldier with a powerful background. Economics department, freshman, Lu Chen. Chen Feng repeated in a low voice, "Have you checked his background? A preliminary check shows his file is clean, he comes from an ordinary family, and his academic performance was average." But recently the burly security guard paused. He's been in close contact with a mysterious woman who drives a supercar outside the school, the same woman who drove a Lamborghini into the school last time. Over the weekend, he even took on 3 people in an extreme storm challenge, instantly taking them down. Chen Feng stopped tapping on the table, his eyes gleaming. A mysterious woman driving a supercar, a sudden fighting ability. It seems this ordinary classmate is hiding quite a few secrets. He pondered for a moment, then gave the order, "Pay close attention to Lu Chen, but don't alert him. Find out the background of the woman driving the supercar, as well as the people Lu Chen has been in contact with recently, and whether there are any unusually large sums of money in his accounts." "Yes, Captain." Also, Chen Feng added, "Keep a close eye on Li Gang. That kid is vindictive, don't let him cause any trouble at school." "Clear." After the burly security guards left, Chen Feng stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the campus in the twilight, his eyes deep, top-tier fighting skills, a sudden change, a mysterious rich woman. "Lu Chen, are you a genius who suddenly had an epiphany, or did you infiltrate the campus with a specific purpose?" Lu Chen knew nothing about this. When he returned to his dormitory, he was surrounded by his 3 roommates who gossiped about his weekend date with Sister Shui. Lu Chen gave a vague answer, "I just went out for some exercise and had a meal while I was at it." Unable to get any further information, Wang Han and his companions had no choice but to give up. The next few days seemed peaceful on campus. Lu Chen attended classes during the day, occasionally impressing his teachers, but mostly keeping a low profile. At night, he would spend his time in the library, researching combat and human anatomy, and mentally simulating and practicing to make his theory and practice of combat specialization more proficient. He and Song Qingxue developed a subtle understanding through 2 academic exchanges. They would occasionally meet in the classroom or library, nod to each other, and that was all. Song Qingxue remained an iceberg. Zhao Siyu disappeared for several days, supposedly taking sick leave, but in reality, she was too ashamed to face anyone. News of her falling out with Zhou Hao spread, becoming a laughingstock. On Thursday afternoon, after 2 classes, Lu Chen was about to go to the library when his phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Song Shui. "Sister Shui, little one, what are you doing? Cute. Lu Chen, just finished class and am about to go to the library." Sister Shui, tisk, what a good student, pouting. "Sister Shui, don't go there. Come to Shimen instead. I'll bring you some equipment." Sneaky. Sister Shui, getting ready for Saturday night. Excited. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." He greeted his roommate and walked quickly toward the west gate. Upon arriving at the west gate, I saw a white Porsche Panamera parked on the side of the road. Lu Chen opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Song Shui wore a black suit jacket over a white top, which made her look less languid and more sharp and mysterious. "Sister, what kind of equipment is so mysterious?" Song Shui smiled, took a black sports bag from the back seat and handed it to him. "Open it and take a look." Lu Chen took the bag. It felt heavy in his hand. He unzipped it, and inside were a custom-made black sports compression suit, shorts, fingerless combat gloves, professional protective gear mouthguards, groin protector, and several small bottles containing high-efficiency spray and gel. These pieces of equipment look expensive. They're the kind of professional gear that only someone in the know would prepare. Sister, this Lu Chen said in surprise. I'll protect you on Saturday, but you need to be well prepared. Song Shuyi's tone was casual, but her eyes were serious. The clothes and protective gear are custom made from special materials. They're breathable and tear resistant, and they can save you energy and provide protection in critical situations. The small bottle is a great product from an overseas laboratory. It's 10 times more effective than what is available on the market, just in case. She paused, then lowered her voice, seductively saying, just go all out then, I've placed a huge bet on you. Lu Chen carefully put away the bag and thanked her sincerely. Thank you, sister. I will use it carefully. Don't be so polite with your older sister. Song Shuyi smiled contentedly. By the way, wait for me here at 7 o'clock on Saturday night. Dress normally, bring your gear, and change when we get there. Good. Alright, go on, little genius, go back to your book. Lu Chen got out of the car with his sports bag, watched the Porsche merge into the traffic, turned around and walked into the school, his anticipation for Saturday at its peak. But he hadn't gone far from the school gate when he passed a grove of trees, and his brow furrowed. His heightened senses from his fighting specialization made him realize that someone was hiding in the woods, staring at him with malicious and resentful eyes, and there was more than one person. Lu Chen didn't stop walking, his expression remained unchanged, but his muscles instantly adjusted to a combat-ready state. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the shadows of the trees and saw a blurry figure moving, along with a glint of cold metal. Arms? Lu Chen's heart sank. Was it Li Gang's revenge? The security captain's operation? Or some other trouble? He continued walking towards the dormitory building without making a sound, every nerve on edge. It seems that the peaceful campus life was just an illusion before the storm. The real trouble is quietly approaching. Chapter 19: Ambush in the Woods? Utterly annihilated. Lu Chen carried his heavy sports bag and walked steadily back to his dormitory, his expression normal, as if he had no idea of the unusual situation in the grove. But his perception had been elevated to its limit. The danger, foresight, and extraordinary insight brought by his fighting specialization allowed him to clearly capture the malicious gazes from the shadows of the woods, as well as their heavy breathing and suppressed excitement. 5 men, armed with baseball bats and steel pipes, their ambush location amateurish, like street thugs, their target was him. It wasn't someone from the security team. The security team wouldn't resort to such low-level tactics, much less display such extreme hostility. The answer is obvious: Li Gang's revenge. Lu Chen sneered inwardly, deliberately slowing his pace as if admiring the scenery, giving the other party an opportunity to make a move. Sure enough, when he reached the densest part of the forest, where the light was dim. Superior! A low growl echoed from the woods. 5 dark figures pounced out like hungry wolves, their clubs gleaming coldly in the dim light, raining blows down on Lu Chen. They had a clear division of labor. 2 blocked his retreat, while the other 3 launched the main attack. They were experienced street fighters and were clearly repeat offenders. If they were ordinary students, they would have been terrified, but they were facing Lu Chen. Just as the stick was about to strike, Lu Chen moved. He slid sideways like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the baseball bat that was coming straight at him, while simultaneously grabbing his gym bag and swinging it around fiercely. Bang! The sports bag slammed precisely into the face of the thug wielding the steel pipe. The thug's face was struck as if by a battering ram. His nose shattered, blood gushed out, and he fell backward to the ground before he could even scream. The steel pipe clattered to the ground. 1 hit, 1 kill. The remaining 4 thugs were stunned, not expecting Lu Chen to react so quickly and act so ruthlessly. Damn it! Kill him, the blonde-haired leader roared, swinging his club again. Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold. He threw aside his sports bag and lunged into the blonde-haired man's arms like a cheetah. Close combat, the most dangerous distance in fighting. The blonde-haired man couldn't exert any force with his baseball bat because it was too close. Just as he was about to use his elbow to strike, he felt as if a speeding car had hit his abdomen. Thump! A vicious, short-range punch pierced through his body. The blonde-haired man's eyes bulged, acid and bile surged into his throat, his body curled up like a shrimp, the stick slipped from his hand, and he knelt on the ground, retching violently, completely losing his fighting ability. The second one killed instantly. The remaining 3 thugs panicked completely and turned to run away. How could Lu Chen give them a chance? He moved like a tiger among sheep, his actions swift as lightning and ruthless. He sidestepped a soft, slender steel pipe hurtling towards him, and with a swift chop of his right hand, precisely struck the wrist of the man holding the stick. Crack! Ah! The thug's wrist twisted grotesquely, and the steel pipe fell to the ground the third one. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen's left leg swept out like a steel whip, a low sweeping kick heavily striking the side of another thug's knee. Bang! Crack! My leg! The thug clutched his deformed knee and rolled to the ground the fourth one. The last thug was terrified and turned to run. Lu Chen flicked his toe, picked up the steel pipe on the ground, held it in his hand, and threw it fiercely. The steel pipe whistled through the air like a javelin, grazing the thug's ear before embedding itself deeply into the tree trunk with a thud, its tip trembling violently. The thug screamed and collapsed to the ground, his crotch soaked and reeking of stench. The fifth one, routed without a fight. From the start of the attack to their complete annihilation, it took less than 15 seconds. 5 thugs wielding sticks lay scattered on the ground, some unconscious, some groaning in pain, creating a chaotic scene. Lu Chen stood in the middle, his breathing steady, his clothes barely wrinkled. He coldly surveyed the scene of carnage, bent down to pick up his gym bag, dusted it off, and after checking that everything was in order, he walked over to the incontinent thug and squatted down, his voice as cold as iron. "Who sent you?" The thug trembled, stammering, It's brother Gang, Li Gang, he gave us money, to teach you a lesson." Lu Chen's eyes grew even colder. "Give him a message, this is the last time. If he dares to mess with me again, or resort to underhanded tricks, next time, it won't be a tree that gets stuck." The thug followed his gaze to the steel pipe on the tree trunk, and nodded pale with fright. I know. I'll definitely bring it." Lu Chen stood up, picked up his bag, and calmly walked out of the grove towards the dormitory area. Back at the dormitory building, Lu Chen resumed his usual demeanor. As soon as he entered the building, he saw a shrewd security guard, one of Chen Feng's men, talking to the dormitory supervisor, as if it were a routine patrol. The security guard's eyes flickered slightly when he saw the new gym bag in Lu Chen's hand, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded in greeting. Lu Chen responded politely, a thought flashing through his mind: the security team was indeed paying attention to him, and they even appeared here right after he was ambushed. Was it a coincidence? He showed no sign of anything amiss and calmly went upstairs. The burly security guard watched his retreating figure and lowered his voice into the microphone on his collar. The target returned to the dormitory, carrying a new black sports bag. His clothes were clean, his breathing was steady, and there were no signs of a struggle. But I smelled a very faint odor of blood and urine on him. Chen Feng's voice came through the earpiece. "Understood. Continue to observe and don't make any rash moves." "Yes." Lu Chen returned to dormitory 308 and put his gym bag in the closet. Wan Han and the others were playing games and didn't pay much attention to him. He took his change of clothes into the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. The fight just now wasn't even a warm-up, but Li Gang's retaliation and the security team's attention made him realize that trouble wouldn't disappear on its own, and he had to get rid of Li Gang, this fly, completely. I dried my face and walked out of the bathroom. My phone lit up. It was a message from Song Qingxue. "Song Qingxue, Lu Chen, are you there? Regarding the previous question about the monetary policy transmission mechanism, I found a recent NBER working paper. The argument is very insightful. Could I send it to you? File transfer?" Lu Chen was taken aback, then replied, "Thank you, let me see." Song Qingxue, the empirical method in this paper is ingenious, but there may be room for discussion regarding the selection of instrumental variables. Lu Chen, "Okay, I'll study it first." A few seconds later, Song Qingxue sent another message, her tone hesitant. "Song Qingxue, also, have you gotten into trouble lately? I just came from the office building and saw Li Gang and a few other people talking furtively in a secluded spot. They looked suspicious, and he even gave me a fierce look. Be careful." Lu Chen was stunned. Was Song Qingxue reminding him? This didn't fit her aloof, academically gifted persona. He replied, "Thank you for the reminder. I understand, I'll be careful." Song Qingxue, nodding emoji. After the conversation ended, Lu Chen looked at his phone, feeling a bit conflicted. The seemingly aloof school beauty wasn't as cold and unapproachable as she appeared. Meanwhile, in the city's dimly lit billiard hall, as Li Gang listened to his subordinate's tearful report, his face went from ashen to deathly pale, and finally, fear rose within him. 5 armed men, all crippled by Lu Chen's bare hands in just over 10 seconds? Is this guy a human or a ghost? His initial sense of vengeful pleasure was replaced by fear, especially after hearing Lu Chen's warning, which sent chills down his spine. For the first time, he realized that he had provoked a formidable figure he couldn't afford to offend. He hung up the phone in a daze, his palms sweating profusely. He couldn't afford to provoke them anymore, but if he just let it go, what would happen to his reputation and the status of the martial arts club? While I was struggling with my inner turmoil, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. Li Gang answered irritably. Hello? Who is it? A strange, distorted electronic voice came from the other end of the phone. Want revenge? Want to ruin Lu Chen's reputation? I can help you. Chapter 20, The Underground Fighting Arena? A first glimpse of talent. Saturday night, dark and stormy. Lu Chen appeared on time at the west gate of Jiangcheng University. He was dressed in ordinary dark sportswear and carrying a black sports bag full of professional equipment, waiting quietly. Almost simultaneously, a white Porsche Panamera silently glided to a stop in front of him. The window rolled down, and Song Shuyi's face appeared even more alluring in the night. She wore perfectly applied smoky eye makeup, her red lips were fiery, and her black leather jacket accentuated her beautiful curves, exuding an aura of wildness and danger. Get on the bus, little one, she smiled charmingly, her eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Lu Chen opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The cool scent of perfume lingered in his nose, unlike her usual languid fragrance, as if foreshadowing the special nature of tonight. Sister, where are we going? Lu Chen asked, fastening his seatbelt. Although he knew it was an underground fighting arena, he didn't know its exact location. A great place, guaranteed to broaden your horizons. Song Shuyi smiled mysteriously, pressed the accelerator hard, and the Porsche roared as it merged into the traffic and headed towards the suburbs. The car sped along, the scenery outside the window gradually receding, the lights becoming sparse. More than 40 minutes later, it turned off the main road and onto the road in the abandoned factory area, finally stopping in front of a rusty warehouse gate. Song Shuyi honked the car horn twice, one long, one short, and the gate silently slid open, revealing a downward sloping passageway. On both sides of the passageway, burly men in black suits and headsets stood respectfully. Upon seeing Song Shuyi's car, they all bowed and greeted her with utmost deference. The Porsche drove into the passageway, the doors slowly closing behind him. After descending a short distance, the space suddenly opened up before him, a huge, brightly lit underground space, filled with deafening heavy metal music, frantic shouts, and the mixed smell of sweat and alcohol, instantly enveloping Lu Chen. The sunken fighting cage was located in the center, surrounded by tiered stands filled with hundreds of people. They were dressed smartly, but had torn off their masks of pretense, their faces flushed and eyes burning with fervor as they stared at the iron cage, roaring and cheering for the fighters they were betting on. Inside the cage, two burly men fought shirtless, the visceral sounds of their punches amplified by loudspeakers, stimulating everyone's nerves. This is Purgatory, the largest illegal underground fighting arena in Jiangcheng. Even though Lu Chen was prepared, he was still slightly shocked by this primitive and frenzied scene. Its scale and aura far surpassed that of the school's martial arts hall. Song Shuyi was satisfied with his reaction and led him to the heavily guarded passage. How was it? Exciting, right? Anyone who can stand firm here is a real tough character. The two arrived at the spacious and luxurious locker room. Hurry up and change your gear. I've signed you up for the first warm-up match. Song Shuyi patted his shoulder, her eyes burning. Don't be nervous. Your opponent is a hothead who's won 2 games in a row. His strength is average, which is perfect for you to get used to the rhythm. Lu Chen nodded, opened his gym bag, and changed into his black compression combat suit. The suit was form-fitting and elastic, not hindering his movements. Song Shuyi leaned against the doorway, watching him without any hesitation. Her gaze swept over his muscles, which hinted at explosive power, and her admiration deepened. Tsk, kid, not bad physique. Lu Chen's face flushed, and he quickly put on his fingerless gloves and protective gear. Once fully equipped, his demeanor instantly transformed. His scholarly air vanished, replaced by a cold and sharp sense of danger, his eyes calm yet revealing absolute confidence in his strength. Song Shuyi's beautiful eyes lit up, and she whistled, awesome. My taste is spot on. Let's go, let's open those bumpkins' eyes. She led Lu Chen towards the contestants' tunnel. Outside, the host's voice was incredibly rousing. Next up, welcome tonight's newcomer, codename Nightmare. His opponent is the 2-time undefeated Bear. A spotlight shone on the entrance. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes cold and focused, and stepped out of the passage into the arena. A cacophony of voices rose from the stands. Nightmare? Never heard of it. Looks weak, is he any good? I'm betting on Bear to win. The guy Miss Song brought might have some skills, almost no one had a good chance of winning. From the opposite entrance, a bald, muscular man nearly 1.9 meters tall emerged. It was Brutal Bear. He grinned maliciously and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lu Chen, prompting his supporters to cheer instantly. Brutal Bear. Tear him apart. The two met in the center of the cage, and the referee briefly announced the rules, almost no rules, before quickly stepping away. Clang. The competition bell rang. Roar. The bear roared and charged at Lu Chen, throwing a heavy punch at his face. He didn't take this weak newcomer seriously and wanted to end the fight with one blow. Screams erupted from the stands, as if they could already see Lu Chen being sent flying. Song Shuyi, however, stood in the VIP area, a confident smile on her lips. Facing the powerful punch, Lu Chen's eyes remained unmoved. In the fighting expert's vision, the punch was powerful yet had a clear trajectory, slow speed, and left the target wide open. Just as the fist was about to strike, Lu Chen moved. Fast as a ghost. He deftly sidestepped the heavy punch, and his right hand, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, delivered a jab that struck the bear's Adam's apple with lightning speed. A short, explosive, and powerful inch punch. Ugh! The bear's charge came to an abrupt halt, its eyes bulging as a feeling of suffocation surged into its brain. Lu Chen didn't stop, closing in and delivering a left uppercut to the bear's chin. Bang! The bear's 200-pound body was knocked off the ground, and its eyes instantly went glazed over. Lu Chen kicked the bear in the abdomen with his right leg like a cannonball. Thud! The bear flew backward and crashed into the wire mesh, causing the cage to shake violently. It then slid down like mud, unconscious, with white foam coming from its mouth and nose. The underground fighting arena fell silent instantly. All sound seemed to have been cut off. The audience stared wide-eyed and gaped in disbelief at Lu Chen, who was maintaining a sidekick position in the cage, and then looked at the bear on the ground. A one-hit kill. He won in just 2 moves? Thud! Someone swallowed hard, breaking the silence, followed by a tidal wave of exclamations. Holy crap! The bear got one shot? Who's this newbie? He's too strong. Dirty. Dire. The audience went from shock to wild cheers. Lu Chen had conquered them with his absolute strength. Under the spotlight, his figure was like a demon god of the night. Song Shuyi smiled radiantly in the VIP area, raising her glass to the shocked or gloomy-faced bigwigs around her with an elegant yet provocative demeanor. Lu Chen retracted his leg, glanced coldly at the raging bear, and after the referee announced his victory, turned and calmly left the arena. Wherever he went, the crowd automatically parted, their gazes filled with awe and fervor. But among the crowd, several gazes were not of fervor, but rather of scrutiny, surprise, and solemnity. In a secluded box at the highest point of the venue, a middle-aged man in a tang suit, fiddling with walnuts, squinted at Lu Chen. Such clean skills, such ruthless fighting style. Where did that Song family girl find this monster? Investigate. I want all his information. In the shadows, a man in a hoodie stared at Lu Chen through miniature binoculars. A microphone under his collar flashed. Target nightmare. Fighting style suspected to be a mix of military combat techniques and Muay Thai. Extremely high strength. Threat level upgraded. Requesting further observation. Lu Chen returned to the locker room and had just taken off his gear when Song Shuyi pushed the door open, holding a check in her hand. Little one. You're amazing. She hugged Lu Chen warmly, her soft touch and fragrance enveloping him. This is the prize money of 100,000. I'd made a fortune betting on it. Lu Chen stiffened as he was hugged, his cheeks burning. Sister. Song Shuyi released him and shoved the check into his hand. This is just the beginning. We'll arrange an even stronger opponent for you next time, with higher odds. Just as Lu Chen accepted the check, a system notification sounded. Host has won the underground fighting competition, meeting the special sign and conditions. Special sign in location, Purgatory Fighting Arena locker room. Sign in? Special check-in. Lu Chen immediately muttered to himself, check in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Combat Intuition Beginner. Combat Intuition Beginner, passive skill. Greatly enhances the ability to anticipate danger, seize opportunities, and adapt to changing situations in combat. Allows for a vague sense of the opponent's next move and weaknesses in their attack. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This skill, combined with fighting specialization, would further boost his combat abilities. But then, a strong sense of fatigue washed over him, as if his energy had been severely depleted. System notification, warning, the host's physical strength and mental power are not yet commensurate with the skill's consumption. Frequent use may lead to mental exhaustion. Please improve your overall physical constitution or mental power as soon as possible. Lu Chen was startled, shook his heavy head, and his face turned slightly pale. Song Shuyi immediately noticed something was wrong and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you tired or injured?" She anxiously checked his body. "It's nothing, sister, I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after a rest." Lu Chen waved his hand and forced a smile. "You must be too nervous because it's your first time playing in a competition." Song Shuyi breathed a sigh of relief and touched his face with heartache. "Come on, let me take you to the lounge to get some drinks and replenish your energy. There's still an hour until the next match." She affectionately linked her arm with Lu Chen's, helping him walk out. This scene was witnessed by a waiter pretending to pass by outside the locker room, his eyes sharp. He whispered to his caller, "Report, Nightmare is fatigued after the match, seemingly suffering from stamina issues or an old injury. The plan may need to be moved up." The voice was low and disappeared into the noisy passageway. Lu Chen leaned on Song Shuyi's shoulder, closed his eyes to relieve his fatigue, and did not notice this subtle incident. The real storm only begins to brew after it has first shown its initial signs of life. Chapter 21: Hidden Exhaustion? All sides sway. Song Shuyi helped Lu Chen through the noisy passageway to the relatively quiet VIP lounge. The soft leather sofas, chilled drinks, and soothing background music create a world apart from the fighting arena outside. "Sit down quickly and drink some of this to replenish your energy." Song Shuyi pressed Lu Chen down on the sofa and handed him a bottle of sports drink specially supplied to athletes, her eyes full of concern. "How are you feeling? Call the doctor if you're not feeling well." She leaned down to check Lu Chen's complexion, her peach blossom eyes filled with worry. The excitement from before had been completely overshadowed by his weakness. Lu Chen took a few sips of his drink, the cool liquid sliding down his throat, easing his fatigue slightly. He shook his head and smiled, "It's really nothing, sister. It was my first time fighting in a situation like this. The tension and the sudden burst of energy took a toll on my stamina. I just need a short rest." He couldn't say that the system rewards had overdrawn his mental energy. Song Shuyi observed him carefully and was relieved to see that his breathing was steady. She sat down next to Lu Chen and gently massaged his temples with her fingertips, saying, "You scared me to death. Next time, you should tell me in advance if you're not feeling well. Winning or losing isn't important, your health is." The cool touch on his fingertips and the fragrance up close made Lu Chen's heart race again. It was really hard to resist when this woman cared for him. "Okay, sister." Lu Chen nodded obediently. However, Song Shuyi suddenly laughed, her eyes curving into crescents, unable to hide her smugness. "You were so cool just now. Didn't you see the expressions on those people's faces, especially that old guy who doesn't get along with me?" His face turned green. She gestured excitedly, "I've got a tough opponent for you in the next match, Scorpion, from Southeast Asia. He's ruthless, wins more than he loses, and the odds are even higher. Once you've rested up, we'll make it big." Lu Chen was amused by her money-grubbing attitude. "Okay, I'll listen to my sister." The two chatted for a while, mostly Song Shuyi talking about interesting things and gossip from the arena. Lu Chen listened while secretly circulating his breathing to recover his mental energy. The fatigue of his combat intuition was fading, but the feeling of being drained of his energy remained. He realized that the mismatch between body and mind was a big problem. Having skills alone was not enough, he needed enough mana to support him. After resting for half an hour, Lu Chen's complexion returned to a rosy hue, and he felt much better. "I've recovered. Let's go, it's time to prepare for the next round." Song Shuyi stood up, regaining her queenly aura. Lu Chen moved his hands and feet, feeling that he was about 70–80% back in shape and could handle the competition without any problems. The two walked out of the lounge, unaware that in the dark corner diagonally opposite, a man disguised as a waiter was watching Lu Chen leave through a miniature camera on a fire hydrant. He whispered into the microphone in his collar. Target recovered quickly after a brief period of fatigue, no abnormalities, suspected of being able to recover quickly or that it was a disguise before. Threat level remains extremely high, weakness uncertain. It is recommended to cancel the probing plan and reassess. After saying that, he disappeared silently into the shadows. Back in the locker room, Song Shuyi took out the Scorpion file and analyzed the opponent's fighting style. Lu Chen listened attentively, using his fighting specialization to simulate a battle strategy in his mind. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Song Shuyi said without looking up. The man who entered was a refined middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses, followed by two bodyguards in black. It was Mr. Tang. "Miss Song, it's been a long time." "You're as charming as ever," Mr. Tang said with a smile, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lu Chen. Song Shuyi raised her eyebrows and gave a formulaic smile. "Mr. Tang, what brings you to my little dressing room?
Her tone was smiling, but it concealed a sense of distance and wariness.
Lu Chen could sense that Song Shuyi disliked this person. Mr. Tang seemed oblivious to the aloofness in his expression, his smile unchanged as he looked at Lu Chen. This must be Mr. Nightmare, right?
A hero emerges from among the young, his skills are truly astonishing.
The praise was sincere, but Lu Chen's lingering, battle intuition, made him sense a hint of scrutiny and calculation. Mr. Tang, you flatter me.
Song Shuyi stepped forward, subtly protecting Lu Chen, and said in a calm tone, Mr. Tang, please speak freely.
We still have a match later.
Mr. Tang took out a black business card and handed it to Lu Chen. It's nothing serious, I just admire you and want to make friends.
This is my business card. If you want to change your environment or encounter trouble, feel free to contact me.
The terms are definitely better than what Miss Song offers here.
This is blatant poaching. Song Shuyi's face suddenly turned cold. Mr. Tang, isn't it inappropriate to poach people in front of me?
Mr. Tang smiled again. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on. Mr. Nightmare will make the judgment. He placed his business card on the stool, nodded and said goodbye. I won't bother you any longer.
Have a good time tonight. The atmosphere in the locker room was tense.
Song Shuyi stared at the business card, her eyes shifting, then picked it up, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the trash can. Old fox.
You come to snatch food as soon as you smell it.
She turned to Lu Chen and said seriously, kid, stay away from that guy surnamed Tang.
He's ruthless and heartless. Lu Chen nodded. I know, sister, I won't pay any attention to him. He has a system and doesn't need to rely on anyone. Song Shuyi was satisfied and patted him on the shoulder. Good boy. Come on, get ready to go on stage and teach Scorpion a lesson.
But what they didn't know was that in the deepest chamber of purgatory, a giant screen was repeatedly playing a multi-angle, high-definition video of Lu Chen's swift kill of Berserk Bear, slowed down several times and magnified in detail. 3 people sat in front of the screen. In the center was an elderly man in a dark red tang suit with a gloomy face, holding a deep purple walnut in his hand. On the left was a middle-aged scholar in a white research coat with an indifferent expression, and on the right was Mr. Tang, who had just left, now with a respectful and serious expression.
What are the analysis results? The old man asked hoarsely, carrying an invisible pressure.
The scholar in white adjusted his glasses, pointed to a close-up of Lu Chen's muscles and eyes on the screen, and said calmly, Target Nightmare, real name Lu Chen, a freshman in the economics department of Jiangcheng University. His fighting techniques integrate the essence of more than 7 mainstream fighting styles, making them more streamlined and lethal, suggesting special training. His explosive power, reaction speed, coordination, and timing far surpass ordinary people, exceeding most top athletes and special forces soldiers. Most importantly, his eyes remain unwavering when he hits a vital point. His calmness is terrifying, like an innate killing instinct.
Overall assessment, extremely dangerous, extremely valuable for research.
A moment of silence fell over the sealed room.
The old man opened his eyes, looked at Lu Chen's face on the screen, and a greedy glint flashed in his eyes. Innate killing instinct, research value. The Song family girl has given me a great gift. He looked at Mr. Tang. How's the contact going? Mr. Tang bowed. I tested him, and he was very wary. He is loyal to Song Shuyi, so it won't be easy to poach him directly. It's all right. The old man waved his hand. If it's a treasure, someone will always try to take it. If we can't use it for ourselves, we'll find a way to make it useful. What do you mean? Mr. Tang asked cautiously. Isn't he a good fighter? Next match, we'll give him Beast, the old man said calmly.
Mr. Tang and the scholar's expressions changed slightly. President, Beast is in an unstable state and doesn't know his own strength.
What if?
That's exactly what we want, his lack of self-awareness.
The old man interrupted. Either he kills the beast to prove he is more valuable, or he gets killed or maimed by the beast, causing Song Shuyi to lose a lot of money, and we can still get a sample, right?
Mr. Tang and the scholar exchanged glances, a chill flashing in their eyes.
Yes, Chairman, I'll arrange it right away. Mr. Tang bowed. Make it clean, so that the Song family girl doesn't have anything to use against us. Clear.
The conversation inside the secret room was cold and cruel, setting the stage for Lu Chen's next match.
Lu Chen, who was making his final preparations in the locker room, was completely unaware of this.
He only had a vague feeling that the next match wouldn't be as easy as the first. The faint warning from his combat intuition was quietly hinting at danger.
Chapter 22, Battle Against the Berserker? Hidden Dangers.
Inside the locker room, Lu Chen checked the straps of his fingerless gloves and did his final warm-up. Although his mental strength had not fully recovered, his physical excitement had been mobilized, and the instinct of fighting specialization was boiling in his blood. Song Shuyi leaned against the wall, watching his focused expression, her eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and worry. Little friend, Scorpion is cunning and likes to attack joints and weak points. Be careful on the defense and find the right opportunity to finish the fight quickly. Lu Chen nodded, his eyes calm. Don't worry, sister. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and a staff member in a referee's uniform stood in the doorway, respectfully saying to Song Shuyi, Ms. Song, regarding the match between Nightmare and Scorpion, Scorpion suddenly fell ill before the match, and the organizers have temporarily changed the opponent.
A sudden illness? Who should we replace her with? Song Shuyi frowned, sensing something was wrong. The referee nervously swallowed, it's the beast. A mad beast?
Song Shuyi's voice rose, her face changing drastically.
What a joke. He's not even in that league. And he...
She thought of something, her tone stern. Who made that decision?
Tang Mingyuan? I want to see the organizers.
The referee was so frightened that he backed away. Ms. Song, this is the decision from above. The match will start in 10 minutes. He then fled in panic.
Bastard! Song Shuyi kicked the cabinet in anger, making a loud noise. Lu Chen asked, Sister, is the beast very powerful? More than just powerful.
Song Shuyi turned around, her face filled with solemn anger.
He's a madman.
A killing machine ravaged by drugs and special training. He doesn't care about winning or losing, he only loves to tear his opponents apart. In previous matches, his opponents were either killed or crippled, and his matches were strictly limited.
Her chest heaved, it must be Tang Mingyuan's doing. If he can't get you out of there, he'll resort to underhanded tricks to cripple you or force you to submit. Is it too late to withdraw from the competition now? Lu Chen asked calmly. It's too late. Song Shuyi shook her head dejectedly. The rules of purgatory are that withdrawing from the competition at the last minute is considered admitting defeat. Losing all the prize money in betting is a minor issue. It will also be seen as cowardice, making it impossible to establish oneself in the circle in the future, and making one a laughingstock. Moreover, Tang Mingyuan will not let this go easily, and withdrawing from the competition may be even more dangerous. Caught in a dilemma. Song Shuyi looked at Lu Chen, filled with guilt. I'm sorry, little one, I didn't protect you well. How about we admit defeat? We can earn money again, but I can't let you take the risk. Seeing her self-reproachful expression, Lu Chen felt a surge of pride. Withdraw from the competition and admit defeat? Absolutely not. He had a system. How could he be afraid of a drug-induced madwoman? The warning from Battle Intuition ignited his competitive spirit. Sister, don't worry. Lu Chen stood up, cracking his neck as he did so. His eyes were sharp as knives, and a confident smile played on his lips. He's just a madman. Perfect for practicing with. Song Shuyi was stunned. At this moment, Lu Chen was no longer a little kid who needed to be protected, but a fearless warrior. She wanted to persuade him, but Lu Chen interrupted her. No buts. Believe me, I will win, and I will win beautifully. He picked up the braces and put them in his mouth, then looked towards the exit. Let's go, don't keep the surprise waiting. Song Shuyi took a deep breath, regaining her queenly aura, and took his arm. Okay. I'll go with you. If you lose even a single hair, I'll wreck Tang Mingyuan's place. As the two emerged from the locker room, the surrounding gazes shifted from curiosity to pity, schadenfreude, and cruel anticipation. Nightmare versus Beast? They're finished. What a pity, they were pretty fierce just now. This is going to be good. Song Shuyi's face turned ashen upon hearing this, while Lu Chen remained expressionless, his mind completely absorbed in the battle. His battle intuition had already sensed the frenzied and violent aura emanating from the opposite passage, filled with chaos, pain, and a desire for destruction. As they approached the cage, the host's tone was inflammatory and cruel. Ladies and gentlemen, the feast is about to begin. On one side is the nascent Nightmare, and on the other is the beast from hell. The pool is doubled, bet to your heart's content. Beast! Beast! The audience in the stands shouted wildly. Under the spotlight, a massive figure emerged from the opposite passage, nearly 2 meters tall, with abnormally bulging muscles, bulging veins, murky and crazed eyes, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, and a low growl in his throat. It was none other than the Beast. When he saw Lu Chen, his eyes blazed with bloodlust, and he pounded his chest with a loud thud. Tear him apart! The shouts from the stands grew even louder.
Lu Chen's eyes remained calm in the fighting expert's vision. The mad beast possessed terrifying strength but unsteady footwork and poor coordination. He relied on drugs to overdraw his life force, leaving him with numerous openings. All that was needed was to guard against his madness and killing moves.
Be careful. Song Shuyi gave her final warning. Lu Chen nodded and stepped into the iron cage. Clang! The bells rang. Roar!
The raging beast roared as it charged toward Lu Chen like a mad bull, trying to crush him with brute force.
The ground trembled.
The audience held their breath as Song Shuyi dug her nails into her palms.
Lu Chen's eyes narrowed.
He didn't try to fight back directly. Instead, his body swayed like a willow catkin, and his steps shifted as he circled around to the flank of the raging beast. The beast missed its target, and the momentum caused him to stagger.
A golden opportunity.
A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he slashed towards the beast's knee. Suddenly, a faint warning came from combat intuition.
Lu Chen instinctively leaned back. Swoosh!
A flash of cold light grazed his nose, severing a few strands of hair. A sharp steel claw shot out from the beast's arm.
Ah! Gasped from the stands.
Song Shuyi's heart stopped in shock. Lu Chen narrowly avoided a fatal blow, and cold sweat broke out on his back. This madman actually had a weapon hidden. The beast, enraged by its failed sneak attack, lunged forward with its steel claws, each strike aimed at vital points, fighting for its life. Lu Chen calmed down completely, bringing his fighting specialization to its fullest potential.
His body moved like a ghost, dodging attacks and searching for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow.
The beast grew increasingly ferocious as it failed to break through the encirclement, revealing more and more openings in its path. Finally, the beast swung its claws with all its might, blasting open the center gate.
Lu Chen moved. Swift as lightning, he instantly appeared in the beast's arms.
With his right hand forming a knife-like shape, he concentrated all his strength and used the most ruthless penetrating force of his fighting specialization to precisely strike the hidden nerve plexus under the beast's armpit. At the same time, his left leg delivered a low kick, striking the vulnerable spot in the beast's ankle.
Attack from above and below.
The beast froze instantly, its steel claws hovering in midair, its eyes filled with pain and confusion, and its massive body collapsed to its knees. Lu Chen didn't stop, his body spinning like a top, and with a back kick, he struck the beast's carotid artery.
Bang!
The beast was thrown about, crashing into the barbed wire before sliding down and falling unconscious, its steel claws lying to the side.
The underground fighting arena fell silent once more. No one could believe it. Even the armed berserkers had been cleanly dealt with by Nightmare. Another instant kill. After a brief silence, a scream erupted, a mixture of fear, awe, and madness. Nightmare! Nightmare! The sound was so loud it seemed to lift the roof off. Lu Chen was slightly out of breath, sweat beading on his forehead. The outburst had left him feeling a little tired, but not as tired as before. He glanced coldly at the raging beast and the steel claw, then raised his foot and stepped on the steel claw. Crack! The steel claw blade shattered instantly. This action was full of silent warning and dominance, instantly stunning the entire audience. He glanced across the stands, especially lingering for a moment on the VIP boxes, as if to say, use whatever you want. The cheers ceased, everyone stunned by the murderous aura. Looking at Lu Chen, who was standing proudly in the cage, Song Shuyi trembled with excitement, her beautiful eyes filled with pride and excitement. Inside the highest, secret chamber, the old man in the tang suit stopped spinning the walnut in his hand, his face grim and terrifying. The scholar in white exclaimed with fervor, incredible! He found the weakness in the beast's neural pathways. His precision strike far surpasses the data model. Mr. Tang's forehead was sweating. Useless! The old man slammed the walnuts on the table, staring at Lu Chen's eyes on the screen with murderous intent and apprehension. This boy must not be allowed to live. Chapter 23: The Aftermath of the Match? My sister's heartache. The crisp sound of Lu Chen crushing the steel claws echoed like thunder in the fighting arena, striking the hearts of everyone present. This was not only the destruction of weapons, but also a silent declaration, a provocative warning to the mastermind behind the scenes. The frenzied atmosphere in the stands froze, and countless eyes focused on the cold figure in the iron cage, filled with awe, fear, and shock. After a brief silence, an even more frenzied roar erupted. Nightmare! Nightmare! This time, there was less mockery and more genuine awe and worship. The spotlight shone on Lu Chen, making his action of crushing the steel claws appear as if he were a war god descending upon the world. Standing in the VIP area, Song Shuyi's eyes welled up with tears of excitement, and she pumped her fist. All her worries and anger transformed into pride and exhilaration.
She knew she had found the most dazzling diamond. The referee, regaining his composure, ran into the cage to examine the beast, and trembling, raised Lu Chen's hand. Winter nightmare. The sound wave lifted the roof off again. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, coldly sweeping his gaze over the highest VIP box, then turned and walked off the stage. The crowd automatically parted to make way, their gazes burning but no one daring to speak. The icy aura emanating from him had not yet dissipated. Back in the locker room, closing the door to shut out the noise, Lu Chen let out a long breath, his tense nerves relaxing slightly. 2 consecutive high-intensity matches, especially the focused concentration required to deal with the killer moves in the second match, brought back a wave of mental fatigue, even more pronounced than before. He leaned against the wardrobe, rubbing his temples. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Song Shuyi rushed in, her face flushed and excited. "Little boy. You're amazing. I love you so much." She pounced on Lu Chen and hugged him tightly, her body trembling with excitement. Lu Chen was jolted back half a step by her tackle, her breath lingering around his nose, his cheeks burning. "Sister. I'm covered in sweat. I don't care." Song Shuyi raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and cupped his face to check. "I was so scared just now. That bastard actually hid a weapon. Are you hurt? Let me see." She urgently and gently checked Lu Chen's forehead and neck. "It's all right, sister, I dodged it and I'm not hurt," Lu Chen answered honestly. Song Shuyi breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming he was unharmed, but then her anger surged again. That old bastard Tang Mingyuan. Using such despicable methods. This isn't over. I will definitely get justice for you. Sister, I'm fine, and I didn't let him off easy either. Lu Chen smiled. Now he should shut up. He got off too easy. Song Shuyi was still angry, but overwhelmed with joy. She took out her phone and showed off. "Look. You won 500,000 tonight. My bets also multiplied several times. We're rich." Looking at the numbers on the screen, Lu Chen was also somewhat moved. This way of making money was no slower than signing in with the system, and even more exciting. However, little one, Song Shuyi put down her phone, her expression serious. "When you came off the field just now, you seemed a bit unsteady on your feet? Were you tired?" Lu Chen was startled. She was very observant. He mumbled, 2 consecutive bursts of energy have taken a toll. You're a bit exhausted. You'll be fine after a rest. Song Shuyi looked at him suspiciously, but didn't press him for details. She just touched his face tenderly and said, "It's all my fault. The schedule was too tight. That's it for tonight. I'll take you to relax and recharge." She picked up her things, took Lu Chen's arm, and walked out. "Sister, next round." "There won't be a next round." Song Shuyi interrupted, her tone resolute. "Money can't be earned all the time, but your health is the most important thing. Tang Mingyuan has already suffered a loss. He might resort to underhanded tactics again. Know when to quit while you're ahead." Lu Chen nodded. "I'll listen to my sister." The two left purgatory through a quiet passage and got into the car. Song Shuyi didn't start the engine immediately, but turned to look at him seriously. "Little friend, tell me honestly, are you really okay? Do you have any hidden old injuries?" "I'm really fine, just a little tired. I'll be fine after a nap." Lu Chen shook his head. Song Shuyi started the car only after confirming that he looked alright. On the way back, she drove smoothly, glancing at Lu Chen in the rearview mirror from time to time. Seeing that he was resting with his eyes closed, she turned down the music. Lu Chen appeared to be resting, but in reality, he was sensing his physical condition. The fatigue recovery of his combat intuition was slow, and improving his physique and mental strength was urgent. Bite. Host detected successfully evading a hidden trap and defeating a powerful enemy, meeting the requirements for a special achievement check-in. Special achievement check-in, comeback from desperate circumstances. Check-in now? Lu Chen was overjoyed. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, basic meditation technique. Basic meditation method, an active skill. Through specific breathing and visualization techniques, slowly cultivate and restore mental strength, improving focus and resilience. Long-term practice can slightly increase the upper limit of mental strength. It was a technique to enhance mental strength. Lu Chen immediately tried it. A cool sensation surged into his brain, nourishing his tired spirit. Though faint, the recovery was clearly visible. He couldn't help but smile. Looking in the rearview mirror, Song Shuyi asked curiously, "What are you thinking about that's making you happy? Secretly enjoying yourself?"
Lu Chen opened his eyes and smiled. It's nothing, I just feel at ease having my sister by my side.
Song Shuyi was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a bright smile, her eyes softening. You're so glib, but I love hearing it. In a great mood, she stepped on the gas, and the Porsche sped towards the city.
Instead of taking Lu Chen back to school, she took him to a rooftop restaurant by the river. The restaurant was quiet and sparsely populated at midnight, and the manager personally greeted them and led them to a window seat overlooking the night view. I'll give you a good boost. Song Shuyi ordered a bunch of nourishing dishes and freshly squeezed juice, and asked for a glass of red wine for herself. As the food was served, Song Shuyi personally served Lu Chen food, watching him eat, but she barely touched her own food. She just held her wine glass, looking at him with a dreamy gaze and a smile on her lips. Sister, why aren't you eating? Lu Chen felt uncomfortable being stared at. I'm full just watching you eat, Song Shuyi chuckled, took a sip of her wine, and suddenly asked, little friend, what are your plans for the future? Just study and find a job? Lu Chen paused for a moment. Focus on your studies first. It's always good to learn more. As for the future, I haven't thought too far ahead yet. I'll take it one step at a time. Song Shuyi nodded, her eyes filled with complex emotions, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. This world is vast and wonderful, but also dangerous. Strength alone is not enough, you also need influence. I know you are no ordinary person, but before that, you must learn to protect yourself and learn to leverage influence, understand? Looking at her earnest concern, Lu Chen nodded. I understand, thank you, sister. I understand. Song Shuyi smiled, regaining her languid demeanor. Eat up, and I'll take you back to school after you finish. Get some rest and don't wander around these next few days. The late-night snack was warm and comfortable. Afterwards, Song Shuyi escorted Lu Chen to the west gate. Before he got out of the car, she repeatedly gave him instructions, then reluctantly watched him walk into the school gate. The Porsche didn't leave immediately. Sitting in the car, Song Shuyi's smile vanished. She dialed a number, her tone icy and forceful. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate the Purgatory Beast weapon, who provided it, and through whose hands. Keep a close eye on Tang Mingyuan and his men. Report any unusual activity immediately. I don't want any more accidents involving my people. If necessary, use your undercover agents. Hanging up the phone, she looked in the direction of Purgatory, a cold smile curving her red lips. Tang Mingyuan, you want to play? Fine, I'll play with you. Lu Chen hadn't gone far into the campus when his phone vibrated. It was a message from Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue, Lu Chen, are you free tomorrow? I have some new ideas about the empirical part of that NBR paper, but I'm unsure about a few econometric issues and would like to discuss them with you. The library or a classroom would be fine if it's convenient. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, the aloof school beauty asking him out for academics so late? That's a bit too eager. He replied, I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon, is the library okay? Song Qingxue, okay. See you at 2 p.m. in the economics section on the 3rd floor of the library. Okay emoji. Lu Chen put away his phone, setting aside his doubts, wanting only to get back as soon as possible to try the basic meditation method. He didn't notice that in the shadow of a large tree not far away, Zhao Siyu was staring venomously at him as he put away his phone, her face contorted and her teeth chattering. Song Qingxue, it's Song Qingxue again. Lu Chen. You really hooked up with that bitch. You wait. I'll make sure you get what's coming to you. Chapter 24. A million arrives? Qingxue's invitation. When Lu Chen returned to his dormitory, it was already late at night. The 3 roommates were all awake, gathered around Wang Han's computer having a heated discussion. When they heard the door open, they all turned around and their 6 eyes focused on him. Brother Chen. You're finally back. Sun Wei jumped up and rushed over. Tell me. Where did you go with that fairy sister over the weekend? You didn't answer the phone or reply to WeChat messages. Li Rui leaned in and sniffed, saying suggestively, it smells like expensive perfume. Brother Chen, you didn't come home last night, is it because? Wang Han pushed up his non-existent glasses and analyzed in a detective-like manner. Brother Chen's complexion is rosy, but his eyes look tired. He must have done some physically demanding, outdoor exercise these past 2 days. Lu Chen was both amused and exasperated, and punched each of them. Get lost. You're just thinking about nonsense. We just went out for some exercise and had a meal. What kind of exercise takes 2 days? Sun Wei asked, winking incredulously. Extreme sports. Lu Chen shook his expensive sports bag. I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower.
He took a change of clothes into the bathroom, rinsed his body with hot water, closed his eyes and practiced the basic meditation method.
The cool airflow nourished his spirit, and he felt a clear sense of recovery.
After showering, his roommates were still whispering among themselves, making faces at him.
Lu Chen climbed into bed, about to begin his cultivation, when his phone began vibrating repeatedly. It's a bank text message. Your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction of 500,000 renminbi on April 15 at 23:58. Current balance, RMB 650 XXX.38. Your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer transaction of 1,200,000 renminbi on April 15 at 23:59. Current balance, RMB 1,850 XXX.38. 1,700,000? Lu Chen's heart pounded. 500,000 was the prize money, and 1,200,000 was what Song Shuyi had won from her bet. She had transferred it all. This trust-in gift warmed his heart, but also added a touch of pressure. What are you looking at, Brother Chen? Did your sister send you some flirtatious texts? Sun Wei asked cheekily from the lower bunk. It's nothing, just spam.
Lu Chen put away his phone and calmed himself down. Lying in bed, listening to his roommates snoring, he was wide awake. His total assets were nearly 17 million, an astronomical figure for a former ordinary college student, but he was clear-headed. This money was obtained through risky trades in the fighting arena, and Tang Mingyuan's underhanded tactics and the Mad Beast's murderous intent would certainly not be the last.
To control his destiny, his current strength and Song Shuyi's protection are far from enough.
He needs to become stronger faster and build his own power. The system is fundamental. The income from the fighting arena will accumulate capital. He will utilize Song Shuyi's resources but not become dependent on her, and he cannot neglect his studies. His desire to become stronger had never been so intense. He immersed himself once again in the basic meditation method, honing his focus and willpower, and fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. The next day, Monday, Lu Chen went for his usual morning run and attended classes. After a night's rest and meditation, he was full of energy, occasionally impressing his teachers in class, but mostly keeping a low profile.
During break, I received a WeChat message from Song Shuyi. Sister Shuyi, little one, are you up yet? You must be exhausted from yesterday, right? Winking face. Sister Shuyi, did you receive the money? You deserve it, don't be shy with your money, smug. Sister Shuyi, take a good rest these few days. I have some things to take care of. I'll take you to do something even more exciting this weekend, sneaky. Lu Chen replied, received, thank you, sister. Please be careful too. Sister Shuyi, don't worry, no one in Jiangcheng can touch me. Cool. Putting away his phone, Lu Chen looked up and met Song Qingshue's gaze from the row in front of him. Their eyes met briefly, and Song Qingxue looked away like a startled deer, lowering her head to read her book, her earlobes blushing. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. The ice-cold school beauty had taken the initiative to ask him to discuss something, and then secretly watched him? Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Zhao Siyu, sitting diagonally behind, witnessed this scene.
Consumed by jealousy, she dug her nails into her textbook, leaving deep marks, and cursed viciously in her mind, "You two are a scoundrel."
At lunchtime, as Lu Chen was heading to the cafeteria, his phone vibrated.
It was a message from Song Qingxue, library at 2 p.m., don't forget.
Lu Chen replied, okay, I'll be there on time. At 2 p.m., Lu Chen went to the economics section on the third floor of the library.
Song Qingxue was already sitting by the window, the sunlight shining on her, her profile as perfect as a sculpture. She was engrossed in watching, only looking up when Lu Chen sat down.
Lu Chen, you've arrived.
Her voice was cool, but her eyes softened.
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Chen smiled. It's all right, I just arrived too. Song Qingxue pushed the paper over. This paper uses the GMM estimation method.
I have doubts about the exogeneity assumption of the instrumental variables, and the authors didn't handle the endogeneity problem well. Pointing to formulas and charts, she explained her views and questions, directly addressing the core challenges of econometrics. Lu Chen concentrated, drawing upon his enhanced comprehension, to keep up with her train of thought. The two discussed in hushed tones for nearly an hour, with Song Qingxue occasionally posing challenging questions, seemingly testing her. Lu Chen's performance once again astonished her. Quick-witted, with a solid foundation, and his viewpoints even inspired her. He was nothing like a freshman. Her eyes shone brighter as she looked at Lu Chen, a mixture of appreciation and delight at finding a kindred spirit. I never imagined you had such a deep understanding of econometrics. I was just interested and read a lot of books, Lu Chen said modestly. Song Qingxue shook her head to indicate disbelief, but did not press further. She paused for a moment, then took out the book International Finance and turned to the title page. I sold this book to a used bookstore last semester, and I never expected it to end up in your hands. The notes were just scribbled down, so they might be messy, but don't mind them.
How could that be? Lu Chen laughed.
The notes are very clear and helped me to clarify a lot of my thoughts, especially the part on option pricing.
I benefited a lot from them. Upon hearing the specific contents of the notes mentioned, Song Qingxue's eyes lit up, and a faint smile curved her lips, enough to melt away any ice in the air. Really?
A few of the derivations there are my own ideas. The two chatted about quantitative issues and then moved on to financial knowledge, creating a harmonious and focused atmosphere. No one noticed that behind the bookshelf, Zhao Siyu was clutching a book, her nails digging into the pages.
Peeking through the gap at the two chatting happily, she was consumed by jealousy.
She turned and leaned against the bookshelf, her chest heaving, her eyes filled with venomous madness. She took out her phone, found Brother Li's number, and edited a text message.
Brother Li, I promised you what I said last time. But you have to teach Lu Chen a lesson and ruin his reputation. And Song Qingxue, I'll make her pay too.
The text message was sent successfully, and Zhao Siyu revealed a twisted, gleeful smile. Lu Chen, Song Qingxue, you just wait. Meanwhile, at the other end of the campus, Security Captain Chen Feng frowned as he looked at his subordinate's report. The report shows that 1.7 million yuan flowed into Lu Chen's account last night, and the remitter was an overseas shell company that could not be traced. He went to extreme storm last Friday and did not return all night on Saturday. A fight broke out in the woods on Sunday, injuring 5 people and causing 3 fractures, but the police report was suppressed and the victims remained silent. 1,700,000 in one night. Chen Feng tapped the table, his eyes sharp. An ordinary college student extreme sports a mysterious rich woman a huge sum of money from an unknown source. Captain, Li Gang has taken sick leave, but he's been secretly contacting thugs outside the school, seemingly plotting revenge, the subordinate added in a low voice. Also, Zhao Siyu just sent Li Kuei a text message, saying she wants to take revenge on Lu Chen and Song Qingxue.
Song Qingxue? Chen Feng's expression turned serious. The Song family's girl? How did she get involved too? He stood up and paced back and forth, decisively ordering, send more manpower to keep a close eye on Lu Chen, Li Gang, Zhao Siyu, and Li Kuei. Especially the safety of Lu Chen and Song Qingxue, there must be no mistakes.
Yes, Captain. After his subordinates left, Chen Feng walked to the window and looked at the peaceful campus with a deep gaze. A huge storm was quietly brewing on this campus, and at its center was the enigmatic Lu Chen.
Chapter 25 Academic Clash? A reunion with an old friend.
In the economics section on the 3rd floor of the library, the afternoon sun shines warmly through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the air is filled with the scent of old book pages and coffee. It is so quiet that only the sound of turning pages and tapping on a keyboard can be heard. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue sat facing each other, with notes and documents spread out between them. Their discussion on the endogeneity problem in econometrics had come to a temporary end.
Song Qingxue closed the English journal, her cool eyes filled with amazement as she looked at Lu Chen. So, you think we can use higher-order moment conditions to construct new instrumental variables, or use regression discontinuity to approximate natural experiments and avoid endogeneity bias? It's just an immature idea. Lu Chen smiled.
The case data for this paper is difficult to obtain. It's more of a theoretical discussion. But your thinking is clear and gets straight to the point, Song Qingxue affirmed, tilting her head slightly to look at him. Your economic intuition and mathematical foundation are really not like those of a freshman. The praise was direct, which was in line with her style.
Lu Chen was a little embarrassed. Maybe it was just something I was interested in, and I was just thinking about it randomly.
Song Qingxue shook her head but didn't press the matter. She lowered her head to organize her notes, her slender fingers moving between the pages. Sunlight framed her profile and eyelashes, softening her otherwise cold demeanor. Lu Chen watched the scene, secretly praising how pleasing it was to see her studying. The brief silence was broken by a cacophony of footsteps. Several people from outside the university, dressed in suits, were making a visit, accompanied by a bald professor who appeared to be a university leader. Dean Zhang, your university has a rich collection of economics books, and the foreign language journals are well maintained.
The refined middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses said with a smile, his gaze sweeping across the reading area before suddenly fixing on Song Qingxue.
A look of surprise flashed across his face, followed by a familiar smile as he walked over. Qingxue? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here.
Song Qingxue looked up and saw the person who had come.
A slight surprise and distance flashed across her eyes. She stood up and politely replied, "Uncle Tang, hello." This man was none other than Tang Mingyuan, who had tried to poach Lu Chen from the fighting arena last night. Lu Chen's pupils contracted, and he became wary. Why was he in the Zheng University library? Was it a coincidence, or was he after him? Tang Mingyuan seemed to only then notice Lu Chen, turning his gaze over and feigning surprise. "Huh? Isn't this, classmate Lu Chen, right? We met last night." His smile was warm, as if the underhanded tricks of last night had never happened. "Mr. Tang." Lu Chen stood up, nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly, his expression calm, but secretly on guard. Dean Zhang asked curiously, "President Tang, do you know any students at our school?" We met only once." Tang Mingyuan dodged the question, his gaze sweeping between the two of them meaningfully. "I didn't expect that Lu and Qingxue would know each other? What a coincidence." Song Qingxue frowned, disliking this attempt to curry favor, and explained simply, "We are discussing academic issues." "Oh? An academic question?" Tang Mingyuan looked at the document with interest. "A question that Qingxue is discussing must be quite complex. Would it be helpful for me to learn from it as well?" These words, seemingly addressed to the two of them, were actually an assessment of Lu Chen. Dean Zhang chimed in, "President Tang is an outstanding alumnus and an expert in the economic field. You will benefit greatly from exchanging ideas with him." Song Qingxue remained silent, looking at Lu Chen and leaving the decision to him. Lu Chen sneered the old fox wanted to probe her, so he'd play along. He pointed to the paper and laughed, "Mr. Tang, you're too modest. We were discussing the NBER paper on the transmission mechanism of monetary policy, which uses a complex GMM model. Song had some questions about the exogeneity of instrumental variables, so we discussed it together." Speaking at a steady pace, he posed probing questions about his expertise. Tang Mingyuan glanced at the paper. It was indeed cutting-edge research, with a complex econometric model. He thoughtfully commented on the topic selection and empirical approach, but avoided addressing the specific technical details. Lu Chen understood the old fox had been in business for many years and was long out of touch with academic details. But Tang Mingyuan was unwilling to give up and change the subject. "Student Lu is interested in macroeconomic policies. In the future, do you want to pursue academia or enter the field of financial practice?" The inquiries probed Lu Chen's aspirations and background. Lu Chen calmly replied, "For now, I'll focus on building a solid foundation and learning as much as possible. I'll let things take their course in the future. Perhaps I'll try more challenging fields." His answer was flawless, yet subtly witty. A glint flashed in Tang Mingyuan's eyes, and he laughed heartily. "It's good that young people have ideas. But the financial world is more complex than mathematical models, and the risks are greater. One wrong step and you've lost everything." Her words carried a threat. Song Qingxue's brows furrowed even more, sensing something was amiss, and she interrupted, "Uncle Tang, academic discussions require quiet. You and the dean have other places to visit, right?" He directly told them to leave. Tang Mingyuan's smile froze, a shadow flashing in his eyes, but he quickly recovered. "You forget the occasion once you start chatting. Qingxue is right, I won't bother you any longer. Dean Zhang, shall we go take a look over there?" Dean Zhang smoothed things over and led the group away. Song Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, sat down, and whispered to Lu Chen, "I'm sorry." Lu Chen asked in surprise, "Why are you apologizing?" "Tang Mingyuan has a bad reputation. He is opportunistic." Song Qingxue carefully chose her words, reminding him, "You'd better keep your distance from him." Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart and nodded, "Thank you for reminding me, I know." After the brief incident, the two lost interest in continuing their discussion and packed their things to leave. As Song Qingxue walked out of the library, clutching her books, she said, "Thank you for today. I've learned a lot." "Likewise, I've learned a lot too." Lu Chen smiled. "Then, let's discuss it again next time?" Song Qingxue asked hesitantly, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Okay," Lu Chen agreed. Song Qingxue gave a slight, almost imperceptible smile, nodded, and turned to walk towards the dormitory area, her back view elegant and graceful. Looking at her retreating figure, Lu Chen realized that this seemingly aloof senior wasn't so unapproachable after all. He had just turned around when his phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Song Shuyi. "Sister Shuyi, little one, what are you doing? I'm so bored." "Sister Shuyi, are you free tonight? I found a new Japanese restaurant. The bluefin tuna is amazing." Drooling, Lu Chen smiled and replied, "I just finished reading at the library.
I should be free tonight. Sister Shuyi, wow. So hardworking. You'll be rewarded with a big meal. Spinning. Sister Shuyi, it's settled. I'll pick you up at the usual place at 6 p.m. tonight. Cute. Putting away his phone, Lu Chen was in a good mood and didn't notice that under the shade of a tree next to the library, Zhao Siyu was staring at Song Qingshue's back. When she saw him looking down at his phone, her face was filled with jealousy and resentment. She took out her phone and checked the text message she had sent. Brotherly, don't worry, everything's arranged. I guarantee Lu Chen will regret it. As for Song Qingxue, I have ways to make her obey. Zhao Siyu revealed a twisted smile, adjusted her expression, and walked towards Tang Mingyuan, who had just finished his visit and said goodbye to Dean Zhang, Uncle Tang. Her voice was sweet and charming, accompanied by a lovely smile. Tang Mingyuan turned around and exclaimed in surprise, Siyu, it's been so long. You've become even more beautiful. Uncle Tang is teasing me, Zhao Siyu said shyly, then pretended to be unintentional. I just saw Senior Qingxue and a boy discussing something in the library. They were so engrossed in their conversation. I really envy their good grades. Tang Mingyuan's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed. Oh? Is that so? Qingxue is indeed outstanding. That boy, his name is Lu Chen, right? Uncle Tang knows Lu Chen too? Zhao Siyu feigned surprise, lowering her voice with a mix of worry and provocation. But he doesn't have a good reputation, he's quite a troublemaker and associates with shady characters. I'm really worried that Senior Qingxue will be deceived by him. Tang Mingyuan listened, a glint of shrewdness and a cold laugh flashing in his eyes. Heh, young people, ha. He didn't reply, but his gaze towards Zhao Siyu held a hint of amusement. This girl was quite a good pawn. A storm was quietly brewing beneath the calm campus, while Lu Chen, looking forward to a delicious evening, was completely unaware of the impending crisis. Chapter 26 Japanese Food Scandal? My Sister's Defense. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen arrived at the west gate of the school on time. A white Porsche Panamera was already parked on the side of the road, its body gleaming softly in the setting sun. Lu Chen opened the car door, and the refreshing scent of gardenia wafted out, making him feel relaxed and happy. Song Shuyi was dressed up carefully. An apricot-colored knitted dress accentuated her curves, paired with a beige trench coat. Her chestnut-colored curly hair was loosely draped, and her makeup was delicate and fresh, making her less aggressive and more gentle and feminine. Little one, you're right on time. She turned her head and smiled, her gaze sweeping over Lu Chen as she admired him. That casual outfit is nice, you look quite energetic. Sister looks beautiful today too. Lu Chen sincerely praised. Song Shuyi had a different kind of charm today. You have such a sweet tongue. Song Shuyi was in a great mood and started the car. I'll take you to try the newly opened Kaiseki restaurant. The chef is from Tokyo and has a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant. It's very difficult to get a table there. The car merged into the traffic and headed towards the city center business district. Song Shuyi chatted with Lu Chen about interesting things and asked about the school, never mentioning the dangers of the fighting arena. Lu Chen also enjoyed the relaxed time. He knew that Song Shuyi would handle the shady matters. Soon, the car stopped in front of the skyscraper, and a doorman valet parked it. Song Shuyi took Lu Chen's arm and they took the elevator to the top floor, to the Shueihua Japanese restaurant. The restaurant was elegant, with a Japanese dry landscape garden style, offering good privacy, and the kimono-clad waitresses moved with gentle steps. The head chef, dressed in his finest attire, personally greeted Song Shuyi and treated her with utmost respect. The two entered a private room, and upon opening the door, they found themselves on a small terrace overlooking the night view of Jiangchang. Do you like it? Song Shuyi asked. Great. Lu Chen nodded. The dishes were exquisitely crafted, like works of art. From the appetizers to the grilled items, the ingredients were top-notch, the techniques superb, and the flavors rich and layered. Song Shuyi ate little, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Lu Chen eat, her eyes gentle and smiling. She occasionally picked up a piece of food and commented, "How's the rich, fatty texture of this belly? Is the sea urchin sweet enough? Eat slowly, have a sip of sake to rinse your mouth." She took meticulous care of him, like a caring older sister. Lu Chen gradually relaxed, enjoying the food and company. But the warm atmosphere didn't last long. Just as the waiter was bringing dessert, there was a knock on the sliding door of the private room. "Go in," Song Shuyi replied casually. The person who pushed open the door wasn't a waiter, but a young man in a flashy pink suit, with slicked back hair and a pale face, followed by 2 lackeys. When he saw Song Shuyi, his eyes lit up, and he plastered on a fawning smile. "Shuyi, It really is you. What a coincidence to see your car at the door.
But when he glanced at Lu Chen, his smile froze. Seeing Lu Chen wearing cheap casual clothes, his eyes were full of contempt and scrutiny. Song Shuyi frowned, her smile vanished, and she reverted to her aloof and distant demeanor, her tone indifferent. Young Master Wang, is there something you need? Wang Song seemed oblivious to the coldness and went into the private room, sizing up Lu Chen. Shuyi, who is this?
He looks unfamiliar. Can you introduce him? Which family's young master is he? I've never seen him in our circle before.
The condescending attitude was unsettling.
Lu Chen put down his spoon and remained silent. Song Shuyi's face turned completely cold.
She put down her sake cup with a crisp sound and her eyes were sharp. Wang Song, my friend, does he need to report to you? Her voice was not loud, but it was oppressive. Wang Song was speechless and embarrassed, but he was wary of Song Shuyi, so he forced a laugh and said, Shuyi, I was just asking casually, just showing concern. Unwilling to give up, he turned to Lu Chen and provocatively asked, Dude, where do you work?
Getting Miss Song to keep you company, you've got some skills. Lu Chen glanced at him indifferently, still remaining silent. This ignoring him was more embarrassing for Wang Song than any rebuttal. Wang Song's face darkened, and his tone became sharp. Are you mute? Or can't you understand human language? Shuyi, isn't your threshold for making friends too low?
He then glanced at Lu Chen's clothes with a pointed glint in his eyes.
Song Shuyi was furious.
She slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold light, her powerful aura causing the temperature in the private room to plummet. Wang Song.
You think you're so great? My guest, who gives you the right to tell people what to do? She stepped forward and stared intently at Wang Song, her tone disdainful and warning. Don't you know who you are? If it weren't for your father's influence, would you even be allowed in here? Talking to me about the threshold? Take a look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy.
A barrage of harsh words left Wang Song's face flushed and paled alternately, veins throbbing on his forehead. His henchman was too frightened to utter a sound. Wang Song was furious that Song Shuyi would turn against him for the sake of a poor boy, and he trembled with rage.
He pointed at Lu Chen and said, Song Shuyi, you're going to turn against me for this pretty boy? Pretty boy? Song Shuyi laughed indignantly, reaching out to hook her arm around Lu Chen's, resting her head on his shoulder, and laughing provocatively and proudly. That's right, I'm happy to keep a pretty boy, so what? Handsome, smart, skilled, and obedient, he's a million times better than you, a good-for-nothing who relies on his father and indulges in drinking, gambling, whoring, and drugs. I pamper him, spoil him, spend money on him, and take him to eat the best food. You have a problem with that? If you have a problem, keep it to yourself. Get out. Wang Song was stunned by the blow. Looking at Song Shuyi nestled against Lu Chen, he was blinded by humiliation and jealousy. Fine. Fine. Song Shuyi. You're ruthless. Kid. You wait. This isn't over.
After uttering those harsh words, he stormed out with his henchman, his face ashen.
The private room fell silent again, though a tense atmosphere lingered. Song Shuyi released Lu Chen and exhaled, what bad luck. Even eating a meal resulted in running into a fly. She looked at Lu Chen with a soft and apologetic gaze. I'm sorry, little one, I didn't scare you, did I? That kind of person deserves to be taught a lesson, don't take it to heart. Lu Chen smiled and said, it's okay, sister. You were very cool just now. Song Shuyi was taken aback, then burst out laughing. You brat, you're teasing your older sister. The two had no appetite for dessert and paid the bill before leaving. Once in the car, Song Shuyi was still angry. Wang Song is a good-for-nothing, he just throws his money around and does whatever he wants. Next time he causes you trouble, just tell your sister, and she'll slap his face until it's bruised. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. Song Shuyi's tone was slightly serious, but be careful he doesn't play dirty tricks, their circle has a lot of dirty methods. Yes, I'll be careful. Lu Chen kept it in mind. Oh, by the way, Song Shuyi changed the subject, her tone light. I'll take you to an even more fun place next weekend, something more interesting than the fighting arena. It tests your skills and courage, and the prize money is higher. Another fighting arena? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. No, Song Shuyi shook her head mysteriously and blinked. You'll see when the time comes, I guarantee you'll like it. Lu Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he nodded. Okay, I'll follow your instructions, sister. Meanwhile, in a VIP room at a high-end nightclub in Jiangcheng, Wang Song downed a shot of strong liquor, his face grim, and the princess beside him dared not approach. Damn it! Song Shuyi, that bitch.
And that pretty boy, he cursed, smashing his glass, shards flying everywhere.
He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and roared into the receiver, "Brother Biao. Find someone for me. His name is Lu Chen, a student at Jiangcheng University. He dared to steal my woman. I'll make him regret being born.
Take good care of him, just break his leg. I'll cover for him if anything happens."
Money is no object.
After hanging up the phone, Wang Song revealed a cruel smile. "Pretty boy, with your leg broken, how can Song Shuyi still pamper you?" Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Song Shuyi returned to the vicinity of the school. "Little one, go back and get some rest, and make sure you have some nourishment." Song Shuyi stopped the car, ruffled Lu Chen's hair affectionately.
"Sister, drive carefully too." Lu Chen got out of the car and waved. Watching the Porsche disappear, Lu Chen walked into the school gate.
He hadn't gone far, and as he passed a secluded path, his steps faltered slightly. A faint warning from combat intuition appeared.
Is there hostile intent nearby?
He walked forward silently, his senses heightened to the extreme. Sure enough, from the shadows around the corner ahead, there were faint, suppressed breathing sounds and the scraping of metal against the ground. There was more than one person.
Is it Wang Song's people? So fast? Or is it retaliation by Li Gang and Zhao Xiyu? Lu Chen's eyes turned cold.
He pretended to tie his shoelaces, squatted down, and picked up a pebble, holding it in his palm. He stood up and walked towards the corner. Since some people were courting death, he had no choice but to grant their wish.
Chapter 27: Ambush on the Road? Pathetic trash.
Under the cover of night, the streetlights cast dim shadows on the campus paths, and the tree shadows sway in the breeze. Lu Chen walked seemingly casually, his steps steady and his breathing even, but the faint warning brought by his battle intuition tugged at his nerves like spider silk, and all the muscles in his body were already tense to the best combat readiness. He quietly clenched the cold pebble in his palm. In the shadows behind the corner, malice lurked like a viper's tongue, so clear it couldn't be hidden. There were 4 men hiding there, breathing heavily with excitement and cruelty, holding baseball bats and batons in their hands, the standard setup for street thugs.
Was this sent by Wang Song?
They're quite efficient, but the people they found are really low class. Lu Chen sneered inwardly, his steps unwavering, his pace undiminished, as he walked straight toward the corner where the danger lurked.
Just as he was about to turn the corner. "Let's do it!"
A suppressed growl exploded from the shadows.
4 dark figures, like hyenas smelling blood, suddenly pounced from around the corner.
Their clubs whistled through the air as they rained blows at Lu Chen. Their division of labor was extremely precise, completely sealing off any space for dodging in all directions. If it were an ordinary student, they would be stunned on the spot by this surprise attack and could only cover their head and take the beating.
But the person opposite them was Lu Chen.
A cheater who just got the basic combat techniques, and is worried about where to test its effects.
Just as the stick was about to hit him, Lu Chen made a move.
His body seemed weightless, or as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times beforehand, and with agility and speed that defied the laws of physics, he suddenly slid to the left.
The movements were as fluid as a ghost. Just in time to dodge the attacks from the front and the right.
At the same time, his right hand, which was hanging by his side, lashed out like lightning.
Not a fist, but a hard pebble in the palm of your hand. Whoosh smack.
The pebble hit the leftmost thug squarely on the bridge of his nose.
Ack!
A shrill scream that was so distorted it pierced the night sky. The thug's vision went black, and the excruciating pain of his shattered nose shot straight to his head. Blood, tears, and snot sprayed out all at once, and he collapsed to the ground as if his bones had been removed, clutching his face and rolling around frantically.
1 hit. 1 down.
The remaining 3 thugs were clearly stunned. They didn't see what happened at all, they only saw their companions suddenly scream and fall to the ground.
But Lu Chen didn't give them time to react.
Before his sliding momentum had even stopped, his body snapped back like a taut bowstring. His right leg shot out like a cannonball, delivering a swift and powerful sidekick that slammed into the second thug's knee.
Crack! Ah! My leg!
The sickening sound of bone cracking and a scream rang out together. The thug's lower leg was bent at an eerie angle as he fell to the ground, screaming and clutching his broken leg, howling incessantly.
The second one.
Almost simultaneously with the sidekick landing, Lu Chen's left hand formed a chop, condensing the power generation technique of basic fighting techniques, and precisely and ruthlessly struck the wrist of the third thug holding the stick.
Crack! Another crisp sound. Ugh! The thug's wrist broke instantly, the baton clattered to the ground, and he let out a painful groan. The third one. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 thugs were down. Only the last one, the blonde-haired guy who was at the front, was left. Just as the blonde-haired guy missed his target and before he could retract his baseball bat, he heard his teammates scream in agony behind him. He turned around in horror, only to meet Lu Chen's eyes, which were as cold as an abyss in the dim light. And that hand chop that had just severed his companion's wrist and was rapidly slashing towards his neck. Fast. Too fast. So fast that he couldn't react at all. No. The blonde-haired man only managed to squeeze out a desperate syllable. Bang. A precise chop to his carotid artery. The force was controlled just right, neither fatal nor fatal, yet it instantly cut off the brain's oxygen supply. The blonde-haired man's eyes bulged outwards, his pupils dilated instantly, all his voice and strength were stuck in his throat, and his body, like a puppet with broken strings, slumped forward and fainted. The 4th one. From the moment the thugs started the fight to when they were all taken down, the whole process took less than 5 seconds. 4 thugs wielding sticks lay sprawled on the ground, some clutching their faces and screaming in agony, others clutching their broken legs and wailing. The only one who had fainted looked like a dead dog. He took out his phone from the blonde-haired man's pocket, unlocked it with the man's fingerprint, and quickly scrolled through his call history and text messages. The latest call log, with the contact name Brother Biao, was made just a few minutes ago. No more specific information, but that's enough. Lu Chen tossed the phone back at the blonde-haired thug, his voice icy as he addressed the man still clutching his broken leg and groaning. Go back and tell that Brother Biao and the good-for-nothing who sent you. Want to play? I'm happy to oblige. But next time, if you're the kind of trash I send again. His foot gently stepped on the wound of the thug with the broken leg. Ah. It's not just a matter of losing a leg. Lu Chen's voice wasn't loud, but the 2 remaining thugs who could still make a sound were so frightened that they trembled all over, nodding frantically and even suppressing their screams. Lu Chen withdrew his foot, didn't look at them again, turned around and walked towards the dormitory, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. Behind him, only painful groans and fearful gasps remained. Back at the dormitory building, Lu Chen's cold expression had vanished, and he returned to his usual self. Just as I stepped into the building, the lean and fit security guard coincidentally appeared at the door of the duty room, seemingly chatting with the dormitory supervisor. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, the security guard's sharp gaze swept over his entire body, lingering particularly on his hands and feet for a moment. Lu Chen's clothes were still neat, and his breathing was steady, as if he had just finished a walk. The shrewd security guard's nose twitched slightly, and his pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. He smelled it again. That faint yet unmistakable, fresh blood. And the smell of dirt and grass. His gaze then fell on Lu Chen's seemingly clean shoes. On the edge of the sole, there seemed to be a very fine, dark mark that was different from ordinary dust. The security guard's eyes deepened. He spoke rapidly in a very low voice into the microphone beneath his collar. The target returned, 5 minutes later than expected. His vital signs were stable, and his clothing was neat. However, a fresh blood smell was detected, but it was not his own. There were also traces of dirt and grass clippings on his body. Again, the target most likely experienced another conflict, which was quickly resolved, leaving no obvious external injuries. Assessment: the target's danger level and concealment capabilities need to be significantly increased. Recommendation: reconsider the contact strategy and avoid escalating the conflict. After reporting, the security guard gave Lu Chen a friendly, routine smile and nodded. Lu Chen nodded politely in response, but his heart tightened. This security guard has an incredibly sharp sense of smell and observation. He almost always manages to catch the slightest clue. What exactly is the security team trying to do? He showed no sign of anything amiss and calmly walked up the stairs. The burly security guard watched his retreating figure disappear at the stairwell, his expression turning extremely grave. He turned and strode quickly away from the dormitory building, heading towards the administration building. This matter needed to be reported to Captain Chen Feng in detail immediately. Lu Chen returned to dormitory 308. Wang Han and his friends were still playing online games, making a lot of noise, and didn't pay much attention to him. He took a change of clothes, went into the bathroom, and closed the door. He carefully checked his entire body and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming there was no blood or obvious signs of a struggle. That security guard is a problem. I'll have to be more careful in the future. After a quick shower to wash away any lingering scent, Lu Chen felt refreshed. The improvement in his basic combat techniques was comprehensive. The warm-up he had just done hadn't even made him break a sweat.
He lay down on the bed, took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then sent a message to Song Shui.
Lu Chen, sister, are you home yet? Messages are replied to almost instantly.
Shui, sister, just arrived. The little one is so thoughtful, even knowing to care about his older sister.
Cute.
Sister Shui, what about you?
Have you gone back to your dorm? Did you run into any trouble?
Question. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he read the message.
Song Shui's intuition was also quite sharp. Lu Chen, we've arrived. Everything's fine, no problem.
Sister Shui, that's good. Get some rest, by the way. I've already made arrangements for that fun place next week.
It'll definitely be an eye-opener for you. Excited. Lu Chen, looking forward to it.
Laughs. After ending his chat with Song Shui, Lu Chen put down his phone and was about to try practicing the Yi basic meditation method to recover the energy he had just slightly depleted when his phone vibrated again. He thought Song Shui had something else to do, but when he picked it up, he found it was a text message from an unfamiliar local number.
Unknown number, hello Lu Chen, sorry to bother you. I'm Chen Feng from the school security team. I'd like to ask you about something. Would it be convenient for you to come to Office 306 in the administration building tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.? Security Captain Chen Feng? They came directly to our door?
Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and his gaze instantly sharpened. It seems that tonight's events, and all that has happened before, have already drawn the attention of the security team.
Is this talk a blessing or a curse? Lu Chen looked at the politely worded but unyielding text message and tapped his fingers lightly on the screen. There's no way to avoid it. Let's go and see what this mysterious security captain is up to. He replied with 2 words. Lu Chen, okay. The SMS message was sent successfully. The storm seems to be coming ahead of schedule. Chapter 28 Security Captain? A probe from the officials. The following morning, at 9:50 a.m., Lu Chen arrived on the 3rd floor of the administration building right on time.
The corridor was quiet and solemn, with Office 306 at the end, its nameplate hanging on the dark solid wood door. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door.
Please come in.
A steady and powerful voice came from inside the door. Lu Chen pushed open the door and entered. The office was spacious and simple, with cabinets filled with books and documents behind the desks. A campus map and several group photos hung on the wall, and there was a faint aroma of tea and an invisible sense of oppression in the air. A man in a crisp security uniform with distinctive epaulets sat behind the table, around 35 or 36 years old, lean and wiry, with a posture as upright as a pine tree, sharp eyes like an eagle, and slightly bulging temples. He was no ordinary security guard.
It was Chen Feng. He looked down at the documents, only looking up when Lu Chen entered. His gaze swept calmly over Lu Chen, seemingly able to penetrate his heart. Lu Chen? Please have a seat.
Chen Feng gestured to the chair opposite him, his tone calm and emotionless.
Captain Chen, hello.
Lu Chen greeted him neither humbly nor arrogantly, sitting down with his back straight and his gaze calmly meeting Chen Feng's. Their eyes met, and a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. This student's composure far exceeded his expectations, and he showed no unease in the face of pressure.
What would you like to drink? Tea or water? Chen Feng picked up the purple clay teapot and asked casually. Thank you, but no need, Lu Chen politely declined. Chen Feng didn't insist. He poured himself some tea, letting the rising steam ease the tension a little. I called you here today for nothing major, just a routine check-in. Things haven't been peaceful on campus lately, and the security team is under a lot of pressure. We need to gather information from various sources. Lu Chen understood, nodded silently, and waited for what was to come. I heard that you and Zhao Siyu had a disagreement downstairs at the girls' dormitory last Friday night? Chen Feng asked, flipping through a folder as if looking at a record. Yes. I confessed my feelings and was rejected. We had a verbal conflict, and many classmates saw it, Lu Chen admitted frankly. Chen Feng remained non-committal and continued, you weren't at school for the 2 days over the weekend? Yes, I went out, Lu Chen replied flawlessly. Where did you go? Is it convenient to tell me? Chen Feng looked up, his gaze casual yet sharp. I was with a friend, doing some outdoor activities, Lu Chen repeated his old story without changing his expression. Which friend? The Extreme Storm Sports Center? Chen Feng's questions became more specific, pressing closer step by step. Lu Chen felt a slight chill. The other party had indeed investigated. He smiled and said, Captain Chen is so concerned about students' extracurricular activities? Chen Feng smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. It's my duty, it concerns the students' safety.
Especially on Sunday night, a vicious fight broke out in the Grove, and 5 young men were seriously injured.
Someone saw you pass through that area that night.
The true intentions are revealed when the map is unrolled.
Lu Chen's smile faded, his eyes becoming deep. Captain Chen, are you doubting me? It's not suspicion, it's understanding the situation.
Chen Feng leaned forward slightly, applying pressure.
Those 5 people were seriously injured, and their techniques were professional.
And you've changed a lot recently. Your academic performance is outstanding, and your physical fitness is also astonishing. His gaze swept meaningfully over Lu Chen's arms and shoulders.
The atmosphere in the office suddenly became tense.
Lu Chen was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed, leaning back in his chair with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Captain Chen, if you have evidence, please present it directly.
If not, relying on guesswork and hearsay is not in accordance with procedure. As for my changes, do students have to report to the security team for studying and exercising? Jiangcheng University doesn't allow students to improve?
They turned the tables on him. Chen Feng's eyes showed surprise again. This student was difficult to deal with, quick-witted, and had a sharp counterattack. His serious expression softened, revealing a hint of appreciation. Student Lu has misunderstood.
The school encourages positive behavior.
I was just concerned about safety, worried about external forces infiltrating the school or students getting involved in trouble.
Changing the subject casually, he asked, by the way, do you know Li Gang?
He's the vice president of the martial arts club.
I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it, Lu Chen replied quickly. He took sick leave yesterday.
He's seriously injured, dislocated jaw and a mild concussion, Chen Feng said slowly, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen's reaction.
Coincidentally, last Friday afternoon, someone saw you two seemingly exchanging ideas at the martial arts gym? Lu Chen sneered inwardly. The other party had already investigated.
He remained outwardly calm. It wasn't really an exchange, just that Vice President Li instructed me a few times.
I was lucky I wasn't injured. How he got injured, I don't know. Perhaps he practiced too diligently.
Seeing that Lu Chen was unmoved by reason, Chen Feng knew that further questioning would be fruitless. He leaned back in his chair, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and pondered for a moment.
Student Lu, it's good for young people to have ambition, he said slowly and earnestly, but you also need to know how to conceal your sharpness.
This world is complex, and some troubles are hard to get out of once you get involved.
His gaze was deep and meaningful. Getting too close to people or things with complicated backgrounds is not necessarily a good thing. Sometimes what seems like a shortcut is actually an abyss.
Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. These words not only referred to the conflict, but also implied Song Shuyi and the underground fighting arena.
The security team knew more than he thought. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Chen. Lu Chen nodded, his tone sincere. I will be careful and prioritize my studies. Chen Feng observed his expression, seemingly judging his sincerity. Finally, he waved his hand. All right, that's all for today. Thank you for your cooperation.
If you encounter any trouble or suspicious situations in the future, feel free to contact me directly. He took out a simple business card with his name and internal phone number printed on it and handed it to Lu Chen.
Lu Chen accepted the business card with both hands. Thank you, Captain Chen. Go ahead.
Chen Feng picked up the documents and stopped paying attention to him.
Lu Chen stood up, nodded, and left through the door. The door closed. Chen Feng put down the documents, looked up at the door, his gaze deep. He picked up the internal phone and dialed. How's it going, Captain?
The voice on the other end of the phone belonged to a capable security guard.
He is impeccable and has excellent mental fortitude, unlike an ordinary student.
He admitted to the conflict with Zhao Siyu and Li Gang, but denied fighting in the woods and injuring Li Gang.
We have no evidence, Chen Feng said in a deep voice. That. Continue to observe, raise the level to the highest.
Focus on monitoring his contacts and financial transactions with Song Shuyi. I suspect their involvement is more dangerous. Also, keep a close eye on Li Gang and Zhao Siyu. Li Kuei, whom Zhao Siyu is in contact with, is a ruthless figure in society. Don't let her cause trouble, Chen Feng ordered.
Yes.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng rubbed his temples.
Lu Chen was like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating ripples, and behind him, Song Shuyi and the underground fighting world were even more unfathomable.
I hope you can take care of yourself, he murmured to himself.
On the other side, Lu Chen walked out of the administration building, the sunlight dazzling.
He turned back to look at the dark windows, his eyes slightly narrowed. This meeting, seemingly fruitless, actually contained a wealth of information. The security team knew about his conflict, suspected his involvement in the brawl and Li Gang's injury, and were also aware of Song Shudi's presence in the underground fighting arena, making them highly vigilant and wary.
Was it a warning to distance himself from Song Shui, or was there another motive? Chen Feng's warning also made Lu Chen more curious about Song Shui's true identity. She was far more than just an ordinary rich girl.
He pulled out a business card from his pocket. The security team's attention was a double-edged sword. It brought constraints and risks, but it could also become protection. However, true strength lay in his own. He needed to improve his capabilities and accumulate capital more quickly.
I checked the time. I'd missed my morning class.
Just as I was about to head back to my dorm or to the library, a WeChat message popped up. It was from Song Shui.
Sister Shui, little one, what are you doing?
Sister's bored.
Sister Shui, are you free this afternoon? I'll take you somewhere and show you something good.
Sneaky.
Lu Chen laughed. He had just been warned to stay away from her, and now she was inviting him. How exciting.
He replied, just finished working, but I'm free this afternoon.
What good stuff do you have?
Sister Shui, it's a secret.
Anyway, it'll be very beneficial for you.
Smug.
Sister Shui, it's exactly 1 o'clock sharp. I'll pick you up at the usual place. Don't be late.
Playful. Putting down his phone, Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This older sister always brought surprises.
Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory,
Zhao Siyu smiled twistedly with pleasure when she saw Li Kuei's message, all in position, action tonight. She clicked on an anonymous forum post. It contained fabricated dirt on Lu Chen, accusing him of deceiving women and seducing rich women, complete with secretly taken photos and photoshopped evidence, and was scheduled to be published tonight.
Lu Chen.
Song Qingxue, just wait, after tonight, I'll ruin your reputations.
The storm vortex is spinning faster than ever. And Lu Chen is preparing to receive the unknown benefits from Song Shui. Chapter 29 Special Training? My Sister's Gift. At exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Chen arrived at the West Gate. A white Porsche Panamera was already by the roadside. The window rolled down, and Song Shui, dressed in a black tracksuit and with her hair in a ponytail, looked capable and energetic. Little one, get in the car. Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat, and the refreshing scent of mint wafted over him. Sister, what mysterious event is it today? He noticed the black hard shell box in the back seat. You'll see when we get there. I guarantee it's good stuff.
Song Shui teased, then stepped on the gas, and the car drove away from the school, heading towards a high-end villa area in the suburbs. The car stopped in front of a modern villa with an electronic gate. Song Shui pressed the remote to open the door. This is a place where I sometimes relax.
It's quiet and no one's around.
She led Lu Chen through the living room to the heavy metal door, entered the password and fingerprint, and the door slid open. Inside was an astonishingly large private training ground. The ground is covered with professional combat mats, and the surrounding area is equipped with sound-absorbing materials. The training equipment is complete. Sandbags, speedballs, strength training equipment, reaction targets, octagonal iron cages, and unsharpened training weapons are displayed on the walls.
How about it? Isn't this place nice, sister? Song Shui proudly raised her chin. Not just good, so professional. Lu Chen exclaimed sincerely. Song Shui placed the black box on the equipment table. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of our children?
She opened the box. Inside were 2 sets of black training clothes, small electronic devices, and a high-tech helmet. Latest technology, immersive neural response training system. Try it on.
Lu Chen took the training suit. It was thin and resilient, and after changing, it felt like a second skin.
Song Shui also changed, taking out her helmet and sensor patches. The system can capture muscle electrical signals and nerve responses to generate virtual attack projections.
As they helped Lu Chen put on the helmet, the space instantly transformed into a futuristic virtual environment. Song Shui's silhouette was highlighted, and real-time data appeared beside her. Ready? First challenge, reaction speed training. As soon as he finished speaking, countless red dots shot towards Lu Chen from all directions. He instinctively dodged, and the helmet displayed the message, reaction delay, 0.11 seconds, dodge angle deviation, 3 degrees. The red dots he couldn't dodge brought a slight electric shock feedback. Don't panic. Concentrate. Song Shui instructed. Lu Chen maxed out his combat intuition. His vision and hearing became sharper, the red dot trajectory became clearer, and his dodging and blocking became more and more accurate.
The data changed rapidly, reaction delay 0.05 seconds, effective evasion rate 92%, number of hit 0.
After the first wave ended, Lu Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. Kid, your reaction speed is almost as fast as a professional athlete. Song Shuti exclaimed. Again. Lu Chen volunteered. Alright. Next level, combat simulation.
The virtual scene changed, and enemies with weapons rushed at him. Lu Chen went to meet them, dodging and weaving, bringing his basic combat techniques to the extreme, and going toe-to-toe with the enemies. Watching from the sidelines, Song Shuti was surprised and then shocked. Lu Chen's combat awareness and control seemed like an innate instinct.
That's amazing.
She joined the battle, and the two worked together seamlessly to defeat the virtual enemy. After the high-intensity training, Lu Chen was covered in sweat and mentally exhausted, but he felt incredibly refreshed. This kind of training with immediate feedback was far more effective than self-study.
During a break, the two sat on the ground drinking energy drinks. Isn't this a nice gift from your sister?
Song Shuyi fanned herself, her cheeks flushed.
It's simply a miracle. Thank you, sister. Lu Chen said sincerely.
Why are you being so polite with your older sister? Song Shuyi leaned closer and lowered her voice. There's a little surprise in these training clothes and helmet.
She operated the tablet, and a slight electric current emanated from Lu Chen's training clothes, relieving the soreness. The helmet released a cool aura, and his mental energy recovered faster. Bioelectric stimulation and neuro-relaxation technology? Lu Chen asked in surprise. Bingo!
It can also enhance muscle and nerve responses.
Isn't my sister good to you? Song Shuyi snapped her fingers.
Lu Chen stared at the training uniform, his heart filled with shock. Sister.
Stop.
Song Shuyi pressed her finger to his lips, her eyes gentle yet domineering.
It's my pleasure. Seeing you get stronger is more enjoyable than making money. She stood up. Have you rested enough? Want another round? All right. Lu Chen was full of fighting spirit.
The two spent the entire afternoon at the training ground, with Lu Chen frantically absorbing experience and honing his skills. They only stopped, exhausted, as the evening sun shone in. After showering and changing into casual clothes, Lu Chen felt completely transformed, physically exhausted but mentally exhilarated. Song Shuyi was also tired, but in a good mood, and took some ice water from the refrigerator. How are you feeling?
I've benefited immensely.
I could be 10 times my former self.
Lu Chen smiled. But that's an exaggeration. But I believe you.
Song Shuyi leaned against the equipment, her eyes filled with a complex and serious expression. Little friend, your growth rate far exceeds my expectations. But the faster you grow like this, the more careful you need to be. This world is more complex than you see. There are many things hidden beneath the surface. Remembering Chen Feng's warning, Lu Chen nodded. I know, sister. Okay. Song Shuyi was relieved, then checked the time. Come on, I'll take you out for something delicious to replenish your energy. The two went to a riverside herbal cuisine restaurant and chatted as they ate.
Halfway through the meal, Song Shui's phone rang.
Her expression changed slightly when she saw the caller ID.
She got up to answer the phone. What? Are you sure? When did this happen? Okay, I understand. Keep an eye on it. I'll be right there.
When she returned after hanging up the phone, her smile was tinged with seriousness. Young man, I'm sorry, but it's an urgent matter at the company that I have to deal with.
Sister, go ahead and get busy. Important matters need to be addressed, Lu Chen said. Shall I take you back to school? No need, I'll just take a taxi myself, it'll be quick.
After hesitating for a moment, Song Shuyi nodded. Then be careful, send a message when you get home.
She quickly paid the bill and left. Lu Chen watched her retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping in. He finished eating and left, standing by the roadside waiting for a ride, taking out his phone to call one. Bite.
Host detected to have completed high-intensity specialized training, undergoing physical and mental tempering, meeting special check-in requirements.
Special check-in location, Xingyuan Riverbank. Check-in required? Lu Chen was overjoyed. Sign in. Sign in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Crisis Foresight Passive. Crisis Foresight Passive slightly enhances the host's intuitive premonition of impending malice and danger directed against them. The clarity of the premonition is positively correlated with the severity of the crisis and the host's mental strength.
Note, this ability provides a vague warning and cannot offer specific information. Another life-saving skill. Although it's only passive and the effect is vague, it's undoubtedly a lifesaver. Combined with combat intuition, his survivability will be greatly enhanced. However, the moment he merged with this new ability, a faint yet bone-chilling cold suddenly shot up his spine to the back of his head without warning. Crisis prediction has been triggered. Danger. It's nearby. And it's aimed at him. Lu Chen's muscles tensed instantly. His pupils contracted slightly. He outwardly maintained the posture of waiting for the bus, but the corner of his eye, like the most sophisticated radar, rapidly scanned his surroundings. The streets were dimly lit, traffic was sparse, and pedestrians strolled in the distance. Everything seems normal. But that chilling sense of crisis lingered like a venomous snake, growing ever clearer. Where is the enemy? Chapter 30, Murder in the Dark Alley? Li Kuwei's Doom. The evening breeze along the riverbank was slightly cool, brushing against Lu Chen's face. But he felt no coolness at all, only an icy chill that shot up his spine. Crisis premonition, triggered, the alarm like steel needles stimulating his nerves. Danger was imminent. And it carried murderous intent. He outwardly maintained the posture of looking down at his phone while waiting for the bus, his breathing steady, but his muscles were already subtly tensed, and the power generation techniques of basic fighting techniques flowed instinctively. A quick glance around revealed, the road to the left was well lit, there were pedestrians in the green belt to the right, and a restaurant parking lot was directly in front. Only the alleyway leading to the old town behind was sparsely lit and shadowy. The source of the sense of crisis was most likely there. The other party was very professional, they chose the blind spot with the worst visibility. Lu Chen's heart raced slightly, but his mind remained unusually calm. He pretended to stretch his neck, then naturally turned his head to look at the alley entrance, catching a glimpse of a cigarette but glowing red in the shadows. There was more than one person there, and the metallic reflection was also visible. Just then, the ride-hailing car arrived, its hazard lights flashing as it stopped on the side of the road. The opportunity has arrived. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He pretended to walk towards the ride-hailing car, his pace unhurried, but he deliberately veered towards the dimly lit area with broken streetlights. Gradually approaching the alley entrance, he was luring the other party to make a move. Sure enough, the moment he passed the alley entrance and turned his back to the shadows. Let's do it! A suppressed growl exploded from the alley. 3 dark figures darted out. The leader was tall and muscular, wielding a dagger and thrusting it straight at Lu Chen's lower back. The other 2 used steel pipes to block his escape route. Ruthless and professional. One strike will cripple him. But Lu Chen is no ordinary person. A fraction of a second before the opponent made a move, his combat intuition and crisis foresight had already imprinted the opponent's movements, intentions, and the trajectory of the dagger in his mind. Just as the dagger was about to reach his body, Lu Chen moved. His body spun violently to the right like a ghost, leaving only a blur, precisely avoiding the fatal stab. At the same time, his right arm, spinning like a python gathering power, delivered a fierce backhand elbow strike, using centrifugal force to smash into the leader's face. Bang! A sickening thud. The leader's face was struck as if by a hammer, his nose shattered, blood and teeth splattered everywhere. He screamed and his vision went black, his hand holding the knife went limp, and he staggered and fell to the ground. The first one. Instantly rendered unable to fight. Lu Chen didn't stop. The steel pipe came crashing down from the left with a gust of wind. He listened to the wind to pinpoint the location, and his left leg lashed out backward like a scorpion's tail, accurately kicking the attacker's knee joint. Snap! Ah! A piercing scream. The attacker on the left bent backwards in the lower leg and fell to the ground, howling in agony. The second one. The steel pipe on the right was slightly slower, and Lu Chen's spinning momentum was not yet exhausted. His right leg swung up like a battle axe, and a fierce high whip kick arrived first, striking the attacker's neck. Snap! The attacker on the right didn't even utter a sound before being whipped into the air, crashing against the wall and sliding down unconscious. The third one. In less than 3 seconds. All 3 professional attackers wielding weapons were down on the ground, either dead or maimed. The process was clean, efficient, ruthless, and without any unnecessary movements, as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Lu Chen breathed slightly, coldly sweeping his gaze over the 3 people on the ground. The leader was ruthless and professional in his actions, far superior to the thugs he had encountered before. He was definitely a professional thug or a desperate criminal. He bent down to pick up the dagger, searched the leader's pocket for a cell phone,
unlocked it with the other man's fingerprint, and looked through the call history. The most recent contact was labeled Ms. Zhao, and the previous one was labeled Li Kuei.
It really was Zhao Siyu and Li Kuei.
Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold. This woman actually hired someone to kill him. He suppressed the urge to confront Zhao Siyu and used Li Kuei's phone to call back Miss Zhao's number.
The call connected quickly, and Zhao Siyu's voice, though low, couldn't hide her excitement. Brother Kuei? How did it go? Did you get it sorted out? Broke a few of his legs? Did you take any pictures?
Lu Chen spoke into the microphone, his voice as cold as ice. Zhao Siyu, the piece of trash you found is already dead.
Now, it's your turn. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone.
Then came a gasp of extreme terror, followed by the sound of a phone falling to the ground with a thud, and the hurried footsteps fading into the distance. Lu Chen coldly hung up the phone, glanced at the unconscious Li Kuei, and showed no pity in his eyes. He took out his phone and dialed Chen Feng's internal number.
The phone rang twice before being answered, and Chen Feng's steady voice came through. Hello? Captain Chen, it's me, Lu Chen. Lu Chen's voice was calm.
A vicious attempted stabbing incident occurred in the alley behind the Fisherman's Home restaurant on the banks of the Qingyuan River. The main perpetrator, Li Kuei, and 2 accomplices have been subdued. This should match the suspicious situation you mentioned. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone.
Chen Feng was clearly taken aback, but quickly recovered and said in a serious tone, You injured someone with a knife? Are you all right?
Stay where you are and protect the scene.
I'm bringing people over right away.
I'm fine, Lu Chen said before hanging up the phone. Calling the police would be too easy on them. It's better to let Chen Feng handle it. He can deal with Li Kuei, drag Zhao Siyu into the mess, and also demonstrate value and sincerity for cooperation to the security team, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Soon, the faint sound of police sirens could be heard in the distance, and several unmarked black SUVs sped over and came to a stop at the alley entrance. Chen Feng was the first to get out of the car. He was wearing a security guard uniform and had sharp eyes. Behind him were 5 or 6 team members, including some elite security guards. They moved swiftly. Their expressions changed slightly when they saw the scene in the alley. 3 thugs lay on the ground, seriously injured, with their weapons beside them, while Lu Chen stood unharmed in the middle, his breathing steady and his eyes calm. This scene is so visually striking. Chen Feng quickly scanned the scene, his gaze lingering for a moment on Li Kuei's bloodied face and twisted legs. His eyes twitched. Such ruthless methods. Such precise strikes. He took a deep breath, walked up to Lu Chen, and asked with a complicated expression, Details? Lu Chen succinctly explained what had happened, omitting the details of the entrapment and counterattack, only saying that the other party suddenly attacked with a knife and that he was lucky to defend himself, and also mentioned the call records of Ms. Zhao on his phone. As Chen Feng listened, his face grew increasingly grim. Li Kuei was a ruthless figure in society, carrying several criminal records. Zhao Siyu had actually sought revenge on her classmate by hiring him and even resorting to violence, which seriously crossed the line.
Take the man away. Investigate the scene. Keep the cell phone as evidence. Chen Feng ordered his subordinates sternly.
The team members immediately took action, carrying away the 3 unconscious individuals and cleaning up the scene.
Chen Feng looked at Lu Chen again, his tone inquisitive. You have surprised me once again, Lu Chen.
Facing a desperate criminal like Li Kuei who attacked you with a knife, you were able to escape unscathed and even counterattack.
Lu Chen smiled and said calmly, Maybe they underestimated us, or maybe I was just lucky.
Chen Feng gave him a deep look, then didn't press further, promising, We will handle this matter seriously, and Zhao Siyu will be held accountable according to the law. You must be extra careful lately.
Thank you, Captain Chen. Lu Chen nodded. I'll send someone to take you back to school. No need to trouble yourself, I'll go back by myself, it's not far.
Chen Feng thought about it and didn't insist, but gave a few more instructions.
Lu Chen turned and left, his figure disappearing into the night.
Chen Feng stood there, watching his back, his brows furrowed. This Lu Chen, every time he appeared, stirred up a storm, displaying even more astonishing abilities and methods. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and said gravely, Report, the situation has changed. Target Lu Chen was ambushed tonight by Li Kuei and his accomplices at knife point. Lu Chen was unharmed, while Li Kuei and 2 others were seriously injured and captured. Assessment: the target's combat risk, psychological resilience, and adaptability need to be completely reassessed.
Recommendation: upgrade the contingency plan and consider limited contact and cooperation. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory,
Zhao Siyu was like a frightened bird, her face pale and her whole body trembling as she huddled in the corner of the bed. The phone was smashed on the ground. Lu Chen's icy voice echoed in her mind like a nightmare. Your turn, your turn. Overwhelmed by fear, Li Kuei had failed and been arrested, and the police would soon be knocking on her door. She's finished. Utterly finished. What should she do? Chapter 31 Public Opinion Reversal? Cheng Xue's concern. When Lu Chen returned to his dormitory, it was already late at night. The dormitory building was quiet, with only a faint light coming from the duty room. He walked quietly up the stairs without disturbing anyone. He pushed open the door to dormitory 308, only to find it pitch black, with the only sounds being Wang Han snoring and teeth grinding. He breathed a sigh of relief, quietly washed up, and lay down on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Tonight's events replayed in my mind: Li Kuei's dagger, the alarm of crisis prediction, the ruthless counterattack, Chen Feng's eyes. Everything was too fast and too exciting. Zhao Siyu actually hired someone to kill out of jealousy? How pathetic and foolish. Handing it over to Chen Feng and the law is the best outcome. Right now, she must be suffering from fear, right? Lu Chen felt no pleasure, only a faint sense of melancholy, which was quickly replaced by reason. She chose this path, and she should bear the consequences. He closed his eyes and practiced the basic meditation method, the cool air nourishing his spirit. He calmly analyzed the situation. Handing it over to Chen Feng was both a risky and a brilliant move. It would resolve the threat, demonstrate his value, and occupy the moral and legal high ground. Although there was a risk of being investigated, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. He fell into a deep sleep some time later. The next day, a huge uproar indeed broke out on campus. The news that Zhao Siyu attempted to hire someone to kill but failed and strangers ambushed the students spread across forums and chat groups in various versions, causing an uproar. Holy crap! Zhao Siyu's gone mad? Just because she got rejected after confessing her feelings? Is Lu Chen alright? He even turned the tables on Li Kuei? That's amazing. Does he still feel ashamed of those who called him a gigolo? He's a hidden master. Zhao Siyu is truly vicious. What a waste of that face. Public opinion underwent a complete reversal. Lu Chen went from a pretty boy to a victim hero with exceptional skills, while Zhao Siyu went from a white moonlight idealized love to a lawbreaker, despised by everyone. Li Gang became a laughingstock, remarking, hiding trouble with Lu Chen before was just asking for it. In class, Lu Chen could clearly feel the change in the gazes around him from curiosity and disdain to admiration and envy, and even a touch of fear. During break, several girls blushed and asked him if he was injured. Wang Han and his two friends surrounded him, shouting excitedly, "Brother Chen! You took down a thug with your bare hands. You're my idol. That vicious woman Zhao Siyu deserved it." Lu Chen had a headache from the noise and smiled helplessly. "I'm lucky, it's not that bad." "You call this good luck?" Sun Wei exclaimed dramatically. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Song Shui. "Sister Shui, little one. Are you alright? That crazy woman Zhao Siyu. I won't let her get away with this." Angry. "Sister Shui, where are you? Are you hurt? Do you need me to come over?" Worried. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart and replied, "Sister, I'm fine. I'm in class, and I'm not hurt at all." "Sister Shui, really? Don't lie to me." Skeptical. "Lu Chen, it's true, more real than real gold." Well behaved. "Sister Shui, that's good. You scared me to death. I'll calm you down tonight." Hug. "Sister Shui, Li Kuei and Zhao Siyu, don't worry, I'll take good care of them and make sure they don't have a chance to cause you any more trouble." Sneer. Lu Chen knew what her care meant, but he didn't stop her. Some people deserve to pay the price. He replied, "Thank you, sister." "Shui's sister, don't be so polite with me. Be a good student." Kiss. Just as it ended, another message arrived, from Song Qingxue. "Song Qingxue, Lu Chen, are you alright? I heard about what happened last night, worried." The message was brief, yet it conveyed concern. Lu Chen unexpectedly replied, "I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Song Qingxue, it's good that you're alright. If needed, I can help you explain the situation to the department or provide legal advice. I know some good lawyers." Lu Chen could sense her kindness and replied, "Thank you, senior. The security team is handling it. It's not necessary for the time being." Song Qingxue, okay. Be careful then. Cheer up emoji. Looking at the cute emoji, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. This didn't seem like something the aloof school beauty would send.
He replied, "Yeah, I will." The phone rang again. It was Chen phone calling. Lu Chen walked to a quiet spot in the corridor and answered, "Captain Chen." "Lu Chen, did I disturb your class?" Chen Feng's tone softened. "No, please tell me."
The preliminary interrogation of the case last night has concluded, and the chain of evidence is complete. Zhao Siyu has confessed and has been detained. Li Kuei and others have been taken into custody for attempted intentional injury and illegal possession of weapons, Chen Feng reported.
"Very efficient, thank you, Captain Chen. It's my duty."
Chen Feng paused, his tone complex.
Li Kuei's injury assessment is in.
The wounds are very professional, striking vital points while avoiding fatal areas, unlike ordinary self-defense. Lu Chen knew it was a test, and calmly replied, "It was probably a burst of potential in a moment of panic. I wasn't thinking too much, I was just thinking about protecting myself."
There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone.
Chen Feng didn't press for details, only saying, "The result is good.
It's most important that you're all right. The school will increase its attention to your safety, so don't go to secluded places alone." "I understand, thank you for reminding me." "Okay, I'll let you know if there's any progress."
After hanging up the phone, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. Zhao Siyu had been arrested, and her family, Wang Son, and Tang Mingyuan might still have other plans.
He had to become stronger as soon as possible. Lu Chen had no classes in the afternoon, so he went to the library.
He needed to research books on human anatomy, biomechanics, and psychology. He needed a thorough understanding of the theories behind basic combat techniques and weakness insight. Immersed in knowledge, time flies. By the time he closed the last book, the sun was already setting outside the window. He rubbed his sore eyes, feeling he had gained a great deal, a deeper understanding of human joints, nerve plexuses, and the principles of force generation, which would significantly improve his practical combat abilities. He packed his things and left, walking back to his dormitory, the setting sun casting a long shadow. As he passed the bulletin board, he saw a crowd gathered around discussing something, and vaguely heard words like disciplinary action and expulsion. He stopped. A new notice was prominently displayed on the bulletin board: disciplinary decision regarding Zhao Siyu, a student from the Department of Economics, for serious violations of discipline. The notice listed the facts of hiring someone to commit assault and concluded with the official seal of the Academic Affairs Office: Zhao Siyu is hereby expelled from the university.
The surrounding students murmured, "Good riddance. It's time to get rid of this cancer." "That's great. Thank goodness Lu Chen is all right." Lu Chen looked at the announcement calmly. This was just the beginning. The legal judgment was yet to come.
He turned and left, no longer paying attention to the discussions. I had only taken a few steps when my phone vibrated. It was a message from Song Shui, with her location attached.
"Sister Shui, little one, are you done with your work? Come find me here, location."
"Sister Shui, I'll show you something fun," winking emoji.
Lu Chen looked at the location: an abandoned factory area. Was this woman up to something new?
He replied, "Just finished working, I'll be right there." Night fell, and the city lights came on. A new surprise seemed to be waiting for him.
Chapter 32: Underground Shooting Range? My first firearms experience. Following Song Shui's directions, Lu Chen took a taxi to the abandoned industrial area in the west of the city.
This place was once the industrial heart of Jiangcheng, but now only rusty factory buildings and overgrown fields remain, looking particularly desolate in the twilight.
He paid and got out of the car, which quickly drove away.
Standing at the factory gate, the evening wind swirled dust, and the crisis premonition ability hadn't been triggered. Just as he was about to make a call, a deep engine sound came, and a white Porsche drove out of the side door and stopped in front of him. "Get in the car, little one," Song Shui said, wearing sunglasses and a mysterious smile on her lips.
Lu Chen sat down and asked curiously, "Sister, what's fun about this desolate wilderness?"
"I guarantee it'll give you an adrenaline rush," Song Shui teased, then drove back to the side gate. Behind the side door is a downward sloping passage, dimly lit but with a good surface. After driving for a minute or two, the view suddenly opens up: a huge, modern underground space, full of technology and order. Under the bright lights, the air is filled with the smell of gunpowder, and muffled gunshots can be heard in the distance.
This is a professional underground shooting range.
Individual shooting booths are neatly arranged, with electronic target practice in the distance. Weapon diagrams and safety regulations are displayed on the walls, and there's also a CQB simulation training area.
Many people are shooting in tactical vests. The atmosphere is serious. Isn't this more advanced than purgatory?
Song Shui parked the car, took off her sunglasses, and her eyes were full of excitement.
I brought you here to play this today.
Lu Chen was shocked. Guns have a natural attraction for men, and the opportunity to get up close to real firearms is rare.
Sister, this.
He was speechless for a moment. Song Shui's power once again refreshed his understanding. Come on, let us pick out some toys. Song Shui pulled his hand and walked towards the armory. The armory manager was a middle-aged man with a blank expression.
He nodded respectfully to Song Shui and said, Miss Song.
As usual, I'll pick out a few with low recoil for my younger brother that are suitable for beginners, Song Shui said. The administrator glanced at Lu Chen and picked up a tablet. These models are suitable, 9mm diameter, good stability. Song Shui, referring to the tablet, explained, the Glock 17 is a classic model, the Sig Sauer P226 has high precision, and the Beretta 92F has a good feel. Lu Chen's heart raced as he looked at the weapons on the screen. He ultimately chose the Glock 17 pistol and the low-recoil MP5K submachine gun.
Song Shui chose the custom 1911 pistol and the Remington 870 shotgun.
The two men, wearing tactical vests, earmuffs, and goggles, went to the shooting compartment. The administrator explained the firearm structure, safety rules, and shooting techniques. Always point the muzzle in a safe direction.
Remove your finger from the trigger when not firing.
Only fire after confirming the target. Lu Chen kept the key points in mind. The basic combat techniques gave him strong control over his body, allowing him to learn quickly.
Dare to give it a try? Song Shui's eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Chen took a deep breath, picked up the Glock 17, gripped it with both hands, bent his knees slightly, and assumed the standard stance.
The cold touch and heavy weight sent a surge of adrenaline through him. He aimed at the half-body target 15 meters away, held his breath, and pre-released the trigger.
Bang!
The recoil from the first shot made my arm go numb, the muzzle rose, and the bullet missed the target.
Song Shui laughed. Ha, are you nervous, kid? Lu Chen's face flushed, and he quickly adjusted his grip, posture, and aiming point. Bang!
The second shot hits the target, just barely grazing it.
Bang!
The third shot hit his torso.
Bang!
The fourth shot, the fifth shot. His progress was astonishingly rapid. With each shot, he made precise adjustments, the gunshots gradually becoming more rhythmic, and the muzzle climb decreasing. Song Shui and the administrator's smiles vanished, replaced by astonishment. In less than a magazine, he went from missing the target to consistently hitting it, almost reaching the bullseye. His understanding of power generation and movement trajectory from martial arts was perfectly applied to gun control. After emptying the magazine, Lu Chen looked at the target paper. Almost all the bullets had hit the effective area.
Wow! Song Shui exclaimed, leaning closer. You're a monster. Your learning ability is terrifying. The administrator nodded in agreement, very talented, steady wrist, and quick to adapt. Lu Chen smiled and then tried out the MP5K submachine gun.
The recoil was difficult to control in bursts, but he quickly adapted, effectively controlling the gun from spray fire to short bursts. Song Shui also demonstrated superb shooting skills, hitting the bullseye every time, clearly a veteran. The two had a great time, their arms aching but they were excited.
Was it fun? Song Shui wiped her sweat, looking dashing. Yeah.
It was so exciting.
Lu Chen's eyes lit up.
I'll take you to something even more exciting.
Song Shui pulled him towards the CQB simulation training ground.
Here, obstacles were used to simulate urban warfare. Use marking rounds to fight. Getting hit counts as death in action.
Let your sister see your real combat reaction.
Lu Chen caught the gun, his competitive spirit rising. Sister, be careful. The two entered the battlefield separately. The environment was dim, with red warning lights providing a faint glow and obstacles casting shadows. Lu Chen maximized his combat intuition and crisis premonition abilities, sharpening his senses to hear even the faintest footsteps and detect the direction of danger. He moved through the obstacles like a ghost, his steps light and nimble. Suddenly, Song Shui appeared around the corner ahead, and she raised her gun first.
But combat intuition gave him an early warning, and Lu Chen instinctively ducked to the side and rear. Thud!
A marking bullet grazed his vest, hitting the wall and splattering paint. Lu Chen broke out in a cold sweat and used the momentum to roll and hide behind cover. Song Shui missed her attack and went into hiding, and the two began a chase and game of cat and mouse. Song Shuyi was experienced and used feints and diversions. Lu Chen relied on intuition and reflexes to avoid attacks, and almost managed to turn the tables several times. In the end, during the ensuing encounter in the narrow corridor, Lu Chen used his reflection to anticipate Song Shuyi's route and fired first. Thud! The marking bullet struck her in the chest. Ugh! Song Shuyi looked at the paint on her chest and said angrily, "That doesn't count. How did you know I came out from that side?" Lu Chen pointed to the metal pipe above his head, reflective. Song Shuyi suddenly realized, both annoyed and amused, "Your observation skills are truly abnormal. I'm impressed." Although she was defeated, she was even happier, her eyes filled with excitement as she looked at Lu Chen. "You were born to do this." The two walked out of the training field, drenched in sweat but feeling refreshed. While drinking iced water in the rest area, Song Shuyi asked, "Do you like the feeling of controlling your strength and walking on the edge of danger?" "It's exciting and addictive," Lu Chen nodded honestly. "I knew you'd like that." Song Shuyi leaned closer, her voice low and seductive. "Want something more exciting? The real big one? A big guy?" Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Song Shuyi smiled mysteriously, without answering directly, and instead took out her phone and operated it a few times. After a while, the administrator came over pushing a heavy trolley covered with a thick tarpaulin. Song Shuyi stepped forward and yanked open the canvas. Even though Lu Chen was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. Lying on the cart was a menacing and imposing Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. And a similarly powerful precision marksman rifle equipped with a high-powered scope. "This is the real big toy. How is it?" Song Shuyi stroked the cold barrel of the Barrett gun as if caressing a lover's skin, her eyes burning with passion. "Want to try what it feels like to cut a tree in one shot and shatter a wall in two?" Chapter 33: The Power of Barrett? The Shock of Recoil. On the cart, the Barrett M82A1 lay like a sleeping steel behemoth, its cold body, rugged lines, and massive muzzle brake exuding a chillingly violent aesthetic. Beside it, the MR308 marksman rifle also radiated a sense of professional lethality. Lu Chen stared at the two weapons of mass destruction, his breath caught in his throat, and his heart pounded wildly. These were battlefield weapons capable of tearing through light armor, far exceeding the category of toys. Song Shuyi was satisfied with his reaction and patted the Barrett to introduce it. 50.50 BMG caliber, effective range of 1,800 meters. This is a modified training version, using low recoil ammunition, but it's still quite powerful. She then pointed to the MR308, 7.62 mm caliber, high accuracy, use it to get a feel for it first. The administrator solemnly explained the operating procedures, especially emphasizing that the Barrett must be fired from a prone position and the shoulder brace must be secure, otherwise injury is likely. Lu Chen memorized every word. Facing such power, negligence could be fatal. The two arrived at the heavy target lane. Lu Chen took the MR308 first, knelt down, and aimed at the bullseye at 100 meters away with the butt of the rifle against his shoulder. The target paper was clearly visible in the scope. "Hold your breath, preload the trigger," bang. A dull, loud bang resounded, and the recoil felt like a heavy hammer slamming into his shoulder. Lu Chen's body swayed violently, and his chest felt tight. But his basic combat techniques instantly stabilized him. Looking through the scope again, I realized I had missed the target. He. Song Shuyi laughed. "It tastes good, doesn't it? This is just an appetizer." Lu Chen shook his numb shoulders, becoming even more excited. He gripped his gun again, savoring the recoil, and adjusted the force and posture of his shoulder. Bang! The second shot missed the target, but the muzzle climb decreased. Bang! The third shot grazed the target. Bang! The fourth shot hit the edge of the target paper. He improved at an astonishing speed, making precise adjustments with each shot, and within 7 or 8 shots, he could consistently hit the target within the target's range. The administrator was dumbfounded. Was this really a complete novice handling a high-powered rifle for the first time? After emptying the magazine, Lu Chen's shoulders were burning, but he was filled with a sense of triumph. Not bad. Song Shuyi clapped. Ready to challenge the big guy? Lu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes burning. Ready. With the administrator's assistance, he set up the Barrett in a prone position. The cold gun pressed against his skin, its weight bringing a sense of solid power. After checking the details, he leaned close to the scope, where the bullseye was clearly visible at 100 meters. My finger rested on the Y trigger, my heart pounding with excitement and tension. Pull the trigger.
Boom!
A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the shooting range.
A terrifying force, like a charging rhinoceros, slammed into his shoulder, sending Lu Chen sliding backward.
His shoulder throbbed with excruciating pain, his ears rang, and his chest heaved, almost suffocating him.
The recoil was far greater than I imagined.
Looking at the target again, a shockingly large hole appeared on the thick target paper, yet it was off target.
Wow! Song Shuyi jumped up, ignoring the loud noise. It hit! That was so satisfying.
She ran over and saw Lu Chen rubbing his shoulder, feeling both sorry for him and amused.
The Barrett's recoil is really powerful, isn't it? Did it hit your heart? Lu Chen gasped for breath. It's not just my heart, my soul is almost flying away.
But the extreme sense of destruction and conquest made his adrenaline surge, making him extremely excited. After resting for a moment, he lay down again, pushing his muscle control of the basic combat techniques to the limit, tensing his core as if it were a rock.
Boom!
The second clap of thunder reduced the range of body swaying, lessened the shoulder pain, and decreased the deviation.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
He gritted his teeth and fired shot after shot, sensing the subtle changes in his body and constantly adjusting to adapt. By the fifth shot, he was able to keep the gun relatively steady.
Boom! With the sixth shot fired, he could clearly see the fragments of the bullseye exploding through the scope. A perfect hit. Yes! Lu Chen roared and clenched his fist, a huge sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. Song Shuyi exclaimed with delight, fantastic! You're a genius! You've tamed this beast. The administrator was completely stunned. This speed of adaptation was monstrous.
After firing the Barra training rounds, Lu Chen felt like half his body was about to fall apart, but he was extremely excited. Back in the rest area, he drank water, rubbed his shoulders, and had a hearty smile on his face.
Song Shuyi looked at him and suddenly asked, "Do you like the feeling of having power in your own hands?" "I like it. It's very real and powerful." Lu Chen nodded honestly.
Yes. Song Shuyi leaned back on the sofa, swirling her wineglass, her gaze distant and complex. Firearms are an extension of the rules, and also a tool for breaking them.
They can protect people or destroy them. The key lies in the person who controls them.
She turned to look at Lu Chen seriously. I hope you remember this power, and also remember to be in awe of it. His tone was unusually serious, and Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully.
Just then, my phone vibrated.
It was a text message from Chun Feng. Zhao Siyu's family attempted to intervene, but this has been thwarted.
Li Kuei's case file has been transferred to the procuratorate. The evidence is conclusive.
You still need to be vigilant in the near future.
Lu Chen's eyes turned slightly cold as he replied, "Thank you." Just as I hung up my phone, Song Qingshui called. "Lu Chen," she asked hesitantly, "are you free tomorrow afternoon?"
There's a behavioral economics lecture at the city library, given by Professor Thaler's student.
I have an extra ticket.
The invitation was stiff and unnatural, completely unlike her usual fluent academic discussions.
Lu Chen was stunned and glanced at Song Shuyi beside him. Song Shuyi smiled faintly, her lips silently saying, "Oh, your senior asked you out?" Lu Chen said awkwardly, "Thank you, senior. I'm free tomorrow afternoon." "Okay. See you at the city library entrance at 2 p.m. tomorrow." Song Qingshui breathed a sigh of relief and quickly hung up. Song Shuyi leaned closer, put her arm around his shoulder, and teased, "Wow, kid, you're quite charming. You've melted even the most icy guy? You even gave him tickets. He's clearly interested in you."
"Sister, don't talk nonsense, it's just an academic exchange," Lu Chen said helplessly.
"TCH academic exchange?" Song Shuyi scoffed. "My sister's a woman too, how could she not tell? Which guy has she ever given a second glance to?"
She pinched Lu Chen's cheek, half-jokingly warning, "Don't forget about me now that you've got this senior, I'll get jealous."
Lu Chen was both amused and exasperated. Just then, a system notification sounded. Byte.
Host detected to have come into contact with and gained initial mastery of multiple firearms, experienced ultimate power, undergone a mental transformation, and met special check-in conditions.
Special check-in location, Eagle Eye shooting range. Check-in required? Lu Chen was overjoyed. Sign in. Sign in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Eagle Eye Passive. Eagle Eye Passive slightly and permanently improves dynamic vision, static vision, and long-distance visual acuity, enhances the prediction of moving target trajectories and improves visual adaptation in low-light environments.
Visual enhancement. Lu Chen instantly felt the world before him brighten, distant details became clearer, and the trajectories of moving objects were easier to track. He subconsciously looked at the distant target and could vaguely see the details of the bullet holes. "What's wrong?" Song Shuyi noticed the change in his eyes and asked curiously. "It's nothing," Lu Chen suppressed his excitement and laughed, "I just feel. I can see it more clearly now." Song Shuyi looked at him suspiciously but didn't ask any further questions. She stood up and stretched, her curves on full display. "Have you had enough fun? I'll take you back to school. You have a date with your senior tomorrow." The word date was emphasized, and Lu Chen smiled helplessly as he followed her out of the underground shooting range. It was late at night when Lu Chen returned to school. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day, the violent aesthetics of firearms, Song Shuyi's instruction, Chen Feng's text message, Song Qingshua's invitation, the newly acquired Eagle Eye. The amount of information was overwhelming. He vaguely felt that a broader and more dangerous path was unfolding before him, and Song Qingshua's invitation seemed to be more than just a formality. He closed his eyes and activated the basic meditation technique, his mental energy flowing, and his eagle eye ability quietly fused with it. On the other side of the city, in a familiar, secluded room. The old man in the tang suit looked at the blurry clip of Lu Chen at the shooting range on the screen, especially the footage of him quickly adjusting to the Barrett rifle, his face darkening. He cracked the sandalwood walnut in his hand. "Genius, another genius. Where did that Song family girl find such a monster?" The scholar in white stared at the data with fervent eyes. The target's learning ability and adaptability far exceed expectations. The recoil control mode has extremely high biomechanical value. We must obtain it. Tang Mingyuan lowered his head and dared not utter a sound. The old man slammed the walnuts on the table. "We can't wait any longer. If it can't be used by us, then destroy it completely. Have Venom take action. Tomorrow. Make him disappear completely." Chapter 34, A Lecture Invitation? A danger lurks in the shadows. The next afternoon, the weather was gloomy, with low-hanging dark clouds, giving off a somber atmosphere as if a mountain rain was about to fall. Lu Chen arrived at the city library entrance 10 minutes early, a solemn and dignified Soviet-style building. He wore a white shirt and casual trousers, his posture upright. After his eagle eye was enhanced, his visual perception was sharper, and he could see things exceptionally clearly. At exactly 2 o'clock, Song Qingxue appeared on time. She wore a light blue dress and a beige knitted cardigan with light makeup and carried a file bag containing her notebooks. Seeing that Lu Chen was already there, she paused slightly, then quickened her pace and came down. "Lu Chen, you've arrived." Her voice was calm, but it hid a hint of nervousness, and there was a very faint blush on her ears. "Senior." Lu Chen nodded, his eagle eyes noticing her subtle reaction and realizing that she was acting differently today. "Go in, the lecture is about to start." Song Qingxue looked away, turned around and went in first, her back slightly stiff. The lecture was held in the largest lecture hall, which was already quite full. Professors, graduate students, and elite scholars. The atmosphere was serious. The two found seats in the middle. The speaker was a foreign student of Professor Thaler. The lecture combined case studies to explain behavioral economics. Lu Chen listened with great interest, and his system-enhanced brain easily kept up. Song Qingxue was fully focused, taking notes quickly, and occasionally nodding at brilliant points, her eyes shining. During this time, Song Qingxue wanted to talk to Lu Chen. As she turned her head, Lu Chen happened to lean towards her, and the two were instantly close. Lu Chen could see her trembling eyelashes and smell the scent of gardenias in her hair. Song Qingxue froze, her eyes widened like a startled deer, her cheeks quickly flushed red, and she shrank back and lowered her head, her fingertips trembling and her earlobes turning bright red. Lu Chen was also stunned, awkwardly touching his nose and sitting up straight. The subtle awkwardness between the two did not dissipate until the end of the lecture. As she walked out with the crowd, Song Qingxue recovered and tried to steer the conversation away with an academic topic. "Regarding the case about the endowment effect just now, what do you think?" The two walked down the corridor, discussing as they went, and as they rounded a dimly lit corner and approached the emergency exit. Buzz. Crisis premonition, like an alarm bell ringing. A chilling killing intent pierces the back of the head. The danger far surpasses that of Li Kuei. Not a sniper, but very close. The target is him. The shadow of death instantly looms. Lu Chen's hair stood on end, and his heart stopped. In that critical moment, his combat intuition and eagle eye surged to their limits. His dynamic vision caught a red infrared laser dot flashing towards his heart through the crack in the security door. Instant prediction: the assassin was in the stairwell behind the security door,
firing blindly against the wall.
No time to think, warning. Driven by his survival instinct, Lu Chen's body moved like a ghost, crashing into Song Qingxue on his left.
At the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, snatching the hard-covered notebook from her hand and blocking her heart in a fraction of a second. Song Qingxue screamed and fell to the ground when she was hit.
Just as she fell. Call out. The silenced gunshot was extremely faint, almost completely masked by the ambient noise. The laptop jolted violently, revealing a charred hole in the cover. The impact sent a shiver down Lu Chen's arm. The bullet, weakened and deflected after penetrating the laptop, grazed his armpit and embedded itself in the wall behind him, leaving a burnt smell in its wake. Assassination. Professional assassin. Lu Chen's back was soaked with cold sweat, and his heart was pounding. He almost died. Ah!
Song Qingxue turned pale, trembled all over, and her mind went blank when she saw the bullet holes, torn clothes, and marks on the wall.
Lu Chen had no time to calm her down. The alarm for the crisis prediction was still in effect.
He abruptly pulled Song Qingxue up, shoved her into the nearby cleaning and storage room, and growled, "Hide well.
Don't come out. Call the police." The moment the door closed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 bullets struck the spot he had just been standing in and the door to the storeroom, sending splinters flying. The assassin reacted with lightning speed. Lu Chen's rage and killing intent erupted.
Using Eagle Eye, he locked onto traces of smoke and sound, determining that the assassin was still moving around the stairwell, searching for an angle.
He couldn't let the enemy create distance. He lunged forward like a cheetah toward the safety door, simultaneously pulling out a game coin he'd picked up on the road and using basic fighting technique to hurl it at the glass window of the door. Crash! Glass shattered.
Amidst the flying shards, Lu Chen smashed open the safety door and rushed into the dimly lit stairwell.
Eagle Eye instantly adjusted to the light and spotted the assassin in a dark hoodie and mask, holding a silenced pistol and pointing it at him. Their eyes met.
A flicker of surprise crossed the assassin's eyes. He hadn't expected his target to dodge and then dare to charge back.
But his finger was already on the trigger. At close range, evasion was virtually impossible.
In a life-or-death moment, combat intuition alerted him, and basic combat techniques caused Lu Chen to twist and slide to the side. His right foot kicked upwards like a scorpion's tail, aimed directly at the assassin's wrist holding the gun.
Bang! Muffled kick and whoosh. Gunshot rang out simultaneously. Lu Chen's toe precisely struck the wrist. The assassin's pistol rose, the bullet grazing Lu Chen's scalp and embedding itself in the ceiling. Lu Chen sprang back up instantly after falling. The assassin felt a sharp pain in his wrist, his gun went out of control, and he was horrified. Just as he tried to adjust, Lu Chen was already close in, giving him no chance to fire. Close combat was the only way to survive. Snap! Lu Chen's left hand gripped the assassin's wrist like an iron clamp, the force so great it felt like the bones were about to shatter. His right elbow struck Lu Chen's face. The assassin dodged, tilting his head to dodge, then his knee aimed at Lu Chen's abdomen. In the narrow stairwell, the two engaged in close combat, their movements lightning fast and each strike deadly. The assassin's strength and skill far surpassed Li Kuei's, reaching a professional level. But Lu Chen, relying on his basic combat techniques, combat intuition, for prediction, and eagle eye to seize openings, held his own against all odds, even growing more ferocious as the fight progressed. He seized the assassin's opening and chopped at his neck with a hand chop. The assassin groaned and froze. Lu Chen took the opportunity to twist his wrist. Snap! Ugh! The assassin's wrist was broken, and his pistol fell to the ground. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and with his other hand, he drew a military dagger and stabbed it towards Lu Chen's throat. Instead of retreating, Lu Chen advanced, sidestepped, and slid into the assassin's arms, headbutting him in the chin. At the same time, he punched towards the temple. Bang! Bang! The assassin's jaw was jolted by the blow, and another heavy punch landed on his temple. His movements froze, his eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the ground. Lu Chen finished him off with a slash to the back of his neck, and the assassin was completely unconscious. Lu Chen, panting, his eyes icy, searched the assassin's body. Only cash, a gun, and a dagger were found. No identification was provided, professional and clean. But he was almost certainly sent by Tang Mingyuan. In the distance, the sound of police sirens rang out. It was Song Qingxue who had called the police. Lu Chen took off his torn jacket from under his arm, crumpled it up, and left through another exit of the library, blending into the crowd. In a secluded corner,
he dialed Song Shuyi's number, and she answered almost instantly.
Little friend? Finished the lecture? How did you get along with your senior classmate? Song Shuyi's smiling voice came from behind.
Sister, Lu Chen interrupted, his voice cold and urgent. I've been attacked by a professional assassin with a gun.
In the library. The laughter on the other end of the phone abruptly stopped.
After a deathly silence, Song Shuyi's voice, as cold as Siberian ice, was filled with rage and murderous intent.
What? Are you all right? Are you hurt? Where are you? I'm coming right away. Chapter 35 My Sister's Wrath? The undercurrents escalate. On the other end of the phone, Song Shuyi's previously smiling voice froze instantly, replaced by a chilling tone filled with boundless rage. What? Are you all right? Are you hurt? Where are you? I'm coming right away. Every word was squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with urgency and murderous intent. I'm fine, not injured, and I'm already out of the library, Lu Chen said quickly, while scanning the crowd. The assassin was knocked unconscious in the stairwell, and the police should be here soon. Send me your location. Find a safe place to hide. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Song Shuyi spoke very quickly, and the sound of an engine roaring and hurried footsteps came from the other end of the phone before she hung up. Lu Chen sent his location and slipped into a restroom stall in the mall to catch his breath. The life or death struggle he had just experienced still left him terrified. A professional assassin, a silenced pistol. This was a true fight to the death. That old dog Tang Mingyuan actually dared to kill. His eyes were icy, and killing intent surged within him. Less than 5 minutes later, Song Shuyi sent a message, back door, black Mercedes. Lu Chen walked out of the back door, and a black bulletproof Mercedes was already parked at the alley entrance. Song Shuyi was cold as ice, but her eyes were full of anxiety. Get in the car. Inside the car, the atmosphere was tense. Song Shuyi turned and grabbed his arm, looking him up and down, her fingers icy cold, her voice panicked. Are you really not hurt? Are you feeling unwell? Don't lie to your sister. It's nothing, just a bit torn in my clothes. That guy's marksmanship isn't good. Lu Chen tried to relax. Bullshit. Song Shuyi's eyes reddened, her voice choked with sobs and fury. That's Venom Fong. A top-tier professional cleaner internationally. He's only missed a handful of times. She slammed her fist on the chair. Tang Mingyuan. I'm not finished with you. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen her so out of control. He patted the back of her hand and said, Sister, calm down. I'm fine. Song Shuyi took a few deep breaths and snapped at the driver, to the safe house. Quickly. The car sped smoothly and quickly entered the underground parking garage of the upscale apartment building, stopping in front of the elevator after passing through multiple verification points. The two went straight to the top floor, a spacious duplex apartment with excellent views. It's absolutely safe here. Song Shuyi walked barefoot to the French windows, her back tense. Tell me everything that just happened in detail, don't miss a single detail. Lu Chen recounted everything from the lecture to Song Qingshue's unusual behavior, then to his intuition during the attack, his grabbing the notebook to shield himself from the gunshot, his shoving Song Qingxue aside, and his counterattack in the stairwell, describing the system's abilities in detail, only classifying them as intuition and reaction. Song Shuyi listened intently. Her body trembled slightly when she heard the bullet graze her ribs, and she turned around abruptly when she heard that she had killed Fong with her bare hands, her eyes wide with shock. You killed Fong with your bare hands? In the stairwell? He underestimated me, and I seized the opportunity, Lu Chen said casually. Song Shuyi stared at him, her gaze complex, a mixture of lingering fear and shock, which ultimately settled into a deep emotion. She stepped forward and hugged him tightly, a very tight embrace. I'm sorry, little one. I'm the one who dragged you into this. I almost lost you. This usually strong woman revealed a soft side at this moment. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then hugged her back. Sister, it's not your fault, it's those people's fault. Song Shuyi held on for a while before letting go, wiping her eyes, and regaining her cold and domineering demeanor. They must pay the price. She poured 2 glasses of strong liquor, handed one to Lu Chen, drank it all herself, and took out her encrypted phone to dial a number. When the call connected, her tone was icy and authoritative. It's me. Operation Snake Slaughter begins now. Paralyze all of Tang Mingyuan's shady businesses within 72 hours. Cut off his supply channels. Remind his friends which side to stand on. Send his son's 100 million debt in Macau to his wife. Venom is in the hands of the police.
find a way to silence him forever. Do it cleanly.
The series of orders were ruthless and decisive, and Lu Chen was shocked this was her true face.
After ending the call, Song Shui frowned. Fang's failure was suspicious.
He shouldn't have chosen the library to make his move, nor should he have used point-blank range, unless his target wasn't guaranteed to be killed.
Does sister mean a feint or a test? Lu Chen asked. No matter what, you stay here for the next few days and don't go anywhere. I'll ask for leave from school.
Just as Song Shui finished speaking, Lu Chen's phone rang. It was a message from Song Qingxue.
Song Qingxue, Lu Chen. How are you? Where are you? The police are here, the killer has been taken away, are you alright? I'm so sorry.
I was the one who contacted you, please reply to me, I was so worried about you.
Crying.
His words were filled with panic and self-blame.
Lu Chen replied, I'm fine, I'm safe, don't worry, this has nothing to do with you, don't blame yourself. Song Qingxue replied instantly, that's great. You scared me to death. Where are you? I want to see you to confirm. The police are still questioning me, and I don't know what to say.
Lu Chen looked at Song Shui, who snorted, your junior is really concerned about you. Tell her to cooperate with the police in taking a statement, say she's frightened and should go home first, and not to say anything more.
It's too dangerous to meet now.
Lu Chen replied as instructed, and Song Qingxue stopped bothering him. In the moment of relaxation, Lu Chen felt intensely exhausted. He leaned back on the sofa and rubbed his temples. Song Shui sat down beside him and gently massaged his temples. Were you scared?
Get some rest, your sister is here with you. Just then. Bite.
The system detected that the host experienced an extreme life or death crisis and successfully turned the tables, tempering their mindset and potential, thus meeting the requirements for a special achievement sign-in.
Special achievement check-in, a narrow escape. Check-in now? Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, sign in. Sign in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Extreme Reaction Passive.
Limited Reaction Passive permanently and slightly enhances neural reflex speed and instinctive reactions in emergencies.
When faced with a deadly threat, there is a very low probability of triggering bullet time, significantly increasing thought speed and dynamic vision. Short duration trigger probability is positively correlated with mental strength, physical condition, and the severity of the crisis.
Bullet time. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This was a life-saving technique.
He felt the cool energy flowing into his nerves, his reflexes seemed to be optimized, and he felt much more at ease.
Song Shui's encrypted phone suddenly rang.
She glanced at the caller ID, her expression changed slightly, she gestured for Lu Chen to be quiet, and walked aside to answer the call.
After hearing something said on the other end of the phone, Song Shui's face instantly turned ugly, filled with shock and anger. Is the information confirmed? When did this happen? Okay, I understand, continue the investigation. I want to know who leaked it.
She hung up the phone, her chest heaving, her eyes filled with anger and the pain of betrayal.
Sister, what's wrong? Lu Chen asked with concern.
Song Shui turned around, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, finally taking a deep breath. Her voice was hoarse and heavy. Little friend, things are more complicated than we think. Fang may not be targeting you, or rather, the people behind him may want more than just your life. There might be something fishy going on within our ranks. She looked out the window at the night sky, her eyes deep and cold.
Chapter 36. Is there a mole inside? My sister's trust. There might be a ghost inside us.
Song Shui's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Lu Chen's head, instantly snapping him out of his euphoria at acquiring a new skill, a chill running down his spine. An internal traitor meant his whereabouts, plans, and even weaknesses might be exposed. Danger could come from an unexpected direction.
Sister, what happened?
Lu Chen sat up straight, his expression grave.
Song Shui returned, her face grim. She took a deep breath and analyzed. I just received news that our covert attack points targeting Tang Mingyuan's funds were almost simultaneously and precisely countered.
It's as if the other side had foreseen this and laid out defenses in advance.
We've suffered considerable losses.
Her eyes blazed with anger. This is the core secret of Operation Snake Slaughter, and there are no more than 5 people who know it, all of whom are my trusted confidants.
The plan was just issued, there's no way Tang Mingyuan could have reacted so quickly.
Lu Chen's heart sank. The mole was of a high level, hidden in Song Shui's inner circle.
Could it be a coincidence? Or did the other party use other channels? Lu Chen tried to find other possibilities. Impossible. Song Shui said decisively. The timing and method are too coincidental. It must be an internal leak. Moreover, I suspect that Fawn's unusual assassination attempt is also related to this. His goal might not just be to kill you, but also to test you. To test your strength, the defenses around me, and even our trust and reaction. Song Shu's meaning was clear, his eyes sharp. If you are injured or I lose my composure, their follow-up attacks will be even more deadly. Lu Chen was alarmed. The person behind the scenes was cunning and ruthless. This was a meticulously planned conspiracy. Who could it be? Lu Chen asked in a deep voice. Song Shui's trusted confidants are influential and influential. Who could be the traitor? What would their motive be? Song Shui shook her head, her face showing pain and exhaustion. I don't know, anyone could be involved now. Zhong has been with me for over 10 years, managing shady businesses. Lily is a financial genius poached from Wall Street, controlling legitimate funds. Even Leighton, who is in charge of security. I dare not think about it. Being betrayed by the person you trust most is extremely painful. Looking at her vulnerability, Lu Chen felt pity and reached out to hold her cold hand, his tone firm. Sister, no matter who it is, we will definitely find them. Song Shui felt the warmth and strength in his hand, and was slightly taken aback. Looking up into his clear and resolute eyes, the coldness and chaos in her heart dissipated somewhat. She gripped his hand tightly in return, as if grasping for support, her gaze regaining its firmness. You're right. Now is not the time to panic. If they want to play, we'll play with them to the very end. She stood up, grabbed her encrypted phone, her eyes cold and intelligent, transforming back into the strategist queen. Suspend plan A with Zhong, start plan B, use the hide backup fund pool to short sell from the outside, and keep applying pressure. Give Lily instructions to isolate and transfer controllable assets as quickly as possible, citing the reason is dealing with Tang Mingyuan's counterattack, and see how efficient she is. Have Leighton bring his most trusted team to strengthen the security of the safe house, and at the same time, under the pretext of investigating an internal traitor, secretly audit his subordinates' communications and equipment. The series of orders was well organized, demonstrating a combination of responses, probing, and investigation, a test of exceptional skill. After ending the call, she looked at Lu Chen, her tone apologetic yet resolute. Little one, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this again, and it's even more dangerous now. From now on, you must completely trust your sister, be more vigilant, and don't easily trust anyone except me, understand? Lu Chen nodded solemnly. I understand, sister. After sharing life and death and unconditional trust, their relationship developed a tacit understanding and bond built on fighting side by side. Gurgle. Lu Chen's stomach growled. After the intense battle and tension, hunger struck, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. Song Shui paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, easing the tense atmosphere. Look at me, I was so busy being angry that I forgot you needed to recharge after the fight. What do you want to eat? I'll order. A Michelin 3-star restaurant can be delivered anytime. Anything is fine, whatever you choose, sister, Lu Chen said with a smile. Song Shui used her phone to order a bunch of high-end takeout. While waiting for the takeout, the atmosphere was relaxed. Song Shui chatted enthusiastically about the details of her counterattack against Poison Fawn, praising his reaction and close-range skills. Lu Chen vaguely brushed it off with good intuition and loves to exercise. Soon, the takeout arrived. The two sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying their belated dinner while gazing at the night view of Jiangcheng. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. After dinner, Song Shui took out an expensive red wine from the wine cabinet, poured 2 glasses and handed them to Lu Chen. Have a drink to calm your nerves, so you can sleep better. Lu Chen took the wineglass, looked at the lights outside the window, and suddenly asked, Sister, why do you do these things? He was referring to things that involved walking the gray or even black lines. Song Shui paused in her swirling wineglass, looked out the window with a distant and complex gaze, and after a moment of silence, spoke, If I said that it was only for self-preservation at the beginning, would you believe me? She laughed, a bitter self-deprecating smile. In this world, trouble doesn't just stay away from you if you don't want to cause it. Especially when you have something that others covet, but you don't have enough power to protect it, you can only force yourself to be more ruthless than the bad guys and faster than the rules. She didn't elaborate, but Lu Chen could sense the heavy past in her words. But right now, she turned to look at Lu Chen, her eyes bright and domineering. I think this is great. Free and easy, able to protect those I want to protect, and crush the bugs I want to crush, like protecting you right now. As she spoke, she instinctively reached out to pinch Lu Chen's cheek. Lu Chen didn't dodge and said seriously, Sister, from now on, I can protect you too. Song Shui's hand froze in midair.
Looking into his earnest eyes, her heart felt as if it had been gently struck, a warm current mixed with a bittersweet feeling welling up inside her. She leaned down and gently kissed Lu Chen's forehead. The soft touch brushed against her skin, carrying the fragrance of red wine and her own scent. Lu Chen froze instantly, his mind went blank, and his cheeks quickly turned red. Seeing his innocent and bewildered expression, Song Shuyi laughed heartily, her mood brightening considerably. "All right then, I'll be counting on you to protect me from now on, little bodyguard." She deliberately dragged out her words, making them sound alluring. Lu Chen's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of his chest, his ears were burning, and he couldn't speak. In the midst of a warm and ambiguous atmosphere, an inopportune system notification sounded. Bite. The host has successfully averted a deadly crisis and gained the deep trust of key figures, meeting the special check-in requirements. Special check-in location, Cloud Safe House. Check-in required? Lu Chen suppressed his flustered excitement and silently said, "Sign in." Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Clue Intuition Passive. Clues in Intuition Passive slightly enhances the perception of hidden information, logical flaws, feigned emotions in others, and unusual environmental details. Increases the probability of discovering key clues when investigating events or facing deception. Effectiveness is influenced by observational skills and logical thinking. Clues in Intuition. They came just in time. Especially now that there's a mole lurking inside, this ability might help him find the traitor. He focused his mind on recalling today's events, especially the indirect contact with Song Shuyi's confidants, but due to insufficient information, there was no clear direction. More information and observation were needed. What's wrong? Daydreaming again? Is the wine not good? Song Shuyi asked curiously. No, it's delicious. Lu Chen took a sip of his drink, trying to cover up his thoughts. I was just thinking about the mole. Mentioning the mole, Song Shuyi's expression darkened slightly. Don't worry, the fox's tail will eventually be revealed. My sister has already laid a trap, let's see how long he can hide. Her eyes held a cold glint. Just then, her encrypted phone vibrated with a message from Leighton. He had led a team downstairs and was setting up defenses and conducting checks on the personnel. Song Shuyi replied, I understand, and said to Lu Chen, Leighton has arrived. I'll go down and check the security arrangements. If you're tired, take a shower and rest. You can choose any room you like, it's very safe here. She got up and walked towards the door, then turned back and winked, her tone ambiguous. By the way, my bedroom is in the master bedroom. If you're scared at night, you can come find me. After saying that, he opened the door and went out. Lu Chen. This older sister always pushes his limits. He shook his head, finished his red wine, and felt slightly tipsy and his shoulders and back ached. He had a lot to do today, his mind was tense, and he was indeed tired. He got up to find a guest room, and as he passed the coffee table in the living room, his gaze swept over Song Shuyi's everyday phone. The screen lit up, displaying a new WeChat preview. The sender was Lily, and the message contained only the first half. Sister Shuyi, I've encountered a problem with asset risk isolation and need your help. Lu Chen usually doesn't check other people's messages, but at this moment, his Clue Intuition was passively triggered, and a voice seemed to be reminding him, this message is not right. Lily is one of the suspected moles mentioned by Song Shuyi. Problems arise immediately after the order is given? Using watermarked WeChat instead of encrypted work channels? Lu Chen frowned, a doubt creeping into his mind. Could this be the fox's tail starting to show? Chapter 37, Lily's Flaw? Her first signs. On the coffee table, Song Shuyi's everyday phone screen was lit up, with a WeChat message preview of Lily acting as a silent lure. Clues in Intuition kept stimulating Lu Chen's nerves, reminding him that this message might be unusual. Reporting important work using a routine WeChat? Encountering a problem right after giving an order? Too coincidental. After hesitating, Lu Chen picked up his phone. Since there was no lock screen password, he directly accessed WeChat. Lily's latest message, Sister Shuyi, there's a problem with asset risk isolation. It requires your authorization with the highest level of access to continue. Would you like to authorize it remotely now, or should I come to you tomorrow? His tone was respectful, and his reason seemed reasonable, but his intuitive sense of clues detected something amiss. The timing was deliberately perfect, the communication channel was misaligned, no encrypted communication, and his tone concealed a barely perceptible urgency. This didn't seem like a mistake by a top financial elite, it was more like a test or a trap. Lu Chen took a picture of the message with his own phone, put Song Shuyi's phone back in its place, and erased all traces of the activity. He was torn between telling Song Shuyi he had no concrete evidence and was afraid of alerting her, but if he didn't warn her, he worried about her safety. At that moment, the apartment door opened, and Song Shuyi returned, followed by her bodyguard captain, Leighton. Leighton was around 40 years old, with a well-proportioned figure and efficient movements. He looked at Lu Chen with professional scrutiny and respect. Security has been upgraded. 3 hidden sentries have been added to the perimeter, and the entrances and exits have biometric and dynamic passwords. Not even a fly can get in, Song Shuyi said to Lu Chen, her tone calm but revealing exhaustion. Leighton bowed and reported, "Miss, the initial internal review has been completed. There are no abnormal communication or equipment issues. I will continue to follow up. You've worked hard, go and rest." Song Shuyi waved. Leighton bowed again, his gaze sweeping over the phone on the coffee table before he calmly left. Lu Chen noticed this look, but his clues intuition didn't react. "Are you still scared? Do you want your older sister to come with you?" Song Shuyi teased Lu Chen as she changed into slippers, trying to ease the tension as she was used to. Lu Chen took out his phone and handed over the photo he had taken. "Sister, take a look at this." Song Shuyi took the message, and when she saw it, her smile vanished instantly. Her eyes sharpened, and she read it several times, her brows furrowing and her face darkening. She had also sensed that something was wrong. "When did you see this message?" she asked sharply. "Your phone lit up by itself when you went downstairs just now," Lu Chen said truthfully. "Does the risk isolation operation require requesting the highest level of access via WeChat?" Song Shuyi didn't answer immediately. She picked up her phone to check her messages, tapping the screen thoughtfully. After a moment, she sneered, "Of course not. The risk isolation process can be completed within the internal system. It doesn't require highest privileges, let alone WeChat." She looked up at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with lingering fear and anger. "She's lying. She's testing me, or trying to trick me into remotely authorizing the link. There's definitely a Trojan horse in it. That Lily. I trusted her so much, entrusting half of my fortune to her management." Song Shuyi's chest heaved with anger, her nails digging into her palms. "Sister, now is not the time to be angry. We should play along," Lu Chen calmly reminded her. Song Shuyi took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, picked up the encrypted phone, and her tone became tired and irritable, with a hint of panic. "Hello? Lily? Yes, I saw the message. Why is there a problem now? I'm not available right now, I just ran into something and I'm a bit flustered. Remote authorization? Okay, how do I do it? Send me the link, I'll get it done as soon as possible. Is the process complicated? Or should we ask the tech department to do it tomorrow? Okay, I understand, send it over." She perfectly portrayed the panicked and disoriented employer. Hanging up the phone, she immediately ordered, "Technical team, prepare. Monitor the upcoming authorized link, trace it backwards. Intercept all data packets. Notify Ajom, Plan B is suspended, keep all financial flows silent. Leighton. Take 2 men to Lily's apartment area to set up surveillance, just monitor, await my orders." After finishing the arrangements, Song Shuyi leaned back on the sofa, rubbing her temples, and murmured softly, "I hope it's not her." Lu Chen handed her a glass of water. Just then, Song Shuyi's WeChat buzzed. Lily had sent an encrypted link and a message. "Sister Shuyi, just click the link to log in and authorize, it's very simple, thank you." Song Shuyi didn't press the button and handed the phone to the technician. While waiting, Lu Chen's clue intuition was triggered again, this time pointing to Leighton. He recalled Leighton's report. He said no abnormalities too quickly, and his expression was too calm, unlike what one would expect after experiencing an attack. "Sister, Captain Leighton, how much do you trust him?" Lu Chen asked softly. Song Shuyi opened her eyes, her gaze sharp. "Why do you ask that? What did you discover?" "No specific findings, just a feeling." Lu Chen shook his head. He said the review was uneventful too quickly and too calmly. Song Shuyi remained silent, her eyes shifting. Leighton had been with her for years without a single mistake, but Lu Chen's intuition had been accurate on numerous occasions. "I'll have someone keep a close eye on him." She didn't completely trust him, but she didn't ignore him either. Just then, the technical team called, and Song Shuyi put it on speakerphone. "Miss, the link is a highly disguised phishing link with a Trojan horse and stealing program in the background. We traced the final IP to an overseas virtual server, but there's an encrypted identifier in the data packet that we saw before when monitoring Tang Mingyuan's peripheral network. The evidence is irrefutable. Lily is the mole, and she colluded with Tang Mingyuan. Song Shuyi's face turned pale with anger, and he slammed his fist on the sofa. Good. Very good. Freeze all of Lily's accounts. Seize her office equipment and data. Prepare to close the net. What about Leighton? The technician asked. Song Shuyi glanced at Lu Chen, a resolute glint in her eyes. Proceed as planned, let him continue his surveillance, but raise the level of eavesdropping on his communications with his team members to the highest. I need to know all their conversations. Yes. The call ended. Song Shuyi stood there, her chest heaving violently. After a long while, she slowly sat down, covered her face with her hands, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Being betrayed by your most trusted financial manager is undoubtedly a huge blow. Lu Chen didn't know what to say to comfort her, so he could only stay by her side silently. After a long while, Song Shuyi finally raised her head. Her eyes were a little red, but her gaze had hardened and turned cold again. It's okay, she said, as if to Lu Chen, but also as if to herself. Even without Lily, I can still have my way with them. She picked up the bottle, poured herself a full glass of strong liquor, and drank it all in one gulp. The fiery liquor seemed to extinguish the last vestiges of weakness. Just then, Lu Chen's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue, Lu Chen, are you asleep? Song Qingxue, I am still a little scared. The scenes from today keep flashing through my mind. Song Qingxue, the police said the killer is a professional, codenamed Fong, and his target is clearly you. Who did you mess with? Song Qingxue, are you really okay? Can I come see you now? I'm near your house. This message seems somewhat abrupt and stubborn. Clue intuition, a slight movement occurred again. Lu Chen's brows furrowed instantly. How did Song Qingxue know where he lived? And that he lived nearby? Chapter 38 Qingxue encounters danger? Leighton's betrayal. Song Qingxue's WeChat message was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating violent ripples in Lu Chen's heart. Song Qingxue, Lu Chen, are you asleep? Song Qingxue, I'm still a little scared. Images from the daytime keep flashing through my mind. Song Qingxue, the police said the assassin is a professional, codenamed Fong, and his target is clearly you. Who exactly did you mess with? Song Qingxue, are you really okay? Can I come see you now? I'm near your house. Fear? Lingering fear? That's normal. Asking him who he offended can also be interpreted as concern. But I live near your house? These words, like a cold needle, instantly pierced Lu Chen's nerves. How could Song Qingxue know where he lived? He had never told her his exact address, let alone this temporary safe house. Moreover, given Song Qingxue's aloof and conservative personality, after experiencing a daytime terrorist attack, why would she proactively suggest going to a boy's home to find him at night? This is completely out of character for her. The passive effect of clues and intuition is now issuing a frantic warning. This message is suspicious and illogical at every turn. Lu Chen's expression instantly turned extremely solemn. Sister, look at this. He immediately handed the phone to Song Shuyi, who had just calmed down. Song Shuyi took the phone, glanced at it, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The sadness and anger on her face were instantly replaced by vigilance and coldness. How could she know about this place? Song Shuyi's voice suddenly rose, filled with shock and disbelief. This address is absolutely confidential. I also find it strange, Lu Chen said in a deep voice, and her tone is a bit off. Song Shuyi stared at the message, her eyes sharp as knives, her mind racing. Two possibilities. 1. She's suspicious, she's testing me, or this is another trap. 2. Her expression changed slightly, a hint of worry flashing across her face. Something's happened to her. She didn't send this message herself, or she's being controlled and is being forced to ask us for help? Either way, the situation is extremely bad. If it's the first scenario, it means the mole's influence far exceeds expectations, possibly even infiltrating the police or someone with access to Song Qingxue. If it's the second, then Song Qingxue is currently in grave danger. Leighton! Song Qingxue shouted suddenly into the air. There was a hidden microphone in the room. A few seconds later, Leighton's calm voice came from a hidden speaker. Miss, what are your orders? Immediately check Song Qingxue's current real-time location. Accurate to the meter. Also, check for any abnormalities in her cell phone signal. I need to know immediately. Song Shuyi ordered rapidly. Yes. Leighton had no questions and immediately carried out the order. While waiting, Lu Chen and Song Shuyi looked grave. If Song Qingxue were in danger because of them, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Less than 2 minutes later, Leighton's voice rang out, unusually grave. Song Qingxue's cell phone signal last disappeared near the Blue Bay coffee shop. There were brief traces of forwarding beforehand, suggesting that a Trojan horse may have been implanted.
Surveillance footage shows that 5 minutes ago, she was semi-forced into an unlicensed black van by two men who looked like repairmen, and driven towards the abandoned industrial area in the east of the city.
What?
Song Shuyi stood up abruptly. Her face ashen. Song Qingxue had been kidnapped.
And they wanted to use her to lure them out. Send someone to follow the vehicle immediately. Lock onto the final location. Notify the team to prepare for action. Hurry!
Song Shuyi roared, her eyes filled with anxiety and anger.
Yes.
I'll arrange for the first squad to track them down.
Leighton's voice remained calm, but lacked the urgency it should have. Lu Chen's clue intuition was triggered again. Leighton's reaction was too calm, unlike what a professional bodyguard captain should be like. Just then, the technical team called urgently, "Miss.
We've intercepted a one-way message from Lily's encrypted channel. The fish has been caught, the address has been sent, proceed with the catch as planned."
The recipient's IP address, after being cracked, points to Captain Leighton's private secure communicator. Boom! A bolt from the blue. Leighton was the mole.
He leaked the safe house address, plotted the kidnapping, and colluded with Lily and Tang Ningyuan.
All the doubts were instantly resolved. Reitan.
Song Shuyi squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, her eyes bloodshot.
Being betrayed by the person she trusted most was more painful than Lily's betrayal. Almost simultaneously. Bang! Bang! Bang!
A dull thud and the crackling of electricity came from outside the heavy metal door of the safe house. The alarm stopped abruptly, and the backup power and communication indicator lights went out. They were trapped.
Leighton had made his move. Miss. External power is cut off. Communications are being heavily jammed. Security systems are being blocked from the outside. We're trapped. After the technician's final warning, communications were lost.
The room plunged into darkness, with only a faint light coming from the window. Song Shuyi's face was deathly pale, and she swayed.
Lu Chen quickly steadied her, his voice steady. "Sister. Calm down. We haven't lost yet. Emergency exits? Armory? You must have a backup plan." Awakened, Song Shuyi's eyes blazed with a resolute fire. Yes.
She walked to the French windows, pressed a hidden spot on the window frame, and clicked. A bookshelf slid open, revealing a small armory and emergency equipment depot: assault rifles, bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, smoke grenades, and 2 low-altitude hang glider backpacks.
This is the last resort. I didn't expect to be forced to use it by our own people.
Song Shuyi tossed the bulletproof vest to Lu Chen, put it on herself, and picked up the MP7 submachine gun to check it. Her movements were practiced.
Which way?
Lu Chen put on his bulletproof vest and picked up his 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle.
Rooftop. Song Shuyi pointed to the hang glider. This is a backup escape plan.
She tossed Lu Chen a backpack and quickly explained how to operate it: a single-person low-altitude hang glider.
It's easy to operate and allows you to leave silently. At this moment. Boom!
The metal door was smashed open, and several figures dressed in black combat uniforms, wearing night vision goggles, and carrying automatic weapons rushed in. A red laser dot swept across the room frantically. "Find them.
Kill them without mercy." Voice altered. Go!
Song Shuyi pressed a button on the wall, and a hidden compartment in the ceiling opened, lowering a rope ladder.
At the same time, thick smoke billowed from the room, obscuring visibility. Cough cough. Smoke grenade. Watch out.
Thermal imaging, the intruder shouted in confusion.
Follow me.
Song Shuyi grabbed the rope ladder and climbed towards the rooftop, with Lu Chen close behind.
Gunshots rang out from below, bullets striking the rope ladder and ceiling, sparks flying. Lu Chen was grazed on the calf by a ricocheting bullet, but he gritted his teeth and sped up.
The two quickly climbed to the rooftop, the night wind howling, with hundreds of meters in the air below.
Quickly put on your hang glider. Song Shuyi urged Lu Chen, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. Just as Lu Chen finished memorizing, footsteps came from the rooftop entrance. The pursuers were coming. Jump! Song Shuyi leaped down, and Lu Chen followed closely behind, soaring into the night sky.
A feeling of weightlessness washed over them, and the wind whistled in their ears. The two unfolded their hang gliders and glided into the distance like owls.
Gunshots rang out from the rooftop behind them, bullets futilely whistling through the night sky.
They were temporarily safe, but Lu Qingxing dared not relax at all. Song Qingxue was still in the other party's hands, Leighton had not been eliminated, and Tang Mingyuan's threat remained.
They glided towards a pre-arranged safe point outside the city. Lu Chen's eyes were as cold as stars in the night sky. In this game, it's time for us to fight back. Chapter 39 Tactical Simulation? The prelude to the counterattack. Lu Chen and Song Shuyi piloted their single-person hang gliders, soaring like phantoms across the night sky above Jiangcheng, gliding towards a safer location outside the city. Below them, the city bustled, and no one knew of the recent chase and betrayal. Follow me. Maintain altitude and distance.
Song Shuyi's voice came through the miniature communicator, her decisive and calm demeanor restored. Lu Chen concentrated, controlling the glider's posture according to her previous instructions. The powerful body control and balance brought by the Yi basic combat techniques came into play at this moment, and he quickly adapted to this flight state, even being able to make some subtle adjustments.
Eagle Eye also demonstrated its value in the night sky.
Even in dim light, it could clearly see Song Shuyi's flight path ahead and the general outline of the ground below, avoiding any potential obstacles. After gliding for about 10 minutes, the city lights gradually faded behind, and an abandoned factory area appeared below.
Prepare to land. Follow me.
Song Shuyi controlled the glider and began to descend, gliding towards the top of a huge, abandoned warehouse in the factory area, which was about the size of a football field. The two landed precisely on the platform atop the warehouse, one after the other, their movements light and almost silent. After unpacking her glider, Song Shuyi immediately walked to an inconspicuous ventilation duct opening at the edge of the platform, skillfully pried open the camouflage cover, revealing a downward shaft and a rusty metal ladder.
Get down, and stay close to me.
She was the first to climb down.
Lu Chen followed closely behind. The ladder was long, extending downwards for about 3 or 4 stories before finally reaching the bottom. Before me lay a narrow passage, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, with a faint smell of mustiness and engine oil in the air. Song Shuyi fumbled on the wall for a moment and then pressed the switch. Snap. The soft LED light strips illuminated the view ahead. At the end of the passage was a heavy alloy door. Song Shuyi underwent iris and fingerprint verification again.
The alloy door slid open silently, revealing a space of about 50 or 60 square meters. Unlike the previous aerial safe house, this place was not luxurious. It was more like a battlefield command post or a doomsday shelter.
The walls are covered with various displays, most of which are currently dark, communication equipment, and weapon racks.
In the corners are stockpiled food, drinking water, and medical supplies, and even a small diesel generator.
The style is extremely hardcore and practical. This is one of the first safe spots I prepared. It's absolutely hidden, and the signal is blocked by special materials. Leighton doesn't know about this place.
Song Shuyi closed the door, breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes remained cold.
We can catch our breath for now.
She walked to the communications console and tried to start several devices, but most external communications remained interrupted, with only a few encrypted channels receiving weak signals.
That bastard Leighton. He was really well prepared, she cursed angrily, slamming her fist on the control panel.
Lu Chen lowered his weapon, looked around the shelter, and felt a little relieved.
At least he was safe for now. Sister, what should we do next? He asked.
Song Qingxue was still in their hands. Every minute that was wasted increased her danger. Song Shuyi took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and walked to a tactical table to spread out a map of Jiangcheng.
The situation is clear now.
Leighton betrayed us, Lily is the mole, they colluded with Tang Mingyuan, kidnapped Qingxue, and wanted to lure us out or use her to threaten us. Her finger pointed to several points on the map. Leighton has definitely taken control of my aerial safe house now and is searching for us throughout the city.
Lily is trying to steal my financial access. Tang Mingyuan is hiding behind the scenes. And Qingxue.
She pointed to the abandoned industrial area in the east of the city. According to the latest intelligence, she was likely brought here, to one of Tang Mingyuan's strongholds, the abandoned Yongxin chemical plant. The terrain there is complex, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is likely teeming with their people.
This is the earliest safe point. Leighton doesn't know that the signal is blocked.
Song Shuyi closed the door, letting out a sigh of relief, but her eyes were cold.
We can finally catch our breath.
She tried to activate the communication equipment, But most external communications were interrupted, with only a few encrypted channels showing a weak signal. That bastard Leighton.
He's really well prepared. Sister, what should we do next? Lu Chen asked, as Song Qingshua's safety was of utmost urgency.
Song Shuyi unfolded the map of Jiangcheng and calmly analyzed. Leighton betrayed us, Lily is the mole, they colluded with Tang Mingyuan, kidnapped Qingxue to lure us out. Leighton is searching for us, Lily stole the funds and access, Tang Mingyuan is hiding behind the scenes, and Qingxue has most likely been taken to the abandoned chemical plant Yongxin in the east of the city that is his lair. The terrain is complex and easy to defend but difficult to attack.
The situation was dire, the enemy was in the shadows while we were in the open, and we held the hostage. Lu Chen frowned, we can't force our way in.
We have to rescue Senior Qingxue, and we also have to fight back.
How do we rescue them? How do we fight back? Song Shuyi looked at him. There are only two of us, and the enemy is on high alert.
Lu Chen closed his eyes, his calmness from basic combat techniques, his prediction from combat intuition, his detection from eagle eye, and his analysis from clues intuition were all running at high speed, his brain deducing all sorts of possibilities. Song Shuyi watched his focused expression and waited patiently. She knew this little boy always brought surprises.
A few minutes later, Lu Chen opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance in them. Sister, we can do this. He pointed to the map and explained the plan. The rescue and counterattack will be carried out simultaneously, exploiting the time difference. They'll think we'll hide and won't think to counterattack immediately. We can't force a rescue of Qingxue. There are forgotten passages in the underground pipe network of the industrial zone. Find them and infiltrate. The key to the counterattack is to create chaos within their ranks.
Leighton, Lily, and Tang Mingyuan may not be a united front.
We'll fabricate dirt that can threaten Tang Mingyuan, forcing him to panic and even silence Leighton.
Finally, you need to restore secure communications and contact absolutely trusted elite support.
While we're creating chaos and rescuing people, we'll deliver a fatal blow from the outside.
The plan was meticulously crafted, involving risky maneuvers that required exceptional skill and courage.
Song Shuyi's beautiful eyes lit up, her gloom vanishing. What a brilliant strategy. Kid, you're a born tactician. She retrieved the encrypted satellite phone from a hidden compartment. This is a top-level satellite phone, Leighton can't jam it. I'll contact Old Man's shadow team, they're professional and reliable.
The call connected, and Song Shuyi concisely explained the situation and plan.
The other party simply replied received and hung up. Done. Shadow will be in place in no more than an hour.
Her eyes blazed with fighting spirit. The two prepared separately. Song Shuyi searched for underground pipe network maps of the industrial zone and fabricated dirt to threaten Tang Mingyuan. Lu Chen prepared equipment, selecting an MP7 submachine gun with a silencer, a military dagger, as well as infiltration tools such as ropes and night vision goggles. During the preparation break, Lu Chen closed his eyes and went over the details, using crisis foresight and combat intuition to optimize the plan and make up for any oversights.
At this moment, Bite.
Host has successfully conducted high-intensity tactical planning and simulation, meeting the special check-in conditions.
Special check-in location, underground shelter. Check-in required? Lu Chen silently said, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, tactical deduction active.
Tactical simulation active, consumes mental energy, allowing for efficient short-term tactical simulations in the mind. Predicting unexpected events and generating optimized solutions. Accuracy and duration are affected by mental energy, knowledge reserves, and information completeness. Excessive use leads to mental fatigue. He immediately activated his skill, his brain working like a supercomputer to disassemble and model the plan, deducing countless contingencies and solutions. A few seconds later, the skill ended. Although Lu Chen felt mentally exhausted, he was even more confident the plan's flaws had been patched, increasing the success rate by 20%.
Found it! Song Shuyi exclaimed excitedly. The backup maintenance passage for the chemical wastewater discharge outlet.
It's not marked on the map, but it's on the early structural diagrams, so it should still be accessible. She projected a blurry blueprint onto Lu Chen's screen, and sure enough, there was a hidden passage leading directly from the factory's drainage ditch to the chemical plant's wastewater treatment workshop. Great!
This is the breakthrough. Time was of the essence, so the two packed their gear and prepared to depart.
Song Shuyi handed over a satellite phone. Take this and stay in touch.
I'll take command of Shadow once they're in position.
Sister, Lu Chen said worriedly.
Don't worry, it's safe here.
I'll coordinate with you remotely and also give Tang Mingyuan a big gift. Song Shuyi's smile was cold and murderous as she edited the fabricated dirt.
Lu Chen checked his equipment, took a deep breath, and said with a sharp and determined look in his eyes, "I'm off."
He pushed open the hidden door of the shelter, his figure disappearing into the darkness. The counterattack has officially begun. Lu Chen, like a leopard in the dark, uses his eagle eye and basic combat skills to weave through the shadows of the abandoned factory, heading towards the drainage ditch entrance. His heartbeat is steady, his breathing deep and even, his senses heightened. Rescue Song Qingxue, eliminate Leighton, and retaliate against Tang Mingyuan.
Tonight, no one is destined to sleep. Chapter 40: Infiltrating the Factory? Rescue begins.
The night wind carried the pungent smell of rust and chemical residue.
Lu Chen moved like a cheetah through the ruins of the abandoned factory area.
His eagle eye and basic combat techniques made him so fast that he left after images, while the routes outlined by tactical deduction helped him avoid surveillance and patrol areas. He soon arrived at the entrance to the drainage ditch. The rusted iron fence was riddled with holes, and a stench assaulted his nostrils. He put on a gas mask and night vision goggles, dimmed his flashlight, and crawled inside. The passage was narrow and muddy, with silt reaching above his ankles, and the air was foul, but Lu Chen remained focused, his crisis premonition fully activated. Guided by the structural diagram, he avoided forks in the road and risks of collapse. As he ventured deeper into the core area, crisis premonition warned, there are breathing and metallic scraping sounds ahead. Lu Chen turned off his flashlight, pressed himself against the pipe wall, and held his breath. Under the night vision goggles, a guard carrying a hunting rifle patrolled by, cursing. As the guard turned to leave, Lu Chen slipped out like a ghost, covered his mouth and nose with his left hand, and smashed the guard's temple with the hilt of his dagger. After a muffled thud, the guard collapsed and was dragged to a corner to cover his tracks. After walking for another 10 minutes, Lu Chen found an iron ladder leading upwards and a manhole cover. He could hear the roar of machinery and voices above. He pushed the manhole cover open and saw 2 security guards in the equipment room, smoking and chatting with their backs to each other. After one guard went to the restroom, Lu Chen followed, then cut into him and pressed a dagger against his Adam's apple. "Don't move. Don't make a sound." The security guard nodded, trembling. Lu Chen asked, "Where are the girls we arrested kept?" "The control room on the 2nd floor of the wastewater treatment plant, 4 guards."
"Where's Leighton?" "And no.
I don't know, maybe in the main control building." Lu Chen knocked out the security guard and locked him in a cubicle, then stealthily made his way towards the wastewater treatment plant. The closer he got, the more guards he encountered. He used the shadows to hide, and his eagle eye and combat intuition helped him evade the patrols. Finally, he saw the 2-story wastewater treatment plant. Light shone through the 2nd floor windows, and shadowy figures moved about. He climbed along the pipes on the outer wall and peered out the window. Song Qingxue was tied to a chair, her mouth taped shut, her face pale but her eyes defiant. Of the 4 guards, 2 were playing cards, 1 was smoking, and 1 was pacing.
"Damn it, how long are we going to keep watch?" a pacing guard complained.
"Boss Lei ordered this girl to be key," the card player said without looking up.
"This girl is really something."
The smoking guard smirked. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He took 2 smoke grenades, pulled the safety pin, and smashed the window with the butt of his gun. The moment the glass shattered, he threw smoke grenades into the 2 corners of the room, and the smoke exploded.
"Cough, cough. What's going on? Enemy attack. Watch out." The guards screamed in panic, and chaos erupted instantly.
Their vision was completely blocked.
"Fire in the hole."
Lu Chen shouted in English, while throwing in a stun grenade brought from the shelter. This was a deliberate attempt to create chaos and psychological intimidation. Sure enough, upon hearing the sound of grenades and stun grenades hitting the ground, the guards in the smoke were terrified and instinctively tried to find cover or fall down.
Amidst this chaos, Lu Chen leaped into the room through the window like a tiger. Even through the smoke, Eagle Eye could still see clearly. Smack! 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 For extremely faint bursts of fire, silenced by a muffler. The MP7 submachine gun spews out deadly flames. The 4 guards, who had just realized what was happening and hadn't even found their target yet, had blood burst out from between their eyebrows or in their hearts almost simultaneously. They didn't even have time to scream before they died instantly. Instant kill. Clean and efficient. Showing no mercy. Lu Chen felt no guilt whatsoever in dealing with these kidnappers who aided and abetted evil. As the smoke slowly dissipated, only 4 gradually cooling corpses remained in the room. Lu Chen walked quickly to Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue was clearly stunned by the lightning-fast killing just now.
She stared wide-eyed at Lu Chen, who seemed to have descended from the sky, her eyes filled with disbelief and immense shock at surviving such a disaster.
Lu Chen tore off the tape from her mouth and quickly untied the ropes binding her. Lu Chen?
Song Qingxue's voice trembled violently, barely able to form a coherent sentence.
Is it really you? How could you? It's all right, senior, come with me. Lu Chen interrupted her, his tone urgent yet steady. Can we go? I can. Song Qingxue struggled to stand up.
Although her legs were weak, her will to live sustained her.
Lu Chen helped her up and said quickly, stay close to me, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. However, just as they were about to leave through the door, woola woola woola.
Suddenly, an extremely piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire chemical plant.
Red warning lights flashed frantically. What happened? Song Qingxue's face turned even paler with fright. Lu Chen's heart sank. We've been exposed.
Something must have happened somewhere else, either here or elsewhere. Almost at the same time the alarm went off, the encrypted satellite phone in his pocket vibrated.
It's Song Shui. Lu Chen answered the call immediately. Little friend.
The plan has changed. Song Shui's voice was urgent and tinged with anxiety. Leighton may have tracked my signal fluctuations using some method and discovered the general area of the shelter.
He has sent a team to search in that direction. I must move immediately.
And she paused, her tone growing more serious. I just intercepted a fuzzy communication. Tang Mingyuan may have received advance warning and is preparing to relocate.
You must act immediately.
The shadow team won't be there for another 20 minutes.
You need to find a way to hold out. Misfortunes never come singly. Leighton's keen insight is beyond imagination. Tang Mingyuan also needs to run.
Their original plans were disrupted. Now we not only need to find a way to rescue Song Qingxue, but we also need to hold out for at least 20 minutes while surrounded by the enemy and wait for reinforcements.
I understand, sister. Be careful. Lu Chen replied calmly, then hung up the phone. He glanced at the panicked Song Qingxue beside him, then looked out the window and down. He could already see many figures surrounding the wastewater workshop. The footsteps and shouts were getting closer and closer. Desperate situation. But they had no way out. Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned incredibly cold and resolute.
He pulled Song Qingxue behind a relatively sturdy control panel as cover, then disengaged the safety on his MP7 submachine gun and checked the remaining magazines.
Senior, stay here and don't come out no matter what happens.
His tone was authoritative and left no room for argument. Lu Chenyu Song Qingxue looked at his resolute profile and his eyes that flashed with cold killing intent under the red alarm light, and the fear in her heart seemed to be diluted by an indescribable emotion.
Lu Chen didn't look at her anymore, his entire focus was on the upcoming battle.
He quickly scanned the control room, looking for anything he could use.
Tactical simulation, skill activated again.
Countless defensive plans, possible enemy attack routes, ammunition allocation, time calculations, were frantically being analyzed in his mind.
Hold this position. Await reinforcements. He took a deep breath and pushed the first magazine into the chamber with a crisp click.
His eyes were sharp as knives as he looked towards the stairwell.
The battle has begun. Chapter 41, Holding Firm in Dire Straits? A reaction at the last minute.
The piercing alarm sounded like a death knell throughout the abandoned chemical plant, and the red warning light stained everything outside the window with an ominous crimson hue. The sound of hurried footsteps and fierce shouts rapidly approached from downstairs.
The enemy had completed the encirclement of the wastewater workshop and was launching a full-scale attack. The atmosphere inside the room was kept extremely oppressive.
Song Qingxue huddled behind the sturdy control panel, her face deathly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands, afraid of making a sound that might implicate Lu Chen. Looking at Lu Chen's back, which stood like a rock in front of her, she was filled with shock and a strange sense of security. Lu Chen's eyes were as cold as iron, but his breathing was unusually steady. He quickly placed several magazines and captured stun grenades within easy reach, his brain working at high speed with the help of tactical simulation. The stairwell is the only passage, easy to defend and difficult to attack, but also the focus of enemy fire.
We must make good use of the terrain and every bullet. Buy time and wait for reinforcements. Bang! Bang! Bang!
A heavy thud came from the iron gate at the top of the stairs.
The enemy was trying to force their way in.
Without hesitation, Lu Chen raised his MP7 and fired precise short bursts at the lock and hinges of the iron gate.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The muffled, deadly gunshot, fitted with a silencer, pierced the metal sheet, and screams and chaotic curses immediately erupted from outside the door.
The breaching operation was temporarily halted. But the enemy clearly won't give up. Grenades! Throw grenades, someone yelled from outside the door. Glug glug, a round thing was shoved under the door. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply.
Crisis prediction, frenzied warning. Without a second thought, he picked up the smoking grenade with lightning speed and, with all his might, threw it back through the broken window of the door in a near-perfect parabola. The movements were as fast as lightning, and the timing was impeccable. A terrified scream suddenly came from outside the door.
Boom! The grenade exploded violently in the hallway outside the door.
Sparks and shrapnel flew everywhere, and the screams came to an abrupt halt.
This eliminated at least 2 or 3 enemies, greatly deterring the other side. Damn it! There's a tough one in there. Be careful. Don't charge in headfirst. Suppress him with firepower. Wear him down.
The enemy outside the door learned their lesson and dared not approach again. They began to use the corners of the corridor to unleash a barrage of bullets at the control room door.
Bang! 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 Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening roar of automatic rifle fire was deafening.
Bullets rained down on the doorframe and walls, sending shards of stone flying and filling the air with dust.
Lu Chen couldn't even lift his head. Stray bullets whizzed into the control room, striking the equipment and scattering blinding sparks.
Song Qingxue let out a suppressed scream in fright and huddled tightly behind the cover. Lu Chen was unable to retaliate under the fierce firepower and could only occasionally risk probing with his gun, blindly suppressing and counterattacking based on the subtle movements captured by Eagle Eye, thus slowing down the opponent's offensive rhythm.
Time passed by, each second feeling like an eternity.
Ammunition was being consumed rapidly, and the pressure was mounting. The enemy realized this as well, and their attacks became more patient, with them taking turns reloading to maintain the pressure, hoping to wear them down.
Lu Chen, will we die here?
Song Qingxue's voice was filled with sobs and despair.
No. Lu Chen's voice was firm and unwavering. Trust me. Stay hidden.
His calmness seemed to have a magical power, which calmed Song Qingxue's panicked heart.
But the situation is still deteriorating. There's new noise coming from below the window.
Several enemies are trying to climb up the exterior pipes and supports, intending to attack through the window.
Watch out outside the window. Song Qingxue pointed in alarm at the swaying figure outside the window. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he instantly turned his gun around. Puff! 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 A precise shot. The climbing figure screamed and fell. But in the instant he was distracted by the enemy outside the window, the enemy at the stairwell seized the opportunity. An enemy suddenly leaned forward and raised his gun. A stern warning has been issued. Lu Chen was already a beat too late to defend. He clearly saw the muzzle flash of the other's gun and heard the whistling sound of the bullet leaving the barrel. The aura of death instantly enveloped him. A critical moment of life and death. It was as if a string in Lu Chen's mind snapped, or as if shackles were broken. The world suddenly slowed down in his senses. The enemy's movements, the trajectory of bullets, even the dust in the air, all became slow motion. Extreme reaction, passive triggered. Or even more powerful bullet time. Although it was only for a brief moment, it was enough. Driven by instinct, his body made contorted evasive maneuvers that were almost impossible for a human to perform. The bullet grazed the edge of his tactical vest, the scorching air stinging his skin, but he managed to dodge the fatal blow. At the same time, his finger had already pulled the trigger. Puff! MP7 fires vengeful flames. Bullets, viewed in bullet time, precisely pierced the enemy's forehead. The enemy's sinister smile froze instantly, and he fell backward. The bullet time effect disappears, and the world returns to its normal flow rate. Lu Chen gasped for breath, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding like a drum. Just now, he had truly brushed shoulders with death. Extreme reaction, this passive skill is truly overpowered. The enemy outside the window has been temporarily suppressed, but the crisis is far from over. More than half of the ammunition has been used up,
and the next wave of enemy attacks will only be more intense.
We must break the deadlock. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the equipment in the control room, finally settling on the buttons on the old control panel. An adventurous plan formed in his mind. Senior, help me check the control panel. Is there an emergency discharge or sludge cleanup button? Especially the manual override switch. Lu Chen shouted to Song Qingxue. Although Song Qingxue was frightened, her survival instinct and academic composure forced her to look at the control panel.
Soon, she found several buttons marked with danger symbols, as well as a red knife switch with a protective cover.
Yes.
There is a red manual cover switch with a label that says emergency emptying of sludge tank,
she said hurriedly. That's it. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Wait for my command.
When I tell you to pull it down with all your might.
Song Qingxue nodded vigorously, her trembling hand gripping the cold guillotine handle. Lu Chen quickly moved to the doorway, took a deep breath, and picked up the last stun grenade. He needed to create an opportunity. Just as the enemy outside the door paused their fire and prepared to reload, Lu Chen hurled the stun grenade through the hole in the door, yelling, "Now! Pull!" Boom! The stun grenade exploded at the corner of the corridor. The blinding light and deafening roar instantly robbed the enemy outside the door of their sight and hearing. Almost at the same time, with all her might, Song Qingxue pulled down the red emergency switch. Buzz whoosh whoosh whoosh. The entire wastewater treatment plant emitted a violent, tooth-aching metallic friction and roaring sound, like a sleeping giant being awakened. A loud valve opening sound came from somewhere downstairs, along with the terrifying roar of thick, viscous sludge. What's going on? What's that sound down there? Damn it! The sludge storage tank has been opened. Run!
The enemies outside, stunned by the stun grenade, panicked upon hearing the commotion downstairs and their comrades' terrified screams. They knew better than Lu Chen that it was industrial sludge, accumulated over many years and teeming with corrosive and flammable substances, ready to erupt uncontrollably.
Retreat!
Retreat now, someone shouted, and the enemy outside the door no longer cared about their mission, fleeing downstairs in panic.
Chaos! Unprecedented chaos! The opportunity has arrived. How could Lu Chen let him go?
He suddenly pulled open the broken iron gate and calmly pulled the trigger, facing the fleeing figure in a disheveled state.
Puff! 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 Precise bursts of fire reap the rewards. One enemy after another is felled as they flee, turning the stairwell into a death trap in an instant. Taking advantage of the enemy's complete disarray, Lu Chen retreated back to the control room and grabbed the dazed Song Qingxue, saying, "Let's go. Charge out now." But just as they were about to rush out of the control room, crisis forecast, another extremely strong warning has been issued, but from a different direction. Not downstairs. It's outside the window? Lu Chen suddenly turned around. Outside the window, a small civilian drone hovered eerily in the night sky. The dark muzzle of a gun mounted under its belly was coldly pointed at them. It's Leighton. He actually had a backup plan. Buzz. The drone's gun suddenly spewed fire. Bang bang bang. The bullets came flying like venomous snakes. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly tackled Song Qingxue to the ground. Put! A bullet grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood. Another bullet struck the equipment behind where Song Qingxue had just been standing, exploding in a burst of sparks. That was close. The drone missed its first shot and quickly adjusted its angle to prepare for another. Lu Chen's eyes turned icy as he raised his gun and fired. But the drone was exceptionally agile, suddenly shifting to the side to dodge most of the bullets. Only a few hit the drone, sending sparks flying, but it failed to shoot it down. It locked onto the two people who had fallen to the ground again. At the critical moment. Call out. A sharper, more piercing sound came from the far distance. The next second, the hovering drone was struck as if by an invisible giant fist, exploding and disintegrating in mid-air, turning into a fireball and falling to the ground. It's a sniper. A precise long-range kill. Support has arrived? Lu Chen was overjoyed. Shadow Team. It's Shadow Team. Song Shuyi's excited voice came through the encrypted satellite phone. They've arrived ahead of schedule. Well done, kid. Hold on. It's time to fight back. Before the words were even finished,
Suddenly, even more intense and professional gunfire erupted from other directions around the chemical plant. Automatic rifle bursts, precise sniper shots, grenade explosions, and the terrified and desperate screams of the enemy. The shadow team emerged from the darkness like true ghosts, wiping out the enemies in the factory area with overwhelming force. The situation reversed in an instant. Lu Chen breathed a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally able to relax a little. He glanced at Song Qingxue, who was still in shock in his arms, and then looked out the window at the chemical plant engulfed in flames and chaos. The battle is not over yet. Leighton and Tang Mingyuan must pay the ultimate price for their actions. He helped Song Qingxue up, his eyes sharpening again. Senior, stay close to me. Now, it's our turn to settle accounts with them. Chapter 42: The Time of Reckoning. My sister's final fate. Outside the window, the professional and ruthless gunfire sounded like the Grim Reaper's scythe, efficiently reaping the remaining resistance within the chemical plant. The intervention of the shadow team instantly turned the tide of the battle, transforming a desperate defense into a devastating counterattack. Inside the control room, Lu Chen tore off the hem of his shirt and skillfully bandaged the abrasions on his arm. The pain stimulated his nerves, but it also made him more clear-headed and calm.
Can you walk?
He looked at Song Qingxue, whose face was pale but showed a hint of determination.
Song Qingxue nodded vigorously and stood up while holding onto the equipment. I can do it.
Stay close to me, we're going to settle accounts with Leighton and Tang Mingyuan. Lu Chen's eyes were icy as he picked up his MP7 and loaded it with a full magazine.
Click.
The crisp sound of a gun being cocked was particularly clear during the lull in the alarm, signaling the start of the counterattack. The two rushed out of the smoke-filled control room and descended the stairs. The stairwell was littered with fallen enemies, their cries of agony filling the air. Lu Chen's gaze was cold as he swiftly avoided obstacles and made his way through. The battle in the workshop on the first floor had ended, and several shadow team members were cleaning up the battlefield. Seeing Lu Chen and his companion come down, one of them whispered into his earpiece and then made a safe gesture. There was no communication between them. Their professionalism was breathtaking. Song Shuyi's voice came through the encrypted satellite phone, tinged with satisfaction and coldness. Well done, kid.
Shadow has taken control of most of the factory area and is closing in on the main control building. Leighton and Tang Mingyuan are trapped on the top floor. I'll be there soon. I want to see the final battle in person. Understood. Lu Chen replied, and led Song Qingxue toward the main control building under the guidance of a shadow team member. The path was littered with signs of battle, as the shadow team swept away obstacles with overwhelming force. Upon arriving at the main control building, two team members were guarding the entrance. The target is putting up a stubborn resistance in the top floor office. All exits have been sealed off. Lu Chen looked up at the lit window on the top floor when a sudden screech of brakes rang out.
The familiar bulletproof Mercedes S600 screeched to a halt, and Song Shuyi jumped out. She had changed into black tactical gear, gripped a custom-made 1911 pistol, and her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, were filled with icy killing intent.
Sister! Lu Chen went to greet her.
Seeing that the two were unharmed, Song Shu breathed a sigh of relief, but the chill intensified. Let's go, close the net. She took the lead, guiding Lu Chen and Song Qingxue into the main control building under the protection of the shadow team members. The sporadic gunfire in the corridor quickly subsided, the elevator was destroyed, and the group went up the stairs, encountering enemies who had been subdued or killed along the way. Finally reaching the heavy solid wood door of the top floor office, the door was locked from the inside.
Song Shuyi sneered and emptied the 1911 magazine in front of the lock. Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed down the corridor, and the door lock was smashed. She kicked the door open, revealing the scene inside the office. Tang Mingyuan slumped in his executive chair, trembling violently and covered in cold sweat. Leighton stood in the center, holding Lily hostage at knife point. Lily's hair was disheveled, her makeup was ruined by tears, there were handprints on her face, and her neck was bleeding from a dagger pressed against it. She was filled with fear and despair. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll kill her.
Leighton screamed, his eyes filled with madness, using his accomplice as a hostage.
Song Shuyi laughed coldly. Leighton, threatening me with a traitor? Have you forgotten who I am? Leighton's face twisted in a grimace. Let us go. Or we'll all die together. Do you have the right to negotiate?
Song Shuyi slowly changed the magazine, her eyes sweeping over Tang Mingyuan.
Lily cried out, Sister Shuyi, save me. I was forced into this. They arrested my family. Enraged, Leighton tightened his grip on the dagger. Shut up. Song Shuyi watched the dog-eat-dog scene with nothing but cold disgust. Lu Chen's eagle eye scanned the entire area, his crisis foresight fully activated, searching for an opportunity to defeat his enemies. Leighton, put down the knife, and I'll give you a quick death.
Song Shuyi raised her gun and pointed it at him, her tone calm but carrying a deadly pressure.
Don't even think about it. Leighton grabbed Lily and retreated, trying to get towards the French windows. Just as he shifted his feet and his attention wandered, Lu Chen moved. He used the Yi basic combat technique to launch the screw in his hand. Call out. The screw cap struck Leighton's wrist, which was holding the knife, with pinpoint accuracy. Ugh! Leighton felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his grip on the knife loosened. Bang! At the same time, Song Shuyi fired a shot. The bullet grazed Lily's ear and struck Leighton precisely between the eyebrows. Leighton's eyes froze, and he fell straight down, the dagger landing on the ground. This traitor died at the hands of the very man he once served. Ah! Lily screamed and collapsed, fainting from fright. The only sound in the office was Tang Mingyuan's heavy breathing. Song Shuyi walked towards him with her gun raised, the sound of her high heels pounding on Tang Mingyuan's heart. Niece Tang, spare me! Tang Mingyuan cried, tears streaming down his face. It was Leighton who bewitched me. I'll give you all my money and assets. You think I'd even look at you? Song Shuyi slapped his face with the muzzle of the gun. For someone like you, the most painful thing is losing everything and living like a stray dog. She waved to the shadow team members, hand him over to old man's people, and do it the proper way. May he live to be 100. The team members dragged away the limp Tang Mingyuan, and the office finally quieted down. Song Shuyi swayed slightly, and Lu Chen caught her in time. She leaned on Lu Chen's shoulder, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, all that remained was exhaustion and relief. It's over. Lu Chen patted her back gently. Yes, it's over, sister. Song Qingxue looked at the two embracing and silently lowered her head. Song Shuyi looked at her and said gently, Qingxue, were you frightened? I'm sorry for dragging you into this. She said to Lu Chen, little friend, take Qingxue downstairs to rest. I'll handle things here. Lu Chen nodded and helped Song Qingxue, whose legs were weak, away. The moment he turned around. Bite. Host detected to have completed a major crisis event, protected key figures, and witnessed the execution of the mastermind, meeting the requirements for a special achievement check-in. Special achievement check-in, Nightfall liquidation. Check-in now? Check-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Aura Concealment Beginner. Concealment of Aura Basic, passive skill. Slightly reduces the user's presence and weakens the leakage of vital signs, making them less likely to be detected by enemies or instruments. Effects are influenced by the environment, the opponent's perception ability, and the host's mental strength. Lu Chen was overjoyed and led Song Qingxue downstairs. A car was already waiting downstairs to take them to a safe place to rest. Inside the car, watching the night gradually brighten outside the window, Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. This turmoil had finally come to an end. Inside the office, Song Shuyi didn't immediately deal with the situation. She knelt down in front of Lily, brushed aside her disheveled hair, and whispered, your family was threatened. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She lightly pressed her fingertips on a hidden spot on Lily's neck, and Lily's breathing became more even. Song Shuyi stood up, her expression turning icy again. Take her to the sanatorium, with the highest level of medical security. No one is allowed to touch her without my order. Yes. The team members carried Lily away. Song Shuyi took one last look at Leighton's body, then turned and walked out of the room. The sky outside the window was already showing the first rays of dawn. The night will eventually pass, but new challenges and unknowns may have just begun. Chapter 43 Deep Meditation? A battleground sprouts. A black bulletproof sedan drove smoothly through the pre-dawn streets, the interior silent. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. The slight pain in his arm reminded him of the danger he had just experienced. The smell of gunpowder from the chemical plant still seemed to linger in his nose, but he felt more exhausted and depleted after the battle. Song Qingxue sat beside him, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands, staring blankly at the streetlights passing by outside the window. The fear of surviving the ordeal had not subsided, and her body was still trembling slightly, but she kept stealing glances at Lu Chen out of the corner of her eyes filled with complex and unreadable emotions.
Tonight's events shattered her understanding. Gunfights, kidnappings, and killings, scenes that only appeared in movies, were happening right next to her. This seemingly ordinary classmate is as powerful and ruthless as a war god.
Who exactly is he? Why does Sister Shuyi value him so much?
His decisiveness and ruthlessness in saving her left her feeling both unfamiliar and shocked, yet also stirred a strange sense of excitement within her. She shook her head, trying to clear her mind of her chaotic thoughts, but her cheeks were secretly burning.
The car eventually drove into a secluded safe house on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, a reinforced rural villa in a quiet and secluded environment.
Medical staff were already waiting and treated Lu Chen's minor arm injury, confirming that Song Qingxue was only frightened and otherwise unharmed. The two were then moved to adjacent rooms to rest.
Lu Chen took a hot shower, washing away his fatigue but unable to shake off his high spirits.
He lay on the bed and practiced the basic meditation technique, the effects of the newly acquired, deep meditation, skill far exceeding his expectations. His consciousness instantly sank into a tranquil and profound ocean, completely isolated from external interference. His thoughts became clear and focused, and his mental energy recovered several times faster. Even more miraculously, his perception of his body reached a new level. The power generation techniques of basic combat techniques, the visual secrets of eagle eye, the warning principles of combat intuition, and even the fluctuations of aura concealment that he had just acquired, which were originally abilities used instinctively, had their internal mechanisms and optimization directions become clear. He was like the most skilled engineer, examining and optimizing the human machine from within. This sense of control was intoxicating. Only when the first light of dawn broke outside the window, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, did Lu Chen emerge from his meditation. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and radiant. His mental energy had not only fully recovered but was also more refined and abundant, and his control over his own power had reached a new level. This, deep meditation, is simply an amazing auxiliary skill. He got up and stretched, feeling better than ever before. Stepping out of her room into the living room, Song Qingxue was already sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Her complexion had improved considerably, though a trace of lingering fear remained in her eyes. She had largely regained her usual cool and aloof demeanor. Seeing Lu Chen come out, her eyes flickered, and she lowered her head and said softly, "Good morning."
"Good morning, Senior."
Lu Chen smiled as he sat down and picked up his breakfast to eat.
The atmosphere was subtly awkward and quiet. "Thank you for last night."
After a moment, Song Qingxue mustered her courage and spoke, her voice soft but sincere. "If it weren't for you,
I might already be." "Senior, you're too kind."
"This whole thing started because of me. I'm the one who dragged you into this."
Lu Chen shook his head, his tone sincere.
No, Song Qingxue hurriedly looked up, but the words caught in her throat. In the end, she just pursed her lips and whispered, "Anyway, thank you."
The two fell silent again, with only the faint sound of chewing.
Just then, the sound of a car engine came from outside the villa. The door opened, and Song Shuyi walked in. She changed into a Chanel early autumn new suit. Her makeup was exquisite, her chestnut curly hair was meticulously styled, and her smile was bright, as if the ruthless queen from last night was just an illusion.
"Oh, you're both up? Looks like you rested well." She walked over with a smile, naturally pulled out the chair next to Lu Chen and sat down, affectionately putting her arm around the back of his chair. Her gaze swept over the two of them, especially lingering for a moment on Song Qingxue's lowered face, a hint of playfulness flashing in her eyes. "Sister," Lu Chen greeted.
"Sister Shuyi," Song Qingxue called softly, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the cutlery.
"Things are almost all taken care of."
Song Shuyi picked up the milk, her tone as relaxed as if she were talking about the weather. "Tang Mingyuan will be taken care of and will never be able to recover. Leighton's body has been cleaned up. As for Lily," she paused, her tone indifferent, "she will rest in a safe place for now. We'll talk about her later." The aftermath of the storm was explained in a few words, as if only a few minor matters had been dealt with.
"What about the police?" Lu Chen was worried about Chen Feng's investigation. "Don't worry, I've taken care of everything." Song Shuyi gave her a reassuring look. "The chemical plant case will be closed as a gang fight, and it won't involve us."
"That security captain, Chen Feng, is a smart man. He knows what to investigate and what not to investigate."
As she spoke, she suddenly leaned closer to Lu Chen, her slender fingers gently touching the bandage on his arm, her tone filled with concern and reproach. "But you, little one, you're injured again. Does it hurt? Let your older sister see how serious it is."
This intimate gesture caused Song Qingxue across from her to stiffen slightly, her fingers gripping the cutlery tighter, and her head to droop even lower.
Lu Chen was a little embarrassed by the sudden concern and subconsciously tried to pull his hand back. "It's nothing, just a minor injury, it'll be healed soon." That won't do.
Song Shuyi insisted on checking the bandage, her body almost leaning against Lu Chen, the fragrance of her hair lingering around his nose. Song Qingxue, sitting across from her at the table, suddenly stood up, her voice urgent. I'm done eating, I'm going back to my room now. Without waiting for their response, she lowered her head and quickly left the restaurant, her back view hurried and forlorn. Song Shuyi watched her figure disappear down the corridor, a meaningful smile curving her lips, before slowly sitting up straight and continuing to drink her milk.
Lu Chen looked in the direction Song Qingxue left, frowned slightly, but didn't think much of it.
By the way, little one, Song Shuyi put down her milk cup, looked at Lu Chen with a smile, her eyes shining.
You did a great job last night. You saved Qingxue and even helped your sister clean up the mess. Tell me, what reward do you want? Your sister will definitely give you what you want.
Her tone was full of temptation and doting.
Lu Chen smiled and said, My sister has already given me a lot, so I don't need anything else. That won't do. Song Shuyi gave him a reproachful look. Merit must be rewarded and demerit must be punished, that's my rule. Let me think about it.
She pretended to be deep in thought, lightly touching her red lips with her finger, then her eyes suddenly lit up. I've got it.
I'll take you to an even more fun place. It's more exciting than a fighting arena or a shooting range. I guarantee you've never experienced anything like it. Lu Chen was both amused and exasperated. Sister, things have only just calmed down.
Oh, it's time to relax after all this turmoil, Song Shuyi interrupted him, leaning closer and lowering her voice mysteriously. Besides, this place is very beneficial for improving your strength.
Maybe it can even help you develop a new ability? She winked knowingly. Lu Chen's heart stirred to increase his strength? To develop new abilities?
This certainly appealed to him. After experiencing last night's crisis, he longed to become stronger even more.
When? He asked.
Just a few days, once my sister has made the arrangements. Seeing his interest, Song Shu smiled even more brightly. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener for you. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Song Shuyi got up to leave, as she had many things to take care of. After finishing his breakfast, Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to go see Song Qingxue. After all, she had been implicated because of him and had suffered a great fright last night.
He walked to Song Qingxue's room and knocked on the door. Senior, it's me, Lu Chen. After a few seconds of silence, Song Qingxue's muffled voice came from inside. The door isn't locked. Lu Chen pushed the door open and went in.
Song Qingxue was sitting at the desk by the window, lost in thought. She didn't turn around when she heard the noise.
Senior, are you all right? Lu Chen walked to her side and asked with concern.
Song Qingxue slowly turned her head, her eyes slightly red. She shook her head, her voice hoarse. It's nothing, I'm just a little, not quite recovered yet.
She paused, then suddenly looked up at Lu Chen with a complicated expression, and asked softly, Lu Chen, are you very familiar with Sister Shui?
Lu Chen paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, my sister has helped me a lot. Oh, Song Qingxue lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, and stopped talking.
The atmosphere became awkward again.
Lu Chen felt that Song Qingxue was acting strangely today, but he couldn't figure out why. He took something out of his pocket and handed it to her. This is for you, senior. It was a small, exquisite metal bookmark shaped like a bird in flight, a souvenir given to him by the organizers during yesterday's lecture, which he casually slipped into his pocket.
Song Qingxue looked at the bookmark, paused slightly, and looked up with surprise and a strange light in her eyes. I see that you really like reading, senior, this should come in handy. Lu Chen smiled. Just consider it, to calm your nerves.
Song Qingxue looked at the bookmark, then at Lu Chen's gentle smile, her cheeks flushed slightly. She hesitated before reaching out to take it, her fingertips accidentally touching his palm, and she quickly withdrew as if she had been electrocuted. Thank you, she whispered, clutching the bookmark tightly in her hand, lowering her head, her ears turning slightly red. Just then, Lu Chen's phone rang. It was a message from Song Shuyi.
Little friend, Chen Feng and his men are here for a routine interrogation.
I'll handle it for you, so don't come out to avoid trouble, playful. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Chen Feng had indeed arrived, and so quickly. He put away his phone and said to Song Qingxue, Senior, you should rest well.
I have something to do, so I'll head out first.
Song Qingxue responded softly.
Lu Chen left the room and gently closed the door behind him.
The moment the door closed, Song Qingxue opened her palm, looking at the bird bookmark with a hazy, complex expression. She gently stroked the cool metallic wings, as if she could feel the lingering, comforting warmth on them. Outside the door, Lu Chen took a deep breath and walked towards the living room. He knew that this routine questioning with Chen Feng would probably not be so simple. The new turmoil did not seem to have completely subsided with the arrival of dawn.
Chapter 44: Chen Feng's probing? A clash under the covert currents.
When Lu Chen entered the living room, Chen Feng was already standing there with two team members in uniform. They weren't wearing police uniforms, but rather casual clothes with a more tactical style, yet their capable demeanor was undeniable. Chen Feng's gaze swept over like an eagle, landing on Lu Chen with a scrutinizing look. "Student Lu, we meet again," Chen Feng said. His tone was polite but lacked warmth.
"Captain Chen." Lu Chen nodded and sat down calmly on the opposite sofa.
Song Shuyi was sitting elegantly with her legs crossed on the main sofa, holding a cup of coffee in her hand. She spoke with a smile, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere. "Captain Chen, you've come all this way so early in the morning. What would you like to drink?"
"No need, Mr. Song."
Chen Feng waved his hand, but his gaze did not leave Lu Chen. "It's just routine business."
"There are a few questions I need to ask Lu Chen and Song Qingxue again."
He used the word understand instead of inquire or interrogate, but the pressure was no less. Of course, cooperating with the police is a citizen's duty.
Song Shuyi took a sip of coffee, her smile impeccable.
However, the two children were frightened last night and have just recovered.
"Please, Captain Chen, be a little understanding."
Her words were both gentle and firm, highlighting both cooperation and emphasizing being frightened and understanding.
Chen Feng seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning and looked directly at Lu Chen. "Student Lu, could you describe in more detail how you discovered Song Qingxue and got involved at the chemical plant in the west of the city last night?" This question is similar to the one I asked outside the fighting arena last time, but the angle is more tricky.
Lu Chen's face showed a hint of lingering fear and confusion. "I received a call from a stranger saying that Senior Qingxue was in danger there. I didn't think too much about it at the time, so I took a taxi there. When I got there, I found it was very chaotic inside.
There was fighting and gunshots. I was terrified and hid in a corner.
Later, I accidentally found Senior Qingxue tied up in a room. We tried to escape in the chaos, but we were discovered and someone opened fire on us. I grabbed my senior and desperately tried to hide, but then somehow, those people seemed to start fighting amongst themselves." He spoke slowly, with a hint of the difficulty of recalling the past, sounding entirely from the perspective of a student who had luckily escaped death. Chen Feng listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his knees.
"An unfamiliar phone call? Do you remember the number?" "I don't remember. I was too flustered at the time and didn't pay attention." Lu Chen shook his head. "You mean they started fighting amongst themselves?" Chen Feng pressed.
"It seems like it was too chaotic at the time, and the lights were dim. I only heard them yelling at each other, and then there were gunshots. I was so scared that I was only focused on pulling my senior along and running, and I didn't see clearly. A perfect narrative, a blend of truth and falsehood, without any loopholes. This explains both why he was there and why he was able to escape with Song Qingxue by attributing the credit to their inexplicable internal strife." Chen Feng was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly changed the subject. "According to our investigation, what happened there last night was no ordinary fight.
Involves foreign personnel and heavy firepower. Student Lu, your skills seem quite impressive. You were able to escape with people under those circumstances. That's remarkable. Here comes the real test." Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he forced a wry smile. "Captain Chen, you must be joking."
"I was just on my survival instinct at the time, and my legs are still weak.
If it weren't for their infighting, we would definitely be dead."
He cleverly steered the question away from the topic of skills, refusing to engage with it at all. At this moment, Song Qingxue also came out of the room. Her face was still a little pale, and when she saw Chen Feng and the others, her body tensed up instinctively. "Senior Qingxue," Lu Chen called to her, giving her a reassuring look. Song Shuyi stood up and gently put her arm around Song Qingxue's shoulder. "Qingxue, don't be afraid, Captain Chen just came to ask a few questions."
Chen Feng then asked Song Qingxue a few more questions.
Her answer was even simpler than Lu Chen's, almost incoherent, repeatedly emphasizing only, "I was so scared.
I couldn't see anything. Lu Chen found me and pulled me away."
Her fear was incredibly real, perfectly matching the reaction of an overly frightened girl.
Chen Feng's questions were like punching cotton, they yielded no substantial information.
His brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the result.
A brief silence fell over the living room, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Finally, Chen Feng stood up. We have a general understanding of the situation. Thank you both for your cooperation.
He changed the subject, his gaze fixing on Lu Chen again. Student Lu, it's a good thing for young people to have a sense of justice.
But sometimes, luck doesn't always stay that good.
Jiangcheng has been quite turbulent lately.
Some things beneath the surface are more complex and dangerous than we imagined.
You'd better watch yourself.
These words sounded like a reminder, yet also like a warning.
It carries a subtle, almost imperceptible, deeper meaning. He took a business card out of his pocket and handed it to Lu Chen. If you remember any details, or encounter anything special, you can call this number to speak directly with me.
Lu Chen took the business card. It was icy cold to the touch. It only has a name and a phone number, without any title. Thank you, Captain Chen.
Chen Feng gave Lu Chen one last deep look, as if he wanted to see right through him. Then, he turned and left with his men. The door to the safe house closed gently, isolating it from the outside world. Lu Chen looked at the business card in his hand, his eyes darkening slightly.
Chen Feng did not completely believe his story.
This turmoil is far from over.
Song Shuyi walked to his side, gently took the business card, and glanced at it. Humph, playing tricks.
She casually tossed the business card onto the coffee table, her tone tinged with disdain.
Little friend, don't worry. With your sister around, he won't dare to do anything to you.
Even so, Lu Chen could sense that Chen Feng and the official perspective he represented had quietly enveloped him like an invisible net. The new challenges seemed to have only just begun.
Chapter 45: My Sister's Surprise? A supernatural ability training base.
The tension brought on by Chen Feng was quickly dispelled by Song Shuyi. She stretched, revealing her curves, as if she had just dismissed an insignificant salesperson.
All right, that annoying guy is gone.
She turned around, smiling brightly at Lu Chen, her eyes shining with an astonishing light.
Little friend, the surprise I promised is here. Lu Chen hadn't fully recovered from Chen Feng's warning and paused for a moment, then asked, Now? Sister, it's only morning. Do surprises have a time limit?
Song Shuyi grabbed his wrist and pulled him outside without waiting for a reply.
Come on, I'll show you something amazing.
Her palms were warm and soft, yet possessed an undeniable strength. Lu Chen was pulled along by her and had no choice but to follow. Instead of the familiar black sedan, a rugged, futuristic matte black SUV was parked outside.
Get in the car.
Song Shuyi opened the driver's side door herself, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. The car sped along, eventually leaving the city and entering a remote mountainous area. The surrounding environment became increasingly quiet until a huge building that looked like an abandoned research base came into view.
High walls and electric fences, an imposing sight.
The SUV underwent several rigorous identity verification and scanning checks before slowly driving inside. The view before me suddenly opened up. In stark contrast to its outdated exterior, the interior is a futuristic world brimming with cutting-edge technology. A silver-white metal structure with a holographic projection screen suspended in the air, displaying various complex data streams. Even more eye-catching were the people training inside the venue.
Some people are surrounded by flames and control them with ease. Some people are so fast that they leave only after images as they weave through the obstacles.
Some people closed their eyes and concentrated, and a metal object in front of them floated in mid-air. Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and a storm raged in his heart.
Sister, this is...
Song Shuyi parked the car, turned to the side, and looked at his shocked expression with a playful smile.
Welcome to the Honeycomb, little one. A place that provides training and support for special groups. You can think of it as a base for superhumans. A superhuman. The word struck Lu Chen like a thunderclap.
Although he possessed a system and was already extraordinary, he always believed that this was his own unique secret. Unexpectedly, the world was far more wonderful and complex than he had imagined.
Don't make that face. Song Shuyi was amused by him and reached out to pinch his cheek. Do you think the only thing I like about you is that you're handsome?
From the first time you made your move in the fighting arena, I knew you were no ordinary person. She leaned closer, lowered her voice, and breathed into his ear, Your sister has a sharp eye.
Lu Chen quickly calmed down.
The system is his biggest trump card, and it must never be exposed.
He gave a wry smile and said, I'm just a little stronger and a little faster than the average person. Oh? Really?
Song Shuyi raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing it, but not pressing the matter.
Let's go, I'll take you to try out how much a little is. She led Lu Chun through the hall, attracting many curious glances.
The people who can come here are all extraordinary, but this is the first young man personally brought by the eldest daughter of the Song family.
Song Shuyi led Lu Chun directly to a comprehensive capability testing cabin. Go in and have some fun, consider it a medical checkup.
She patted Lu Chen on the back, her tone relaxed, but her eyes filled with anticipation.
The hatch closed. Various tests began one after another. Force impact test. Lu Chen restrained his strength and threw a punch.
The value soared, eventually settling at a number far exceeding that of ordinary people, but still within the reasonable range of the enhancement type.
Speed response test.
He moved swiftly, dodging all the laser beams, achieving excellent results, yet maintaining a level that was neither shocking nor outrageous.
However, an unexpected incident occurred when it came to the mental resilience test. An invisible mental pressure surged in like a tide, attempting to disrupt his consciousness.
Lu Chen subconsciously activated the basic meditation method to resist. Perhaps it was the shock of just witnessing the new world, or perhaps it was a subtle, almost imperceptible competitive spirit lurking in their subconscious. His meditation this time was deeper than ever before. The deep meditation skill has been activated to its fullest potential.
Buzz.
An invisible wave of emotion emanated from him, spreading out in an extremely faint manner. Although the area is extremely small, it is fleeting. But the pointers on several precision instruments outside the testing chamber suddenly jumped. Almost simultaneously, in the training ground, a few mental ability users frowned in unison and looked in the direction of the testing cabin with suspicion. They had just felt a very brief moment of palpitation and agitation, but it vanished in an instant, as if it were an illusion. Inside the testing chamber, Lu Chen immediately realized something was wrong and forcibly interrupted his meditation, severing the outward release of his spiritual power.
Everything is back to normal. The hatch opened.
Song Shuyi was crossing her arms, looking at the final data report on the screen. Her expression was priceless. First came surprise, then disbelief, and finally, a radiant glow of extreme excitement. The report shows that Lu Chen's physical fitness has reached an A-level rating across the board. What's most astonishing is his mental potential rating. A striking, bright red, and extremely rare S. It even comes with a question mark, indicating that the system cannot fully measure it.
S-rank mental potential?
Song Shuyi murmured to herself, then suddenly looked up at Lu Chen, her eyes burning as if she wanted to set him on fire.
Little one, you really are constantly surprising your sister.
She grabbed Lu Chen's arm and shook it excitedly.
Do you know what S-level potential means? It means that once you truly awaken, your future is limitless.
Lu Chen felt a little dizzy from being shaken by her, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it only assessed his potential rather than directly revealing his existing abilities. This result paved the way for his future advancement and perfectly explained the existence of the system.
Sister, I just felt a little stuffy inside.
He continued to play the role of a naive genius.
That's right, being bored is a good thing. Song Shuyi laughed like a cat that had just stolen some cream. That's a mental stress test. Your instinctive reaction says it all.
The more she looked at Lu Chen, the more satisfied she became, as if she had found a priceless treasure.
It seems I need to come up with a new training plan for you. Your newbie gift pack is getting upgraded, little one.
She pulled the still bewildered Lu Chen along, excitedly heading towards the more advanced training area. The gazes around them became more complex, containing curiosity, envy, and a hint of scrutiny.
Lu Chen felt calm despite those gazes. He knew that a new world had been opened to him.
But his journey has only just begun.
Chapter 46 Ability Resonance? Xing Xue's unusual reaction.
Song Shuyi pulled Lu Chen along, heading enthusiastically towards the advanced training area. She has already begun planning how to develop this rough gem.
A potential S rank in the mental type, kid, do you know how rare that is? I need to find you the best mentor.
Before she could finish speaking, a soft yet piercing alarm suddenly sounded from a corner of the base.
Buzz. The sound wasn't loud, but it was abrupt.
At the same time, on a floating holographic screen, a monitoring data bar suddenly jumped and turned yellow, indicating an anomaly.
Everyone's attention was drawn to it.
Even Song Shuyi stopped in her tracks, frowning as she looked at the monitoring console. What's going on? A staff member quickly took action and located the signal source. His expression turned somewhat strange. He looked up at Song Shuyi and said hesitantly, President Song, the abnormal mental fluctuation signal is coming from the reception lounge.
The lounge? Song Shuyi raised an eyebrow. Who's there right now? The staff quickly checked the access records and announced a name. It's Ms. Song Qingxue.
You arranged for her to wait there before.
Clearing snow? Lu Chen and Song Shuyi exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Song Shuyi immediately turned around and walked quickly towards the lounge. Lu Chen followed closely behind. In the lounge, Song Qingxue was sitting alone on the sofa.
There was a glass of water in front of her, but she didn't touch it. She gripped the hem of her dress tightly with both hands, her head bowed, seemingly somewhat uneasy. Hearing hurried footsteps, she looked up in surprise, a hint of panic on her face.
Sister Shuyi. Lu Chen, what brings you here?
Song Shuyi did not answer, but walked up to her and carefully looked her over. His gaze was sharp, filled with inquiry.
Qingxue, did you sense anything unusual just now?
Song Shuyi asked, her tone softening, but her eyes remaining focused. Song Qingxue was taken aback by the question, her eyes flickered, and she subconsciously avoided eye contact.
No.
I'm just a little worried about you guys, so. Her voice grew softer and softer, and her fingers unconsciously clenched tighter. Anyone who saw her like this would think she was hiding something.
Lu Chen stood to the side, a slight thought stirring within him. He recalled the time he had uncontrollably leaked his mental energy in the testing chamber. Although extremely faint, the range seems to be just enough to reach this rest area? Could it be? A guess began to form in his mind. Song Shuyi had obviously thought of something as well.
She didn't press Song Qingxue any further, but instead gave a wink to the staff member who followed her in. The staff immediately understood and took out a portable device about the size of a palm, similar to a scanner.
Miss Qingxue, I apologize for the intrusion, but this is a routine check.
The device emitted a soft blue light that swept over Song Qingxue.
A series of complex data quickly appeared on the screen. When the final result was displayed, the staff gasped and their eyes widened. President Song.
This.
Song Shuyi leaned closer to take a look.
Instead of the usual physical data, the screen displayed a spectrum representing the activity level of mental energy.
At this moment, several tiny peaks are gently pulsating on the graph.
Although its strength is very weak, it is extremely unstable.
But this is indeed a characteristic of fluctuations in spiritual energy.
Moreover, the frequency of this fluctuation is highly similar to the slight fluctuation that triggered the abnormal alarm when Lu Chen tested it earlier. Spiritual resonance, Song Shuyi murmured to herself, her eyes gleaming with disbelief. She looked abruptly at Song Qingxue, then at Lu Chen, her face filled with surprise.
It's an extremely rare phenomenon of spiritual resonance.
Qingxue, you may also possess the potential for mental abilities. Lu Chen's ability test just now unintentionally triggered your mental power, creating a slight resonance.
This news came like a bolt from the blue.
Song Qingxue was completely stunned, her red lips slightly parted, her face blank.
Me? Mental power? Sister Shuyi, this is impossible. She was just an ordinary college student, a top student in the finance department. How could it be related to these supernatural forces?
Lu Chen was also quite surprised. He never expected that his mistake would unexpectedly reveal Song Qingxue's potential. Song Shuyi, however, became excited and paced back and forth.
I see. I knew it.
Our Song family has a genetic predisposition to this, but it is usually very weak. My main focus is business and management, so this aspect hasn't been apparent. I never expected Qingxue to be so good at hiding her true feelings. She walked up to Song Qingxue, placed her hands on her shoulders, and stared intently at her.
This is a good thing, Qingxue. Having the ability means you can better protect yourself.
Then, she changed the subject, her gaze shifting between Lu Chen and Song Qingxue, a meaningful smile appearing on her face.
And, it seems there's quite a connection between you two.
The initial matching degree of the energy resonance just now seems to be quite high. These words instantly brought two blushes to Song Qingxue's cheeks. She glanced at Lu Chen subconsciously, then quickly lowered her head again. My heart started racing for no reason.
Lu Chen touched his nose, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward.
The more Song Shuyi thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. She clapped her hands and made a decision.
Very good. Perfect timing, Lu Chen needs guidance and training.
Qingxue, your potential has just been discovered, and you also need to be enlightened.
From today onwards, you will train together.
We can keep each other company and exchange ideas. She deliberately emphasized the word communication, with a clear hint of mockery.
Song Qingshua's face flushed even more, and her voice was barely audible. Can I do it? I'm afraid I won't learn it well. Why not? Song Shuyi waved her hand dismissively. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. She turned to look at Lu Chen and winked. Little friend, no objections, right? You'll have a pretty senior to train with you. What could Lu Chen say? He could only nod and say, I'll follow my sister's arrangements. Therefore, the training plan was temporarily changed. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue were taken to a basic meditation room. The environment is tranquil and the lighting is soft. After the instructor gave a brief explanation of the most basic techniques for perceiving and controlling mental energy, he left them with the space to experience it on their own. In the enclosed space, only the two of them remained. The atmosphere became somewhat quiet and awkward for a moment. Song Qingxue was clearly not yet used to the change in her identity and appeared somewhat nervous and reserved. She sat cross-legged, mimicking Lu Chen, and closed her eyes. But her long eyelashes kept trembling, showing that her inner world was far from calm on the surface. Lu Chen could clearly sense extremely faint and chaotic mental fluctuations coming from beside him. Like a startled little rabbit, it frantically peeks out from all directions, then shrinks back in. He remembered his mentor's words and tried to slow his breathing and calm his mind, trying to subtly influence and soothe the other person's restless energy. Unconsciously, he entered a state of deep meditation once again. This time, he carefully controlled the scope, only slightly releasing that tranquil and profound artistic conception. Like a warm, invisible force field, it gently envelopes the people around you. The effect is remarkable. Song Qingshua's chaotic mental fluctuations seemed to have found their anchor, gradually being calmed down, and she began to slowly synchronize with a certain rhythm. Her breathing became long and deep, and her body gradually relaxed. His furrowed brows relaxed. A hint of tranquility even appeared on her face. On her first attempt at meditation, she surprisingly entered a meditative state very quickly. Although it was far less advanced than Lu Chen's, it was still remarkably smooth compared to the vast majority of beginners. All of this stemmed from that subtle spiritual resonance and the guidance unintentionally provided by Lu Chen. Lu Chen slightly opened his eyes and looked at the quiet profile of the senior student beside him. Sunlight streamed through the specially made window, softly bathing her face as if coating it with a halo. Unlike her usual aloof and proud demeanor, she possessed a unique gentleness at this moment. Lu Chen's heart stirred slightly. However, none of them noticed. Outside the meditation room, in the shadows of the corridor, a man dressed as a staff member is looking down at the screen of a handheld terminal. On the screen, a real-time energy fluctuation monitoring graph of the two people in the meditation room is displayed. Especially the faint but gradually stabilizing fluctuation curve representing Song Qingxue. His eyes were cold, and his fingers flew across the screen, sending out a piece of encrypted data. Target 2 Song Qingxue has been confirmed to possess low-level mental potential, which has just been activated. There is an unknown energy linkage between her and Target 1 Lu Chen. Under continued observation. After sending the data, he put away his terminal and quietly blended into the flow of people in the corridor. It was as if it had never existed. The interior was peaceful and serene. Outside, undercurrents have begun to stir. Crises often lurk behind the initial promise of happiness. Chapter 47 The Mastermind Emerges? Lily's Escape. Dozens of kilometers away from the hive base, there is a little-known safe house. This place was originally used by Song Shuyi to temporarily detain and interrogate people with internal problems. The defenses aren't top-notch, but they're well concealed. Lily is being held here. She was imprisoned alone in a room without any sharp objects. Her hands and feet were shackled with specially designed restraints that could subtly interfere with her concentration. For a day and a night, no one paid any attention to them. They only provided food and water on a regular schedule. This silence and uncertainty are a torment in themselves. Lily huddled in the corner, staring blankly at the wall. Her former charm and confidence have vanished, leaving only fear and despair. She understood Song Shuyi's methods. The fate of traitors is often worse than that of their enemies. She knew she was finished. But survival is an instinct. A crazy idea kept growing in her mind. We must escape. The intelligence must be sent out. This is her only chance of survival. The thought grew stronger and stronger, almost consuming her.
An opportunity unexpectedly presented itself just when she was about to give up.
As evening approached, a brief commotion and muffled sounds could be faintly heard outside. It seems there was some minor mishap during the changing of the guard?
The noise subsided quickly. But in that extremely short gap, the surveillance camera in the corridor shifted at a very slight angle.
A small blind spot was left. It lasted only a dozen seconds.
But for someone like Lily who has received special training, that's enough. Her heart started pounding.
Are they members of the organization? Or was it just an accident? She didn't have time to think it through. I'm taking the gamble.
She lunged at the door, pressing her ear tightly against the cold metal.
It was deathly silent outside. The guard appears to have left his post?
Although the shackles had a restraining effect, her physical abilities remained intact. She took a deep breath and pulled an extremely thin, almost soft metal wire from her hair. This was her last resort. Her fingers trembled slightly from nervousness, but she tried to remain steady.
Carefully insert the metal wire into the keyhole. Hold your breath and gently tap the knob by feel. Click. A barely audible, crisp sound. The door is unlocked. Her luck is amazing.
Before she could even feel relieved, she slipped out the door. The corridor was deserted. The guard who was supposed to be standing guard outside was nowhere to be seen.
There seems to be a little bit of wetness on the ground? She didn't have time to think about the reasons.
Use the shadows to move quickly along the route you remember taking. She moved with the agility of a cat, perfectly avoiding all the surveillance that had returned to normal.
The journey was smooth and unobstructed. It went so smoothly that even she found it unbelievable. It was as if an invisible hand was secretly clearing away obstacles for her.
She even found her confiscated undergarments and a small communicator in an unused equipment room. The communicator is specially designed and has only one encrypted channel. She pressed the activation button with trembling hands.
The channel was connected almost instantly.
There was no sound from the other side, only the silence of waiting.
Codename Nightingale.
She lowered her voice and spoke very quickly. Mission failed, identity exposed, currently on the run.
Target Lu Chen, strength assessment seriously flawed. Suspected of possessing multiple high-level abilities, combat, perception, mental abilities.
Extremely dangerous potential.
Song Shuyi is already on alert the hive base.
She quickly and clearly delivered the most crucial information. Especially regarding Lu Chen's terrifying strength and potential. On the other end of the communicator, there was only the sound of cold breathing.
A moment later, a processed electronic voice finally rang out, location. Lily gave the coordinates of the safe house and its surroundings. Hold on for 10 minutes. Communication interrupted.
Lily clutched the communicator tightly, then hid in a small locker, her body drenched in cold sweat.
Every second felt like an eternity.
Finally, a different kind of noise came from outside.
The sound of light, almost inaudible footsteps.
Then came two very quick muffled groans.
The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The locker door was pulled open from the outside.
A man dressed in all black combat gear and wearing a metal mask stood there. His eyes were as cold as ice. He smelled faintly of blood.
Go.
Just one word, devoid of any emotion. Lily scrambled out of the locker, not even daring to look at the original guard lying on the ground, wondering if he was dead or alive.
The man tossed her a black cloak, then turned and walked away. A black SUV without any markings was parked like a ghost at the alley entrance. Lily stumbled and climbed into the car.
The vehicle started immediately, silently merged into the traffic, and disappeared into the city's light and shadow. Only after confirming that she was completely safe did Lily slump in the back seat, panting heavily, feeling utterly exhausted as if she had just survived a disaster. The masked man driving glanced at her coldly through the rearview mirror.
The information you passed on is very important. Especially about that Lu Chen. The organization's assessment of him definitely needs a complete overhaul.
His voice was still digitally processed, but you could hear a hint of seriousness in it.
Lily felt a little relieved and cautiously asked, Where do we go now? Shadow will give you a new identity and mission, the man said calmly. Your chance to redeem yourself has arrived. Upon hearing the name Shadow, Lily's body trembled slightly. It was both fear and a touch of fanaticism. That was the person she truly served. A vast organization with deeply entrenched power hidden in the shadows of the world. His goals and ambitions far exceeded Song Shui's imagination. The vehicle eventually drove into an underground warehouse. Several people dressed similarly were waiting there. They handed Lily a new set of clothes and identification documents. At the same time, they took away her special communicator. One of the men, who appeared to be the leader, walked to the driver's seat and whispered a report to the masked man. Lord Shadow Assassin, the information has been confirmed and uploaded. The Elders Council's interest in Seed Lu Chun has increased significantly. Order, elevate the evaluation priority to the highest level. If necessary, take all necessary measures to reclaim or eliminate it. The masked man, known as Shadow Killer, nodded. He turned his head, his gaze falling through the mask onto Lily, who was hurriedly changing clothes. That look in his eyes wasn't like looking at a companion, but more like looking at a tool about to be used. Nightingale. Your new task is to cooperate with me. We need to observe that seed more closely. And another small seedling that had just sprouted next to him. Lily paused in her changing. Another seedling? She instantly realized who had referred to Song Qingxue. That woman whose mental potential was just discovered. The organization's tentacles have actually stretched this far? He knows exactly what just happened at the base? A chill instantly ran down her spine. What terrified her even more than Song Shui's anger was Shadow Killer seemed quite pleased with her fear. He got out of the car and walked step by step to Lily. Cold fingers lifted her chin. Don't let me down. And don't let the organization down. Otherwise. He didn't finish speaking. But those eyes, devoid of any human emotion, said it all. Lily's body was stiff, and her face was as pale as paper. She knew that she had just escaped one danger only to plunge into an even deeper and darker abyss. And at the eye of all this storm, they all pointed to the man named Lu Chen. She could almost see the enormous shadow silently enveloping him. Chapter 48. Another campus turmoil? Zhao Siyu's regret. After a brief period of training at the base, life seemed to be back on track. Lu Chen returned to Jiangcheng University. The campus was still bathed in sunshine, brimming with youthful energy. It was as if the previous kidnapping, gunfights, and superpowers were just a bizarre dream. But he knew that some things had completely changed. He could clearly feel the power surging within him. They could also vaguely sense the subtle, almost imperceptible, gazes from those around them. Chen Feng's warning still rings in our ears. The threat of shadow is like a thorn in my side. He kept a low profile, attending classes and going to the library like an ordinary student. Song Qingxue has also returned. After undergoing introductory training at the base, she seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Her eyes are clearer and her demeanor is more serene. When he occasionally loses focus, a very faint energy fluctuation will appear around him, which only Lu Chen can vaguely perceive. The two grew closer because of their experience of training together. We occasionally bump into each other at the library, nod to each other, or exchange a few words about our studies. That afternoon, Lu Chen had just come out of his advanced mathematics class. My mind is still processing the complex formula derivation, the professor explained. Suddenly, a figure blocked his way. It has a familiar, sweet perfume scent. Lu Chen looked up and was stunned for a moment. It's Zhao Siyu. She was clearly dressed up carefully today. She wore a figure-hugging dress, had exquisite makeup, and her long hair was slightly curled. He wore a slightly awkward and ingratiating smile that he had never seen before. Lu Chen, she said softly, her voice gentle and sweet, what a coincidence. Lu Chen frowned slightly, nodded, and decided to walk around her. Wait. Zhao Siyu quickly stepped aside and stopped him again. She seemed to have mustered her courage, looked up at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lu Chen, what happened before, it was my fault. I was so naive back then, I said a lot of hurtful things. Can you please stop taking it to heart? Her tone was clearly filled with regret and a hint of probing. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, but mostly indifferent. It's all in the past, he replied calmly, without any emotional fluctuation. To him, Zhao Siyu was no longer an important person. His calmness only made Zhao Siyu more anxious. She shouldn't have received this kind of reaction. He should mock her, or be smug, or even curse her a few times. This complete neglect made her feel even more upset and resentful. I really know I was wrong, she said urgently, and even subconsciously reached out to grab Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen took half a step back to avoid it.
The movements were natural, yet carried a clear sense of detachment. Zhao Siyu's hand froze in mid-air, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. Some students passing by were already casting curious glances at them. Whispers began to rise.
Ha! Aren't those Zhao Siyu and Lu Chen? Why is she looking for Lu Chen again?
I heard Lu Chen has quite a background. He seems to be very close to that supermodel female CEO who drives luxury cars.
Really? No wonder school beauty Zhao regretted it. TSK, why didn't you think of this sooner?
These whispers weren't loud, but they were enough to reach Zhao Siyu's ears. Her cheeks flushed red and then turned pale.
She did regret it. Ever since Lu Chen revealed his identity and she witnessed his intimacy with Song Shui, her mental state has collapsed. Through various channels, she inquired and vaguely learned that Lu Chen seemed to be no ordinary person. Some people even photographed him getting out of an expensive car. Add to that Song Shui's aura of awe. The immense psychological gap and regret tormented her day and night. She was not willing to accept it. Why is it that the poor boy she despised back then has suddenly become someone she can't afford to be near? She mustered up the courage to apologize today, thinking that with her beauty, she might still have a chance. But Lu Chen's reaction was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her last hope. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Lu Chen's tone remained calm as he walked around her and prepared to leave. Lu Chen.
Zhao Siyu couldn't help but raise her voice, her tone trembling with tears. Do we really have absolutely no chance?
The question was so blunt that it drew even more attention. Lu Chen stopped in his tracks.
He turned around and looked at the school beauty in front of him, who had once been both infatuated with him and made him feel embarrassed.
My heart was completely unmoved. Student Zhao.
This was the first time he had used such a formal title.
We have never been from the same world. It wasn't like that before. It certainly won't be like that in the future.
After saying that, he didn't linger and turned to leave. Zhao Siyu was left standing there, frozen in place, her face ashen, feeling incredibly embarrassed under the gazes of everyone around her.
And just then,
the corner of the corridor towards the library.
Song Qingxue stood there quietly, holding a few books.
Clearly, she had seen everything that had just happened. Her gaze swept over the distraught Zhao Siyu, finally settling on Lu Chen's departing figure. His eyes flickered slightly. For some reason, seeing Zhao Siyu relentlessly pursuing Lu Chen, only to be coldly rejected by him, made me feel.
She didn't feel particularly happy. Instead, I felt a strange irritation.
The unpleasant feeling of having your things coveted by others, or even almost getting them dirty. This unfamiliar emotion slightly unsettled her. The mental energy that had been gradually stabilizing around him began to ripple uncontrollably again. Like a pool of spring water rippled by the wind. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. The fingers holding the book unconsciously tightened. She stopped looking in that direction and turned to walk in another direction.
He walked a little faster than usual.
It was as if they were trying to escape something.
But she didn't notice.
Behind a window of a teaching building in the distance, a man wearing a baseball cap is holding up a telephoto lens device disguised as a telescope.
The camera was fixed on her.
Especially when she was emotionally agitated just now, the extremely faint, almost invisible distortion of the air around her was noticeable. The man spoke softly into the miniature microphone under his collar. Reporting to Lord Shadow Assassin. Target number 2 Song Qingxue showed obvious emotional fluctuations. The energy reaction is slightly enhanced, which is indirectly related to target 1 Lu Chen.
Based on preliminary assessments, emotional factors may be a catalyst for his abilities. Continue monitoring.
Beneath his baseball cap, his eyes were cold and focused.
Like a hunter observing its prey that has fallen into a trap.
The campus was still bathed in bright sunshine.
The troubles and ambiguities of youth seemed to be the main theme.
Unbeknownst to anyone, a sharp blade lurking in the shadows was already silently approaching.
The countdown to the crisis passed silently amidst ordinary conversations and racing heartbeats. Chapter 49 Night Raid on the Training Ground? The Strength of Shadow Assassin. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the hive base in the suburbs.
Inside the base, however, it remained as bright as day, with personnel conducting nighttime training or on duty in many areas.
After dinner, Lu Chen and Song Qingxue went to an intermediate training room again. This was an extra training session arranged by Song Shui.
They call it strengthening the foundation and cultivating tacit understanding.
The training room is semi-open, with one side being a huge reinforced glass wall that offers a view of the outside corridor.
Song Qingxue is attempting a basic mental focus training exercise using her mind to levitate a small metal ball. Her eyes were closed, her brows were furrowed, and fine beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. The small ball wobbled a few centimeters off the ground, swaying precariously, as if it might fall at any moment. It was clearly very difficult.
After Lu Chen finished his physical training, he watched from the side.
He could clearly sense the raw and struggling fluctuations of Song Qingxue's spiritual power.
Like a toddler learning to walk.
After hesitating for a moment, he took a few steps closer.
Without making a sound to disturb, I simply quietly activated deep meditation. A peaceful and tranquil spiritual thought gently permeated the space. Like silent encouragement and support. Something amazing happened. Song Qingxue's restless spirit seemed to have found a reliance and reference, and gradually calmed down. The wobbly little ball actually came to a steady stop in mid-air. Although he only lasted a dozen seconds before collapsing from exhaustion.
But this is already her best result tonight. Song Qingxue opened her eyes in surprise, let out a long sigh, and blushed with excitement.
She subconsciously looked at Lu Chen. I think I did it. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Senior is amazing. Upon receiving his affirmation, Song Qingxue couldn't help but smile, revealing a rare and genuine smile.
The atmosphere was harmonious and gentle. There was even a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of ambiguity flowing between them.
However, right now, without any warning,
the lights in the training room suddenly started flashing violently.
The piercing alarm ripped through the tranquility of the night. Warning! Unauthorized high-intensity energy intrusion detected. Partial failure of the defense system. All personnel.
The electronic voice on the radio abruptly stopped.
All the lights in the entire area went out instantly. Engulfed in darkness.
Only the emergency red lights rotated faintly, casting eerie shadows.
Ah! Song Qingxue was startled by the sudden turn of events and instinctively moved closer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's pupils contracted, and he instantly activated Eagle Eye and Battle Intuition to their maximum.
His vision was unaffected in the dark.
Perception spreads out like radar. An extremely dangerous, chilling killing intent, like a tangible ice spike, rushed towards us from the direction of the corridor. Incredibly fast. Get out of the way. Lu Chen roared and shoved Song Qingxue, who was standing next to him, backward.
At the same time, dodged to the side at the last possible distance.
Sizzle. A blurry black afterimage pierced through the thick reinforced glass wall like a ghost. The glass didn't shatter instead, it was instantly melted by a terrifying force, leaving a large hole.
The shadowy figure landed silently.
It was a man wearing a metal mask.
His entire body was shrouded in a black combat suit, with only a pair of emotionless eyes visible.
It was Shadow Killer.
He held a strangely shaped short blade in his hand, its blade gleaming with an ominous, eerie blue light.
That last strike was from this weapon. It melted the glass. The target was directly at the location where Lu Chen had just been. Shadow Killer seemed slightly surprised when his attack missed.
But he didn't pause at all.
His figure blurred again, as if merging into the shadows, and the next moment he appeared directly in front of Lu Chen.
The short blade, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the air, hurtled straight for Lu Chen's throat.
Fast. Ruthless. Accurate. Lu Chen's hair stood on end. An unprecedented sense of impending death gripped my entire being. The opponent's speed far surpasses that of any previous enemy. He didn't even have time to think. His body is driven instinctively by basic combat skills and combat intuition. A terribly awkward backward fall on the iron plate bridge narrowly escaped a fatal blow. The cold blade almost grazed the tip of his nose. The resulting wind pressure stung his cheeks. But Shadow Killer's attacks were like a raging storm. If the first strike misses, change the thrust to a slash, and then sweep downwards. Lu Chen didn't have time to get up. He could only support himself with one hand, exert force with his legs, and kick backward to slide back. Sizzle. His training uniform had a long tear in it. My skin felt a cold, sharp sensation, and I almost bled. The difference is too big. His opponent's speed, strength, and fighting skills completely overwhelmed him. This is definitely not an ordinary superhuman. Lu Chen. Song Qingxue's face turned pale and she was horrified when she saw Lu Chen in danger. Her mind went blank. Fear overwhelmed her. But seeing Lu Chen narrowly evade danger time and time again, that fear transformed into another extreme emotion. We can't let him die. A strong, protective urge suddenly erupted. She almost screamed as she recklessly pushed her weak and unstable mental energy towards Shadow Killer. Like a small pebble thrown at a huge iceberg. It poses no threat whatsoever. It didn't even make Shadow Killer's movements pause in the slightest. But this sudden, slight mental disturbance. But it was like a spark that splashed into the oil depot. Lu Chen was constantly under high tension, fully utilizing his deep meditation and combat intuition abilities. The brain is in a state of extreme activity. Although Song Qingshua's reckless mental attack was weak, it unexpectedly created a strange resonance and amplification with his outward mental power. Buzz. Lu Chen felt a soft sound in his mind. It was as if some kind of barrier had been broken. The sense of danger instantly became incredibly clear. Shadow Killer's movements, which were as fast as a ghost, seemed to be 0.01 seconds slower in his eyes. At the same time, a sudden realization dawned on me. The application of mental power is not limited to introspection and perception. It could also be defense. With a thought, an extremely thin, almost invisible mental barrier instantly condensed in front of him. Just then, Shadow Killer's short blade struck silently once again. Puff! A soft sound, like piercing tough rubber, rang out. The azure blade tip was blocked by an invisible barrier just half a foot away from Lu Chen's heart. It could not advance even an inch further. Although the barrier is fluctuating violently, it could collapse in the next second. But that momentary pause was enough. For the first time, obvious surprise appeared in Yingsha's cold eyes. A mental barrier? This is not a skill that someone who has just awakened their potential can master. The intelligence error was too great. Lu Chen seized this golden opportunity. His body, like a spring compressed to its limit, suddenly shot out to the side and backward. At the same time, he pulled up the terrified Song Qingxue and shielded her behind him. Activate the highest level of defense. Lock onto the intruder. Just then, Song Shuyi's cold and urgent voice came from outside the training room. Immediately afterwards, the heavy alloy gates inside and outside the passage slammed down. The blinding red warning light is flashing wildly. Countless hidden weapon ports extended from the walls, instantly locking onto the shadow assassin in the arena. Song Shuyi appeared at the end of the passage with a team of fully armed base guards. Her face was frosty, her eyes sharp as knives, fixed intently on Shadow Killer. Dare to touch my people? You're asking for it. Yingsha glanced at the dense array of weapon ports around him, then took a deep look at Song Qingxue, who was being protected by Lu Chen. Finally, their gaze settled on Lu Chen. That look in his eyes was full of scrutiny and a hint of strange interest. He did not make another move. The body began to fade slowly, as if blending into the shadows. We will meet again. Seed. Leaving behind these profound words, he vanished completely from the spot. All that remained was the damaged training room and the two still in shock. And the place was a complete mess. The night raid came suddenly and ended abruptly. But Lu Chen knew that this was by no means the end. Shadow Killer's last words and the way he looked at Song Qingxue. All of this foreshadows an even bigger storm to come. He tightened his grip on Song Qingxue's arm, protecting her. His gaze became extremely serious. Chapter 50: My Sister's Confession? The Other Side of the World. The heavy alloy gate slowly rose. The base's emergency lighting system was gradually restored, dispelling the darkness. But the tense and dangerous atmosphere that filled the training room lingered for a long time. Song Qingxue's face was pale, her body was still trembling slightly, and she subconsciously gripped Lu Chen's arm tightly. The fear of narrowly escaping death still lingered in her mind. Lu Chen shielded her behind him, his sharp eyes scanning the spot where Yingsha had disappeared, his muscles still taut. The warning from battle intuition subsided slowly, but a deeper sense of unease settled in. That man called Shadow Assassin is too strong. Moreover, his goal seems to extend beyond himself. Song Shuyi walked in quickly. She grabbed Lu Chen's arm and looked him up and down carefully, her tone unusually anxious and fearful. Little boy. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing that Lu Chen's clothes were only torn and he was otherwise unharmed, she breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, her gaze shifted to the still shaken Song Qingxue, and her tone softened. Qingxue, are you hurt?
Song Qingxue shook her head, her voice still trembling slightly. No.
No. It's all thanks to Lu Chen.
Song Shuyi looked at the two of them, especially Song Qingxue, who was tightly holding Lu Chen's hand, and a complex and inscrutable light flashed in her beautiful eyes. But she quickly composed herself, her expression turning cold and serious again. She shouted sternly into the communicator, "Search every corner of the base. Activate the highest level of anti-stealth detection. I want to know how he sneaked in." After giving the order, she turned to Lu Chen and Song Qingxue, rubbed her temples, and showed a hint of fatigue. "It's not safe here, come with me." She led the two away from the chaotic training area, took a private elevator, and went straight to the deepest part of the base.
A heavy metal door requiring multiple biometric verifications slid open silently.
Behind it is an extremely private meeting room.
It has excellent sound insulation and no surveillance equipment. Have a seat.
Song Shuyi pointed to the sofa, then walked to the liquor cabinet, poured herself a glass of whiskey, and took a sip. She needs to calm her nerves. When she saw the scene of Shadow Assassin attacking Lu Chen on the surveillance footage, her heart almost stopped. She put down her wineglass, turned around, leaned against the wine cabinet, and looked at Lu Chen and Song Qingxue with a serious expression.
"There are some things I need to tell you." Her tone was more serious than ever before.
Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He knew the important part was coming. Song Qingxue also subconsciously sat up straight and nervously clenched her hands.
"First of all, I'm sorry." Song Shuyi looked at Lu Chen with apologetic eyes.
"I underestimated the seriousness of the matter and dragged you into deeper danger."
It also implicated Qingxue.
She paused, took a deep breath, as if organizing her thoughts. "The assassin you just saw belongs to an organization called Shadow.
This is a very ancient, large and secretive transnational force.
Their reach extends across the globe, permeating various fields, including finance, technology, and even the political landscape of different countries. Their ultimate goal is unknown, but their code of conduct is extremely dangerous and radical. In order to achieve one's goals, any means necessary may be used." Lu Chen and Song Qingxue listened quietly, their hearts filled with turbulent emotions. "As for our Song family," Song Shuyi continued, her tone tinged with pride and heaviness, "we, along with some of the families and forces we are connected with, belong to the relatively orderly camp. We strive to maintain a balance between ordinary society and the inner world, restraining those with abilities from abusing their power, while also resisting extremist organizations like Shadow.
This world is far more complex than it appears. There have always been people with special abilities. We call them awakeners or special abilities. There are many types of abilities, including mental, elemental, enhancement, and special types, and so on. The intensity is also vastly different. The vast majority of people never awaken to this truth in their lifetime, and are even unaware of the existence of the other side of this world. The awakened ones, on the other hand, hide beneath the secular world and have formed their own set of rules and order. There is cooperation, but there is also conflict." She looked at Lu Chen. "Your appearance, little friend, and especially the amazing potential you have shown, has disrupted a delicate balance. You are like a heavyweight chess piece that suddenly falls onto the chessboard, attracting attention from all sides. Shadow wants you, or destroy you. And we need to protect you, and we need your strength." At this point, she looked at Lu Chen with sincere eyes. "Lu Chen, on behalf of the orderly faction, I formally invite you to join us.
We will provide you with the best resources, training, and protection to help you grow quickly and take control of your power. At the same time, we also need you to contribute to maintaining this balance in the future."
This is not coercion, it's an invitation. You have the right to choose. The meeting room was completely silent.
Song Qingxue covered her mouth in shock, looking at Song Shuyi in disbelief, then at Lu Chen. There was too much information, she needed time to process it.
Lu Chen remained silent. Thoughts raced through my mind.
The existence of the system was his greatest secret, and it must never be revealed. However, Song Shuyi's revelation of the world of superhumans and the lawful faction provides a perfect explanation and platform for his future power enhancement.
Joining them would be more beneficial than harmful.
Not only can they gain access to resources, but they can also gain a better understanding of the truth of this world and deal with the threat of the Shadow. But he did not agree immediately.
He looked up at Song Shuyi and asked a crucial question. "Sister, who is the highest decision-making body of the lawful faction you mentioned? Or rather, if I join, whose orders will I need to take? I want to meet someone who can truly represent this camp." This question gets straight to the heart of the matter.
He needs to know what kind of situation he is about to enter.
Is it to become a pawn that obeys others' orders? Or is it a collaborator with a certain degree of autonomy? Song Shui seemed to have anticipated his question.
She looked at Lu Chen with admiration, and the familiar smile with a hint of ambition returned to her lips.
Little one, you certainly didn't disappoint your older sister.
He is very meticulous. She put down her wineglass, walked up to Lu Chen, leaned down slightly, and looked directly into his eyes.
We are not a highly centralized organization.
It's more like an alliance or parliament composed of multiple ancient families, large corporations, and powerful like-minded awakened individuals. The highest decision-making body is the Global Council. As for the representative,
she smiled like a cunning fox. Far away, yet right before my eyes. The woman standing before you is one of the Song family's representatives on the council. He's also a key figure in the Greater China region. This answer surprised even Lu Chen.
He knew Song Shui had a lot of influence, but he didn't expect it to be this much. Song Qingxue stared wide-eyed at her cousin, who was always assertive but whom she had never imagined was so amazing.
Of course, Song Shui changed the subject. It's not enough for me to support you alone.
You need to demonstrate sufficient value and potential to win the approval and resources of other council members.
And right now, there just happens to be an opportunity. A challenging glint shone in her eyes.
3 months later, a global exchange competition for the new generation of awakened individuals will be held at the ARC base on the high seas. It is nominally an exchange, but in reality it is a stage for major powers to flex their muscles, divide interests, and recruit new talent.
If you can make a name for yourself there.
She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already clear. That would be the shortcut to the true center stage of this world. It was also the perfect occasion for him to demonstrate his strength to shadow.
Lu Chen met Song Shui's expectant gaze, then looked at Song Qingxue, who was still in shock beside him. Finally, he slowly nodded.
His eyes were resolute, and there was no more hesitation.
Good. I'm joining.
I will attend that exchange competition.
His words were calm, yet they carried an unwavering determination. A new world has opened up. Challenges and opportunities coexist.
And he was ready to face it all.
Song Shui's smile blossomed completely, radiant and captivating.
She knew that she had really struck gold this time.
A true dragon is about to enter the sea. And the whole world may be changed because of him. Chapter 51: The Hidden Dragon Awakens?
Special training officially begins. The news of the ARC Global competition was like a shot in the arm, and it also made Lu Chen feel a sense of urgency.
3 months. He needs to maximize his strength during this period. The next morning, Song Shui slapped a detailed special training plan in front of Lu Chen. Kid, things aren't going to be so easy from now on.
She smiled like a fox about to steal a chicken, but her eyes were full of seriousness. The schedule was so densely packed that it made one's scalp tingle. Breakthroughs in physical limits, precision in controlling supernatural abilities, mastery of both cold and hot weapons, specialized development of mental strength.
It even includes cultural courses such as tactical command and intelligence analysis. It's a truly grueling schedule. Sister, isn't this a bit?
Lu Chen looked at the schedule from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. and his lips twitched slightly.
What? Scared? Song Shui raised an eyebrow, trying to provoke her.
Lu Chen shook his head, his eyes sharpening. Come on.
He needs power and endurance to become stronger.
This little bit of hardship is nothing. The special training location is in a high-level area deep within the hive base. The facilities are more advanced than I could have imagined. Gravity adjustment chamber, holographic simulation combat pod, mental resonance matrix.
Song Qingxue was also assigned to the program.
Her training intensity was far lower than Lu Chen's, mainly focusing on basic physical fitness and mental development. More importantly, she serves as Lu Chen's assistant and resonance object. In Song Shui's words, you two have a high energy compatibility. Practicing together will be twice as effective. Training has officially begun.
The first item is breaking through physical limits.
Inside the room with 50 times the gravity, Lu Chen's muscles were bulging and veins were popping as he squatted while carrying a giant alloy barbell. Each squat and rise felt like carrying a mountain on my back, and the sweat dripped onto the ground and evaporated instantly. Song Qingxue, on the other hand, was doing an acclimatization run in the adjacent low-gravity zone, and was also drenched in sweat. The second item is the precision of supernatural ability control. Lu Chen needed to use his mind to control dozens of fine gold needles, which were also inserted through a complex hole model that was rotating at high speed.
There can be no error whatsoever.
At first, the gold needles kept colliding and falling. But with the practice of deep meditation and his heightened concentration, he made rapid progress.
The controls have become increasingly precise and nuanced.
They can even multitask, manipulating the golden needles while simultaneously using their mental energy to perceive their surroundings. His instructor was stunned and repeatedly marveled. The third requirement is proficiency in both cold and hot weapons. From ancient cold weapons to modern individual combat weapons, Lu Chen needs to master their principles and optimal usage in the shortest possible time. With a foundation in basic combat skills and eagle eye, he learns extremely quickly.
Especially in shooting events.
The eagle eye feature provides him with super long-range vision and motion capture, making him almost infallible. The instructor only gave him slight guidance on breathing and rhythm, and he was able to achieve a perfect score. He seems to be a natural-born archer.
The fourth item is the special development of mental strength.
This was of utmost importance, and it was carried out with Song Qingshue's assistance. They were placed in a special two-person resonance chamber. They need to meditate together and try to align their mental frequencies.
The first attempt was somewhat awkward and chaotic.
Their mental energies seemed to be like headless flies, colliding with each other and then shyly retreating.
Song Qingshue's cheeks flushed red with nervousness, and her mental energy fluctuated wildly. Relax, senior. Lu Chen's voice came through the internal communication, calm and steady. Breathe in rhythm with me. He actively released a peaceful spiritual intention, like a guiding flag.
Song Qingxue gradually relaxed and tried to feel and follow that reassuring power. A miraculous change occurred.
Their spiritual powers began to slowly synchronize, like a harmonious melody, intertwining and resonating.
The energy readings inside the resonance chamber steadily increased. In this state of resonance, Lu Chen discovered that the effect of his deep meditation had increased by nearly 30%. The perception and control of one's own power are also clearer.
He even tried to attach an extremely weak wisp of spiritual energy to his fingertips.
Gently tap the force target in front of you.
Buzz.
The target trembled slightly, and the reading was 15% higher than that of a purely physical impact.
Mental enhancement attack. This is an unexpected discovery and breakthrough.
The monitoring instructor standing nearby suddenly stood up, his face full of disbelief.
Mental power directly interferes with the physical realm?
This is usually a threshold that only a level mental power practitioners can touch.
He's only been training for a few days? Song Qingxue also felt the powerful and pure spiritual energy that Lu Chen suddenly unleashed.
She opened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen's profile, who was focused with his eyes closed beside her. His eyes were somewhat unfocused. Under this man's guidance, she found that her weak spiritual power had become more active and docile than usual.
The training results were surprisingly good.
The day's grueling training has come to an end.
Lu Chen felt like his body was falling apart, but his spirits were unusually high. He could clearly feel himself getting stronger every minute and every second. This sense of fulfillment is intoxicating.
Song Qingxue was so exhausted that she was almost collapsing, but her eyes were still shining. For the first time, she truly experienced the world of ability users and also felt her own subtle growth.
During dinner, Song Shuyi came over to check on the progress.
Hearing the instructor's reports on Lu Chen's monster-like rate of progress, her smile grew wider and wider, and finally she couldn't help but pat Lu Chen on the shoulder.
Little one, I knew I hadn't misjudged you.
At this rate, in 3 months, we'll definitely give those arrogant guys a big surprise. She then looked at Song Qingxue, who was eating in small bites and was clearly exhausted, and said in a gentler tone, Qingxue is doing well too, keep it up.
Song Qingxue nodded gently and secretly glanced at Lu Chen. At night, Lu Chen lay alone in his room. I didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, they entered into deep meditation again to review the day's training. Digest, absorb, and integrate.
At the same time, he was also thinking. During today's training, he intentionally controlled the level of his exposed strength.
It primarily showcases the physical attributes of the enhancement type and the control precision of the mental type.
He attributed most of his amazing performances to unleashing his potential and high comprehension. The system remains his deepest trump card.
Ding!
Host detected engaging in high-intensity systematic training, resulting in increased physical and mental integration. Basic combat skills proficiency greatly improved.
Hawkeye proficiency improved. Deep meditation proficiency improved. Mental shock mastery beginner. A faint external spiritual resonance has been detected. Should we analyze and record this frequency?
The system notification sounded at the appropriate time.
Lu Chen's heart stirred. Recording frequency? Is it Song Qingshua's mental fluctuation frequency?
Record it, he murmured. Low frequency, stable mental fluctuation characteristics have been recorded, numbered 001. Note, this frequency has high compatibility with the host and can slightly increase the host's meditation efficiency and mental energy recovery speed.
Just as I expected.
This resonance benefits both parties. He opened his eyes and looked out the window at the night view of the base. His gaze seemed to penetrate the wall, reaching Song Qingxue, who was probably already fast asleep in the next room. This senior student might really become a special assistant on my path to growth.
Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the base,
a staff member is sending out today's monitoring data, especially the part about Lu Chen's breakthrough performance in mental strength, in encrypted form. Target 1's growth rate has exceeded expectations. It has preliminarily mastered low-level psychophysical intervention techniques.
Its potential assessment needs to be revised upwards again.
Target 2's auxiliary effect is significant. It is recommended to continue observing it, as it may serve as a potential breakthrough point. The data stream silently disappeared into the network, flying into the unknown darkness. The hidden dragon has begun to awaken.
Fangs gradually emerged.
But the eyes in the shadows never left. The special training has only just begun.
Chapter 52 Undercurrents Resurface?
Lily's new mission. The shadows never faded outside the hive base.
Inside a safe house hundreds of kilometers away from the base, Shadow Killer looked at the latest encrypted data uploaded back from the terminal.
The document details Lu Chen's progress during training, which far exceeded expectations. In particular, there were initial signs of psychophysical intervention. His eyes remained cold, but the frequency of his fingertips tapping lightly on the screen revealed a hint of seriousness.
The intelligence error is getting bigger and bigger.
The potential for growth of this seed is simply astonishing.
If left unchecked, it will surely become a major threat.
He connected to an encrypted communication channel.
Order from the Council of Elders. Synthesized voices lack emotion.
Target 1 Lu Chen threat level upgraded to high. The original long-term observation plan has been changed.
Activate the backup plan. Nightingale returns to nest.
To get it close to the target as soon as possible, monitor it closely, and assess its true combat strength and weaknesses. If necessary, low-intensity induction stimulation can be performed to collect extreme data. You provide support from the sidelines to ensure the safety of Nightingale, and do not intervene directly unless absolutely necessary.
Communication ended.
Shadow Killer put down the terminal and turned his gaze to the corner of the room. Lily huddled there, like a frightened bird. Upon hearing the words "nightingales return to their nests," her body visibly trembled.
His face grew even paler.
She knew what that code name meant. This means she has to go back to that dangerous place again.
Back under the noses of Song Shuyi and Lu Chen. To accomplish a task that is almost impossible. Are you scared?
Shadow Killer's voice was icy cold. Lily looked up abruptly, meeting those emotionless eyes, and hurriedly shook her head. No.
I wouldn't dare. Remember your identity, and remember the organization's rules. Shadow Assassin approached, looking down at her. Mission successful, your merits will offset your mistakes. Mission failed. He didn't continue. But that invisible pressure almost suffocated Lily.
She had no doubt that the consequences of failure would be worse than falling into Song Shuyi's hands.
I need a new identity.
Lily forced herself to calm down, her mind racing.
An absolutely clean identity that can withstand scrutiny. Moreover, we need a reasonable reason that allows us to stay close to them in the long term. You don't need to worry about this. Shadow Killer tossed her a file folder. Inside is a complete set of identity documents. Lily Chen is an American of Chinese descent.
Her parents were overseas scholars, and she grew up abroad.
A newly hired foreign teaching assistant in the Department of Finance at Jiangcheng University.
Educational background, upbringing, social relationships, every detail is flawless, and can even withstand the most rigorous background checks.
The power of Shadow is evident.
In addition, there is a set of the latest identity spoofing tools. These include highly realistic biomask subcutaneous implants capable of finely adjusting facial bone contours, voice simulators, and even portable devices that can subtly interfere with low-level mental detection.
3 days to familiarize myself with my identity and background. 3 days later, I will enter Jiangcheng University. Shadow Killer's orders were not to be questioned.
Lily clutched the identification document tightly, her nails almost digging into her palm. Amid fear and pressure, a twisted sense of excitement quietly arises.
She was once Song Shuyi's capable assistant and had a certain understanding of both Song Shuyi and Lu Chen.
This time, she will observe them from the shadows, like a ghost.
Even manipulate them.
This role reversal gave her a morbid sense of stimulation.
3 days later, a taxi was parked at the entrance of Jiangcheng University. Lily Chen came downstairs carrying simple luggage.
She was dressed in a smart and elegant business suit, wearing frameless glasses, and her hair was neatly tied up. His face showed a mixture of nervousness and curiosity, as if he were a newcomer. His eyes were clear, and his posture was natural.
There was absolutely no flaw to be found. She successfully completed the onboarding process.
Thanks to the connections that Shadow had made in advance, as well as her own outstanding resume and eloquence, she quickly integrated into the finance department environment.
She waited patiently. They observed Lu Chen's class schedule and behavioral patterns. The opportunity will come soon. That afternoon, the finance department held a special lecture on the international financial market. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue will both participate.
Lily, as an assistant, was responsible for some of the conference affairs.
The crowd was bustling before the lecture began. Lily, carrying some documents, seemed to be hurrying through the corridor. "Excuse me, could you please move aside?" She accidentally bumped into a solid chest. The documents were scattered all over the floor. I'm sorry. She apologized quickly and looked up.
My eyes met a pair of deep, calm ones.
It's Lu Chen.
He happened to walk here with Song Qingxue.
It's all right,
Lu Chen said calmly, bending down to help her pick up the scattered documents. As he moved, his eagle-eyed instincts made him quickly scan the face of the strange woman in front of him. Very beautiful, with an intellectual charm.
His expression was somewhat flustered and apologetic. Everything seems normal. But in the instant their eyes met,
Lu Chen's combat intuition felt as if it had been pricked by an extremely tiny needle.
A barely perceptible warning was issued. It's very faint and disappears quickly. It felt like an illusion.
He paused slightly and glanced at Lily again.
Lily's heart jumped into her throat. We've been discovered? Impossible.
Her disguise was perfect. Even her biological characteristics were subtly adjusted. She forced herself to maintain a flustered and apologetic expression, even letting her cheeks blush slightly.
I'm so sorry, teacher.
She quickly apologized to Song Qingxue next to her, trying to divert attention. Song Qingxue shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and also helped pick up a document.
Lu Chen looked away and handed the file he had picked up back to her. Be careful next time. The voice remained calm and even. That warning never came again. Perhaps it's just my imagination? Or maybe the other person is just extremely nervous? He didn't investigate further. He and Song Qingxue entered the lecture hall.
Lily watched them leave, her hand taking the documents, her fingertips trembling slightly.
A cold sweat broke out on my back. What a terrifying intuition. The mere contact almost aroused his suspicion. She finally understood firsthand what Shadow Killer meant by the target is extremely dangerous. This man was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. She took a deep breath to suppress her fear. A subtle, almost imperceptible curve slowly appeared at the corner of his lips. The more dangerous it is, the more challenging it is, isn't it? The game has only just begun.
She composed herself, reverting to her usual gentle and earnest demeanor as the new assistant, and walked into the lecture hall.
His gaze, seemingly unintentionally, once again locked onto the two figures sitting together in the front row. Especially Lu Chen. Her task was to be like the most patient hunter. Observe, wait, and record. Find the prey's weakness. Then, either take him back to the lair. Either destroy it completely. The shadows have returned to their nest. Silently, it blended into the bright campus sunshine. Chapter 53: Jealousy and Crisis? Lily's dividing scheme. The lecture ended uneventfully. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue walked out of the lecture hall with the flow of people. Lu Chen didn't take the little incident that just happened to him too seriously. That faint sense of warning never returned. Perhaps it was just an illusion. He was more focused on thinking about a financial model problem that had been mentioned in the lecture. Song Qingxue walked beside him, quietly holding her notebook. There was a natural and harmonious atmosphere between the two. "Student Lu, please wait a moment." A slightly anxious yet apologetic voice came from behind. Lu Chen turned around. It was Lily, the female assistant who bumped into him earlier. She jogged after him, her face showing just the right amount of embarrassment. "I'm so sorry I bumped into you." She bowed slightly, her attitude sincere. "Did it hurt you?" "It's nothing." Lu Chen shook his head. Lily seemed relieved and then gave a friendly, professional smile. "I noticed you listened very attentively to the lecture just now, and you took notes very quickly. I'm Lily, the new assistant in the department. My main responsibilities are to assist foreign teachers and provide some academic support. If you need any help with your studies or finding information in the future, feel free to come to my office anytime." Her words were appropriate and generous, perfectly embodying the image of a warm and responsible teaching assistant. As she spoke, she casually took out her phone. "Would it be convenient to exchange contact information? I can let you know promptly if there are any academic activities or resource sharing sessions in the future." Her goal was clear: to establish a reasonable and sustainable channel of communication. All of this was observed by Song Qingxue, who was standing nearby. Seeing this beautiful and enthusiastic female assistant who suddenly appeared and so naturally struck up a conversation with Lu Chen, asking for his contact information, was quite a shock. Her originally calm mood was inexplicably stirred by a slight ripple. "I feel a little uncomfortable." Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. He's not used to adding strangers. But the other party was a teaching assistant in the department, and the reason was also legitimate. Out of basic politeness, he couldn't refuse directly. He took out his phone. "Thank you, teacher." He scanned the QR code and added the friend in a calm tone. Lily's smile widened. Her goal had been achieved. She seemed to only then notice Song Qingxue beside her, and nodded with a smile. "Song Qingxue is here too. You can come to me if you need anything in the future." Song Qingxue simply nodded and didn't say anything. "Then I'll go back and get busy. Take care," Lily said, turning and leaving with light steps. A tiny seed has been planted. In the following days, Lily began to carry out her plan in a subtle and gradual manner. She used her position to her advantage, and always managed to accidentally run into Lu Chen. In the library, she would happen to pass by his seat with a few financial journals and discuss the viewpoints in them. In the hallway, she would humbly ask him for advice on a certain classroom question. She always had a good reason for appearing, and the content of her conversations was strictly controlled within the academic scope. Her behavior was proper and she never overstepped the bounds. But the frequency is slightly higher. Moreover, every time she spoke to Lu Chen, her eyes were exceptionally focused, and her smile was exceptionally bright. These subtle differences might go unnoticed by others. But this didn't escape the notice of Song Qingxue, who had been secretly watching Lu Chen. It became particularly glaring. That afternoon, during a break in training, Song Qingxue couldn't help but ask, seemingly casually, "That new teacher, Lily, seems to often ask you to discuss problems?" Lu Chen was drinking an energy drink when he heard this and casually said, She seems quite interested in a few financial models." His tone was very casual, as if he hadn't thought much about it at all. Song Qingxue said "Oh," lowered her head, and stopped talking. The slight discomfort in my heart, however, spread quietly like a vine. She knew that her emotions were somewhat inexplicable. Who Lu Chen dates has nothing to do with her. But I just can't control it. The feeling of having her attention diverted made her feel upset. Her spiritual energy began to ripple slightly and uncontrollably again. It carried a slightly anxious and restless frequency. All of this was clearly recorded by Lily, who was hiding in the shadows, through a miniature monitoring device disguised as a pen. Target number 2 has a lower threshold for emotional fluctuations and is more susceptible to emotional factors. A slight disturbance has occurred in the frequency of the mental connection with target 1. Record the data and analyze their emotional weaknesses. Lily's lips curled into a cold smile when no one was around. The strategy of sowing discord is showing initial success.
A few days later, an ambiguous rumor about Song Shuyi began to circulate quietly in a small circle. Rumor has it that the super rich and beautiful woman who often picks up Lu Chen actually already has a fiancé, and her relationship with Lu Chen is just playing around.
The rumors were quite detailed and even mentioned the name of a large overseas family. This rumor, naturally, also reached Song Qingshue's ears in a roundabout way. She was first shocked, then incredulous. Sister Shuyi isn't that kind of person. But, considering Song Shuyi's unusual closeness and doting affection for Lu Chen, and Lu Chen seemed to listen to Song Shuyi's every word, a sense of uncertainty crept into my mind. In the afternoon, during the pair resonance training, Song Qingxue was clearly somewhat distracted. Her mental energy became sluggish and chaotic, making it impossible for her to stay in sync with Lu Chen. I almost had to interrupt my meditation several times. "Senior, you don't seem to be feeling well today?" Lu Chen noticed something was wrong, exited his meditation, and asked with concern. "It's nothing." Song Qingxue avoided his gaze, her voice low. "I might be a little tired." She couldn't bring herself to ask about the rumor. That would make her seem like a busybody, and ridiculous. Seeing her obvious dejection and aloofness, Lu Chen frowned slightly. He could clearly sense the disorder in her mental energy. "This is much more than just being tired. Is the training too stressful?" he asked gently. "Why don't you take a break today?" His concern sounded somewhat like a perfunctory response to Song Qingxue at that moment. She shook her head and stood up. "No need, I'll just go out for some fresh air." With that, she lowered her head and quickly left the training room. His silhouette carried a hint of loneliness and stubbornness. Lu Chen watched her retreating figure, his brows furrowing even more deeply. He had absolutely no idea what was wrong with this senior student. A woman's mind seems more difficult to decipher than high-dimensional mathematics. Outside the training room, in the shadows of the corridor, Lily watched Song Qingshue's hurried departure, then looked at Lu Chen, who was alone in the training room with a puzzled expression. She smiled with satisfaction. The seeds of suspicion have been sown. All you need to do is wait patiently for it to sprout. She doesn't even need to do much more. The delicate and fragile connection between the two targets has already shown signs of cracking. This is exactly what she wanted. She took out her encrypted communicator and silently sent a message. The initial attempt to sow discord has been successful. Target number 2's emotional stability has decreased, creating a distance between them and target number 1. Continued observation is recommended, with further induction to be initiated when appropriate. The message has been sent. She adjusted her glasses, reverting to her usual gentle and earnest teaching assistant persona. Humming a light-hearted tune, I walked towards the office. It was as if everything was irrelevant to her. The venomous snake lurking in the shadows has already flicked its tongue. And the cracks under the sunlight are quietly widening. Chapter 54 Equipment Upgrade? A generous gift from my sister. Song Qingshue's low spirits and absent-mindedness during training over the past few days finally caught Song Shuyi's attention. With a little investigation, she discovered the absurd rumor about herself and Lu Chen, and Lily's frequent chance encounters with Lu Chen. "Ha!" Song Shuyi looked at the report her subordinate brought and sneered. There wasn't much anger in his eyes. Instead, a hint of amusement flashed across them. She had seen this kind of low-level divisive tactic many times before. She was more concerned about Lu Chen's condition and preparation progress. This little disturbance is just the right excuse. After training that day, Song Shuyi took Lu Chen directly to the Equipment Research and Development Center at the deepest part of the base. After passing through several heavy security doors, the view suddenly opened up before me. Inside the futuristic, silver-white hall, various cutting-edge devices operate silently. On the central display stand, several pieces of equipment were quietly placed. "Little one, come see the new toy your sister prepared for you." Song Shuyi walked forward with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of boastfulness. Lu Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to it. The first thing that catches the eye is a set of folded, dark gray combat uniform. Its texture is unique, with a subtle metallic sheen, yet it appears extremely soft. The Night Owl combat suit is made of the latest bioactive shape memory alloy and nanofibers. Song Shuyi gently stroked the surface of the combat uniform and introduced it. Its basic bulletproof performance reaches level 3, which can effectively resist most pistol and submachine gun bullets, and can also absorb most of the shockwave from fragmentation grenades. A built-in body temperature regulation system ensures optimal comfort even in extreme environments. The most interesting thing is this. She picked up a wristband controller and pressed it. Buzz. The color of the combat suit began to change rapidly, blending almost perfectly into the background of the metal wall behind it. Optical camouflage. Although the duration is only 30 seconds, the cooldown time is relatively long. But at crucial moments, it can turn the tide of battle. This Liu Chen's eyes showed amazement. This equipment is way ahead of its time. Don't rush, there's more. Song Shuyi was satisfied with his reaction and pointed to the side. It was a sleek, powerful tactical dagger. It is entirely matte black, with sharp lines on the blade and an extremely thin, dark blue channel embedded in the spine. A Dawn tactical dagger specially customized for you. High-strength composite material, with hardness far exceeding that of ordinary alloys, yet much lighter in weight. Song Shuyi picked up the dagger and handed it to Liu Chen. It feels slightly cool to the touch, with a perfect center of gravity, as if it were custom-made for his hand. Try to infuse some of your mental energy into it, she suggested, her eyes filled with anticipation. Liu Chen's heart stirred slightly. He gripped the hilt of the knife and tried to guide a wisp of his spiritual energy toward the dagger. Buzz. The dark blue guide channel on the blade lit up instantly. It's as if blue energy is flowing through it. He casually made a light stroke on the test steel column next to him. Sizzle. A soft sound. A clear scratch was left on the steel column. Although it wasn't deep, you should know that he just made a casual stroke and barely used any force. This dagger could actually slightly amplify his mental power and attach it to his physical attacks. You felt it, didn't you? Song Shuyi smiled. This dagger has a special energy conduction core embedded inside, which can resonate with and amplify the user's superpowers, making it especially suitable for someone like you with outstanding mental strength. Liu Chen stroked the cold blade of the dagger with obvious affection. This is practically a magic weapon tailor-made for him. Combined with his basic combat skills and his gradually growing mental strength, his power is absolutely astonishing. And this. Song Shuyi picked up another pair of seemingly ordinary black tactical gloves. Built-in microsensors can monitor your heart rate, body temperature, adrenaline levels, and even the frequency of your mood swings in real time. The data will be synced to your tactical watch and to me. It will alert you immediately if your body experiences any abnormalities or becomes overloaded. I don't want my precious little one to ruin his training. Her tone was teasing, yet it also revealed genuine concern. Looking at the complete set of equipment, Liu Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. These things cannot be prepared in a short period of time. Song Shuyi had already begun planning for him. Sister, this is too precious, he said sincerely. Why are you being so polite with your sister? Song Shuyi rolled her eyes at him and stepped forward. Come on, try it on to see if it fits. She personally picked up the Night Owl combat suit and gestured for Liu Chen to put it on. Liu Chen hesitated for a moment, then took the clothes and went to the dressing room next door. A moment later, he came out wearing his combat uniform. The combat suit fit his body perfectly, highlighting his upright posture and smooth muscle contours. The dark gray color made his demeanor appear even more aloof and composed. I moved my limbs around and felt completely unrestricted, as if it were a second skin. TSK, really nice. Song Shuyi circled him twice, admiring him as if he were looking at a perfect work of art. She reached out and straightened his collar, which wasn't even there. Her fingers brushed casually across the skin of his neck. The slightly cool touch made Liu Chen's body stiffen slightly. It fits perfectly, looks like the measurements were correct. She smiled, her eyes crinkling with a hint of mischief. My judgment is still pretty accurate, isn't it? Her breath was very close, carrying a faint fragrance. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous for a moment. Just then, the door to the equipment room was gently pushed open. Song Qingxue stood at the door. She was called over by the staff, who said that Sister Shuyi was looking for her. Unexpectedly, this is what I saw when I opened the door. Liu Chen was dressed in a handsome combat uniform, his posture upright. Song Shuyi was almost right in front of him, looking up at him, her fingers affectionately resting on his neck. The two looked incredibly close. Song Qingxue's expression froze instantly. My feet were rooted to the spot. The suspicions about the rumors and the bitterness that had been building up in my heart over the past few days suddenly surged up. It made her feel suffocated. Song Shuyi seemed to only then notice her, naturally withdrawing her hand and greeting her with a smile. Qingxue is here? Perfect timing, Come and see the new equipment your sister prepared for Lu Chen.
Her poised and graceful demeanor made the earlier incident seem insignificant.
Lu Chen also turned to look at Song Qingxue and nodded, "Senior."
Song Qingxue lowered her eyes, concealing her emotions, and gave a soft "hm." She stepped forward, her gaze falling on the advanced equipment, but she seemed somewhat distracted. Song Shui seemed oblivious to her odd behavior and continued enthusiastically explaining the equipment's functions. It particularly emphasized the dagger's effect on enhancing mental power. "Qingxue, when your mental strength is stronger, I'll get you an even better set." She smiled and patted Song Qingxue's shoulder.
Song Qingxue forced a smile. "Thank you, Sister Shui."
Her gaze, however, involuntarily drifted to the dagger in Lu Chen's hand.
Watching the natural and familiar interaction between him and Song Shui, an indescribable sense of distance arises spontaneously. They are people of one world.
They share a common secret and immense power.
And myself.
She clenched her fingers, her desire to become stronger than ever before.
Song Shui took in her subtle reactions, and the corners of her mouth curved almost imperceptibly. She quickly returned to normal.
"All right, the equipment's been tested.
Kid, now you need to train even harder. Don't let your sister down." She handed Lu Chen his old clothes to him in a relaxed tone. "I know, sister." Lu Chen nodded solemnly. This equipment will undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat capabilities. He felt even more confident about the Ark mission 3 months later. As they left the equipment center, Song Qingxue followed silently behind.
Looking at Lu Chen's tall and straight back in front of him, and that combat uniform that seemed to have been made for him, she gently bit her lower lip. His eyes held a complex expression.
There was envy, disappointment, and a hint of resentment.
There was also a hint of panic at being left behind. Song Shui walked at the back, looking at the two young people ahead of her, each with their own thoughts. She gracefully smoothed her long hair, revealing a mysterious smile.
"That's enough of a little excitement. Next, let's see how the fish bite."
And all she, the fisherman, needed to do was wait patiently. "By the way, we should also expose those little rascals who are causing trouble in the shadows, one by one." Her gaze swept over a hidden corner, a cold glint flashing within it.
Chapter 55: The First Real-World Assessment? Simulated Encirclement and Slaughter. With the new equipment, Lu Chen's enthusiasm for training soared even higher.
The Night Owl combat suit and the Dawn dagger seemed to be an extension of his body, making them increasingly easy to use. Seeing Lu Chen's increasingly impressive performance on the monitor, Song Shui decided to conduct the first practical assessment ahead of schedule. "Theory without practice is ultimately superficial," she said to Lu Chen on the other end of the communicator, her tone slightly teasing.
"Kid, it's time to go and experience real combat."
The Hive base has 3 underground levels, forming a holographic simulated combat zone.
The level of technology here far exceeds what outsiders imagine.
Within the vast space, various complex environments such as cities, jungles, deserts, and ruins can be simulated instantly through holographic projection and physical mechanical structures.
Today's simulation is a nighttime urban street fighting environment.
Ruins, abandoned vehicles, dimly flickering streetlights.
Everything seemed incredibly real. You could even smell the gunpowder and rust.
Lu Chen, dressed in the Night Owl combat suit and holding the Dawn dagger, stood quietly in the center of the field.
Eagle Eye, activated, its sharp gaze sweeps across every corner where enemies might be hiding.
Combat intuition is maximized, allowing one to perceive every rustle and movement in the surroundings. Song Shui, several instructors, and Song Qingxue watched the game through a large screen in the control room. Song Qingxue clasped her hands together nervously, her eyes fixed on the screen.
The assessment begins. Song Shui's cool voice rang out through the venue's public address system.
The rules are simple: within 1 hour, either evade or defeat all the hunters. The hunters are played by elite security personnel from the base, equipped with tranquilizer weapons, simulating real kills.
Your weapon is a dagger. You are not allowed to use supernatural abilities outside of training regulations to significantly enhance your attacks. Good luck. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Call out.
Almost simultaneously, a slight whooshing sound came from the tall building on the left.
A tranquilizer bullet. Lu Chen's body reacted faster than his mind. Suddenly roll to the right.
The bullet grazed the ground where he had just been standing.
Eagle Eye instantly pinpoints the source of the bullet, a broken window on the 3rd floor.
Without the slightest hesitation, he sprang to his feet and exerted force with his legs. They darted out like cheetahs, using abandoned vehicles as cover, and quickly approached the building. The movements are swift and silent, thanks to the excellent sound-absorbing properties of the Night Owl combat suit. Inside the control room, an instructor nodded, reaction speed A+, evasive maneuvers standard. The hunter inside the building missed his first shot and immediately tried to move to a different location. But just as he retreated to the top of the stairs, a dark figure appeared behind him silently, like a ghost. The cold, hard blade of the dagger pressed gently against his carotid artery. "You are dead." Lu Chen's calm voice rang out. The hunter froze, then reluctantly lowered his weapon. That's too fast. He had no idea how the other person had touched him. The first objective is to eliminate it. Without pausing, Lu Chen's figure once again disappeared into the shadows. In the time that followed, he seemed to transform into a ghost in the darkness. Using Eagle Eye's long-range vision and combat intuition's early warning, he can always spot the enemy first. Or they can cleverly circumvent the environment. Or launch a lightning-fast attack and finish your opponent with a dagger. The Dawn dagger seemed to come alive in his hands. When he occasionally needs to force his way through, he attaches a small amount of his mental energy to it, which can easily deflect the opponent's weapons and even destroy their equipment. The optical camouflage of the combat suit also activated at a crucial moment, successfully deceiving the two hunters who were attacking from both sides, and completing a counterattack. Exclamations of admiration frequently rang out in the control room. The tactical choice was very reasonable. Making the most of the environmental benefits. His skill in using cold weapons is extremely high. That dagger seems a bit unusual? Song Qingxue looked at the figure on the screen who was calm and powerful, seemingly at ease in a complex environment. My heart started racing uncontrollably. The Lu Chen in front of her was completely different from the gentle classmate she usually knew. It is filled with deadly attraction and a sense of security. Halfway through the time, 7 hunters have already been eliminated. The remaining 3 had obviously received news of their comrade's death and became extremely vigilant. Instead of searching separately, they formed a triangular tactical formation, providing mutual cover and advancing steadily. This compressed Lu Chen's living space. The pressure suddenly increased. Lu Chen was forced into a relatively narrow dead end. Both the front and rear passages were blocked. The 3 hunters in front of him worked together seamlessly, their tranquilizer guns locked firmly on his cover. The suppressive fire made it difficult for him to stand out. The situation appears to have reached a stalemate. The atmosphere in the control room became tense once again. The time has come to test your adaptability on the spot. Let's see how he breaks this deadlock. Song Shuyi crossed her arms, her eyes focused and filled with anticipation. After taking cover, Lu Chen took a deep breath. High level of concentration. Deep meditation unconsciously operates to its limit. Everything around us seemed to slow down. The enemy's footsteps, breathing, the slight adjustments of their gun barrels. Countless pieces of information flood into the brain. The vision provided by Eagle Eye and the warnings from combat intuition seem to have created some kind of wonderful chemical reaction at this moment. His gaze pierced through the tiny gaps in the bunker, precisely capturing the positions of the 3 hunters and their next intentions. Now! He suddenly emerged from behind the cover. But instead of charging at anyone, he hurled the Dawn dagger at the hunter on the far right. This throw was extremely fast and at a tricky angle. The hunter instinctively raised his gun to block and dodge. The triangular formation was momentarily thrown into chaos. At the same time, Lu Chen's mental power was highly concentrated in an unprecedented way. It is neither attached to weapons nor used for defense. Instead, his sharp, knife-like gaze, like an invisible thorn, pierced fiercely at the hunter in the middle who was momentarily distracted by the attack on his teammate. Mental intimidation. Although it is only a prototype, its effects are far from being at their strongest. But the hunter felt as if his brain had been hit by a heavy hammer. With a whoosh, everything went black and my movements and thoughts froze for a moment. Even though it was less than a second. But for Lu Chen, that was enough. His body shot out like an arrow, taking advantage of the moment when the hunter on the left was distracted by the thrown dagger. They had already pounced on the hunter in the middle who was temporarily distracted. He delivered a precise chop to the side of his neck. At the same time, seized the tranquilizer gun from his hand. The sound of someone falling to the ground and the sound of someone trying to seize a gun rang out almost simultaneously. The last remaining hunter had just turned his gun around.
Lu Chen rolled over using the momentum of his forward charge, the tranquilizer gun in his hand spitting out a fine stream of air. Puff! An anesthetic needle struck his thigh precisely. The battle is over. From the sudden attack to the elimination of the 3 people, it only took a few seconds. Clean, crisp, and fluid. The control room was completely silent. Everyone was stunned by this lightning-fast counterattack. Especially that last one. Just now that was one of the instructors said hesitantly, looking at Song Shuyi. A startling light flashed in Song Shuyi's eyes, and the corners of her mouth slowly turned up. Applications that involve psychological impact. Although it's still very immature, it is indeed. She looked at Lu Chen on the screen, who was slowly straightening up and breathing slightly rapidly. His gaze was so intense, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Genius. Song Qingxue also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He has become stronger again. A breakthrough was achieved in dire circumstances. The simulated ambient lighting is bright. All the hunters got up, their gazes towards Lu Chen filled with admiration and a hint of fear. This young man's strength and fighting talent are terrifying. Lu Chen calmed his breathing and walked over to pick up his dagger. Recalling that flash of inspiration from the mental shock just now. It seems they've grasped a bit of the trick. The assessment has been successfully completed. Grade SS. It far exceeded expectations. Song Shuyi personally stepped forward and approached Lu Chen. Well done, kid. She praised him generously and even wanted to give him a hug. Lu Chen took a small step back and smiled, it's all right. His gaze, however, swept thoughtfully over the several surveillance cameras above the simulation field. In that state of intense concentration, he seemed to vaguely sense. Besides those that are obvious, it seems there are other, extremely hidden eyes spying on us? Is it just my imagination? Still. He kept quiet and suppressed his doubts. There seemed to be more eyes lurking in the shadows than he had imagined. Song Qingxue also ran over, her face still flushed with excitement. Lu Chen, you were amazing just now. She couldn't help but praise him, her eyes sparkling. The slight annoyance from before seemed to have been temporarily dispelled by the exciting battle just now. Lu Chen smiled at her and said, "Thank you, senior." Watching the two talk, Song Shuyi crossed her arms and smiled meaningfully. Very good. Breakthrough under pressure. Peeping from the shadows. And then there are these subtle interpersonal relationships. Everything is moving in an interesting direction. She was increasingly looking forward to the ARC trip. Chapter 56 An Uninvited Guest? An inspector from the council. Lu Chen's outstanding performance in the practical assessment has brought his reputation within the base to a new level. However, the lingering doubt in his mind about secret spying did not completely dissipate. He became more cautious. 3 days later, in the afternoon, an unmarked vertical takeoff and landing aircraft silently landed on a dedicated platform on the top floor of the Hive base. The hatch opened, and the first to step out were 4 guards dressed in dark gray uniforms, exuding a sharp and capable aura. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, and their movements were perfectly synchronized, clearly indicating that they were highly trained elites. Then, a middle-aged woman wearing a navy blue Chinese-style stand-up collar suit walked down slowly. She looked to be around 40 years old, with a beautiful face, but exuded an unapproachable coldness. His eyes were deep and calm, as if he could see right through people's hearts. He didn't emanate any powerful energy fluctuations, yet he possessed an invisible pressure. It's so bad it's hard to look directly at. Song Shuyi and several high-ranking officials from the base were already waiting there. Upon seeing the woman, she gave her a perfectly timed smile and went to greet her. Moon Messenger, you must be tired from your journey. His tone was clearly respectful. The woman, known as the Moon Messenger, nodded slightly in return. His gaze, however, bypassed Song Shuyi, sweeping lightly across the entire platform before finally settling on the training area in the distance. Director Song, there's no need for formalities. You should know the purpose of my trip. Her voice was cool and detached, without much emotional fluctuation. Yes, this way, envoy. Song Shuyi stepped aside to lead the way. The group entered the base. The arrival of the Moon Messenger was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing subtle ripples. But the base continues to operate in an orderly manner. She was ostensibly there to inspect the recent operations and research findings of the Hive base. But everyone knew that her real target was Lu Chen.
That evening, Lu Chen was summoned to Song Shuyi's private meeting room. The moon messenger was sitting on the sofa in the main seat, leisurely sipping tea.
Song Shuyi sat to one side. Lu Chen, this is the moon envoy specially dispatched by the council, Song Shuyi introduced. Moon messenger. Lu Chen nodded respectfully.
The moon messenger put down his teacup, raised his eyes, and calmly placed his gaze on Lu Chen. In that instant, Lu Chen felt as if a cold X-ray had swept across his entire body.
Even the soul must be seen through. Battle intuition, insane warning.
Deep meditation operates automatically, and mental energy instinctively contracts inward to protect the core.
He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was on high alert.
The moon messenger's gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, a faint hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before returning to calm.
As expected, heroes emerge from among the young.
She said calmly, Director Song has good judgment.
You flatter me, Your Excellency, Song Shuyi replied with a smile. I've heard about your performance in the previous assessment. The moon envoy looked at Lu Chen, his tone still calm. Especially that last mental application, it was quite innovative.
I've managed to gain some insight by chance, Lu Chen replied cautiously.
Comprehension?
The moon messenger's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. To be able to break through under such pressure is not something that can be explained by mere luck.
She then changed the subject. What are your thoughts on the source of your abilities? This is a tricky question.
Lu Chen's mind raced, and he showed a suitable look of confusion. I'm not quite sure either, it just happened naturally. It's like this potential was originally in my body and was gradually stimulated. He attributed everything to potential, which is the safest explanation.
The moon messenger watched him quietly without asking any further questions.
She then asked some questions about the details of how to use abilities and how to judge the situation in battle. The questions may seem random, but they are actually interconnected and go straight to the heart of the matter. With his extraordinary mental control and calm mindset, Lu Chen responded to each question flawlessly. He demonstrated a certain level of talent and comprehension without revealing too many of his trump cards. In particular, he kept the existence of the system deeply hidden.
The QA session lasted about half an hour. The moon messenger finally stopped asking questions.
She picked up the teacup and gently blew on the steam. Huge potential, and her temperament is acceptable, she commented, her tone devoid of emotion.
Song Shuyi's smile widened.
But the moon messenger's next words caused the atmosphere to freeze slightly. However, rapid growth in strength is not necessarily a good thing. A house with an unstable foundation is easily built on a castle in the air. What we need to be even more wary of is that some forces, which appear to be giving gifts, actually have a price tag attached to them. She spoke meaningfully, her gaze becoming profound once more.
Know that nothing in this world comes out of thin air. The greater the power, the deeper the underlying causes and effects may be. Young man, take heed.
These words served as a wake-up call, ringing in Lu Chen's mind.
Did she sense something? About the system? Or is it merely a general warning? Lu Chen suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said respectfully, Thank you for the reminder, envoy. I will keep it in mind.
The moon envoy nodded, looked away from him, and said to Song Shuyi, Director Song, I have something I need to discuss with you privately.
Song Shuyi understood and gave Lu Chen a wink. Lu Chen tactfully took his leave. The moment I left the meeting room and closed the door, he vaguely heard the moon messenger's cold voice. Shadow has been very active lately, seemingly searching for something.
The art competition may face unforeseen changes, with several participants displaying ambiguous attitudes. This child is good, but his background is still, we need to observe him.
The sounds that followed faded away. Lu Chen's gaze darkened slightly. As expected, the council was not a monolithic entity.
The journey to the Ark appears to be more complex than imagined.
The reception room.
The moon messenger laid down an invisible soundproof barrier. Her expression turned serious.
Shuyi, you've taken a bit too big a step with this bet.
Song Shuyi's smile faded, and she said seriously, Anchu, I think he deserves it.
In private, she used a more intimate term of address. The moon messenger sighed, his growth rate is abnormally fast.
Some people in the council have already started to take notice, and even suspect whether he is associated with certain taboos. You should understand that the power of the Origin ruins is not so easy to control. Song Shuyi's eyes were firm, I trust my judgment.
Besides, haven't we always needed a sharp blade to break the deadlock? The moon messenger remained silent for a moment.
A sharp blade is good, but it can also hurt yourself.
Fine, since you've made up your mind, I'll do my best to help you at the council meeting. But for the arc race, you have to make sure everything goes perfectly. That place will be the arena for the struggle between various forces, and also his ultimate test. If he can prove his worth and innocence there, everything is negotiable. If not.
The Moon Messenger didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already quite clear.
Song Shuyi nodded solemnly, I understand.
The next morning, the Moon Messenger's aircraft quietly departed.
They came in a hurry, and they left in a hurry. However, this left an invisible pressure on the base. Lu Chen stood by the window, watching the aircraft disappear into the horizon. The Moon Messenger's final warning still echoes in our ears. The greater the power, the deeper the underlying causes and consequences may be. He looked inward at the mysterious system interface in his mind. What is its origin? What price will he ultimately have to pay for this sudden power? For the first time, he felt a deep sense of unease about the system. But soon, that wariness was replaced by a firm will. No matter what lies ahead, no matter what the cost. There's no turning back for him now. Only by constantly becoming stronger can one control their own destiny. He clenched his fists, and his eyes sharpened again. We need to work even harder in the training sessions to come. At this moment, at Jiangcheng University, Lily also received a secret message about the arrival of the Moon Messenger. She immediately relayed the information. The Council Special Envoy has arrived and made contact with Target 1. The assessment results are unknown, but Target 1's status appears to have been elevated. The importance of the arc race has increased. Requesting instructions on the next steps. The network, hidden in the shadows, began to stir again. A storm is gathering on the distant arc. And the eye of the storm seems to be pointing at Lu Chen. Chapter 57 Qingshue's Resolve? The Path of the Supporter. The arrival and departure of the Moon Messenger, like a cold wind, shattered the brief tranquility on the surface of the base. Even Song Qingxue felt that invisible pressure. Especially when she saw Lu Chen's composed and fluent manner in front of the Moon Envoy. Then, thinking about his own pitifully weak, even unreliable, mental strength. A huge sense of disparity and anxiety spread through her heart. That night, she couldn't sleep. Lying in bed, tossing and turning. His mind was filled with images of Lu Chen's calm and powerful figure on the simulated battlefield. And the unfathomable, awe-inspiring aura of the Moon Messenger. And that female teaching assistant named Lily, the meaningful look in her eyes when she looked at Lu Chen. She realized that the distance between her and Lu Chen seemed to be widening. He is striding rapidly into a wider, more dangerous, and more exciting world. And am I destined to be someone who is always protected? A burden that requires his attention? No. She gripped the corner of the blanket tightly. His gaze gradually hardened in the darkness. She doesn't want that. The next morning, before it was fully light, Song Qingxue then found the mentor in charge of spiritual enlightenment at the base, a gentle middle-aged woman. Instructor Lin, I would like to request an increase in the training intensity. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable resolve. Professor Lin looked at her with some surprise. Qingxue, your foundation is not yet solid. It's better to proceed step by step. I understand. Song Qingxue interrupted her, raising her head with clear and firm eyes, but I don't have much time to take it slow. I don't want to always be the weakest one. Please help me, I need to become stronger as soon as possible, even if it's just a little bit. Looking at the burning flame in her eyes, Instructor Lin seemed to understand something. She sighed, but finally nodded. All right. But you must strictly follow my instructions and never be reckless, otherwise mental damage will be very troublesome. I will. Thank you, Professor Lin. As a result, Song Qingxue's training schedule became just as fulfilling as Lu Chen's, and even more arduous. Aside from basic physical fitness and meditation, she focused entirely on developing her mental abilities in a supportive way. Using telepathy, try to expand the range of your perception, even if you can only perceive 1 more meter. The goal of telepathic communication is to be able to vaguely convey emotions or thoughts to Lu Chen over a short distance. Slight interference, practice using mental energy to subtly influence small objects or interfere with electronic devices with extremely weak effects. These abilities may seem insignificant, but they often play a crucial role in team operations. Training is tedious and painful. Especially for a beginner like her. Several times, due to excessive strain on her mental energy, she suffered from splitting headaches, turned pale, and almost vomited.
Professor Lin felt sorry for her and advised her to rest. But she would always shake her head, grit her teeth, and after a little while, she would continue training. Her stubbornness and hard work have been seen by many people, including Lu Chen. That afternoon, a two-person teamwork training session was held.
The content is mental connection and collaborative breakthrough in barrier environments.
The two players need to maintain a certain level of mental synchronization in a complex simulated obstacle course to overcome various obstacles together. At first, things didn't go smoothly. Song Qingshua's mental strength was too weak and fluctuated too much, making it difficult for her to maintain a stable connection with Lu Chen. Often, the connection would be interrupted as soon as it was established because of her unstable mental state. On one occasion, due to her panic, her mental feedback went awry, almost causing Lu Chen to run into a trap.
I'm sorry. I messed up again.
Song Qingxue said, her head bowed, her voice filled with frustration. Lu Chen looked at her exhausted yet determined appearance, and his heart stirred slightly. He walked up to her, not blaming her, but softening his voice. Senior, no need to rush. When making links, don't think about achieving a specific effect. Try to relax, just like when you meditate, and feel my presence. His voice carried a strange, soothing power. Song Qingxue raised her head and met his calm and gentle gaze. My anxious heart calmed down a little for some reason. She took a deep breath and nodded.
Try again.
This time, she stopped forcing herself and learned to trust and follow. She tried her best to gently wrap her meager spiritual power around Lu Chen's peaceful yet powerful spiritual core, like silk threads.
Something amazing happened. Although the connection remains fragile and intermittent,
but it no longer breaks as easily as before. In the brief moment after the connection was established, Lu Chen could feel that his sensory range had expanded by an almost imperceptible amount. For Song Qingxue, it was as if she had entered a clearer and broader world. Through the aftershocks of Lu Chen's eagle eye, she could see obstacles further away. Through the sharing of combat intuition, she could vaguely sense the direction of some dangers. There seems to be something on the right, she tried to convey a vague thought. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he focused his eagle eye scan on the right, where he indeed discovered a hidden trigger mechanism. It works, he murmured in praise. Although it was just a small hint, it proved the feasibility of this cooperation.
Song Qingxue was overjoyed, but the mental link was interrupted again due to emotional fluctuations.
But for the first time, a genuine smile appeared on her face. It was no longer frustration, but the joy of seeing hope. It's okay, take your time, Lu Chen encouraged.
The training that followed was still fraught with difficulties. But the tacit understanding between the two quietly grew with each failure and success. Song Qingxue was no longer as easily flustered and self-blaming as before.
She began to focus more on how to better assist Lu Chen.
How to use one's own limited strength to amplify his advantages. Training is over.
Both of them were exhausted, especially mentally.
I sat on a bench in the rest area and drank water.
The last rays of the setting sun shone through the window and fell upon the two of them. Thank you for today, Song Qingxue said softly, her cheeks still flushed from exercise and excitement.
I should be thanking you, Senior, Lu Chen smiled. Without your hint, I might have stepped on that trap. This is the truth. Song Qingxue's support abilities have enormous potential.
Song Qingxue lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. The bitterness and unease in my heart were largely diluted by a sense of fulfillment. She stole a glance at Lu Chen's profile, which was soaked with sweat. My heart started racing. Maybe she really could stand beside him. Not as the protected party. Rather, they are partners to whom you can entrust your back. This thought filled her with power. However, none of them noticed. Behind the shadow of a pillar on the perimeter of the training field, Lily is recording all of this with a miniature camera disguised as a brooch. Especially Song Qingxue's increasingly firm and focused gaze. She pressed the communicator and reported in a low voice. Target number 2's mindset has changed, and his training direction has clearly shifted to a supportive role. Initial results have been achieved in the joint training with Target 1, and the stability of the mental link is slowly improving. Recommendation: consider changing the strategy. The value of Target number 2 may increase. Alternatively, we can differentiate them by focusing on their weakness: emotional dependence. The venomous snake in the shadows adjusted its hunting strategy once again. The seedlings under the light are braving the wind and rain, striving to grow. The decision has been made, and the path has been chosen.
All that remains is to move forward. Chapter 58: The Shadow Assassin returns? A covert battle within the campus. After a brief period of intensive training at the base, life still needs to return to its superficial normalcy. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue returned to Jiangcheng University for classes. The campus was bathed in sunshine, filled with the sound of students reading aloud, as if it were another world. But the tense nerves were not completely relaxed. In the afternoon, the two of them went to the library to research materials and prepare for a course paper. In the quiet reading room, the only sounds were the turning of pages and the scratching of pens. Song Qingxue was focused on taking notes, occasionally glancing up at Lu Chen opposite her. He was intently reading a thick book on financial theory, his profile clearly defined under the light. A tranquil and peaceful atmosphere permeated the two of them. The previous barriers seemed to have faded considerably due to shared training and goals. However, this tranquility did not last long. Lu Chen's battle intuition suddenly felt an extremely faint tremor without any warning. It's not directed at him personally. Instead, it came from that row of tall wooden bookshelves diagonally behind. Almost at the same time. Creak! A sickening cracking sound of wood snapping suddenly rang out. The nearly 3-meter-tall bookshelves, crammed with heavy books, seemed to be pushed by an invisible giant hand, and collapsed with a crash towards their seats. A shadow instantly descended. The heavy bookshelf, plus hundreds of books, is incredibly heavy. If you get hit by that, you'll either die or be seriously injured. Careful! Lu Chen reacted incredibly fast. He suddenly sprang up from his seat, not to dodge backward, but to pounce directly on Song Qingxue, who seemed to be stunned. He shoved her and the chair backward with a vengeance. At the same time, he used his waist and abdomen to forcefully twist his body in mid-air. He channeled his strength into both feet and kicked hard at the side of the toppling bookshelf. Bang! A muffled thud. The bookshelf's momentum to tip over was momentarily halted by this powerful kick. But it was only for a moment. The enormous weight still pressed down. Lu Chen used the reaction force to roll backward, landing with one hand on the ground, narrowly avoiding the main impact range. Splash! The bookshelf finally crashed heavily to the ground, scattering books all over the floor with a loud thud. Everyone in the reading room was stunned, and then screams of terror and chaos erupted. Song Qingxue was pushed and bumped into the table behind her. Her arm ached, but she was unharmed. She stared in shock at the chaotic scene before her, and at the figure who had pushed her away at the last moment, almost getting hit herself. My heart was pounding, and I was terrified. Lu Chen slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly sweeping towards the original location of the bookshelf. The break is very fresh, as if it was precisely destroyed by some force. Was it an accident? Absolutely not. His eagle eye caught a fleeting, extremely tiny, almost invisible metallic reflection on the top of the bookshelf. These are traces left behind by a remote-controlled explosive device. A highly targeted attack. The goal wasn't to kill him, but rather, to force him to use his supernatural abilities in public. Who is it? Shadow Killer? Or someone else from Shadow? Lu Chen felt a surge of anger, but his face quickly regained its composure. He cannot afford to lose his composure. Senior, are you all right? He quickly walked to Song Qingxue's side and helped her up. And nothing, it's nothing. Song Qingxue's voice was still trembling, and she instinctively gripped his arm tightly. Just now. It seems the bookshelf was old and in disrepair and accidentally fell over. Lu Chen interrupted her, giving her a calm look. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the chaotic reading room. He was guiding public opinion, characterizing the incident as an accident. Those around were surprised and uncertain upon hearing this, but seeing Lu Chen's reasonable explanation kicking the bookshelf to save himself, the commotion gradually subsided. Soon, the library administrator and campus security guards arrived, handled the scene, and evacuated the crowd. Amidst chaos. The top floor of the teaching building opposite the library. Shadow Killer put down the high-powered binoculars in his hand, and a cold smile curled up at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. Reaction speed, S level. Instantaneous explosive power, A+ grade. Crisis management and situation control capabilities are excellent. Data collection complete. He reported in a low voice into the communicator. He did not use any abilities beyond the normal limits, and his performance was kept within the reasonable range of extraordinary talent. This kid is more difficult to deal with than I expected.
After delivering his report, he vanished as if disappearing into the shadows. It was as if it had never existed.
A dozen minutes later, the sound of sirens grew louder as they approached.
Chen Feng, accompanied by 2 team members, walked into the library with serious expressions. He looked at the chaotic scene, then at Lu Chen and Song Qingxue, who were separated by security guards. His gaze lingered on Lu Chen for a moment.
"It's you again, Lu."
Chen Feng spoke, his tone unreadable.
"Looks like your luck hasn't been so good lately." Lu Chen looked at him calmly. "Captain Chen, this was an accident." "An accident?"
Chen Feng walked to the broken bookshelf, squatted down, and carefully examined the break. His fingers rubbed the broken part, his eyes sharp.
"That break is quite neat," he remarked meaningfully.
Immediately, he stood up and walked very close to Lu Chen. They lowered their voices so that only the 2 of them could hear them.
"Lu Chen, I don't care who you've messed with or what secrets you have.
But this is a school, a public place.
I don't want to see this kind of accident happen again. Otherwise, no matter what your background is, I will ask you to come back and assist in the investigation until the truth comes out." His words carried a clear warning and pressure. Lu Chen met his gaze calmly. "I understand, Captain Chen. I will be careful."
Chen Feng gave him a deep look, as if trying to see something in his eyes. But Lu Chen's eyes were deep and calm, like a still pool.
Finally, Chen Feng waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to take a statement as a routine procedure.
No direct evidence of human sabotage was found.
The incident can only be treated as an accident for the time being.
Before leaving, Chen Feng looked back at Lu Chen one last time. His eyes held a complex expression. He knew this was no simple matter.
The timing and direction in which that bookshelf fell were too coincidental.
But he had no evidence. This young man named Lu Chen is shrouded in mystery, and the forces involved seem to be becoming increasingly complex. He could only increase surveillance efforts, hoping to prevent any further trouble. Police and school officials left one after another. The library gradually returned to order, but the tranquility had been completely shattered.
Song Qingxue looked at Lu Chen, her face filled with worry and lingering fear. "Lu Chen, was that?" "It's all right."
Lu Chen interrupted her, his tone gentle yet firm.
"It might have been an accident, or it might not.
But we can't let ourselves panic." Looking at her pale face, he added, "You need to be more careful in public places in the future."
Song Qingxue nodded vigorously and subconsciously moved closer to him.
"Only when I'm by his side can I feel a sense of peace." Lu Chen stared at the darkening sky outside the window, his eyes cold.
"Shadow kill. Shadow. This feeling of being constantly on edge is truly annoying."
"It seems that before heading to the Ark, we need to get rid of the flies around us first." His fist clenched slightly. Meanwhile, in a corner of the campus, Lily looked at the brief message she received on her phone, probing complete.
"Target is extremely vigilant. Suspend operations and await further instructions."
She deleted the message, adjusted her glasses, and a hint of regret appeared on her face. It's a pity we couldn't force him to reveal more of his trump cards. However, there's plenty of time in the future. She turned around and blended into the flow of students leaving get out of class. The campus seemed to have returned to normal. But beneath the surface, the curtain has only just been raised on a covert struggle.
Chapter 59 Farewell and Night Talk? My sister's ambitions. The library incident was officially classified as an accident. But the invisible pressure makes everyone realize that a peaceful campus life is a luxury. The departure date for the Ark is set for 2 days later. The night before departure,
Song Shuyi arranged a simple farewell party at the private observation deck on the top floor of the honeycomb base.
There were no outsiders, only her and Lu Chen. The observation deck is made entirely of glass, offering excellent views.
The night sky was clear and bright, dotted with stars, and below me lay the dazzling night view of the city. The evening breeze was cool, carrying the scent of early summer. On a small round table, there were several delicate pastries and an opened bottle of red wine. Song Shuyi, dressed in a comfortable silk robe, leaned lazily against the sofa. Having shed her usual assertiveness and elaborate makeup, she now exudes a gentler and more relaxed charm. She poured Lu Chen a small glass of red wine, then picked up her own glass and gently swirled it. "You're leaving tomorrow, are you nervous, little one?" she asked with a smile, her eyes shining brightly in the starlight. Lu Chen took the wine glass and shook his head. "I'm a little looking forward to it, but more than that, I want to resolve the issue as soon as possible." He was referring to the ever-present threat of the shadow. Song Shuyi took a sip of wine and gazed at the distant night sky. The Arc, that place is very special.
It's not just a competition venue, it's more like a miniature world.
All the major global powers, both overt and covert, have tentacles there. The outcome of the competition is related to resource allocation, the right to speak, and even the right to explore certain ancient ruins. Her tone carried a hint of longing, as well as a touch of solemnity.
Ruins? Lu Chen caught the key word. Song Shuyi turned her head and looked at him.
The power system of this world did not come out of thin air.
The source of many abilities is related to some relics left over from ancient times.
The winners of the Arc race may sometimes gain access to the outer perimeter of certain low-risk ruins.
There may be an opportunity there to transform and elevate one's abilities.
She paused, her tone becoming serious.
Similarly, it also harbors unknown dangers.
Therefore, once you get there, in addition to the obvious opponents, you must be wary of the hidden arrows. The Council is not a monolithic entity either. Some people support us, while others are happy to see us fail.
Lu Chen listened quietly, memorizing the information. He knew this journey would be anything but easy.
However, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Song Shuyi suddenly laughed again, leaning closer. The faint scent of wine and perfume mingled with her fragrance, lingering around Lu Chen's nose.
Sister, I have faith in you. You are the person I, Song Shuyi, have chosen.
Her eyes held a hint of dazedness and doting affection as she gently tapped Lu Chen's chest with her finger.
Go and beat them all down, let those old guys see what a real genius is.
At this moment, she was no longer the shrewd and capable businesswoman, but rather like an older sister who had high hopes for her younger brother, with a touch of adorable arrogance.
Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. I'll do my best. The two gently clinked their glasses.
The atmosphere was harmonious and warm.
After a few drinks, a faint blush rose on Song Shuyi's cheeks.
She leaned back on the sofa, looked up at the starry sky, and sighed softly.
Sometimes, I really feel quite tired.
Holding such a large business, facing both overt and covert attacks from all sides.
There isn't even one person I can completely trust to speak with. Her voice revealed a rare vulnerability and weariness. This is a stark contrast to her usual image. Lu Chen paused slightly, looking at her profile outlined by the starlight, but did not reply. He knew that all he needed to do at that moment was to listen.
Song Shuyi was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned her head and looked at him intently.
Lu Chen, do you know? Sister, I am actually very envious of you. Envious of me?
Lu Chen was somewhat surprised.
I envy your purity, I envy your ability to pursue power without distraction.
You don't have to be like me, scheming and calculating all day long, bound by all sorts of rules and regulations. Her eyes became somewhat unfocused.
Sometimes I think, what if I weren't the heir to the Song family? What if I were just an ordinary person? She didn't continue, but just laughed self-deprecatingly and took another sip of wine. However, it's just a thought. Since we are born into this position, we must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities.
She put down her wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and moved closer to Lu Chen again. His gaze became incredibly serious, even carrying a hint of ambition.
So, Lu Chen, you must become stronger. Strong enough to break the existing pattern, strong enough to force everyone to take your voice seriously. By then.
She lowered her voice, her tone slightly seductive. Perhaps my sister, and the entire Song family, will be able to usher in a new era.
And you, too, will stand at the pinnacle of this world and see a different view.
Her breath was almost touching, and her eyes were full of allure.
It's as if it's depicting an incredibly alluring future. Lu Chen's heart involuntarily quickened.
It wasn't the content of her words, but rather her undisguised ambition and, almost blatant reliance on her.
He understood that Song Shuyi was making a final investment and binding to him.
Use emotions, use interests, and use a shared blueprint for the future.
I will, sister, Lu Chen said solemnly, meeting her gaze. It's not for the peak depicted by Song Shuyi.
Rather, it is for the power to control one's own destiny.
In order to find out the truth about the system. In order to no longer be manipulated by any person or force. Upon receiving his response, Song Shuyi's smile blossomed completely, radiant and captivating.
She leaned back on the sofa with satisfaction, resuming her languid posture.
Okay, let's not talk about these heavy topics anymore. Tonight is a farewell dinner for you, so relax.
She poured them more drinks and started chatting about some light-hearted anecdotes and interesting stories. It was as if that heart-to-heart conversation had never happened. But they both knew in their hearts that some things had changed.
It's late at night. The wine bottle is gradually emptying.
Song Shuyi seemed a little drunk, her eyes were blurry. She stood up, walked to the glass curtain wall, and looked down at the city below.
Lu Chen also walked to her side. So beautiful, she murmured.
Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with complex emotions, a hint of which was hard to detect.
Little friend, you must come back safely. Sister, I am waiting to welcome you back and give you a proper welcome.
At that time, who knows, there might be an even bigger surprise. She winked meaningfully, her smile carrying a hint of mystery and ambiguity. Before Lu Chen could react, she gently patted his shoulder.
All right, it's late, go back and get some rest. I'll take you tomorrow.
After saying that, she turned around and walked away gracefully.
The hem of the robe traced an elegant curve. It leaves a faint aftertaste. Lu Chen stood alone on the observation deck, looking down at the sleeping city. A night breeze blew, bringing a touch of coolness.
He gripped the wine glass tightly, his eyes as firm as a rock.
Ark. I am coming. Whether what lies ahead is an opportunity or a trap, I will tread them all. To become stronger. In order to protect everything I want to protect.
Under the starry sky, a dragon raises its head, about to enter the sea.
Chapter 60 Setting Sail? Destination, Ark Island. The sky was just beginning to lighten when we set off. The bottom level of the hive base contains a secret hangar that is not open to the public.
A sleek, futuristic, silver-gray small aircraft is parked quietly. Its streamlined appearance allows it to float silently half a meter off the ground, emitting a faint blue halo. This is not any known civilian or military model.
Song Shuyi personally saw Lu Chen off. Today she changed into a smart black suit, regaining her usual CEO aura.
But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of concern that was not easily noticed. The route has been set, and the aircraft will autopilot take you directly to the outer reception area of the Ark. She pointed to the aircraft.
Besides you, there are 2 other companions.
As soon as she finished speaking, the side door of the hangar opened.
2 people walked over.
One was a tall, elegant young woman with a cool and aloof demeanor, dressed in a sharp combat uniform, her eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Lu Chen remembered her. She was an outstanding tactical instructor at the base, codenamed Nighthawk. The other one surprised Lu Chen somewhat.
It was Song Qingxue.
She was also wearing a training outfit that allowed her to move around easily today. Her hair was neatly tied up, and her face showed tension, but even more so, determination.
Qingxue? Lu Chen looked at Song Shuyi.
Song Shuyi explained, Qingxue's mental support ability has great potential, especially the resonance effect with you. Taking her to the Ark to broaden her horizons will be good for her development.
Moreover, having a trustworthy assistant by your side makes you safer.
She paused, then added meaningfully, of course, she will stay in the safe zone and observe the entire battle. She will not participate in direct combat.
Song Qingxue walked up to Lu Chen, raised her head, and said with clear eyes, I won't hold you back, Lu Chen. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a certain power. Lu Chen looked at her and nodded, okay.
He understood that this was Song Shuyi's arrangement, and also a protective training for Song Qingxue. With a tactical expert like Nighthawk by my side, my safety should be assured. This is Nighthawk, who will be in charge of tactical guidance for your trip and liaison with the Ark, Song Shuyi introduced.
Nighthawk nodded crisply to Lu Chen, without any unnecessary words. He's clearly a pragmatist. It's almost time, let's board. Song Shuyi glanced at her watch. Lu Chen took one last look at Song Shuyi. Sister, we're leaving. Be careful. Song Shuyi stepped forward and gently straightened his non-existent collar. The movements were natural, yet intimate. Waiting for you to come back. Her voice was very soft, and only the 2 of them could hear it. Then, she took a step back, a bright smile on her face, and waved. The aircraft's hatch slid open silently. Lu Chen, Song Qingxue, and Ying entered in turn. The cabin wasn't spacious, but the seats were comfortable, and various displays glowed softly. The hatch closed. Through the porthole, you could see Song Shuyi standing outside, her figure getting smaller and smaller. The aircraft shuddered slightly and began to ascend steadily. They quickly passed through the camouflage layer above the base and plunged into the azure sky.
The city of Jiangcheng gradually shrank beneath our feet, transforming into a miniature painting.
It was Song Qingshue's first time riding in such a high-tech aircraft, and she looked out the window with a mixture of curiosity and nervousness. Nighthawk was already seated at the control room, quickly checking various data. Lu Chen leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. But my heart is not at peace. Ark. A brand new, unknown world, full of opportunities and dangers. The aircraft is extremely fast, far exceeding the speed of ordinary passenger planes.
The view below changes from the city to mountains, and then from mountains to an endless blue ocean. They are moving away from familiar land. After flying for several hours,
Nighthawk's cool voice rang out, "We are about to enter the outer perimeter of the Ark. All electronic devices will be affected by strong magnetic field interference, and communications will be temporarily interrupted."
As soon as he finished speaking, the light outside the porthole seemed to distort for a moment. The lights inside the aircraft also flickered slightly. Lu Chen felt a slight dizziness, as if he were passing through an invisible membrane. Warning: a high-intensity unknown energy field has been detected, interfering with some external perception. The system is functioning normally and has automatically adapted to the energy field environment. The system notification sounded in my mind.
Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The energy field of this Ark can actually trigger a system reaction? This place is indeed extraordinary.
The aircraft began to descend. Below was no longer a vast ocean, but a thick, seemingly eternal fog. The fog covered an extremely wide area, stretching as far as the eye could see.
The aircraft flew into the fog without hesitation.
Visibility dropped to extremely low levels instantly, and everything outside the window was shrouded in gray. All that could be heard was the low hum of the aircraft engine. This state lasted for about 10 minutes.
Sudden. The view ahead suddenly opened up. The fog seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. A colossal, indescribable behemoth suddenly appeared between the sea and the sky. That's not an island in the traditional sense at all. Instead, it is a giant sea-based architectural complex composed of countless metals, crystals, and unknown materials, resembling an interstellar fortress. The massive main structure resembles a mountain, extending into countless platforms, towers, and docks. Energy light bands flow across its surface, forming intricate and mysterious patterns. In the air, all sorts of strangely shaped flying machines shuttled back and forth. Some figures could still be vaguely seen, flying directly in the air using their own abilities. This is the Ark. A place where extraordinary individuals gather, independent of the secular world.
Song Qingxue covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes wide open, speechless with astonishment at this unimaginable sight. Even the usually calm Nighthawk had a hint of solemnity flash in his eyes.
Lu Chen took a deep breath to suppress the turmoil in his heart.
His gaze became sharp and focused. The aircraft received a guidance signal and slowly descended toward one of the smaller dock platforms.
The hatch opened.
A gust of wind, carrying a salty, fishy smell, yet also mixed with the scent of ozone and unknown energy, swept towards me.
Lu Chen was the first to step out of the cabin. Beneath my feet was a cold metal deck. He raised his head and looked at this mysterious and vast new stage. A new challenge has begun. His arrival will surely stir up new waves in this land teeming with powerful figures. Chapter 61: First Arrival at the Ark? Provocation to establish authority.
The moment the aircraft cabin door opened, a cacophony of noise mixed with the salty sea breeze rushed in.
The Ark platform is far larger than imagined, with its metal decks stretching to the horizon.
People in all sorts of strange costumes and with varying degrees of power moved about, while different kinds of flying machines took off and landed in the air.
This place is like a bizarre and fantastical market in another world. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The air was filled with ozone, seawater, and a faint scent of energy. "Stay close to me, let's go to the registration desk first," Nighthawk said succinctly and took the lead. Her aura was cold and aloof, and the people around her unconsciously made way for her.
Song Qingxue followed closely beside Lu Chen, curiously and nervously observing this new and wonderful world. Just then, a shrill, hoarse voice rang out, filled with undisguised contempt.
"Hey! Look over there! A few more yellow-skinned monkeys are coming." The sound came from the right.
Several tall, white youths dressed in matching black combat uniforms were gathered together, glancing at them sideways. The leader was a guy with a mohawk, an arrogant face, arms crossed, and bulging muscles. A tall, thin man next to him chimed in, "Tisk, is this a gathering place for the sick men of East Asia?"
When did the threshold for the arc become so low? Probably just another small family sending in as cannon fodder to make up the numbers, another person laughed.
They were speaking loudly, deliberately making sure Lu Chen and his two companions could hear them.
Holy crap, have these idiots just gotten online? Yellow-skinned monkeys, sick men of East Asia? Are they still living in the colonial era? They're going to get pounded into the ground by Brother Chen.
Many people around looked over, some showed sympathy, some gloated, and most remained indifferent, as if it were none of their business.
These onlookers are so cold-hearted. They just watch someone being insulted without saying a word, waiting to see them make a fool of themselves, huh? Nighthawk paused, his eyes instantly turning icy. Song Qingshue's cheeks flushed red with anger, and she clenched her fists. Qingxue, don't just clench your fists. Brother Chen will stand up for you right away. Look how angry our little girl is. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even look at those people, and continued to follow Nighthawk forward. This disregard only enraged the mohawk-wearing man. He felt slighted. Hey! I'm talking to you, kid. He took a step forward and blocked Lu Chen's path, his finger almost poking Lu Chen's nose. Are you deaf? Grandpa's talking to you. Holy crap, that hand is practically poking Chen Ji's face. Did he not have a father to teach him or a mother to raise him? So rude, he deserves a beating.
Several of his companions surrounded him, forming a semi-encirclement, their faces bearing malicious smiles.
Nighthawk's eyes sharpened, and he was about to speak. Lu Chen gently raised his hand, signaling her to calm down. Brother Chen, don't stop Sister Nighthawk. But judging from this, is she going to do it herself? I'm already looking forward to it.
He then slowly raised his head, his gaze calmly meeting the mohawk-haired man who was half a head taller than him.
A good dog doesn't block the way. Lu Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The surroundings fell silent instantly. The mohawk-wearing man paused for a moment, then flew into a rage. Fuck! You're asking for it. He cursed angrily, and his fist, as big as a casserole dish, slammed directly into Lu Chen's face with a vicious gust of wind. Extremely fast and powerful. Clearly, he is a power-type awakener, and at a high level. Several gasps of surprise rang out from the surrounding area. Some people even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching Lu Chen being sent flying by a single punch. Are those who closed their eyes stupid? Didn't they realize that Brother Chen was pretending to be weak while actually being strong? Just wait to be proven wrong. Song Qingshuo covered her mouth in fright. Don't be afraid, Qingshuo. Brother Chen doesn't even need to hide, he'll have him wrapped around his little finger. However, the next moment, no one saw what happened. A dull thud was heard, followed by the cracking sound of bones dislocating. Ugh! A piercing scream rang out. But it wasn't from Lu Chen. Just as the powerful punch from the mohawk-haired man was about 10 centimeters away from Lu Chen's face, a seemingly fair and slender hand firmly grabbed his wrist. Lu Chen's hand was like an iron clamp, completely still. Immediately afterwards, he twisted and pulled seemingly casually. The mohawk-haired man's massive body was pulled off balance by an irresistible force, like a tattered sack. Lu Chen tripped. Bang! The mohawk was thrown headfirst onto the hard metal deck. The entire platform seemed to vibrate slightly. Holy crap, that fall! It sounds painful. The metal deck shook, the force was incredible. Lu Chen's foot was already on the back of his neck. Apply slight force. The mohawk-haired man's screams abruptly ceased, like a rooster being choked, leaving only painful whimpers and struggles. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the mohawk was used to strike him until he was trampled underfoot, it took no more than 2 seconds. Quick! That's too fast. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the calm-faced, black-haired youth who seemed to have done nothing of note. 2 seconds? It was over in the blink of an eye. Those who thought Brother Chen would get beaten up, doesn't your face hurt? His companions froze on the spot, their smiles turning into terror. They didn't even see how their comrade was taken down. These henchmen must be terrified. They were laughing so hard just now they're not daring to utter a sound. A flicker of surprise crossed Nighthawk's eyes, quickly replaced by a calm expression, though a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of her lips. Nighthawk can't hide her smile. She definitely thinks Brother Chen did a great job establishing his authority.
Song Qingshua's beautiful eyes widened, her heart pounding, as she stared at Lu Chen's retreating figure, utterly awestruck.
Qingshua's eyes are practically glowing.
She's probably completely won over by Brother Chen's abilities, feeling incredibly safe. Lu Chen slightly increased the pressure on his feet, looking down at the mohawk-haired man who looked like a dead dog, his tone still calm.
Now, who's the monkey? Who's the sick man? Awesome. That's the kind of retort we should get. Let this foul-mouthed idiot remember what real strength is.
The mohawk-haired man was filled with shame and indignation, but he couldn't even speak, only making hoarse sounds.
Defeat the provocateur and earn 50 initial points. Current ranking, 9987. A notification from the ARC's points system flashed on Lu Chen's wristwatch.
So defeating other contestants really does earn points.
Wow, this is amazing.
If I'd known, Brother Chen should have beaten those idiots a few more times and earned more points. Lu Chen then released his foot and kicked the mohawk-wearing man to his companion's feet as if kicking away a piece of trash.
Roll. One word, chillingly cold.
The white youths, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly lifted their unconscious companion and slunk into the crowd, disappearing in an instant.
Running away so fast? Where did their arrogance go? What cowardly bullies!
The way the surrounding crowd looked at Lu Chen completely changed. The initial disdain and sympathy have transformed into awe, curiosity, and vigilance. Nighthawk stepped forward at the opportune moment, revealing a token with a special emblem, and his voice rang out in a cool, clear tone.
Great Xia, Song family.
Anyone who dares to provoke us again will have to bear the consequences.
The name Song family clearly carries considerable weight.
Some of the previously eager glances, hoping to take advantage of the situation, immediately subsided.
The Song family's name still works.
But mainly it's the beating Chen Gu gave them earlier, otherwise, just mentioning their name wouldn't be enough to intimidate anyone.
The registration process went exceptionally smoothly.
The staff's attitude also became much more respectful. After completing the formalities, I received a wristwatch and a simple map to represent my participation. The three walked toward their assigned temporary accommodations.
As I walked around the corner,
an ordinary-looking middle-aged man wearing an ARC staff uniform brushed past Lu Chen. He uttered a sentence in a very low voice, almost imperceptibly. This time, the Song family has brought in a dragon crossing the river. The sound was faint and quickly dissipated in the wind.
This staff member is something else. They look ordinary, yet they could tell at a glance that Brother Chen is extraordinary?
There are definitely many talented people hidden within the ARC. The waters run deep.
Lu Chen did not stop walking, but his eyes flickered slightly.
They gained a more intuitive understanding of how deep the water was on the ARC.
This place is definitely not a good place. However, this suited him perfectly.
A barely perceptible, cold smile curved the corners of his mouth.
He has arrived on the stage of ARC. And this is just the beginning. He's already being watched after establishing his authority.
Brother Chen needs to be careful, but I'm sure he can handle it.
Next chapter coming soon. Chapter 62 Points Rules? The hunt begins.
The temporary accommodation was a simple, fully functional metal cabin.
As soon as I settled in, my watch started vibrating.
A light screen popped up, and the cold, electronic voice from the official ARC account rang out. The rules for the preliminary rounds have been released.
Time, 72 hours.
Area, Simulated Ecological Zone 3 map sent.
Objective, to earn points. Points system.
1. Hunting mutated creatures. Points are calculated based on threat level. 2. Explore and mark resource points based on resource value. 3. Defeat other participants and steal 50% of their points but not to kill or maim them. The leaderboard is updated in real time. The top 1,000 players will advance to the main competition after 72 hours.
Good luck!
A complex map appeared on the screen, marked with terrain features such as mountains, jungles, and swamps. The rules are straightforward, Nighthawk quickly analyzed. It's a free-for-all mode that encourages competition.
Song Qingxue looked at Lu Chen with some worry.
Lu Chen, however, stared intently at the map, his eyes sharp.
His eagle eye ability allows him to instantly capture details on the map.
The combat intuition faintly points to several areas, sending out weak danger signals. There is a high probability that there are high-value targets there.
We'll be more efficient if we split up, Lu Chen said.
Nighthawk instructor, I'm counting on you for Qingshue's safety.
Nighthawk nodded, okay. I'll take her to a relatively safe area to collect basic points.
Song Qingxue wanted to say something, but seeing Lu Chen's determined gaze, she swallowed her words and whispered, "Be careful."
Rest assured. Lu Chen didn't delay and went straight out the door.
With a clear objective, head straight for the first dangerous area indicated by Combat Intuition, a dark swampy woodland.
The simulated ecosystem in Ark is extremely realistic.
The swamp was filled with the smell of humus, the trees were twisted, and the vines hung down.
Lu Chen moved through the forest like a ghost, his night owl combat suit making him almost blend into the environment.
Eagle Eye scanned the area and quickly located an anomaly under several dead trees. There were huge, fresh claw marks scattered about.
Energy scan, new unlocked feature now available. Buzz. An invisible wave spread out. Lu Chen sensed that a powerful life energy was lurking beneath a mud pit 100 meters ahead. Found it. He approached silently. The mud pit suddenly exploded.
A mutated beast, resembling a crocodile but larger and covered with bone spurs on its back, suddenly pounced.
It smells awful. Its gaping maw lunged at Lu Chen's head. The speed is astonishing.
If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have had time to react.
But Lu Chen seemed to have anticipated this. Sidestep, slide step. Precisely avoid the attack. At the same time, the Dawn Dagger was drawn. A barely perceptible amount of spiritual energy adhered to it. A flash of eerie blue light. Put.
The dagger sliced through the mutated beast's relatively soft neckside with ease, like a hot knife through butter.
One stroke.
A large amount of foul-smelling blood gushed out. The mutated beast let out a painful roar and struggled frantically. Lu Chen retreated immediately after his attack and calmly observed the situation.
Combat Intuition allowed him to predict all of the mutated beast's counterattacks.
They always managed to avoid it by half a step in advance. A dozen seconds later, the mutated beast, having lost too much blood, collapsed to the ground.
Successfully hunted the spiny swamp crocodile, earning plus 80 points. Current points, 130, ranking, 8753. Points earned. Without pausing, Lu Chen immediately moved on to the next target point.
Energy Scan is practically tailor-made for this kind of hunting. He can easily avoid ordinary mutated beasts with weak energy and low scores. They specifically target those large creatures with strong energy reactions.
For a time, chaos erupted in Ecological Zone Number 3. Roar! Lu Chen lured out a saber-toothed leopard-like mutated beast that was lurking in a cave, and used its speed and agility to maneuver around it.
However, thanks to the dynamic capture of Eagle Eye and the prediction of Combat Intuition, all its attacks missed.
Lu Chen finally seized the opportunity and stabbed the dagger precisely into the heart. Points plus 120, rank, 6211.
In a valley rich in energy minerals, Lu Chen discovered a small resource point.
After marking, you will receive points.
Discovered low purity energy crystal ore, points plus 150, ranking, 4988. His points and ranking skyrocketed at an alarming rate. This naturally attracted the attention of other participants.
A 5-person Southeast Asian team happened to be operating nearby.
Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear on their wristwatches and rapidly rise in the rankings, they had wicked thoughts.
Captain, this guy's points are going up really fast.
He must have found a great spot.
Just one person? They must have gotten incredibly lucky. Let's pull off a heist. Steal his points, and we can break into the top 1,000.
The captain was a thin, dark-skinned man with a sinister look in his eyes.
Keep up. Find an opportunity to strike. They followed Lu Chen's approximate direction.
Soon, in a relatively open woodland, they cornered Lu Chen, who had just finished dealing with a mutated giant ape. Lu Chen looked at the 5 people who had suddenly appeared, his expression calm.
Kid, hand over your points.
The skinny squad leader grinned maliciously as he stepped forward, or you'll suffer some physical pain.
The other 4 people dispersed, subtly forming an encirclement. Lu Chen was too lazy to waste words. His eyes narrowed. Mental intimidation.
Although it's only in its early stages, it's remarkably effective against contestants whose mental strength is generally low.
An invisible mental shockwave spread out.
The 5 skinny team leaders felt their heads go buzz.
It felt like being hit by a sledgehammer.
I felt instantly dizzy, my thoughts went blank, and my body froze on the spot.
Even though it only lasted a second or two. But for Lu Chen, that was enough. He moved like lightning. Bang 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 bang. 5 consecutive muffled thuds. Lu Chen didn't even use a dagger, he simply used skillful force to strike their joints and vital areas in the abdomen. The 5 men screamed and fell to the ground, losing their fighting ability for a short time. The watch sent a notification. Defeat 5 competitors, plunder a total of 255 points. Current points, 605, rank, 1855. From nearly 10,000, they jumped straight into the top 2,000. The speed is astonishing. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the groaning people on the ground before turning and leaving, his figure disappearing into the depths of the jungle. In the distance, on the canopy of a large tree, a blond young man dressed casually, with a blade of grass in his mouth, witnessed the whole thing through binoculars. He put down his binoculars, his azure eyes filled with interest. Interesting, a master from the Great Xia? Looks like this qualifying round won't be boring. He licked his lips, revealing a hunting-like, excited smile. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's ranking on his watch continued to steadily improve. The hunt continues. An even bigger storm is brewing. Chapter 63 1 against 5? Crushing the European team. Lu Chen's points skyrocketed, quickly attracting wider attention. His name has broken into the top 1,000 on the leaderboard on the wristwatch, making it particularly eye-catching. Lu Chen Xia, points 892, ranking 988. In the treetop, the blond youth put away his binoculars and pressed the communicator. Captain, we've spotted a big fish, a lone wolf, a great Xia man, something's fishy. Oh? What makes you, Spirit Sparrow, feel uneasy? A male voice with interest came from the other end of the communicator. Location: Section 3, Southeast Woodland. Keep an eye on him, we're on our way. The Son of Thunder team needs to get moving. The blond youth known as Spirit Sparrow grinned, his figure seemingly weightless as he silently tracked Lu Chen among the treetops. Lu Chen just dealt with a stealthy shadow cat and earned 50 points. Battle intuition, a strong warning suddenly sounded. It didn't come from a single direction, but from all around. He's surrounded. 5 figures slowly emerged from their hiding places in different directions. They wore uniform dark blue combat suits with an embroidered badge of intertwined lightning bolts and griffins on the left chest. Europe, the Sons of Thunder team. The leader, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with a tall and steady figure and a calm demeanor, was a typical enhancement type, whose energy fluctuations far exceeded those of the smaller enemies they had encountered before. Standing beside him was Spirit Sparrow, and the other 3 were a burly man holding an alloy shield, a thin man whose fingers crackled with electricity, and a woman with her eyes closed and subtle fluctuations in her spiritual power. A standard 5-person tactical squad consists of main tank, main attacker, crowd controller, assassin, and support. Friend, your points have increased too quickly. We're very curious, the captain said, his tone condescending and scrutinizing. Hand over your method for gaining points, and we can let you leave with dignity. He appeared to be negotiating, but in reality, he blocked all avenues of retreat. The other 4 have already subtly blocked Lu Chen's possible escape routes. The woman with her eyes closed emitted an invisible spiritual fluctuation that disturbed the surrounding environment. Lu Chen remained calm. His gaze swept over the 5 people. Energy scan instantly determined the threat level. The captain and the man who controls electricity are the highest, followed by the woman with her eyes closed, while the shield-wielding strongman and Sparrow are relatively low. However, the 5 people were connected by their auras, clearly indicating that they possessed a combined attack technique. Not interested, Lu Chen uttered. The captain's eyes turned cold. Then don't blame us. Let's do it. The burly man wielding the shield roared and charged forward like a heavy tank, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The man controlling the electricity pulled with both hands, and a blinding arc of electricity lashed out at Lu Chen like a whip. The woman with her eyes closed concentrated her spiritual power, transforming it into invisible shackles, attempting to restrain Lu Chen's movements. The Spirit Sparrow vanished, stealthily closing in. The captain, meanwhile, was poised and ready to deliver a fatal blow. Their teamwork was excellent, and their offensive was fierce. If it were any other solo competitor, they would be in dire straits in an instant. But Lu Chen made a move. Instead of confronting the burly man with the shield head-on, he suddenly leaped to the side and rear. Pressed the wristband controller simultaneously. Night Owl Combat Uniform Optical Camouflage activated. The figure blurred instantly, almost blending into the environment. The electric whip missed its target and struck the open ground, leaving it charred black. The mental shackles have also lost their clear goal. Watch out.
He can become invisible, the woman with her eyes closed exclaimed, focusing all her senses on sensing. The burly man with the shield charged into empty air, looking completely bewildered. In the instant that the five-person formation became chaotic due to Lu Chen's disappearance. Lu Chen's figure appeared like a ghost beside the man who controlled electricity. The man who controlled the electricity reacted extremely quickly, his body crackling with electric arcs. But Lu Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. Psychological deterrence, full power activated. Target the man who controls electricity and the woman with her eyes closed who is closest to him. Buzz. The man controlling the electricity and the woman with her eyes closed felt as if their brains had been hit hard by a battering ram. Everything went black before my eyes, my ears rang, and the energy I had gathered instantly dissipated. The electric arcs around the man who controlled electricity flickered and almost went out. The woman with her eyes closed let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from her nose. The mental interference had completely failed. Now! The dawn dagger, gleaming with a chilling blue light, pierced straight at the throat of the man who was distracted by the power controlling technique. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Stop. The captain, his eyes blazing with fury, charged forward in a frenzy. The burly man with the shield roared and threw his shield in an attempt to come to the rescue. But it was too late. Lu Chen slightly deflected his dagger, changing the thrust to a slap, and the back of the blade slammed hard into the man's jaw. Click. The sickening sound of bones cracking. The man who controlled the electricity didn't even utter a sound before he passed out. At the same time, Lu Chen dodged the flying shield to the side, pushed off with his feet, and pounced on the mentally traumatized woman with her eyes closed like a cheetah. The woman retreated in fear, trying to gather her mental strength for defense. But Lu Chen was faster. Before the dagger even arrived, the chilling killing intent had already suffocated her. Bang! A precise chop to the side of her neck sent the woman slumping to the ground. Two people were instantly eliminated. The spirit sparrow dagger pierced out of the shadows, aiming straight for Lu Chen's back. Lu Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, not even looking, and flicked his hand behind his back. Clang! Daggers clashed, sparks flew. Ling Ke felt a tremendous force coming from him, his tiger's mouth split open, and the dagger almost slipped from his hand. He used the momentum to flip backward, his eyes filled with horror. This guy's strength is terrifying. The captain and the burly man with the shield had already rushed forward. The captain's punch whistled through the air, accompanied by a loud bang. The burly man with the shield retrieved it and rammed into it fiercely. Lu Chen took a deep breath and held back no longer. Basic combat techniques, full power. His movements were like a swimming dragon, weaving through the two men's fierce attacks. Every dodge was perfectly executed. Every counterattack hits the nail on the head. Bang! He kicked the side of the shield, the immense force causing the burly man holding the shield to stagger backward. He followed up with an elbow strike, aiming for the captain's ribs. The captain blocked the attack, but the impact left his arm numb. How is this possible? A storm of shock surged through his mind. His opponent's strength, speed, and reaction completely overwhelmed him. This is not at the level of an ordinary contestant. Lu Chen gave him no more time to think. Seizing an opening, the dagger shot out like a venomous snake, piercing through the captain's defenses and striking his chest at the Tanzhong acupoint. A surge of hidden energy penetrated. The captain suddenly felt breathless, his whole body went weak, and he collapsed to his knees. The burly man with the shield tried to resist, but Lu Chen easily removed the shield and kicked him away. In the end, only Spirit Sparrow remained. He looked at his teammates who had been wiped out in an instant, his face turned pale, and he completely lost his will to fight. I give up. He voluntarily raised his hands. The battle is over. From start to finish, it took less than 3 minutes. The Son of Thunder squad was completely wiped out. Defeat 5 competitors, plunder a total of 810 points. Current points, 1702, rank, 377. Their ranking jumped straight into the top 400. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the few people on the ground who had lost their fighting ability and whose faces were full of despair. He put away his dagger, turned around, and left. It was as if I had only done a trivial little thing. In the distance, several ARC surveillance drones silently recorded all of this. Inside the spectator room. Seeing the entire process through the drone footage, Song Qingxue clenched her fists excitedly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Nighthawk nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. In a dark corner,
Lily's face darkened as she watched Lu Chen display his might on the screen.
She took out her encrypted communicator and quickly sent a message. The target's strength has once again exceeded expectations. They have mastered mental attack techniques. The Son of Thunder team's probe has failed.
It is recommended to reassess its threat level.
Also, target number 2 Song Qingxue is watching the battle with heightened emotions, which can be exploited. After sending the message, she looked at the close-up of Lu Chen on the screen, her nails digging deeply into her palms.
Just wait, the best is yet to come.
A core area of the arc. Several figures with deep auras were also watching the replay of the battle.
This Lu Chen is quite interesting. An aged voice slowly rang out.
The Song family has really struck gold, another voice said with a hint of amusement.
Let's see how far he can go. At the eye of the storm, Lu Chen was completely unaware of it. He is moving toward the next high-energy reaction point.
Points were just a side effect.
His real goal is to keep getting stronger.
And find the rats hiding in the shadows.
The hunt is far from over. Chapter 64 Qingxue encounters danger? Lily's shadow.
The news of Lu Chen's crushing victory over the Son of Thunder team spread like wildfire among the contestants.
The name Lu Chen has become synonymous with danger and someone not to be trifled with.
His points accumulation slowed down slightly because few people dared to challenge him anymore.
This was exactly what Lu Chen wanted.
He can focus more intently on finding high-value goals and honing his skills. At this point, in a relatively safe edge area. Under the guidance of Nighthawk, Song Qingxue was carefully dealing with a low-threat crystal beetle. Using the results of her training, she transformed her mental energy into invisible needles to interfere with the crystal beetle's movements. Although the efficiency was not high, the movements were methodical and orderly.
After successfully eliminating the target, the wristwatch sent a notification.
Successfully hunted the crystal beetle, earning plus 10 points.
Current points, 35, ranking, 17542. With very few points, the ranking is low. But Song Qingxue was still very happy, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead.
This was the first achievement she had gained through her own efforts. Nighthawk nodded slightly from the side. Good progress, your control has improved. Receiving affirmation made Song Qingxue's smile even sweeter. Just then, a kind-looking woman wearing an ARC Logistics uniform walked over.
Are you Miss Song Qingxue? The woman asked with a smile.
Yes, that's me.
May I ask who you are? Song Qingxue asked, somewhat wary. I'm Wang Wei from the logistics department.
The woman flashed her name tag. There's some initial data on mental support abilities at Observation Station B.
It'll be very helpful for newcomers. Instructor Lin asked me to notify you to pick it up. Mentor Lin is Song Qingxue's spiritual mentor at the base.
Song Qingxue had no suspicions and was very interested in the information. She looked at Nighthawk.
Nighthawk scrutinized Wang Wei.
Her work badge was valid, and the information she provided matched.
Observation Station Area B is indeed a relatively safe official area.
I'll go with you, Nighthawk said cautiously.
Wang Wei looked troubled. I'm sorry, Ms. Nighthawk, there are access restrictions in Observation Station Area B.
Only the participants themselves can enter with their identification wristbands.
You can rest in the waiting area outside. That is indeed the rule.
Nighthawk frowned and said to Song Qingxue, collect it as soon as possible, don't linger, and call immediately if anything happens.
Okay, I understand. Song Qingxue nodded. She followed Wang Wei toward Area B of the observation station.
Watching Song Qingxue's departing figure, Ying felt a slight unease, but due to the rules, she could not force herself to follow.
Wang Wei was actually Lily in disguise.
Using the Shadow Intelligence Network, she perfectly impersonated a logistics staff member and exploited Song Qingxue's desire to improve her support abilities.
The two walked through several passages and arrived at the entrance of Observation Station Area B.
Lily swiped her card, and the door opened. Inside is a long, dimly lit, circular viewing corridor with a huge reinforced glass wall on one side, offering a panoramic view of part of the ecological area. But at this moment, the corridor was empty.
The documents are in the archives inside. Follow me, Lily continued, leading the way. Song Qingxue followed her into the depths of the corridor.
The further we walked, the quieter it became.
Only the sound of their footsteps echoed.
An unease gradually rose in Song Qingxue's heart.
Teacher Wang, how much further? She asked, stopping in her tracks.
Lily, who was walking ahead, also stopped. she slowly turned around. The kind smile on his face vanished, replaced by a cold, mocking expression.
Information? Of course not. Lily's voice also changed completely, carrying a sticky feeling that Song Qingshuo vaguely felt familiar with. Who are you? Song Qingshuo's expression changed, and she subconsciously stepped back, wanting to press the emergency call button on her wristwatch. But Lily is faster. With a flick of her wrist, a device the size of a matchbox glowed faintly. A faint but precise electromagnetic interference spread out. Song Qingshuo's wristwatch screen flickered for a moment, and the signal was temporarily blocked. Don't waste your energy, little sister. Lily approached step by step. I just want to show you a good show. Before she could finish speaking, a ferocious roar suddenly came from the ecological zone outside the observation station. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow crashed into the outside of the reinforced glass. Thump! The entire corridor was shaking. It was a ferocious saber-toothed leopard with bloodshot eyes, drooling, and a size larger than an average individual. It seemed to be attracted or enraged by something, frantically attacking the protective glass of the observatory. Cracks began to spread across the glass. Ah!
Song Qingshuo screamed in fright, her face turning deathly pale.
This glass obviously won't last long. Perfect, Lily chuckled, enjoying Song Qingshuo's fear. Enjoy it while you can. The hero saves the damsel in distress scene is always something to look forward to, isn't it?
After saying that, she quickly stepped back and pressed a hidden button on the wall. A hidden door slid open, and she slipped inside, disappearing from sight.
Song Qingshuo was left alone in a desperate situation where the mutated beast was about to break through. Song Qingshuo was isolated and helpless.
As she watched the increasing cracks on the glass, she was overwhelmed by immense fear. She pounded on the exit door desperately, but Lily had tampered with it and locked it securely.
Emergency call failed. What to do?
Just then, the feeling of training with Lu Chun through a mental link suddenly flashed through her mind.
That feeling of peace and reassurance.
In despair, she grasped at the last straw. She leaned against the cold wall, closed her eyes, and desperately tried to concentrate, refusing to listen to the terrifying sound of glass shattering.
He tried hard to recall Lu Chen's mental frequency.
He desperately sent out his weak, fearful mental energy, like a distress signal, without regard for anything else.
Lu Chen, save me. At the same time,
Lu Chen, who was searching for his target in a valley several kilometers away, suddenly felt his heart leap into his throat.
A strong sense of unease surged through me from battle intuition. It wasn't a warning of danger, but rather an anxious call.
Immediately afterwards, he vaguely heard a very faint fragment of thought, tinged with a sob.
Lu Chen, save. It's Song Qingshuo. Something's happened. Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned icy cold. He immediately abandoned his current target and shot off like a cannonball toward the direction from which he sensed the signal. Full speed. Swift as lightning. He violently smashed through the trees and rocks along the way. Observation Station Area B. Boom. The reinforced glass finally gave way and was smashed open by the rampaging saber-toothed leopard. A foul stench filled the air. The enormous beast claw slammed down on Song Qingshuo, who was huddled in the corner. Song Qingshuo closed her eyes in despair. At the critical moment, a black figure appeared in front of her with a speed beyond visual perception, as if teleporting. It's Lu Chen. His eyes were frighteningly cold. Facing the giant claw that was about to strike, it neither dodged nor avoided. A punch was thrown. On his fist, mental power and physical strength were perfectly combined, emitting a faint glow. Fists and claws clashed. It emitted a dull, thunderous explosion. Click. A sickening cracking sound rang out. The saber-toothed leopard let out a painful howl, its entire paw twisted and deformed, and its massive body was blasted backward by the enormous force. Lu Chen stood firmly in place, without moving an inch. He turned around and glanced at Song Qingshuo, who was stunned. I've confirmed she's all right. His rage subsided slightly. But the murderous intent in his eyes was even more intense. He turned around and looked at the saber-toothed leopard struggling to its feet. And further away, there was Lily, who had just peeked out from the hidden door to check the results. Their eyes met. Lily's smug smile froze instantly, turning into terror. She saw the undisguised, almost tangible killing intent in Lu Chen's eyes. I've found you.
Lu Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the whisper of death, clearly reaching Lily's ears.
Lily was terrified and yanked her head back, frantically activating the closing procedure for the secret door. Lu Chen did not immediately give chase. He needs to deal with the immediate problem first. The saber-toothed leopard roared and charged again. Lu Chen didn't hold back this time. The dawn dagger is drawn. With a swift movement, he passed right by the saber-toothed leopard. A flash of cold light. A thin line of blood appeared on the saber-toothed leopard's throat. The momentum came to an abrupt halt and it crashed to the ground. Successfully hunted the rampaging saber-toothed leopard, earning plus 200 points. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the points notification. He walked over to Song Qingxue and helped her up. It's all right now. Song Qingxue was still in shock and instinctively grabbed his arm tightly, her body still trembling slightly. It's Lily, she is disguised as a staff member, she said, her voice trembling with tears. I know. Lu Chen patted her back, his tone softening. I'll see you out first. He carried Song Qingxue and leaped directly through the broken glass hole, arriving at the outer waiting area in a few bounds. Nighthawk had already sensed something was wrong and was rushing over anxiously. Seeing that Lu Chen was safe and sound but Song Qingxue was quite frightened, she breathed a sigh of relief, but her face was covered with frost. It was my oversight. It's not your fault, they came prepared. Lu Chen handed Song Qingxue to Ying. Take good care of her. Where are you going? Nighthawk asked. Lu Chen looked toward the direction of Observation Station B, his eyes cold. Go and clean up the trash. After saying that, he vanished into the forest in a flash. Lily must pay the price for her actions. This time, Lu Chen didn't intend to let her escape again. The hunter has become the hunted. The rules of the game need to be rewritten. Chapter 65 Hidden Level? Ruins appear. Lu Chen returned to Observation Station B like a cheetah. The hidden door was already tightly closed, with no trace of it being opened. Lily vanished as if she had disappeared into thin air. However, Lu Chen's energy scan detected a very subtle, residual abnormal energy fluctuation. It wasn't Lily's, it's more like a trace left after some kind of short-distance spatial teleportation device was activated. The technological level of shadow is indeed not to be underestimated. Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold. We let her get away this time, but it won't be so easy next time. He noted down the characteristics of this energy fluctuation. He then composed himself and focused his attention back on the present moment. Battle intuition, the crisis was not completely quelled after Song Qingxue's crisis was resolved. Instead, it subtly points outward from the observation station, in a certain direction of the ecological zone. There seemed to be something there attracting it. Thinking back to the clearly abnormal and ferocious saber-toothed leopard from earlier, Lu Chen had a sudden thought. Could it be that Lily lured the monster to attack Song Qingxue not just to create danger? Or is it to cover up or test something? He decided to go and check it out. With a swift movement, he stealthily made his way along the perimeter of the observation station toward the direction he sensed. The closer you get, the clearer the combat intuition prompts become. Even the system in my mind emitted a faint notification sound. A unique energy source has been detected ahead, differing from known supernatural energy fluctuations. Investigation recommended. There really was something there. Lu Chen quickened his pace and passed through a dense thicket of bushes. An inconspicuous little valley appeared before us. Deep in the mountain valley, hidden by vines, a narrow cave entrance, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, can be vaguely seen. An ancient, weathered aura, carrying a faint energy radiation, emanated from the cave. The vegetation around the cave entrance was a different color from the rest of the area, with an eerie, dark blue hue. The energy scan revealed that although the energy response inside the cave was not strong, it was of extremely high quality and the structure was exceptionally complex. It's like a forgotten ancient creation. Remains. Lu Chen recalled the poem that Song Shuyi had once mentioned. Could this be what is called an ancient relic? A low-level ruin existing within the qualifying area? This is incredibly lucky. He did not rush in. First, they carefully inspected the area around the opening. Sure enough, some traces were found. Several footprints that were carefully treated, but not completely covered up. And a very faint trace of Lily's residual spiritual energy. It seems Lily discovered this place a long time ago, and may even have tried to enter, but for some reason gave up, or was waiting for the right opportunity.
The director may have been testing the reactions of the ruins today, or perhaps using someone else to do his dirty work.
Lu Chen sneered. Perfect, he got off easy.
He took a deep breath and adjusted himself to be in top condition. The Night Owl combat suit has been adjusted to the highest defense mode. Holding the Dawn Dagger, his mental energy permeated his entire body, and his eagle eye and combat intuition were boosted to the extreme. Then, he carefully stepped into the cave entrance. The cave was initially very narrow, barely wide enough for a person to pass through. After walking several dozen steps, the view suddenly opened up. Inside is a relatively small natural grotto. In the center of the grotto, there is a simple stone platform. On the stone platform, a fist-sized, irregularly shaped polyhedral crystal floats.
The crystal is a deep dark blue, with stars seemingly twinkling inside. It rotates slowly and emits a gentle and pure energy fluctuation.
It was this energy that attracted Lu Chen. A special energy crystal has been discovered, Star Crystal Fragment. It contains pure stellar power and can slowly nourish and purify spiritual energy.
The system's notification confirmed Lu Chen's guess. Nice one.
He cautiously approached, touched the crystal with his dagger, and then carefully examined it with his mental power. No mechanisms or defenses were triggered.
It seems that the core of this ruin is this crystal. He reached out and gently touched the crystal. The tentacles are warm and cool.
A pure and peaceful energy flowed slowly into his body through his arm.
My spirits lifted. The fatigue accumulated from days of fighting has dissipated considerably.
The system interface in my mind glowed faintly, as if it were absorbing this energy.
Absorbing the energy of star crystals. System energy replenishment.
Unlock new accessibility feature, Energy Scan Advanced enables small-scale detection of high-energy reactive objects and preliminary analysis of their energy properties and structural weaknesses.
New feature. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This is simply a divine skill for hunting and treasure hunting.
It's so much better than the previous regular scan. He attempted to activate the Energy Scan Advanced.
Buzz.
Centered on him, within a radius of 50 meters, all objects containing energy appear in his perception as having different colors and outlines.
Ordinary mutant beasts are light red. Some energy minerals are yellow. The star crystal in his hand was a dazzling deep blue. You can even vaguely see the structure of energy flow inside the crystal, as well as a few relatively fragile nodes. This is so useful. He carefully removed the star crystal and placed it into the internal storage compartment of his combat suit. When the crystal was removed from the platform, the grotto trembled slightly, but quickly returned to calm. The stone platform itself appears to be just an ordinary stone, nothing special. Lu Chen then carefully searched the cave again. Apart from crystals, no other items were found. This should only be a very basic relic, or rather, a fragment of a larger relic. But for him, the gains have already been enormous. Not only did they obtain crystals that nourish spiritual power, but they also unlocked crucial new features. As we left the cave, it was nearly dusk outside. More than half of the qualifying rounds have passed. On his wristwatch, his ranking points were consistently around 300, making advancement a breeze. He glanced at the deep cave entrance. Lily knows this place, which means Shadow probably knows it too. We can't stay here for long. He used his mental power to cleverly manipulate the rocks above the cave entrance, causing a small-scale collapse that completely buried the entrance. This secret has been temporarily sealed off. Having done all this, he turned and left, his figure disappearing into the twilight. It's time to go find Nighthawk and meet up with Song Qingxue. And shortly after he left. Deep within the buried cave entrance, the stone platform, now devoid of its crystal, suddenly flashed with a faint, eerie red light. It was as if something that had been sleeping had been disturbed. A more subtle, ancient wave, like a pebble thrown into a lake, spread out silently. However, the fluctuations were too weak to be detected even by the sensing devices of the ruins. The real storm may have only just begun to brew. Chapter 66: The Boss Appears? A Chaotic Trial. After meeting up with Nighthawk and Song Qingxue, Lu Chen briefly explained the situation, omitting the specific details of the ruins and star crystals. It only mentions that Lily plotted against him and had already fled in fright. Nighthawk's eyes were icy. Shadow has stretched its reach too far. The interior of the Ark is probably not clean either. Song Qingxue was still shaken, but seeing that Lu Chen was safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes showed even greater dependence. The three decided to play it safe in the final stage of the qualifiers to ensure their advancement.
However, the calm did not last long.
Midnight. A violent tremor suddenly shook the entire number 3 ecological zone. Wah! The ark's piercing global alarm blared through the night sky. Warning! Warning! High-intensity abnormal energy burst detected. Source location, Central Swamp Area of Ecological Zone Number 3. Energy level assessment, Level A threat. Repeat, Level A threat. All participants must immediately evacuate to the edge of the area. Non-combatants are prohibited from approaching. On the watch's map, the Central Swamp Area turned a glaring red. Level A threat. That's a disaster-level event that requires a full-fledged ARC combat squad to handle. What happened? Song Qingshue's face turned pale. Nighthawk quickly retrieved the surveillance footage. Although the signal in the central area was severely interfered with, it still managed to capture some blurry images. In the scene, swamp mud churns and a gigantic black shadow slowly rises. It has an octopus-like outline, but its body is as huge as a mountain. Dozens of tentacles covered with suckers wave like a giant python, and wherever it goes, trees are broken and rocks are cracked. Even more terrifying, it was surrounded by dark red energy arcs, exuding an aura of madness and destruction. It's a mutant. And a mutant that's been contaminated and catalyzed by some ancient energy. Nighthawk said gravely. Judging from this energy reaction, it's probably close to the mid-level of a rank. It must be that ruin. Lu Chan realized instantly. It must have been him taking the star crystal that triggered some kind of self-defense mechanism of the ruins, or awakened the sleeping guardians. This mutated octopus was lured out. At this moment, chaos reigns within the ecological zone. Countless contestants panicked and fled to the edge. However, some small teams, confident in their strength or eager to take risks, attempted to venture into the central area to observe. The result was predictable. A single tentacle from the mutated octopus can sweep across and turn a fully armed squad, along with their equipment, into mincemeat. A flash of dark red electric arc can instantly char a person. Screams, explosions, and monster roars mingled together, as if the end of the world had arrived. What do we do? Song Qingxue nervously grabbed Lu Chen's arm. Evacuation is the safest option. As Lu Chen watched the raging beast on the surveillance footage, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Energy scan advanced, automatically activated. In his perception, the energy core of the behemoth, within a relatively small area inside its mountain-like body, was flashing with an extremely dazzling red light. However, at the same time, he also saw that around that core, there were several unstable and relatively fragile nodes in the energy structure. Chance. High risk also means high reward. The points reward for being the first to kill a boss of this level will be beyond your wildest imagination. More importantly, this is a valuable opportunity to hone our skills and demonstrate our capabilities to the ARC's leadership. Nighthawk instructor, take Qingxue to the absolutely safe zone, Lu Chen decisively ordered. You're going? Nighthawk frowned. This was irrational. Let's give it a try. Lu Chen's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. I know what I'm doing. Lu Chen! Song Qingxue exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Trust me. Lu Chen looked at her, his eyes firm. Besides, I might need your help. He looked at Nighthawk. Instructor, I need detailed data on this monster's behavior patterns and the intervals between its energy attacks. Nighthawk looked at Lu Chen and saw absolute confidence in his eyes. She stopped trying to dissuade her and quickly operated the watch, accessing all the data she could within her permissions. The data is being synchronized to you. Its tentacle attacks are predictable, and there is a cooldown of about 3 seconds after the energy arc is ejected. Its weak point is most likely below its head or in the core of its torso. Clear. Lu Chen took a deep breath and brought himself to peak condition. Qingxue, try to link with me. You don't need to do anything else. Just attach your mental energy to my senses as much as possible to expand my field of vision, but this is an advanced technique they've tried during training, but with a very low success rate. Song Qingxue nodded vigorously, closed her eyes, and focused all her mental energy to try to establish a connection with Lu Chen. The first attempt failed. The second time, the connection was successful, but extremely unstable. The third time, it worked. Although the connection was very weak, Lu Chen did feel that the range of his eagle eye and energy scan had expanded by a tiny bit. Efficient. I'm going. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure shot off like an arrow towards the center of the swamp. Be careful. Song Qingshues silently prayed, doing her best to maintain the mental link.
The center of the swamp was a scene of utter devastation. The mutated octopus wildly waved its tentacles, chasing after the contestants who were fleeing in all directions.
Lu Chen's arrival immediately caught its attention.
A tentacle as thick as a bucket, covered in viscous liquid, slammed down on his head like a steel whip.
Lu Chen's eagle eye locked on, and his combat intuition predicted the trajectory.
Instead of retreating, he advanced, executing a precise slide tackle to narrowly escape from under the tentacles. At the same time, the energy scan locked onto the dazzling energy core inside the octopus.
That's it. He needs to get closer. Closer still.
Enraged, the octopus unleashed even more tentacles, and dark red arcs of electricity began to gather.
Now.
Nighthawk's voice came through the encrypted channel. The base of the third tentacle on the left front is a blind spot.
The arc cooldown has 2 seconds left. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened.
With a burst of speed, he stomped on the muddy ground, his figure like a ghost, rushing forward at high speed along the route indicated by the Nighthawk. They narrowly escaped the barrage of tentacles. A dark red arc of electricity grazed past him, and the scorching heat stung his skin.
Now.
He rushed to within 50 meters of the octopus's main body.
At this distance, you can already feel the suffocating sense of oppression.
The octopus seemed to sense the threat posed by this tiny creature. It opened its enormous suckers and emitted a deafening hiss, signaling the imminent eruption of a new wave of electric arcs.
Lu Chen.
The energy structure is most unstable 3 meters to the lower right of the core.
Song Qingshue's faint but clear thoughts came through the link. She did it. Lu Chen was suddenly inspired.
He poured all his strength and mental energy into the dawn dagger without reservation.
The eerie blue light emanating from the dagger was more intense than ever before.
He stomped his legs on the ground, and mud exploded. Its body shot into the air like a cannonball, aiming straight for the octopus's massive body.
Target the vulnerable node at the bottom right of the energy core.
The octopus is about to unleash an energy arc.
Time seemed to slow down.
Lu Chen was highly focused, his eyes fixed solely on that target point.
Die. Accompanied by a low growl. The dawn dagger, with its unstoppable momentum, pierced fiercely into the octopus's thick and tough skin.
Put. The violent energy contained within the dagger erupted instantly. As if finding an outlet, it surged wildly into the octopus's body.
Boom!
A deep, loud bang came from inside the octopus. Its massive body suddenly stiffened. The half-condensed dark red arc of electricity suddenly dissipated.
Immediately following was a painful, earth-shattering wail.
Countless tentacles twitched and throbbed wildly. Its energy core, that red dot, rapidly dimmed and collapsed in Lu Chen's perception. Its massive body slowly tilted down like a mountain collapsing, crashing into the swamp and stirring up a huge wave of mud.
The world seemed to fall silent for a moment. Successfully defeated ancient corruptor son of Kraken, 5,000 points awarded. Special reward, Relic Exploration Permit Token X1. Current points, 6702, rank 1. The watch's beeping tone was exceptionally clear. On the leaderboard, the name Lu Chen shot up like a rocket, firmly occupying the top spot. And it's far ahead. First kill of a rank A threat boss.
At that moment, all the surviving contestants' watches received this shocking message.
The entire arc fell silent.
Lu Chen stood up from the mud, looking disheveled, but his eyes were sharp as knives.
He looked toward the direction of the safe zone in the distance.
On the other end of the mental link, came Song Qingshue's relieved, tearful joy. There was also a barely perceptible hint of admiration from the Nighthawk.
He did it. And all of this is just the beginning.
Silence reigned in the high-rise monitoring room of the Ark. The bigwig stared intently at the young figure standing alone beside the giant beast's corpse on the screen. Pass down the order, an aged voice slowly rang out, priority targets under observation, upgrade their sequence to a S level.
Chapter 67 Rising Fame? A battleground sprouts. The bell rang to signal the end of the qualifiers.
The energy barrier of ecological zone number 3 slowly opened. The surviving participants, carrying varying degrees of gains and injuries, gradually returned to the main platform. When Lu Chen appeared at the exit, the entire platform fell silent for a moment.
All eyes turned to him. Awe, fear, curiosity, jealousy, a mix of emotions swirled within. First place on the leaderboard. Slaying a rank A threat behemoth all by himself. These two accolades made Lu Chen the undisputed focus of attention.
He was still covered in mud and signs of battle, but his steps were steady and his eyes were calm. It was as if I had just done something insignificant. This composure only adds to its unfathomable depth. Nighthawk and Song Qingxue followed behind him, feeling the gazes coming from all directions, their emotions complicated.
Hey! Lu Chen! A passionate female voice broke the silence.
The crowd parted, and a voluptuous young woman with a bold red leather armor and long, wavy chestnut hair strode over. Her features were striking and bold, a confident smile playing on her lips as she daringly sized Lu Chen up and down, her admiration undisguised.
Sophia's entrance was absolutely stunning.
Red leather armor plus big waves, a total glamorous and sophisticated woman. Let's get acquainted, Sophia, captain of the Flaming Rose Squad.
She extended her hand, smiling brightly. The way you took down that giant octopus was so cool. Lu Chen looked at her outstretched hand but didn't take it. He simply nodded and asked, "Is there something you need?" Lu Chen's reaction was amazing. Anyone else would have been charmed by now.
It seems even the most powerful men remain unmoved.
Sophia wasn't embarrassed. She naturally withdrew her hand and placed it on her hip. "Let's be friends. Strong people always attract each other, don't they?"
She took a step closer, lowered her voice, and spoke with a seductive tone.
"We can team up in the main competition. I know a lot of interesting information and being my friend will definitely keep you entertained."
Her words and gestures were full of implications. A low murmur of jeers and whistles rose from the surroundings.
"Hey everyone, stop jeering. Can't you see Qingxue's about to cry?"
Looking at this woman, as dazzling and unrestrained as a flame, approaching Lu Chen so directly, Song Qingxue felt as if something was blocking her heart.
"I feel stuffy and uncomfortable."
She instinctively gripped the hem of her dress and lowered her head.
"Qingxue, don't grip your dress. Look up and confront her. Your aloofness is far more elegant than hers."
Lu Chen frowned slightly, took half a step back, and increased the distance between them.
"Not interested." His tone remained calm, even slightly aloof. "Good job, Brother Chen. That's how you should respond. Don't give these flirtatious people a chance."
Sophia raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, but her smile remained unchanged.
"Don't be so quick to reject me. The main competition is still a long way off. We have plenty of time to get to know each other better."
She deliberately emphasized the words in-depth understanding, gave Lu Chen a flirtatious look, then smiled, turned around, and left with her team. Before leaving, he gave Song Qingxue a meaningful look.
It's as if she's saying, "Little sister, you still have a long way to go." Seriously. Sophia's gaze is so provocative. "Can you please stop bullying our Qingxue?"
Song Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and a strange sense of grievance and bitterness welled up in her heart.
Could Lu Chen like that type?
She glanced at Lu Chen and found that his face was expressionless, as if he didn't care about the enthusiastic woman from before at all.
She breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the unease hadn't completely disappeared. "Qingxue, don't overthink it. Chen Ji looks at Sophia like she's a stone. You're the special one."
At this point, people from other factions stepped forward, attempting to befriend or recruit them.
An agent from a North American consortium offered an exorbitant price. An envoy from an ancient European family promised preferential treatment in terms of resources. There was even an invitation from a research department within the Ark. Lu Chen responded coldly to all of them, rejecting them all. His stance was clear: he would go it alone and not join any faction. Brother Chen's lone wolf attitude is so cool. Rejecting all offers, does he have some trump card up his sleeve?
This disappointed many people, but it also made some people think more highly of it. Neither humble nor arrogant, with a profound understanding of the world.
After finishing these social engagements, Lu Chen and his two companions prepared to return to their residence. Throughout the journey, Song Qingxue remained silent, her mood clearly low. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen noticed her unusual behavior and asked. "Nothing."
Song Qingxue shook her head, forcing a smile.
"I'm just a little tired." "Qingxue, stop pretending. Tell Brother Chen you're jealous." "I'm so anxious." Lu Chen glanced at her but didn't ask any more questions.
He didn't quite understand women's thoughts, nor did he have much energy to try to guess them. He just wants to improve his skills as quickly as possible to deal with the threats from the main tournament and Shadow.
However, none of them noticed.
In the shadow of a distant pillar, Lily watched the scene with venomous eyes. Especially when she saw Song Qingshue's dejected and aggrieved expression, a chilling smile appeared on her face. That Lily is such a persistent ghost. Seeing her smile makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Stop causing trouble. She took out her encrypted communicator and quickly typed. Target number 2's emotions fluctuated significantly, and he felt intense jealousy and insecurity due to Flaming Rose Sophia's public displays of affection for target number 1. It is suggested to exploit this weakness to sow discord. We can fabricate evidence of target 1's private contact with Sophia to provoke target 2 and create internal conflict.
Message sent successfully. Oh no! Forged evidence? That's such a dirty trick. Will Chen Ji and Xing Shui be driven apart? Lily watched Lu Chen and Song Qingshue's departing figures and sneered under her breath. You like to be suspicious, don't you? Then I'll add something extra for you. Let's see how long you can trust each other.
The venomous snake lurking in the shadows flicked its tongue again.
Lily, hurry up and get your lunchbox done. Stop causing trouble and ruining the main characters. Please.
Meanwhile, the draw ceremony for the arc main event is about to begin. A bigger stage, stronger opponents, and more complex conspiracies await Lu Chen.
Can this dark horse, who suddenly emerged, continue his unstoppable momentum in the main competition? Countless people are watching with bated breath. Won't the lottery draw result in the main villain? Can Brother Chen fight him alone? Hurry up with the next chapter. I'm starting to panic. Chapter 68, first match of the main tournament? Instant kill of the puppet.
The main competition venue is no longer the simulated ecological zone, but a giant fighting arena in the core area of the arc.
The towering circular grandstand is large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. Advanced holographic projection technology can magnify and display every detail on the ring. The atmosphere was far more somber and formal than in the qualifiers.
The results of the first round of the draw have been released and are being displayed simultaneously via wristwatches and on the in-venue light screen. When he saw his opponent, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly.
Butcher, Baong Siam.
Next to the name was a grotesque digital photo, bald, with a face full of fat and a fierce look in his eyes. According to the data, he is a physical enhancement type and is known for his cruelty and bloodlust. Several opponents in the preliminaries were seriously injured by him and almost died. This person Nighthawk frowned as he looked at the data. His fighting style suddenly became extremely violent in the later stages of the qualifiers, as if he had lost his mind.
As soon as Nighthawk said this, my alarm bells went off. Lost his mind? Isn't that the standard trope for Shadow's mischief? Did Brother Chen run into a minefield in his very first match? Song Qingxue looked at Lu Chen with concern. Qingshue's furrowed brows are making me anxious too. Don't worry, little sister, your Brother Chen never disappoints. Lu Chen remained expressionless. However, the energy scan allowed him to sense that the Butcher Baong was surrounded by a very subtle, dark energy fluctuation similar to that of Lily. It was the work of Shadow. They couldn't wait any longer and gave him a surprise in the first round of the main competition. Use drugs or mind control to create a crazed killing machine to deal with him. Regardless of winning or losing, it can wear him down, or even severely damage him. That's a clever plan. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. Let's see who gets worn down. On the stage, the host introduced the two sides in an enthusiastic tone. When Butcher Basong was introduced, a considerable number of gasps and discussions arose from the stands. His fearsome reputation has clearly spread. Sure enough. The Butcher's fearsome reputation is well deserved judging from the reaction in the stands. Not many people think Brother Chen can win easily, right? The atmosphere became even more enthusiastic when Lu Chen was introduced. His first place finish in the qualifiers and his solo kill of an A-level behemoth garnered him immense attention. The match begins. As the electronic sound rang out, the protective energy shield rose. Butcher Baong let out a roar that was unlike any human's, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his muscles bulged, and he charged towards Lu Chen like a human tank. Its aura was violent, carrying a strong smell of blood. His fist, carrying a vicious gust of wind, aimed straight for Lu Chen's face, clearly intending to kill him. Holy crap, that momentum! He's like a madman. His fist is almost touching Brother Chen's face. I hope it doesn't actually hit. A gasp of surprise erupted from the stands. Many people were worried for Lu Chen. Song Qingshuo nervously covered her mouth. Qingshuo, put your hand down. Brother Chen will definitely dodge. I'm even more nervous than you. Even Sophia, sitting in the VIP section, abandoned her nonchalant smile and watched the game intently. Sophia finally stopped flirting. If she's still so nonchalant now, she'll probably be embarrassed by Chen Ji's actions. Faced with this ferocious attack, Lu Chen stood still, motionless. They seemed to be terrified. Until the fist was less than 10 centimeters from his nose. Holy crap! So close. Brother Chen, stop acting and get moving. My heart is going to jump out of my chest. His body shifted to the side by a hair's breadth. Her movements were as light as a feather. Basong's determined punch grazed his cheek, the force of the blow stinging his skin. With his first punch missing, Baong became even more enraged, and his other fist swept out like a heavy hammer. At the same time, his knee slammed into Lu Chen's abdomen. The offensive was like a raging storm, leaving no room for retreat. Lu Chen's figure moved like a ghost, dodging and weaving within a small space. Each time, they narrowly avoided the attack. It seemed dangerous, but in reality, everything was under control. Eagle eye and combat intuition allow him to see all of Basong's movements clearly. Although the opponent's attacks were fierce, their tactics were rigid and inflexible, making them seem like puppets driven by some kind of force. It is full of flaws. What is he doing? Why isn't he fighting back? Someone in the stands asked, puzzled. Scared to death, aren't you? The butcher is terrifying. No. Look at his eyes. Some noticed that Lu Chen's eyes remained calm and even slightly, pity? Who said Brother Chen was scared out of his wits? That pitying look clearly gives off a looking at an idiot vibe. He saw through Basong's puppet long ago. He was observing. Observed the state of the other party being controlled, and observed the traces of shadow techniques. After a few rounds, he had figured out the details. It's time to end this. Baong roared again, spreading his arms wide as if he wanted to grab Lu Chen and crush him. The huge gap was completely exposed. Now. Here it comes. Basong's door is wide open like it's unlocked. Brother Chen is finally going to make his move. A glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He, who hadn't moved at all, finally moved. They came from behind but surpassed others. The speed is more than twice as fast as before. He teleported into Basong's arms as if he were in an instant. Avoid those bear-hugging arms. With his right hand, fingers held together like a knife, he stabbed Baong precisely at the Tanzhong acupoint on his chest. A hidden strength is emerging. Puff! Basong's forward momentum abruptly halted, and his violent aura dissipated instantly, like a punctured balloon. His face showed a mixture of extreme pain and confusion. Lu Chen kept moving. With lightning speed, her left hand grabbed his right wrist, twisting and turning it. Click! Dislocated wrist. At the same time, his right foot swept like an iron whip, striking the side of Basong's supporting leg's knee joint. Bang! Basong's massive body lost its balance and collapsed to its knees with a thud. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. From the moment Lu Chen made his move to the moment Baong knelt, it was so fast it was dazzling. Holy crap, that speed! 3 seconds? I barely blinked and it was over? That's what you call a swift kill. Those who doubted Brother Chen before, come out and get your comeuppance. The butcher who was just moments ago so fierce was now kneeling before Lu Chen like a lump of mud, only able to groan in pain. The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by this sudden reversal. Instant kill? The infamous butcher from the qualifiers was just annihilated like that? The entire arena was so quiet you could hear me breathing. Those who were just shouting "Butcher win," aren't they ashamed? Lu Chen looked down at the kneeling Baong, his voice carrying clearly throughout the entire hall. His strength is not bad, but unfortunately, his brain has been emptied by drugs, and he has become someone else's puppet. His words exploded like a thunderclap in the stands. Brother Chen, you're too bold. Directly exposing Shadow's methods in public? Aren't you afraid their retaliation will be even more severe? Drug? Puppet? What's the meaning? The ARC's medical team quickly arrived and examined Basong's condition. Soon, the person in charge announced with a solemn expression. A high concentration of berserker agent was detected in contestant Basong's body, indicating severe erosion of his mental consciousness, consistent with the characteristics of being controlled by an external force. The result of this match stands. Lu Chen wins.
At the same time, the ARC organizing committee will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter.
The truth has come out. An uproar erupted in the stands.
So he was on drugs.
And he was being controlled. No wonder they were so crazy.
The gazes of the crowd toward Lu Chen were filled with even greater awe.
Not only is he incredibly powerful, but his insight is also phenomenal. I'm impressed. Brother Chen's perception is amazing.
He saw through the drug-induced manipulation at a glance and dared to say it in public.
His aura is unmatched. In the VIP section, Sophia's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but whistle, cool. Ha, Sophia's whistling is amazing.
Her fangirl side, which she had just hidden, has been exposed again.
Don't be jealous, Qingxue is still downstairs.
Song Qingxue breathed a long sigh of relief, looking at the radiant figure on the stage, her eyes filled with pride.
Qingxue finally smiled.
She was so nervous she covered her mouth just now, but now her eyes are sparkling so sweet.
In a secluded corner,
Shadow Killer watched the scene through the monitor, his face behind the mask so gloomy it seemed to drip water. He crushed the metal cup in his hand.
Waste.
Not only did the mission fail, but it also alerted the enemy, drawing the attention of the ARC official to the drug issue.
Lu Chen.
His killing intent surged.
Shadow Killer, that old schemer. What's the point of squeezing the cup? He couldn't even beat the trash he arranged, and he still has the nerve to be angry?
If he's so capable, he should go and fight himself.
Lu Chen ignored the noise and calmly walked off the stage.
As he passed through the contestants' passage, he seemed to sense something and looked up towards a dark surveillance camera. It's as if you're looking into the eyes of the shadowy figure behind the camera through the lens. A cold, provocative smile curled at the corners of his lips.
I won the first round. Next, it's my turn to find you. Brother Chen's killer gaze. A direct declaration of war against the shadows?
It's my turn to find you, that's incredibly cool.
Will the next chapter be about taking down the Shadow's lair?
The main competition has only just begun. The battle in the shadows has escalated.
Oh no!
The shadows are definitely up to something bigger. Brother Chen needs to be extra careful from now on, lest he get ambushed.
Chapter 69. My sister has arrived? She's making a grand entrance.
Lu Chen's first battle resulted in a swift defeat of Butcher Baon, and he exposed the fact that Baon was under the influence of drugs, causing a huge uproar on the ARC. The official announcement of a thorough investigation created an atmosphere of extreme anxiety.
Lu Chen's reputation and popularity have reached a new peak.
This also means that he has now completely found himself in the eye of the storm. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark.
Lu Chen did not have a match the next day.
He is at his residence analyzing information on potential future opponents. Song Qingxue helped tidy up, while Yin kept watch outside. Suddenly, a huge engine roar came from outside, getting closer and closer. The sound was extremely penetrating, even drowning out the daily noise of the ARC. Many people were alarmed and came out of their homes to see what was happening.
Lu Chen also walked to the window.
A small, silver-white aircraft with an extremely luxurious design and a streamlined shape resembling a work of art was seen slowly landing on the dedicated helipad near the fighting arena in an extremely flamboyant manner. This aircraft is highly recognizable. It is the latest concept model star shuttle from the space technology company under the Song Group, and there is currently only one in the world. It is a symbol of status and position. The aircraft's hatch opens upwards like wings. The first to disembark were 8 guards dressed in black suits, exuding a sharp and capable aura.
With sharp eyes and synchronized movements, they cleared the area and established a cordon in an instant. What a grand display! Immediately afterwards, a slender and beautiful figure with a powerful aura appeared at the cabin door. Song Shui. Today she wore a custom-made Chanel early autumn suit that accentuated her perfect figure.
Her chestnut brown curly hair was meticulously styled, and she wore sunglasses that covered half of her face, with alluring red lips. She descended the gangway gracefully, her high heels clicking crisply on the ground.
It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god! It's Song Shui, the queen of the Song family. Why has she come in person? What else could it be? They're definitely here to support Lu Chen. This spectacle, it's so impressive. The discussions rose like a tidal wave.
Song Shui seemed completely oblivious to the stares and whispers around her.
She walked straight toward Lu Chen's residence.
The guards cleared a path ahead, and the crowd spontaneously parted to form a passage.
Outside the residence, Nighthawk saw Song Shuyi and bowed slightly. President Song. Song Shuyi took off her sunglasses, revealing a bright smile. Thank you for your hard work, Nighthawk.
She pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Lu Chen and Song Qingxue in the living room, her smile became even brighter.
Little one, you've won your first battle. Well done. Your big sister hasn't spoiled you for nothing.
She stepped forward and naturally reached out to ruffle Lu Chen's hair.
Lu Chen subconsciously turned his head away, somewhat helplessly asking, Sister, what brings you here? My people are making a big splash outside, of course I have to come and support you.
Song Shuyi said matter-of-factly, glancing at Song Qingxue beside her.
Qingxue's here too, weren't you scared? Sister Shuyi.
Song Qingxue greeted her softly, her feelings complicated upon seeing Song Shuyi's high-profile arrival for Lu Chen. She was happy for Lu Chen, but also felt a strange pang of sadness. Sister Shuyi and him are really close.
There are plenty of flies watching you outside. Song Shuyi looked at Lu Chen again, her tone carrying a hint of lazy domineering. I'm here to tell those people that you are under my protection, and if they want to mess with you, they should think twice about the consequences. The words were spoken loudly and clearly reached the ears of the onlookers outside. This is a blatant declaration and protection.
Many people's expressions changed slightly, and their gazes toward Lu Chen's residence became filled with deep apprehension. The Song family is a powerful and influential family, not to be trifled with.
Come on, little one, come with your sister for a walk and show off. Song Shuyi smiled and took Lu Chen's arm, the action intimate and natural.
Lu Chen wasn't used to this kind of occasion, but knowing that Song Shuyi meant well, he didn't refuse. Song Qingxue watched the two walk away hand in hand, her eyes dimming slightly, and she silently followed behind. Song Shuyi, arm in arm with Lu Chen, strolled through the core area of the ark in full view of everyone, as if inspecting her own territory. Wherever he goes, he attracts attention. She occasionally whispered to Lu Chen about the representatives of certain forces they encountered along the way, pointing out which ones needed to be wary of and which ones could be cooperated with temporarily. It was as if they were paving the way for him. When people came up to greet her, Song Shuyi responded politely, but always kept Lu Chen in the leading position. Mr. Lu Chen is young and promising, and his future is limitless, a representative of a North American conglomerate complimented.
Yes, that is why my Song family fully supports him, Song Shuyi replied with a smile, her tone leaving no room for doubt. This high-profile appearance was very effective. Lu Chen could clearly sense that the gazes from those secretly watching him had become less malicious and more scrutinizing and solemn. After the walk, I returned to my accommodation. Song Shuyi handed an encrypted document to Lu Chen. This is a detailed analysis of the capabilities of several opponents you need to pay attention to in the next few rounds, including their weaknesses and habits. That's all I can do to help you. As for what happens in the ring, you'll have to rely on yourself. Lu Chen took the documents, feeling a warmth in his heart. Thank you, sister. Why are you being so polite with your sister?
Song Shuyi waved her hand, then lowered her voice and became serious.
Also, regarding Lily's poisonous snake. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. We used some special channels and basically locked down several possible hiding places for her on the Arkansas. Song Shuyi slipped a note into Lu Chen's hand. This is the address. The internal relationships within ARK are complex, and it's not convenient for us to take direct action, as it would give them a handle against us. But if it's a personal feud between contestants that accidentally breaks out outside the competition area, then that's perfectly reasonable. She looked at Lu Chen meaningfully, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Understood.
Lu Chen put away the note, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
Lily, your good days are over. Alright, it's time for me to go. I still have a lot of things to do at the company.
Song Shuyi put her sunglasses back on, resuming her strong businesswoman demeanor.
Focus on the competition and don't embarrass your sister.
As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back, winked at Lu Chen, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. If you achieve a good result in the main competition, your sister has an even bigger surprise for you. His tone carried a hint of ambiguity and seduction. After saying that, she turned around gracefully, and surrounded by guards, boarded the Star Shuttle and soared into the sky.
They came in a hurry, and they left in a hurry. However, it left Lu Chen with a solid support system and a clear goal.
Song Qingxue watched the aircraft disappear into the horizon, then looked at Lu Chen beside her, whose gaze was firm.
She gently bit her lip. What could that bigger surprise be?
She felt inexplicably flustered. Lu Chen, on the other hand, gripped the note tightly in his hand. Next, it's time to settle the score with Lily.
Both the light and dark lines will enter a new phase. Chapter 70, A Deadly Intent in the Night? The counterattack begins. After Song Shui left, the residence became quiet.
Lu Chen looked at the slip of paper in his hand, which listed 3 addresses located in the lower level of the Ark.
It was a mixed bag of staff living quarters and equipment maintenance areas, a good place to hide.
Nighthawk instructor, I entrust Qingshua's safety to you, Lu Chen said in a deep voice.
Nighthawk nodded, don't worry. Do you need backup? No need. Lu Chen's eyes were icy.
I'll handle my own personal grudges.
He needs to settle this matter personally.
Song Qingxue hesitated, her eyes filled with worry, but in the end she only whispered, be careful.
Lu Chen glanced at her and nodded. They did not choose to act during the day.
As night falls, the Ark's artificial canopy simulates a deep night sky with only a few scattered stars. Lu Chen changed into the Night Owl combat suit, activated the optical camouflage, and like a true ghost, silently blended into the shadows. He began to investigate according to the order on the note.
The first location was an abandoned supply warehouse.
It was filled with clutter and covered in dust. Energy scan, upon closer inspection, only a few mice were found, no human energy was detected.
The second location is a maintenance station located deep inside the ventilation duct. The environment is cramped and dark. Lu Chen moved stealthily inside the pipe like a gecko.
He suddenly stopped just before reaching his destination.
Battle Intuition has issued a warning. There is an extremely faint energy trap fluctuation ahead. It's a psychological suggestion trap.
Once triggered, it will not cause damage, but it will immediately alert the person who set it up.
Lily is indeed cunning. Lu Chen carefully avoided the traps and approached the maintenance station.
The room was empty, but the signs of life were still fresh, and a faint scent of perfume lingered in the air.
It smells like Lily.
She was here not long ago, but she has been moved.
Lu Chen was not disappointed, instead, he became even calmer.
He exited the pipeline and headed to his final location, a cryogenic coolant storage facility near the energy core. The temperature here is very low, the pipes are crisscrossed, and the noise is quite loud, which can effectively conceal one's presence. As soon as he approached the outer perimeter of the storage facility, Lu Chen's energy scan detected a familiar fluctuation of mental energy.
Although extremely faint and deliberately concealed.
But it can't escape the perception of advanced scanning.
Found it. Lily is right here. Lu Chen did not rush in.
He was like a patient hunter, carefully observing from the outside.
They quickly discovered more than one hidden surveillance camera and alarm device.
Lily, like a frightened rabbit, protected her nest very well.
Lu Chen sneered.
These petty tricks are meaningless in the face of absolute power. He selected a blind spot in the surveillance system, and like a raccoon dog, he scaled the obstacles and silently approached the outer wall of the storage facility. With his mental energy highly focused, he sensed the internal situation. Inside the storage room, Lily was nervously watching several monitor screens. She had just received a message from Shadow Killer, requesting that she transfer again.
The checks inside the Ark are getting tighter, it's not safe here anymore.
She quickly gathered the necessary items. Her heart was filled with resentment and fear towards Lu Chen.
That man was simply her nemesis. Sudden. A psycho trap she had set up at the doorway was triggered.
It wasn't an intrusion, but rather it was silently erased by a more powerful force.
Lily's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he grabbed a remote control from the table and pressed it hard. Boom!
Several pre-placed smoke grenades and flashbangs in the storage area exploded simultaneously. Thick smoke and blinding white light instantly filled the entire space. At the same time, she turned around and ran wildly towards a pre-designated escape route.
The reaction time was astonishingly fast. But Lu Chen was faster. He moved the instant the trap was triggered.
Ignoring the thick smoke and bright light, Eagle Eye and Energy Skin firmly locked onto Lily's fleeing figure.
Bang! He smashed through the alloy door of the storage facility and rushed inside. With lightning speed, he pounced on Lily's back.
Lily felt the terrifying killing intent coming from behind her, and her soul almost left her body. She threw a handful of poison needles with her backhand, and screamed as her powerful mental energy pierced Lu Chen's brain like sharp spikes.
Sucker punch!
Lu Chen's gaze remained unchanged.
With a flick of the dagger, all the poison needles were knocked away with a clang. When faced with a mental attack, the deep meditation is activated, and the mental energy remains steadfast at its source. With just a slight pause, the attack dissipates into nothingness. The gap in strength between the two sides is too great. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had caught up with Lily. The cold dagger, carrying the chill of death, pierced her back. At this critical moment, a dark figure shot out from the shadows to the side like a ghost. A jet-black short blade precisely blocked Lu Chen's dawn dagger. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. A tremendous force struck, causing Lu Chen's arm to go slightly numb, and his attack was halted. Shadow kill. He finally appeared. Taking advantage of the situation, Lily scrambled into the escape tunnel and fled in panic. Lu Chen did not chase after him. His main goal was to force out Shadow Killer. You finally decided to come out. Lu Chen looked at the masked man shrouded in black before him with icy eyes. Shadow Killer didn't speak, but his exposed eyes were filled with killing intent and solemnity. During that exchange, he sensed the terrifying increase in Lu Chen's power. This child must not be allowed to live. The two faced off, their killing intent palpable. The next second, they attacked simultaneously. Shadow Assassin's movements are unpredictable, as if he blends into the shadows. His short blade appears and disappears unpredictably, targeting vital points. Lu Chen, on the other hand, used speed to counter speed and strength to overcome skill. When basic combat techniques are brought to their fullest potential, combined with the sharpness of the Dawn Dagger and the enhancement of mental power, the offensive becomes incredibly fierce. Ding 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 ding. The sound of metal clashing together rang out like popping beans. The two moved at high speed in the narrow space, their figures blurry. In just over 10 seconds, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. The more Shadow Killer fought, the more terrified he became. Lu Chen's strength, speed, and reaction time are in no way inferior to his. Even his combat instincts were more terrifying than those of a veteran assassin. Puff! After a head-on clash, Shadow Killer grunted and staggered back several steps, his arm holding the knife trembling slightly. He suffered a loss in secret. Lu Chen, having gained the upper hand, pressed on relentlessly. Shadow Killer's eyes hardened, as if he wanted to use some kind of trump card. But just then, the footsteps and shouts of the Arc Guard patrol team could be heard in the distance. The commotion finally caught their attention. Shadow Killer glanced at Lu Chen resentfully, knowing he wouldn't succeed tonight. He flickered and disappeared into the shadows once more. It's countless times more advanced than Lily's escape techniques. Lu Chen did not chase after him. We shouldn't pursue a desperate enemy, and besides, with the guards here, it's not convenient to get entangled. He stared coldly in the direction where Shadow Killer had disappeared. Although he couldn't be captured, he gained the upper hand in this confrontation. This shows that his strength is sufficient to directly confront the senior officers of Shadow. This is an important milestone. He walked to the exit of the emergency exit, sensing Lily's lingering presence and the faint trace of panic in her mind. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. The spiritual marker has been successfully implanted. Lily, you can't escape now. The hunt is only just beginning. He straightened his combat uniform and quietly left the scene before the guards arrived. When I got back to my lodgings, it was already dawn. Song Qingxue was still sitting in the living room, seemingly having not slept all night. Seeing Lu Chen return safely, she immediately stood up, her face full of concern. You're back. Are you all right? It's nothing. Lu Chen shook his head. Seeing Song Qingxue's tired yet persistent way of waiting for him, Lu Chen's heart stirred slightly. Next time, Song Qingxue mustered her courage, looked into his eyes, and said earnestly, if possible, let me fight alongside you. I don't want to always be protected. Her eyes were firm and determined. Lu Chen looked at her, remained silent for a moment, and then nodded. Good. Some growth requires weathering storms. Perhaps it's time to let her see a more authentic side of herself. A new chapter is about to begin. Chapter 71, a duo? Qingxue's first battle. The arc main event has entered a new phase. The organizing committee announced the introduction of a two-person team competition format, which aims to test the contestants' cooperation and teamwork abilities. The news elicited mixed reactions from various parties. For Lu Chen, the choice of partner was a no-brainer. We're in the same group, he said directly to Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue's heart skipped a beat, filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Can I do it? Will I hold you back? She asked somewhat anxiously. Doubles is completely different from singles. Any mistake she makes could affect Lu Chen. We've trained for so long, isn't it all for fighting together?
Lu Chen looked at her, his tone calm but full of trust.
Believe in yourself, and believe in me. This sentence was like a reassuring pill. Song Qingxue took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Okay. Their first round opponents were quickly determined: the Frost Giants brothers from Northern Europe, Olaf and Eric.
Both were enhancement type, over 2.2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, like two moving small mountains. In the qualifiers, they swept aside many teams with their overwhelming strength and coordinated attacks. When the draw results were announced, Olaf glanced contemptuously at Lu Chen and Song Qingxue, and mocked them in broken Chinese.
Little dwarf from the east, you're even carrying a vase? Don't let us scare you to tears. Eric also let out a muffled laugh.
A chorus of boos and whispers erupted from the stands. Clearly, many people are not optimistic about the pairing of Lu Chen and Song Qingxue. A strong attacker paired with a seemingly weak mental support is clearly at a disadvantage when facing two strong, powerful men.
Song Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly from the other person's words, but she was also holding back a lot of anger. She wants to prove she's not just a pretty face. The match begins. Olaf and Eric charged forward side by side like two heavy tanks. The ground seemed to be trembling. Its imposing presence is terrifying. They were determined to eliminate Song Qingxue, who seemed to be the weakest, with swift and decisive action. Faced with this overwhelming impact, Song Qingxue's heart raced, and she subconsciously looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen stood still, his eyes calm, as if to say, do it the way it was during training. Song Qingxue calmed down instantly. She closed her eyes and focused all her mental energy on it. Telepathy. An invisible ripple spread out. Although the area is not large, it clearly captures the trajectory, speed, and even subtle changes in muscle exertion of Olaf and Eric's charge. 3 steps to the left front, shift your weight to the right. She urgently relayed the first warning to Lu Chen. Almost at the same time she opened her mouth. Lu Chen made a move. Instead of directly confronting him, he precisely took 3 steps to the right front, just avoiding Olaf's surefire tackle. Olaf missed his target and looked bewildered. Upon seeing this, Eric immediately swung his fist in a sweeping motion, blocking Lu Chen's retreat. Fake move with your right fist, then strike at my ribs with your left. Song Qingxue's voice rang out again. Lu Chen ducked, and Eric's powerful right fist grazed past his head. Lu Chen's dagger, as if he had foreseen the future, was already aimed at Eric's left fist wrist, which was the real killing move. Eric was shocked and hastily changed his tactics and retreated. The brothers' first combined attack was perfectly neutralized. Beautiful, someone in the stands couldn't help but cheer. Song Qingxue's assistance played a crucial role. Olaf and Eric exchanged a glance, their disdain vanishing and their expressions turning serious. They changed their strategy, no longer acting rashly, but instead using their size advantage to try to compress Lu Chen's space and suppress him. The two worked together seamlessly, one attacking and the other defending, like an impregnable fortress. Olaf lowers his center of gravity, time for a takedown. Eric's right leg is slightly bent, ready to intercept with a side kick. Song Qingxue's mental perception became increasingly smooth, and her warnings became more and more timely and accurate. With her assistance, Lu Chen seemed to have a full view vision. They can always anticipate their opponent's intentions half a step ahead and make the most reasonable response. You can either dodge, block, or counterattack. His movements were fluid and graceful, allowing him to maneuver freely amidst the two men's fierce attacks, appearing completely at ease. Occasionally, their counterattacks, seizing upon weaknesses, are incredibly sharp, leaving Olaf and Eric scrambling to react. The situation seemed tense, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Chen had completely controlled the pace. Now, when Olaf showed a hint of impatience due to the prolonged lack of breakthroughs, and his coordination with Eric showed a barely perceptible breakout, Song Qingxue keenly seized this opportunity. Olaf has an open goal on his left shoulder. A glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He, who had always relied on dodging, suddenly unleashed his power. Speed skyrockets. He cut into Olaf's left side like a ghost. The dawn dagger, gleaming with a sharp, cold light, pierced straight at his left shoulder joint. Olaf was horrified it was too late to block. Puff. The dagger struck precisely. Although it wasn't a blade, the hidden force it contained instantly penetrated. Olaf's left arm went numb, and he suddenly couldn't muster any strength. The combined attack formation was instantly broken.
Eric tried to come to his aid, but Lu Chen, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, turned around and kicked him in the side of the knee.
Bang!
Eric's massive body staggered. Lu Chen didn't linger in the fight. He retreated immediately after his initial attack, creating distance once more. But the balance of power has already shifted. Olaf's left arm was injured, greatly reducing his combat effectiveness. The combined power of the brothers' attack was greatly reduced. With Song Qingshue's accurate warnings and Lu Chen's sharp attacks, they were quickly overwhelmed. In the end, Lu Chen seized the opportunity and invited them out of the ring.
Match over. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue win. The referee announced it loudly.
The entire venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. This victory was truly remarkable. Lu Chen's strength remains as strong as ever, but Song Qingshue's crucial support is truly impressive.
Who would dare call her a pretty face now? Song Qingshue's cheeks flushed with excitement, and her chest heaved. She did it. She really helped Lu Chen.
It feels so good to fight side by side and win. She looked at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with excitement and joy. Lu Chen nodded slightly to her, revealing a hint of approval in his smile. That smile made Song Qingxue feel that all her efforts and nervousness were worthwhile. The two exchanged a smile, their unspoken understanding evident. This scene unfolded somewhere in the stands.
In the eyes of flaming Rose Sophia, an even more intense and challenging flame ignited. Interesting, this is really interesting.
She licked her sexy red lips and said to the team members beside her, "Go and pass on a message to me. I'd like to have a private sparring session with this handsome guy, Lu Chen."
Her interest in Lu Chen grew stronger and stronger.
Lu Chen and Song Qingshuo were unaware that a new storm was about to erupt because of this victory. The journey in the doubles competition has only just begun.
Chapter 72 Midnight Sparring? The Temptation of the Fiery Rose. Sophia's invitation to spar was delivered to Lu Chen through official channels. The location was set for midnight, at a relatively secluded, closed training ground.
"Don't go," Song Qingshuo blurted out instinctively upon seeing the invitation, her face filled with worry.
"That's Sophia, she has ill intentions." Lu Chen put down the invitation, his eyes calm, perfect timing.
"I also want to gauge the abilities of other top players.
This is an opportunity. Especially someone like Sophia, who has a complex background and is well informed." But Song Qingshuo wanted to say something more.
"Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Lu Chen interrupted her.
"It's just a friendly spar." Song Qingshuo could not change his decision. But the feeling of unease in my heart only intensified. Midnight. Lu Chen arrived at the training ground on time. Sophia was already waiting there.
She changed into a tight-fitting red fighting outfit that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her chestnut brown hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and her face was filled with an excited and eager smile.
"I thought you wouldn't dare come."
She flexed her wrists and ankles, staring intently at Lu Chen.
"Let's begin." Lu Chen didn't waste any words and walked directly to the center of the field. Tisk, so cold.
Sophia pursed her lips, but her eyes became even more serious.
The next second, she moved. Extremely fast. Like a burning flame, it instantly closed in on Lu Chen.
A high roundhouse kick, accompanied by the sound of air being cut, swept straight at Lu Chen's head.
A combination of power and speed. Lu Chen raised his hand to block. Bang! A considerable force came from my arm. This woman is stronger than I expected. Sophia's first attack missed, and her offensive unfolded like a storm. Fists, feet, elbows, knees.
Her fighting skills blend multiple styles, are ruthless and cunning, and possess a wild beauty.
Sometimes it pounces like a cheetah, sometimes it flicks its tongue like a venomous snake. Moreover, her special ability is fire control.
Although she doesn't directly spew flames, her attacks are all scorching hot, and her fists create heat waves as they cut through the air.
If you're not careful, you could get burned. What's wrong? Is this all the first place in the qualifiers can do?
Sophia attacked while verbally provoking him. Lu Chen remained calm and composed, mainly relying on dodging and blocking, while carefully observing her fighting style and energy usage. He discovered that while Sophia's attacks were fierce, they also consumed a great deal of energy.
Moreover, she seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally showing off certain skills, as if, showing off?
After several rounds, Sophia's breathing became slightly rapid, and sweat appeared on her forehead. She discovered that Lu Chen was like a sponge, steadily catching all her attacks, his depths unfathomable. "I'm not playing anymore," she shouted, taking a few steps back. With his hands clasped together, a surge of intense energy began to gather.
"Try this on me."
A compressed, crimson fireball took shape in her palm, radiating terrifying heat.
She suddenly launched the fireball. The fireball shot towards Lu Chen like a cannonball. The speed is astonishing. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he no longer held back. Eagle Eye locks onto the fireball's trajectory. Battle intuition, predict the landing point. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. The Dawn Dagger was instantly covered with a layer of condensed spiritual energy, and it stabbed towards the fireball. Break through the surface with a single point. Puff! The dagger struck precisely at the heart of the fireball. The two energies collided violently. Boom! The fireball exploded prematurely, turning into a sky full of sparks. A wave of heat hits. Lu Chen's figure pierced through the Martian, the tip of his dagger stopping just before Sophia's pale throat. The difference is minuscule. Sophia froze. She could feel the chilling killing intent emanating from the dagger. She lost. They lost decisively. She looked at Lu Chen, who was so close to her, and saw his calm and deep eyes. Instead of being discouraged, they became even more interested. "You win." She admitted it readily, even leaning forward to bring the dagger closer to her throat. "Impressive." Lu Chen sheathed his dagger and took a step back. "I appreciate your concession." Sophia rubbed her neck, as if she hadn't been the one who had just been frightened. She walked up to Lu Chen and nudged him with her elbow without any hesitation, her tone filled with curiosity. "Hey, how did you spot the weakness of my fireball just now? Teach me." The faint scent of sweat mixed with perfume wafted into Lu Chen's nose. Lu Chen frowned slightly and increased the distance between them. "Intuition. TCH, you stingy little thing." Sophia pouted, then put on a charming smile. "But, the more you're like this, the more I like it." She leaned closer to Lu Chen, lowered her voice, and breathed into his ear. "Seriously, how about teaming up with me? A powerful combination, and we'll sweep the main tournament." Not interested, Lu Chen refused again. "Don't be so quick to refuse," Sophia said, unperturbed. "I know you've messed with shadows. Those guys are like vipers, impossible to guard against." Lu Chen's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at her. Sophia smiled smugly. "Looks like I was right. I have some inside information about them, like, they might have infiltrated the ARC's referee team." This news made Lu Chen's eyes narrow. "The referee team? If that's true, then we're in big trouble." "Anything else?" he asked. "Want to know more?" Sophia winked mischievously. "Then agree to team up with me, or buy me a drink?" She looked at Lu Chen with seductive eyes. Lu Chen was silent for a moment before asking, "The source of the information?" "Don't worry about that, Blazing Rose has its own channels." Sophia waved her hand. "So? Is the deal done?" Lu Chen looked at her, knowing it would be difficult to extract more core information from her. However, the possibility of the referee team being infiltrated must be guarded against. "I'll keep an eye on it," he gave a vague response. Sophia didn't seem to expect to succeed on the first try, and laughed. "Okay, no rush. The competition is still long anyway." As she spoke, she forcefully shoved a slip of paper with a contact number written on it into Lu Chen's hand. "If you figured things out, or if you miss me, feel free to contact me anytime." After saying that, she blew Lu Chen a kiss, turned around, and swayed her hips as she left the training ground. Her silhouette was alluring. Lu Chen looked at the note in his hand, crumpled it into a ball, and used his mental power to pulverize it into powder. "The information is valuable, but this woman is too troublesome." He turned and left. But they didn't notice what was happening in the shadows far away from the training field. Song Qingxue stood there, pale-faced, watching his departing figure, then glancing in the direction where Sophia had disappeared. His fingers gripped the hem of his clothes tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. She couldn't resist in the end and secretly followed them. We witnessed the intense exchange between the two, as well as Sophia's final intimate gesture and the act of slipping her a note. Although she couldn't hear what was being said, the ambiguous gesture was enough to make her feel extremely unsettled. Lu Chen, has he really fallen for that passionate woman? An indescribable sense of sorrow and panic overwhelmed her. She turned away, dejected, and left silently. His silhouette was lonely and forlorn. The exchange of skills seemed to end peacefully. But unintentionally, it stirred up an even bigger wave. Cracks in trust often begin with small acts of suspicion. Chapter 73: Jealousy Brewing? Lily's vicious scheme. Song Qingxue returned to her residence, dejected and distraught.
Scenes from the training field kept replaying in my mind.
The figures of Lu Chen and Sophia engaged in a fierce confrontation.
Sophia leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and whispered intimately.
And that last action of slipping the note.
Every image was like a thorn, piercing her heart.
They were just sparring. Lu Chen was very cold towards her.
She tried to convince herself, but jealousy and unease grew wildly like vines. That Sophia, so beautiful, so passionate, and so capable.
Will Lu Chen really not be tempted? She was so upset that she didn't even eat dinner and locked herself in her room.
Just then, her private communicator suddenly received an anonymous, encrypted message.
The sender is unknown. The content is an audio file with the title Lu Chen and Sophia's private conversation. Song Qingxue's heart sank.
My fingers trembled as I pressed play.
First came a burst of ambient noise, seemingly from the training ground.
Then, Sophia's highly recognizable, seductive voice rang out, slightly muffled, but still audible.
The more you act like this, the more I like it. How about teaming up with me? A powerful combination.
I know you've messed with Shadow, I have some inside information.
Want to know more? Then agree to team up with me, or buy me a drink? Then came Lu Chen's low and brief reply. Source of the information? I'll keep an eye on it. The audio abruptly ends here. Through careful editing and blurring, the context of Lu Chen's cold rejection and questioning of information was completely obscured.
It sounded as if Lu Chen had tacitly approved of Sophia's closeness and had become interested in the deal she proposed. Especially after the ambiguous invitation to buy me a drink, Lu Chen's "I'll keep an eye out" was made all the more ambiguous and suggestive in the editing.
Help! Doesn't Qingxue realize something's wrong? If Lu Chen really had feelings for Sophia, how could he only say these two sentences? He hasn't even given a clear response.
I'm so anxious I want to travel through the book and deliver the message.
Boom! Song Qingxue's mind went completely blank. His face turned deathly pale instantly. The last glimmer of hope was utterly shattered.
It turns out, they really were, in private.
No wonder Lu Chen wanted to spar with him.
It turns out it was all for a deal with Sophia.
Then what am I? What does all the companionship and effort I've put in count for?
Overwhelmed by feelings of immense injustice, sadness, and betrayal, she was overwhelmed by them.
Tears welled up uncontrollably.
She bit her lip hard, trying not to cry out. My heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and the pain was so intense that I couldn't breathe.
The next day, doubles training. Lu Chen clearly sensed that something was wrong with Song Qingxue.
Her face was pale, her eyes were darting around, and she seemed completely distracted.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Chen asked, frowning. No. No.
Song Qingxue lowered her head, her voice hoarse.
Training begins. It requires two people to be mentally linked and work together to complete a complex obstacle course. However, Song Qingxue's mental strength became extremely unstable. Sometimes they become scattered and unable to concentrate.
Its occasional restlessness nearly interfered with Lu Chen's perception. The connection failed repeatedly.
Concentrate. Lu Chen reminded him sternly. Who understands? Lu Chen's words make sense, but Qingxue is full of grievances right now, so it sounds like, don't hold me back.
This kind of straight man concern can really drive you crazy. His seriousness sounded like a reprimand and impatience to Song Qingxue. She felt even more upset and her emotions fluctuated more. After yet another failed connection, Song Qingxue's mental energy even showed signs of backlash, making her dizzy and almost causing her to fall.
That's enough. Lu Chen interrupted the training and helped her up. You're acting very strange today. What's wrong?
His touch made Song Qingxue flinch away from his hand like a startled rabbit.
I'm fine. It's none of your business. Her reaction was so intense that Lu Chen stood there stunned.
He frowned as he looked at Song Qingxue's red eyes and her stubborn yet vulnerable expression.
I have absolutely no idea what happened. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea.
He tried to ask again, but Song Qingxue had already turned around, run back to her room, and slammed the door shut. Training could not continue. Standing in the empty training ground, Lu Chen felt for the first time that things were a bit tricky.
These non-combat related problems were even more perplexing to him than dealing with powerful enemies. And at this moment, in a dark corner of the lower level of the arc, Lily watched the two parting on bad terms on the monitor, a twisted and gleeful smile on her face. In one corner of the screen, the anonymous, encrypted message that had already been sent was displayed. He. The seeds of suspicion have already been sown. She muttered to herself, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Cry, make a scene, let the misunderstanding deepen. My opportunity will come when you completely break ties. Lu Chen, I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation and fear you have inflicted upon me. Start by taking away the people you care about. This is terrifying to think about. What if Lily does something even more ruthless next? Like faking a picture of Lu Chen and Sophia in the same frame? Qingxue is so stubborn now, she's really going to be tricked. She turned off the monitor and began planning her next move. How to deliver a fatal blow to Song Qingxue when she is at her most vulnerable. Cracks have formed. Trust is crumbling. But the sinister plot hidden in the shadows has only just begun to take shape. Chapter 74, Round of 16? A Formidable Foe's Attack. My new book, 2,000 Years of Mortgages in the Immortal Realm, has been signed. Readers are welcome to read it. The doubles competition was temporarily suspended due to Song Qingxue's poor performance. The round of 16 in the individual competition arrived as scheduled. The atmosphere was unusually tense. None of those who have made it this far are weak. Lu Chen's opponent is Yagyu Tsuken, a swordsmanship genius from Japan. This man was dressed in traditional samurai attire, with a slender build, but his eyes were like unsheathed blades, cold and piercing. He held an ancient katana in his arms, which was not yet drawn, but its sharp sword intent already permeated the air. In the preliminary rounds, he defeated many skilled opponents with his elusive phantom sword technique, and never suffered a complete defeat under his sword. He seemed to harbor great hostility towards Lu Chen. When the draw results came out, his gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with undisguised murderous intent. Lu Chen, he said, speaking haltingly in broken Chinese, I will use your blood to pay tribute to my blade. Help! This Yagyu Tsuken is too arrogant. He just appeared and he's already spouting such tough stuff. Is he really that strong or just showing off? I have a feeling he has someone backing him up, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so blatant. An uproar erupted in the stands. The atmosphere is thick with tension. Song Qingxue sat in the audience, watching the two facing off on the stage, her feelings complicated. She was still heartbroken over the audio incident, but seeing Yagyu Tsuken's naked killing intent, she couldn't help but worry about Lu Chen. This conflicting feeling made her restless. Nighthawk sat down beside her and whispered, Yagyu Tsuken's sword is very fast, and his aura is a bit strange, be careful. Lu Chen nodded slightly, looking calmly at Yagyu Tsuken. Energy scan activated. The energy flow within the opponent's body was exceptionally sharp, all concentrated on the knife in his hand. Man is sword, sword is man. He's a formidable rival. The match begins. The referee had barely finished speaking. Yagyu Tsuken has moved. There were no shouts, no warnings. His body seemed to turn into a wisp of green smoke and vanished from the spot in an instant. Wow, so fast. Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly as his eagle eye instantly caught a very subtle afterimage cutting into his left side at an eerie angle. Clang! The sound of the katana being drawn was like a dragon's roar. A cold, sharp light, like a venomous snake's tongue, silently pierced towards Lu Chen's ribs. The angle was tricky, and the speed was astonishing. Lu Chen reacted extremely quickly, twisting his waist to the side and parrying with his dagger. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. A sharp force traveled along the dagger, causing his arm to go slightly numb. Lu Shang's sword strike missed, and with a swift motion, the blade changed from a thrust to a slice, aiming for Lu Chen's throat. The transitions are smooth and seamless. Lu Chen leaned back to avoid the blade, which grazed his nose. The chilling killing intent sent shivers down my spine. Yagyu Tsuken's swordsmanship is indeed bizarre and ruthless. Moreover, his movements were like a ghost, his steps were unpredictable, and combined with his sword techniques, it was difficult for people to catch his true form. For a moment, only streaks of blue afterimages and icy blade light, like moonlight, enveloped Lu Chen on the arena.
Lu Chen found himself in a truly passive defensive position for the first time since the start of the season. With the dynamic vision of Eagle Eye and the early warning of Combat Intuition, he repeatedly and narrowly avoided or parried fatal attacks. But it looked like it was in grave danger and was completely suppressed.
Yagyu Tsuken is too strong. Lu Chen is completely restrained. He can't keep up at all.
There was a lot of discussion in the stands.
Who understands?
Even though I know Lu Chen's protagonist aura is guaranteed, I still couldn't help but grip my phone tightly when I saw him forced to defend himself by the swordlight.
Xingxue must be crying anxiously in the audience. When will this misunderstanding be cleared up?
Song Xingxue was so nervous that her palms were sweaty and her nails dug deep into her flesh. In the VIP section, Sophia also put away her nonchalant expression and watched the game attentively. Shadow Assassin lurked in the shadows, a cold smile playing on his lips beneath his mask.
Yagyu Ichiken is one of the organization's carefully cultivated sharp blades.
It was specifically trained to counter Lu Chen's type of personality, who relies on intuition and reflexes. His phantom sword technique incorporates mental interference and can create visual illusions.
Victory is only a matter of time. On the arena, Yagyu Tsuki's attacks became increasingly fierce.
His sword flashes grew faster and faster, leaving more and more afterimages, as if several Yagyuisen were attacking at the same time.
The visual interference is working.
The information captured by Lu Chen's eagle eye began to become chaotic, and the warnings from his combat intuition also became unclear.
Sizzle!
A flash of light swept past, and Lu Chen's combat uniform was ripped open on his shoulder, blood seeping out.
He's injured. Lu Chen!
Song Xingxue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her heart clenching. A hint of smugness and cruelty flashed in Yagyu Tsuken's eyes.
It's over. He let out a low roar, and all the afterimages suddenly merged into one.
Man and blade became one, transforming into an extremely dazzling blue stream of light, carrying an indomitable momentum, piercing straight into Lu Chen's heart.
This is his ultimate move flash. The speed surpassed previous limits. It looked like Lu Chen was about to be stabbed through the heart. Holy crap! That was fast. Lu Chen, don't take it head on. Take a step back. My eyes can barely keep up. Is he really going to fall here? Wait, why is he taking a step forward instead? Has he gone mad? At this critical moment,
Lu Chen, who had been on the defensive, suddenly had an amazing glint in his eyes.
Pressure. Extreme pressure.
Instead, it stimulated the explosion of his potential.
In a life or death moment, Eagle Eye and combat intuition resonated and merged in a wondrous way. In his vision, Yagyu Tsuki's lightning-fast movements seemed to have been slowed down a bit.
The seemingly flawless flash clearly revealed the trajectory of its energy flow and a tiny, unstable fluctuation point at the core of the sword move, caused by the extreme condensation of power right before his eyes.
That's it. Lu Chen made a move. He didn't back down, he didn't dodge.
Instead, he stepped forward to meet the deadly sword strike.
The Dawn Dagger struck first, hitting the core fluctuation point of the blue light with unparalleled precision.
Use skill to overcome force, and use a specific point to break through the overall situation.
Bite.
A clear and melodious sound, like the sound of jade chimes striking each other, rang out.
Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Yagyu Isen's determined strike came to an abrupt halt less than an inch from Lu Chen's chest.
The tip of the katana was precisely stopped by the tip of Lu Chen's dagger.
All power and momentum crumbled under this one point. The smugness and cruelty on Yagyu Tsuken's face froze instantly, turning into extreme horror and disbelief. Impossible. Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold, and he flicked his wrist. An explosion of hidden power. Click. The katana in Yagyu Tsuken's hand shattered inch by inch from the point where it was struck. Shards flew everywhere.
At the same time, Lu Chen kicked out, hitting Lu Shengyijian squarely in the abdomen.
Bang!
Lu Sheng's sword flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the edge of the arena and spitting out a mouthful of blood.
The outcome is decided. The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by this incredible reversal. Sold out instantly. Another instant sell out. However, Lu Chen instantly killed Yagyu Ichiken. The transformation from being completely outmatched to winning with a single blow was too fast and too shocking.
Lu Chen slowly sheathed his sword, looking at Yagyu Ichiken struggling to get up, and said calmly,
"Fancy and gaudy.
Upon hearing this, Yaguatsuken was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. He stared intently at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with resentment and a hint of fear.
You better not be so smug,"
he said hoarsely. "Lord Shadow Assassin will not let you get away with this."
Shadow Assassin. It really was him. Was Yagyu a pawn sent by Shadow Assassin? Was Lily's previous trouble also instigated by Shadow Assassin? The mastermind has finally been exposed. Lu Chen will be facing the entire organization next, right? Shadow Killer. The name struck Lu Chen like a thunderclap. It really was him. Yaguatsuken was indeed sent by Shadow.
Lu Chen's eyes instantly sharpened, filled with murderous intent.
He walked step by step toward Yaguatsuken, wanting to get to the bottom of things. But after saying those words, Yaguatsuken's head lolled to the side and he fainted. The ARC's medical team quickly took to the field. Lu Chen clenched his fist as he watched Yaguatsuken being carried away. Shadow kill.
We'll see each other again soon. He looked up, his gaze sweeping across the audience, and saw Song Qingshue's face, filled with worry and lingering fear. Although the misunderstanding had not yet been cleared up, at this moment, he clearly felt her concern.
He nodded slightly in her direction. He indicated that he was all right. Wah, that nod was so sweet. Lu Chen clearly saw that Qingxue was worried. Couldn't he have made a more expression or said something more? Was it so hard to just say, "I'm fine, don't worry"? It's driving me crazy for those of us who want to ship them. Seeing that he was safe and sound, Song Qingshue's tense nerves finally relaxed, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. It was a mix of relief and grievance. The joy of defeating a powerful enemy is intertwined with emotional estrangement.
This victory was shrouded in a complex atmosphere.
We've advanced to the quarterfinals. But the fog ahead seems to have grown even thicker. Chapter 75: The Truth Revealed? The crack repaired. The victory in the round of 16 did not bring Lu Chen much joy. Song Qingshue's unusual behavior was like a thorn stuck in his heart. He didn't understand those complicated emotions, but he could sense that there was a problem between the two of them. This problem must be solved. He found Nighthawk and explained the situation directly. Qingsue has been acting very strangely lately. She can't concentrate on training and her emotions are fluctuating a lot. I suspect someone is up to something. Nighthawk nodded gravely. I noticed it too. She's been in low spirits since yesterday. Leave it to me, I'll investigate. As a top tactical expert and intelligence analyst, Nighthawk is extremely efficient. She retrieved all recent surveillance footage of possible contact with Song Qingsue and analyzed the communication data streams. Soon, a suspicious anonymous encrypted information source was identified. Although the other party had put up layers of disguise, the Nighthawk's professional methods still managed to peel back the layers and find the source characteristics. It closely matches the encryption method Lily used before. Next, Nighthawk simulated and recreated the edited audio content. When the complete, unedited dialogue was revealed, the truth came out. Nighthawk is amazing. Professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. Lily's encryption methods are completely exposed in front of her. It would have been better to ask Nighthawk to investigate earlier. If Lu Chen had kept his own mind to figure it out, he might have had a cold war with Qingsue until the quarterfinals. After listening to the complete audio, Lu Chen's face instantly darkened. It really was her. Lily. Using such despicable means to drive a wedge between him and Song Qingsue. That bitch. Even the usually calm Nighthawk couldn't help but curse. Give me the evidence. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as ice. After obtaining the evidence, Lu Chen went directly to Song Qingshue's room. He knocked on the door. There was no response. But Lu Chen could sense that Song Qingsue was inside. Qingsue, open the door. I have something to tell you. His tone left no room for refusal. Inside the room, Song Qingsue was curled up by the bed, her eyes red and swollen. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, she trembled and buried her head even deeper. I'm tired, I want to rest. Her voice was nasal. Don't you want to know the truth about Sophia and that audio recording? Lu Chen said calmly through the door. Help! Lu Chen finally got it. He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. If it were before, he would probably still be stubbornly saying at the door, "Come out and let's talk." Qingsue, stop hiding and open the door. Just listen to a couple more sentences and you'll understand the whole truth.
Song Qingxue, who was inside the door, suddenly raised her head.
The audio, he found out?
Her mind was in turmoil.
After hesitating for a few seconds, she got up and opened the door.
Seeing Lu Chen standing outside the door, she immediately lowered her head, not wanting him to see her disheveled appearance.
Lu Chen entered the room and closed the door.
He didn't beat around the bush. He took out his communicator and played the complete audio that Nighthawk had reproduced.
From Sophia's teasing to Lu Chen's cold rejection and persistent questioning for information, every word was identical.
As Song Qingxue listened to the complete conversation, her eyes slowly widened. The color drained from her face little by little, then slowly returned.
So that's how it is.
What I heard was actually a carefully edited version. Lu Chen had no interest in Sophia at all. He went to spar with her to gather intelligence.
I
actually suspected him and started giving him the cold shoulder because of a fake audio recording.
A wave of immense shame and regret washed over me.
Tears welled up again, uncontrollably. But this time, it was because of self-blame.
Who can understand Qingxue's feelings right now? 1 second she was feeling wronged, why did you lie to me, and the next second she realized she had misunderstood the person. The embarrassment and self-blame made her want to crawl into a hole. Lily is so mean, she deliberately chose the most ambiguous scenes to edit in.
Who wouldn't misunderstand in that situation?
I'm sorry.
She choked, her voice barely audible. I shouldn't have disbelieved you, She cried so hard she couldn't speak, her shoulders trembling slightly. Looking at Song Qingxue, who was crying her eyes out and looking full of regret, Lu Chen's displeasure dissipated.
He wasn't good at comforting people, so he just sighed. It's not your fault. Lily is too cunning.
He reached out and patted Song Qingxue's shoulder somewhat awkwardly.
If anything happens in the future, just ask me directly. Don't overthink it.
Lu Chen's attempt at comforting her was so clumsy. The pat on the shoulder looked like he was patting a board, but that "it's not your fault" really touched my heart.
Anyone else would have complained, why didn't you ask sooner?
He just shifted the blame to Lily, proving he's clumsy with words but kind-hearted. This clumsy attempt at comforting her only made Song Qingxue cry even harder. But this time, it was a cry of relief. All the grievances, suspicions, and anxieties vanished in that moment. She mustered her courage, raised her head, and looked at Lu Chen with teary eyes.
Can I really trust you? No matter what happens.
This was her deepest desire and her greatest fear.
Lu Chen looked into her eyes, those clear eyes filled with expectation and vulnerability.
He nodded, his tone firm.
A single word carries immense weight. Song Qingxue stopped crying and started laughing.
Although tears still clung to her face, her smile was incredibly radiant and serene. Once the knot in my heart was untied, the suppressed emotions surged forth like a floodgate being opened. Amidst this extreme emotional fluctuation, the faint spiritual energy around her began to surge wildly and spontaneously. A completely new realization suddenly flooded into her mind. She subconsciously released this energy, sweeping it over Lu Chen.
Moment.
She could clearly sense Lu Chen's emotions at that moment.
Calm, tolerant, and with a hint of barely perceptible helplessness and concern?
Although it was blurry, I definitely felt it.
Is this emotional perception?
After experiencing great ups and downs, her mental strength unexpectedly broke through a small bottleneck and comprehended a relatively rare ability among support-type abilities: weak emotional perception.
Holy crap!
This is a blessing in disguise.
Qingxue awakened a new ability while crying? Emotional perception is amazing.
From now on, if anyone tries to sow discord, she can directly read Lu Chen's thoughts and will never be fooled by Lily's little tricks again. This ability came at the perfect time.
I think. Song Qingxue was surprised by this new ability and was somewhat incoherent. Lu Chen also noticed the subtle changes in her mental energy, which seemed to have become more acute and targeted. What's wrong? No. Nothing.
Song Qingxue quickly shook her head, her face still streaked with tears, yet she smiled like a child.
It's just, I suddenly feel so happy. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. Trust has been rebuilt, even stronger than before.
Moreover, he turned misfortune into a blessing, as his abilities were enhanced. Song Qingxue felt that today was the happiest day she had had since arriving at the Ark. Lily, she remembered the culprit, and her face tightened again.
Leave it to me. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold.
This time, I won't let her escape again. He used a counter strategy and already had a preliminary plan.
Song Qingshua's cooperation is needed. After hearing Lu Chen's plan, Song Qingxue nodded vigorously. Okay. I'll definitely cooperate this time. A resolute light shone in her eyes. This time, she will fight alongside Lu Chen and personally expose that venomous snake. Finally, it's time to deal with Lily. She was so lively in the first 2 chapters, but now that Qingxue and Lu Chen are on the same side, and she even has a new ability buff, this trap will definitely catch her completely, right? But I hope she doesn't try to be clever and escape again. This time, I have to crush her. The crack has been repaired. Comrades who fought side by side are united once again. A counterattack trap targeting Lily is about to be set. The venomous snake lurking in the shadows is unaware that it has become its prey. Chapter 76, Taking Advantage of the Situation? Lure the snake out of its hole. Starting tomorrow, updates will be posted daily at 8 a.m., 12:30 p.m., and 7:30 p.m., with 1 chapter updated each time. Readers can simply follow along on time. The plan was simple, yet very effective. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue began to perform in front of others. The next day, at the restaurant, the two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was noticeably stiff. Lu Chen ate his food expressionlessly. Song Qingxue kept her head down, poking at the food on her plate with her fork, seemingly unaware of the taste. Occasionally, when Lu Chen spoke to her, she would only give perfunctory immoral responses, her eyes darting away. Anyone who saw it would think that the two of them were having a falling out. It seems the misunderstanding from yesterday hasn't been cleared up yet. TSK, it must be about Lu Chen and that Sophia. Song Qingxue looked so sad. The whispers around them reached their ears at just the right moment. This is exactly the effect they need. Help! These two are acting so convincingly. When Qingxue poked the plate, I almost believed she was still angry. But the gossip around them came at just the right time, giving Lily's informant a message. I'm just afraid they'll overact and it'll be awkward if someone actually tries to break up the fight. Sure enough, this scene was quickly reported by Lily's informants. Lily, hiding in her hiding place, watched the surveillance footage with a smug grin on her face. Let them argue, let them fight, the cracks have already formed, all it takes is one last gentle push. She was like the most patient viper, waiting for the perfect moment. In the afternoon, Lu Chen went to the training ground alone for individual training. This is the time in Lily's plan when Song Qingxue is most likely to be alone. Sure enough, not long after, Song Qingxue, who was in low spirits, also left her residence and walked aimlessly toward the relatively secluded viewing platform. The area is sparsely populated, making it an ideal place to strike. Lily was overjoyed. The opportunity has arrived. She acted immediately, taking advantage of the blind spots and passages she had already identified in the surveillance system, and quietly followed them. The sea breeze was strong on the viewing platform. Song Qingxue leaned against the railing alone, gazing at the simulated sea view in the distance, her back view appearing lonely and desolate. Lily slowly emerged from the shadows, a fake smile of concern on her face. Qingxue, are you standing here alone in the wind? Are you in a bad mood? Song Qingxue turned around as if startled, and when she saw it was Lily, her face showed vigilance and a hint of disgust. It's you? What are you doing here? Don't be so cold. Lily took a few steps closer, her tone sympathetic. I heard that you and Lu Chen seem to have a falling out, so I came here specifically to check on you. I don't need your fake kindness. Song Qingxue turned her head away, her tone stiff, but her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she was trying to hold back tears. This appearance further convinced Lily that she was deeply caught in an emotional vortex. Sigh, men are all the same, Lily sighed, adding fuel to the fire. Especially someone as outstanding as Lu Chen, he's always surrounded by ladies' man. That's Sophia, she's clearly no good. As she spoke, she subtly released faint mental fluctuations, attempting to amplify the negative emotions in Song Qingxue's heart. At the same time, he quietly approached, his right hand hidden behind his back, gripping a powerful anesthetic needle. With just a gentle touch, Song Qingxue would lose the ability to resist. Then, she can hold onto this bargaining chip tightly and properly repay Lu Chen. Holy crap! She's even pulled out the tranquilizer dart. Lily, you're really daring. Qingxue, stop acting and do it already. If she gets any closer, it'll be too late. Thankfully Qingxue has emotional perception, otherwise she would have really been hit. Just as her finger was about to press the button to fire the anesthetic needle. With her back to Song Qingxue, a cold glint flashed in her eyes.
Through her newly acquired understanding of emotional perception, she clearly saw the intense malice emanating from Lily and the excitement of her impending attack.
Now, Song Qingxue suddenly turned around. Instead of running away, they actively went to meet Lily.
At the same time, she concentrated all her mental energy, no longer as a distraction, but as an invisible thorn, stabbing fiercely into Lily's brain.
Mental spike.
This is another little trick she learned during an emotional outburst.
Ah!
Lily was caught off guard, and her brain felt like it was being stabbed with needles. The concentrated mental energy instantly dissipated, and his movements froze for a moment.
It's this very moment. A dark figure leaped down from the observation platform like lightning. Lu Chen.
He didn't go to the training ground at all, he was lying in wait nearby. The dawn dagger, gleaming with a chilling light, aimed straight for Lily's right hand, which was holding the tranquilizer dagger.
Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Here it comes. Lu Chen has finally made his move. That speed is incredible. He was so well hidden, Lily didn't even notice.
That's exactly what should be done, just cripple her hand. Let's see how she tries to pull any tricks now.
Lily was utterly terrified, it was too late for her to retreat. Put.
The dagger pierced her wrist with pinpoint accuracy.
The anesthetic needle flew out of his hand.
The excruciating pain caused her to let out a piercing scream.
Lu Chen didn't stop, and kicked her in the lower abdomen.
Lily flew backward like a broken sack, crashing heavily to the ground, curling up in a ball, groaning in pain. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue stood side by side, looking at her coldly.
Lily, the game is over. Lu Chen's voice was as cold as ice.
Lily looked up, her face filled with pain, fear, and disbelief.
You did this on purpose? Otherwise what?
Song Qingxue stepped forward, her eyes icy.
Are you waiting for me, you venomous snake, to bite me again?
Lily's face was ashen. She knew she was completely finished.
Falling into Lu Chen's hands would be worse than death. Tell me, what other strongholds does Shadow have on the Ark? What is Shadow Killer's next plan?
Lu Chen crouched down, pressing a dagger against her throat. A flicker of struggle and fear flashed in Lily's eyes. The thought of the organization's torture sent chills down her spine.
But the consequences of betraying the organization are even worse.
I don't know, she said, trembling.
Lu Chen applied slight pressure with his dagger, and a trickle of blood flowed down Lily's neck. My patience is limited.
The threat of death broke Lily.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. She screamed.
Outposts. There are 3 more outposts in the B7 passage of the energy zone, below the sewage treatment plant, and in the ventilation duct of the referee's lounge. Lord Shadow Assassin, he planned to create chaos during the finals.
I don't know the specifics. I only know he mobilized all the infiltrators. She revealed the information intermittently. Lu Chen silently made a note of it. This is all extremely important information.
Just as he was about to press for more details, a sudden change has occurred. Lily's body suddenly began to convulse violently. His eyes bulged out instantly, becoming bloodshot. A strange hoarse sound came from her throat, and her face showed an expression of extreme pain. It felt like something exploded inside her.
Help, help.
She reached out her hand in vain, her eyes filled with despair and pleading.
But the next second,
black blood suddenly gushed from her 7 orifices. His body stiffened, and he fell completely silent.
Dead. I knew it. How could the Shadows not have a backup plan? The nanobombs are too ruthless.
She was silenced after just revealing some information. They were afraid she would say more. What a pity, I was so close to getting the details of Shadow Assassination's plan. Now the lead is gone again. The finals are definitely going to be even more dangerous.
Lu Chen and Song Qingxue's expressions changed. Lu Chen quickly checked.
It's either a nanoscale biobomb implanted within the body, or some kind of mental restriction that has been remotely activated.
The methods of Shadow are indeed ruthless and decisive. If any member falls into enemy hands and there is a risk of leaking secrets, they must be silenced immediately. The clues end here again. But at least, they removed Lily's venomous fang and obtained some crucial intelligence.
Lu Chen stood up, looking at Lily's corpse with icy eyes.
Shadow kill. You wait.
Song Qingxue walked to his side, looking at Lily's tragic death, feeling lingering fear, but even more so, resolute determination.
What do we do next? Lu Chen withdrew his gaze. Clean up the scene, and then, it's time to prepare for the final. Shadow's plan is on the day of the finals. So, on the day of the finals, let's settle things with them. The hunt is not over. It's just entered the final stage. Chapter 77: The Battle of the Four? A clash of arch rivals. Lily's body was secretly disposed of by ARC, and related intelligence was also delivered by Nighthawk to trusted high-ranking officials through clandestine channels. The turmoil has temporarily subsided. But the shadow of the final day hangs over us like the sword of Damocles. The ARC race has entered the intense final four battles. The atmosphere in the fighting arena was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. The stands were packed, and even the aisles were full of people. Those who made it to the semi-finals were all top-notch experts, geniuses among geniuses. Lu Chen's opponent today is Ivan Ivanovich, the polar bear from Russia. When Ivan stepped into the ring, the entire arena seemed to tremble. He was nearly 2.5 meters tall, with muscles bulging like granite, exuding explosive power. Just standing there, he exuded a sense of oppression like a prehistoric behemoth. In the qualifiers, he crushed all his opponents with pure, overwhelming power. His defense is even more abnormal. It is said that no one has ever been able to break through his physical defenses. He is the ultimate embodiment of pure strength and defense. Lu Chen versus Ivan, the ultimate showdown of skill and power. I'm rooting for Ivan. He's got the power to overcome any skill. No matter how fast Lu Chen's dagger is, it's useless if it can't break through the defense. There was much discussion in the stands, with most people favoring Ivan. After all, absolute power advantage is too obvious. Song Qingxue nervously clenched her hands, silently cheering for Lu Chen. In the VIP section, Sophia crossed her legs, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Finally, we'll see this kid go all out. Shadow Assassin remained hidden in the shadows, observing coldly. Ivan wasn't a member of the organization, but he was happy to see Lu Chen worn down, or even seriously injured. On the arena, Ivan looked down at Lu Chen and spoke in a deep, muffled voice, like muffled thunder. You are very strong. But strength is the foundation. He clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked. I will crush you. Lu Chen looked up at him, his expression calm. Energy scan, instant feedback. The energy within Ivan's body is as hot and powerful as molten lava, evenly distributed throughout his muscles and bones, forming a perfect defensive layer. It's definitely a tough nut to crack. The match begins. The referee had barely finished speaking. Ivan made a move. He didn't use any fancy footwork, it was just the simplest and most direct charge. Like a raging giant elephant, it crushed towards Lu Chen. With each step, the specially designed arena floor trembled slightly. His speed was completely disproportionate to his enormous size. He rushed in front of Lu Chen in an instant. A fist the size of a clay pot, accompanied by a deafening roar as it ripped through the air, slammed down on his head. Simple. Brutal. Effective. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he chose not to take the hit head-on. With a sway of his body, he drifted backward like a willow catkin. Boom! Ivan's fist slammed into empty air, sending up a shockwave. But he changed his move very quickly, and his other fist swept across like a heavy hammer, blocking Lu Chen's retreat. Lu Chen ducked and slid again, narrowly avoiding the attack. He attempted to attack Ivan's vulnerable points, such as his joints, with a dagger. But Ivan's combat instincts were amazing. He could always avoid vital points with the slightest movement. The dagger grazed his skin, leaving only a shallow white mark and making a metallic scraping sound. What terrifying defense! Lu Chen attempted to activate mental intimidation. But Ivan's spirit was as firm as a rock. He only wavered slightly before returning to normal. He grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Mental attack? Useless. The offensive became even more ferocious. His fists pounded like pile drivers. Lu Chen was forced to dodge constantly, appearing to be completely suppressed. As expected. I can't break through their defenses. Lu Chen is completely restrained. At this rate, we'll be worn down sooner or later. A collective sigh of regret rose from the stands. Song Qingxue's heart was in her throat. Ivan seemed to be getting a little impatient after failing to break through for a long time. He roared, his muscles swelled up again, and his skin gleamed with a faint metallic sheen. Polar bear, war trampling. He suddenly raised his right foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Boom! A terrifying shockwave, visible to the naked eye, spread violently outwards in a ring shape from him. It covered the entire arena.
This is an area of effect attack, it cannot be dodged.
Lu Chen's pupils contracted as he crossed his daggers in front of him, channeling his spiritual power throughout his body. Bang! The shockwave slammed into him. It's like being hit head-on by a speeding truck. He groaned and his body slid backward uncontrollably, the soles of his shoes scraping against the ground with a screeching sound and sparks. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He's injured. Lu Chen! Song Qingxue exclaimed in surprise.
Ivan, having gained the upper hand, pressed on relentlessly, like a raging locomotive, charging forward once more.
He wanted to finish the battle in one fell swoop.
Faced with this desperate situation, Lu Chen's eyes showed no fear, but instead burned with fierce fighting spirit.
A head-on clash? Let's go then. He took a deep breath and stopped dodging.
All the muscles in my body tensed up, and my bones made a faint popping sound.
Basic combat techniques, pushed to their limits.
Mental power is no longer used for attack or defense, but rather acts as a catalyst, completely merging with physical strength.
An unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from him. He pushed off the ground with both feet, advancing instead of retreating, and charged towards Ivan. Attack against attack. Is he insane? He wants to exchange punches with Ivan? This is suicide. Under everyone's incredulous gaze.
Two fists, one large and one small, collided violently in mid-air.
Thump! It was like two high-speed trains colliding head-on. The deafening roar was so muffled it made my eardrums ache. A terrifying shockwave exploded from the two of them, sweeping across the entire arena. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next moment, a massive figure staggered backward. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ring. It's Ivan. His face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. His right fist was a bloody mess, and his arm was trembling slightly. Lu Chen, on the other hand, only slid backward a few meters before coming to a steady stop. The fist was red and swollen, but the injury was clearly much less severe than Ivan's. Head-on clash. A clash of power. Lu Chen had actually gained the upper hand. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Impossible.
Ivan roared angrily, unable to accept this fact.
Lu Chen shook his numb fist, his eyes sharp.
In that attack just now, he perfectly fused his mental power with his physical strength, unleashing a power that surpassed the limits. This also allowed him to take his control over his own power to a new level.
It's time to end this. He whispered something and launched the attack. Speed skyrocketed. They appeared right in front of Ivan in an instant. Fists rained down like raindrops, each strike containing terrifying power and a mental shock.
Ivan frantically tried to defend himself, but his right arm was injured, leaving a gap in his defense.
Bang 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 bang. The heavy pounding sound was like the beating of drums. Ivan was forced to retreat in defeat, completely unable to fight back.
His once proud defense began to crumble under Lu Chen's powerful attack, which incorporated his spiritual energy.
Finally, Lu Chen delivered a powerful sidekick, slamming it into Ivan's chest. Click. The sound of the sternum breaking was clearly audible.
Ivan's massive body crashed to the ground like a felled tree, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, but spat out a mouthful of blood and finally collapsed helplessly.
The outcome is decided. Lu Chen wins, advancing to the finals. After a brief moment of deathly silence, the fighting arena erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers. Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Lu Chen! Everyone was chanting his name. Overpower the strong with strength. Defeat the polar bear. This victory was truly remarkable.
Lu Chen stood in the center of the arena, slightly out of breath, feeling the power flowing through his body.
He has become stronger again.
His opponent in the final will be the winner of the other semi-final, Kyle Morgan, the Thunder King from the Morgan family.
That will surely be a fierce battle. But he was fearless.
His gaze swept across the stands and met Song Qingxue's joyful eyes.
He nodded slightly.
Then, looked towards a shadowy corner. It was as if they were staring at the shadow assassin hiding there.
The final day is almost here. It's time to settle our scores. Chapter 78. On the eve of the finals? Undercurrents surged to the ultimate level. The excitement of defeating Ivan quickly cooled.
The pressure of the finals loomed over us like a real mountain.
His opponent was Kyle Morgan, the Thunder King, widely recognized as the strongest fighter in the tournament.
Behind this lies a conspiracy by Shadow to launch an attack on the day of the finals. Lu Chen returned to his residence and immediately began physical recovery and mental adjustment. Although he won the head-on confrontation with Ivan, it was extremely taxing and he needs to return to his peak condition as soon as possible. He had barely entered meditation when an uninvited guest arrived. The visitor was a butler from the Morgan family, dressed impeccably and seemingly humble, but with a condescending and scrutinizing gaze. "Mr. Lu Chen, congratulations on advancing to the finals." The butler bowed slightly, his tone calm. "On behalf of the Morgan family, I extend my greetings to you."
"Speak your mind." Lu Chen opened his eyes, his gaze calm. The butler smiled and handed over an exquisite metal box.
Inside was an equity transfer agreement involving Interstellar Mining Company, which has a market value of tens of billions.
"This is just a small gift," the butler said enticingly. "As long as you perform appropriately in tomorrow's final match, making it look like a closely matched and exciting duel, but the final result, you should understand." A blatant bribe. Let Lu Chen throw the match to save face for Kyle Morgan and the Morgan family. The price is an astonishing fortune. "The Morgan family's friends will be your strongest support," the butler added, the threat in his words unmistakable. To be friends or enemies? Lu Chen didn't even glance at the agreement. "Take it back." His answer consisted of only 3 words, cold and resolute. The butler's smile froze on his face, and his eyes instantly darkened. "Mr. Lu, I hope you will reconsider."
"Young man, sometimes taking a step back can open up a whole new world."
"I'll walk my own path." Lu Chen stood up and gave the order to leave. "No need to see me out."
The butler gave Lu Chen a deep look, put away the metal box, and said in a cold tone, "I hope you won't regret your decision today." After saying that, he turned and left.
The threat has been sown. Lu Chen remained expressionless.
The pressure from the Morgan family was within his expectations. These behemoths value their reputation above all else.
But Lu Chen is not the kind of person who would bow down for a pittance.
His goal is to win the championship, to become stronger, and to clear away the shadow.
Anyone who stands in your way is an enemy.
Shortly after, the encrypted communicator rang. It was Song Shui. Her holographic projection appeared in the room, her expression grave.
"Little boy, have people from the Morgan family been looking for you?"
"They just left."
Lu Chen nodded. "Humph, I knew they'd pull this trick." Song Shui snorted coldly. "Ignore them.
The Morgan family is all bark and no bite, they're just relying on their ancestors' legacy." She paused, her tone becoming more serious.
"Let's get down to business.
I used some forbidden channels and found out something about Kyle Morgan."
Lu Chen listened intently.
"His lightning ability is very strong, but it's a bit abnormally strong."
Song Shui lowered her voice.
"We suspect that he may have used a forbidden artifact treasured by the Morgan family, the Eye of Thor. That thing is said to greatly amplify the power of lightning, but the cost of using it is enormous, and it can even erode the mind.
He might resort to desperate measures in tomorrow's final, and use this thing. Be very careful." Forbidden objects? Lu Chen noted this information down. This explains why Kyle Morgan's energy response was so bizarrely powerful. Also, regarding Shadow.
A hint of worry flashed across Song Shui's face. "We detected several hidden energy signals that are abnormally active inside the Ark, which are very likely the lurking agents mobilized by Shadow assassins. Security on the day of the finals has been raised to the highest level, but I'm worried they have some tricks up their sleeve that we don't know about."
"Your safety must be your top priority." Song Shui's concern was evident in her words.
"I know, sister." Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart.
"I'll be careful."
After ending the call, Lu Chen felt even heavier. A formidable enemy lies ahead, and a conspiracy lurks behind.
The finals are the eye of the storm. At the same time, in the darkest corner of the Ark, Shadow Killer looked at the several men and women in front of him, each with a cold aura and different attire.
They are the shadows planted deep within the Ark. They might be staff members, businessmen, or even low-level referees. Tomorrow will be the day of harvest.
Shadow Assassin's voice was as cold as ice.
Objective: create maximum chaos, seize access to the Ark core database amidst the confusion, and kill Lu Chen at all costs. Yes, the men whispered in response, their eyes flashing with fanaticism and cruelty.
For the glory of Shadow.
The shadows dispersed, leaving behind a palpable sense of murderous intent.
The entire arc appeared calm.
In reality, undercurrents are surging and murderous intent is lurking.
Countless eyes are focused on tomorrow's final. Night was falling.
Lu Chen stood alone by the window, gazing at the simulated starry sky outside. Within his body, the star crystal emitted a gentle energy, nourishing his spirit. The system interface floated silently, awaiting instructions.
The pressure is unprecedented.
But his eyes grew brighter and brighter, like the sharp edge of a quenched blade.
Fear? Retreat?
It does not exist.
Only by surpassing the limits can we break through all obstacles.
He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged.
Adjust your condition to its most perfect peak. Waiting. Dawn arrives. Waiting. The ultimate showdown. A storm is brewing.
The calmest hour is before the storm. It is also the most oppressive. But true strength lies in soaring through the storm.
Chapter 79: The Ultimate Showdown. The Dharma King vs. the God of War. Final day.
The atmosphere in the central arena of the Ark reached its peak. The stands were packed, and countless drones were even hovering in the air.
Holographic projection magnifies the arena image to the extreme, ensuring that every detail is clearly visible.
The host introduced the two contestants in the most enthusiastic voice.
Kyle Morgan was the first to appear.
He wore a white battle robe trimmed with gold, his short blonde hair was neatly styled, tiny arcs of electricity flickered in his azure eyes, and a reserved yet arrogant smile played on his lips. His appearance was met with a huge cheer from the stands, especially in the area where the Morgan family's influence was located.
The Dharma King! The Dharma King! The Dharma King!
The shouts were deafening. He basked in the adoration of the crowd, like a king surveying his domain.
Next, Lu Chen appeared.
He wore a simple black combat uniform, his expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. He also has many supporters, and his voice is overwhelming.
God of War! God of War! God of War!
The two faced off in the center of the ring. One is radiant and dazzling, the other is profound and reserved.
Their temperaments are completely different.
I'm surprised you got this far, Kyle said first, his tone carrying a condescending praise.
But this is where it ends.
The championship belongs to the Morgan family. Lu Chen simply looked at him indifferently, without giving any response.
This disregard caused a flash of anger in Kyle's eyes. The match begins. The referee had barely finished speaking. Kyle moved. He didn't even test the waters. His attack was a killing blow from the very beginning. Thunder prisoned thousands of thunders from heaven. He raised both hands high, palms facing the sky. Rumble. Dark clouds instantly filled the sky above the entire fighting arena, and lightning bolts danced wildly. Countless thick silver lightning bolts poured down like a torrential rain, covering the entire arena. Indiscriminate attack. Destructive power. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Eagle eye and combat intuition are pushed to their limits. His figure became a blur as he frantically dodged through the dense thunderstorm. Boom! 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 Lightning kept striking around him, blasting scorched craters into the specially made ground. Rock fragments flew everywhere, and lightning flashed. Danger lurked everywhere. From the very beginning, Lu Chen was completely overwhelmed and could only dodge in a sorry state. This is too powerful. This is not human power at all. Prince Kyle is invincible. Lu Chen can't even get close. A gasp rippled through the stands. Song Qingshue's heart clenched tightly, and her face turned pale. In the VIP section, members of the Morgan family looked smug.
Shadow Killer sneered from the shadows.
Lu Chen gritted his teeth, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. A brief respite from the thunderstorm. He moved. Pushing his speed to the limit, he charged towards Kyle like an arrow released from a bow. Foolish. Kyle scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Thunder Python Strangulation. A gigantic python formed from lightning appeared out of thin air, its lightning-filled maw snapping at Lu Chen. The speed is astonishing. Lu Chen thrust his dagger forward, colliding violently with the thunder python. Bang! An energy burst. Lu Chen was so shocked that his blood and chi surged, and he staggered back several steps. The lightning python had mostly dissipated, but Kyle casually replenished his energy. It's no use. In my lightning domain, I am a god. Kyle laughed wildly, his attacks becoming even more ferocious.
Lightning transformed into whips, swords, and giant nets, attacking Lu Chen from all directions. Lu Chen pushed his movement technique to its limit, wielding his dagger to create a screen of light as he struggled to defend himself. However, there is a significant difference in the level of their special abilities and their energy reserves.
Kyle's attacks seemed endless. Lu Chen's defensive perimeter was being continuously compressed. Sizzle!
A long, lightning-fast whip swept across, leaving another charred wound on Lu Chen's shoulder, dripping with blood.
Bang!
A ball of lightning exploded, and the shockwave sent him flying, landing heavily on the ground.
He got up again and again, only to be defeated time and time again.
His combat uniform was torn, he was covered in wounds, and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth. The scene was extremely tragic.
Admit defeat, Lu Chen. You can't win.
Kyle shouted from his superior position, his eyes cruel. In the stands, many spectators turned their heads away, unable to bear it.
Song Qingxue was in tears and almost rushed down.
Nighthawk held her down tightly.
Sophia's smile faded, and her brows furrowed. Lu Chen knelt on the ground, supporting his body with a dagger, panting heavily. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down. Is the gap too big? No. Absolutely not.
His eyes still burned with an indomitable flame. A system notification sounded urgently in his mind. Host detected to be in an extremely dangerous state.
High concentration of lightning energy stimulation detected. The energy of the star crystal is resonating unusually. Hidden energy channels are being activated.
A warm power suddenly surged from the star crystal in his chest and flowed to his limbs and bones.
His own energy, and the system's energy, began to undergo a strange fusion reaction. It's as if something that has been sleeping is about to awaken. Kyle lost patience when he saw that Lu Chen still refused to admit defeat. He decided to use his last resort to end the game completely. He slowly raised his right hand. On his index finger, an antique blue ring suddenly burst forth with blinding lightning. The gemstone set in the ring resembles an open eye of lightning. Forbidden artifact Thor's Eye. You've got reason to be proud that you forced me to use Thor's Eye. Kyle's face was contorted by the immense power, and his eyes were filled with madness. Take this. Thor, Judgment Spear. Boundless lightning power converged into his right hand, condensing into a lightning spear several meters long and as solid as a physical object. The spear, wreathed in a destructive aura, locked onto Lu Chen. This attack was far more powerful than any of the previous ones. Enough to raise the entire arena to the ground. Die! Kyle roared and hurled the Judgment Spear. The lightning spear transformed into a streak of light that tore through space, carrying the aura of death, and shot towards Lu Chen. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. Everyone held their breath. Song Qingxue let out a desperate scream. At this critical moment, Lu Chen suddenly raised his head. His eyes no longer held weariness and resilience, but instead burst forth with an unprecedentedly brilliant starlight. The star crystal on his chest shone brightly. Star power activated. Temporary enhancement. A vast, ancient, and majestic power, like a galaxy pouring in reverse, surged into his body. Buzz. Lu Chen was surrounded by dazzling blue starlight. The injury is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His aura surged like a rocket, instantly breaking through his previous limits. He slowly straightened up as he faced the destructive lightning spear. Then, facing the lightning spear that was hurtling through the air, he stretched out his right hand, which was covered in starlight. Broken. He uttered a single word softly. The next moment, a scene that everyone will never forget unfolded. The lightning spear, imbued with destructive power, struck Lu Chenxing's palm the instant. Like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, silently. It crumbled inch by inch, vanishing without a trace. The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Kyle's madness and smugness froze instantly, turning into utter shock and disbelief. No. Impossible. Lu Chen was bathed in starlight, like a star god descended to earth. He looked at Kyle with a cold gaze. Now, it's my turn. The ultimate plot twist is here. The championship battle has entered its final climax. Chapter 80, the champion is crowned. A new legend is born. Bathed in starlight, Lu Chen appeared like a war god descending upon the world. The entire fighting arena fell silent. Everyone was speechless, stunned by this miraculous reversal. Kyle Morgan's shock froze, turning into utter terror. His ultimate killing move, which made him famous, was actually crushed by his opponent's bare hands? How is this possible?
Monster, monster, he screamed, instinctively backing away.
But Lu Chen didn't give him any chance. A flash of starlight.
Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and Lu Chen's figure had already disappeared from the spot.
The next second, he appeared in front of Kyle as if he had teleported.
The fist, covered in starlight, seemed slow, yet contained the power to shatter mountains and split rocks, and gently imprinted itself on Kyle's lower abdomen.
Puff!
There was no earth-shattering noise. But Kyle's body arched like a boiled shrimp, his eyes bulged out, and what spewed from his mouth was no longer blood, but blood foam mixed with fragments of internal organs. He flew off the ground, arcing through the air like a rag doll, before crashing heavily into the energy barrier at the edge of the arena. She slid down softly and completely lost consciousness. The precious Thor's eye ring on his finger shattered into several pieces with a crack, its light dimming. Silence. A deathly silence. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the deafening cheers almost lifted the roof off the fighting arena. Lu Chen. Champion. God of War. Invincible. A new legend is born at this moment. The referee was stunned for several seconds before reacting and excitedly announcing. Match over. Winner, Lu Chen. The champion of this year's ARC Global New Generation competition is Lu Chen. Golden ribbons descended from the sky, and rousing music began to play. The spotlight shone on Lu Chen, who stood in the center of the arena. The starlight slowly subsided, returning to its normal state. But that invincible aura has been deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Overjoyed, Song Qingxue burst into tears and desperately tried to rush off the stands. This time, Nighthawk didn't stop him, and his eyes showed relief. Sophia whistled loudly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. In the VIP section, the Morgan family members, their faces ashen, stormed off. The shadow assassin in the shadows had a distorted face beneath his mask. The plan has completely failed. Lu Chen not only survived, but also won the championship with such overwhelming force. Activate Plan B. Create chaos at all costs. He growled into the communicator, his voice filled with madness. The podium slowly rose. A highly respected elder of the Arc Council personally presented Lu Chen with the championship trophy, a crystal monument symbolizing supreme glory. And as a reward, a Ruins Core exploration qualification token. Young man, you have made history. The elder smiled, his eyes full of admiration. Lu Chen accepted the trophy and token with a calm expression. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of the birth of the champion, a sudden change has occurred. Boom! 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 A violent explosion suddenly occurred in several corners of the fighting arena. Thick smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky. The crowd instantly panicked, screaming and running in all directions. Attack! Run! At the same time, several figures dressed in black and exuding a fierce aura leaped out from different directions, heading straight for the awards podium. Their target is Lu Chen. And the relic token in his possession. Protect the champion. The guards reacted immediately and stepped forward to intercept him. The scene was in complete chaos. You're asking for death. Nighthawk immediately shielded Song Qingxue, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. Lu Chen quickly put away the trophy and token, his eyes coldly fixed on the oncoming attackers. It really is Shadow. They still took action. Just as he was preparing to meet the enemy. Directly above the awards podium, the space began to distort without warning. Like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. A dark, unstable spatial rift, radiating chaotic suction, appeared out of thin air. Ominous electric sparks flickered at the edge of the crack, as if it connected to an unknown and terrifying place. What is that? A spatial rift? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Space technology is an absolutely forbidden area. How could Shadow possibly master it? The immense suction force generated by the crack was primarily aimed at Lu Chen on the awards podium. Lu Chen felt an irresistible force enveloping his entire body, dragging him into the endless darkness. He resisted with all his might, his feet firmly planted on the ground, and the starlight burst forth once again. But compared to the power of the entire spatial rift, it's still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His body was slowly pulled off the ground.
Lu Chen.
When Song Qingxue saw the scene, her heart almost stopped beating. She let out a piercing scream, broke free from Nighthawk, and rushed frantically toward the podium.
I don't care about anything else anymore. She couldn't just stand by and watch Lu Chen be devoured. Qingxue. Come back. Nighthawk exclaimed in alarm and hurriedly gave chase. But it was too late. Just as most of Lu Chen's body was sucked into the crack. With all her might, Song Qingxue leaped up and grabbed Lu Chen's hand tightly. Let go. Lu Chen roared urgently. No.
Song Qingxue's eyes were resolute, and she gripped even tighter. The suction force of the crack suddenly increased.
Whoosh.
Under the watchful eyes of countless terrified people, Lu Chen and Song Qingxue were completely swallowed up by the strange spatial rift.
The crack then rapidly contracted and disappeared.
It was as if it had never existed. All that remained was a scene of utter devastation and a deathly silent fighting arena. The champion, along with the girl who rushed onto the stage for him, disappeared. A grand celebration came to an abrupt end in the most bizarre and unpredictable way. A new legend was just born, but it was instantly dragged into an unknown fog. What kind of future awaits them? The sky above the ark was overcast with dark clouds. Chapter 81: Coexistence in Desperate Circumstances? A strange world. The dizziness from the spatial tearing had not completely subsided. A sudden, intense feeling of weightlessness gripped the two of them. It felt like being thrown into an endless washing machine, the world spinning around you. Lu Chen felt as if his body was being torn apart by a violent and chaotic flow of energy. He held Song Qingxue tightly in his arms. The power of the stars operated instinctively, forming a faint starlight shield on the body's surface. But this protective shield proved so fragile under the crushing force of the spatial passage. Like a candle flickering in the wind, its light dim and uncertain.
Hold on tight.
He roared amidst the howling energy storm.
Song Qingxue's face was pale, and the intense urge to vomit almost made her suffocate.
But she gritted her teeth, wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Chen's waist, and buried her head in his firm chest. The shrill screams of shattered spatial laws filled my ears. I don't know how much time passed, perhaps it was a moment, perhaps it was eternity.
A glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous repulsive force came. Boom!
The two were thrown out like catapults and slammed hard into the ground.
Lu Chen forcibly twisted his body in mid-air, making himself the cushion underneath. Bang!
A muffled thud. His back slammed heavily against the hard, rough ground. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Song Qingxue in his arms was also shaken by the force, causing her blood to surge, but fortunately Lu Chen was there to cushion the impact.
Lu Chen!
She hurriedly got up and saw the glaring red on Lu Chen's lips, her heart clenched instantly.
Fine.
Lu Chen tried to sit up, supporting himself on his arms, but this aggravated his internal injuries, causing him to cough violently. The power of the stars was almost completely exhausted. A tearing pain shot through my body. He exhausted too much of his strength in order to protect Song Qingxue inside the spatial passage.
He looked around. As far as the eye could see, there was an indescribable desolation and ruin. The sky was a distorted dark purple, devoid of sun, moon, and stars, with only occasional irregular streaks of light, like scars on the world. The earth was cracked, and there were bottomless ravines everywhere. In the distance, a massive, physics-defying rocky island floats suspended in the air. Broken architectural remains are scattered everywhere, ancient and peculiar in style, and have long been weathered beyond recognition. The air was filled with dust and a burning smell. The sparse energy particles were violent and chaotic, sometimes condensing into small energy storms that swept across the ground, leaving new marks. Where is this place? Song Qingxue's voice trembled slightly.
The scene before her was beyond her comprehension.
It's like a fragment left behind after the destruction of some world. A corner of exile.
Lu Chen took a breath and forced himself to stand up straight despite the excruciating pain. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, scanning his surroundings warily.
The system interface unfolded silently in his mind.
Warning: the host has been detected in a high-dimensional space fragment called Exile, an extremely dangerous environment with incomplete laws and disordered energy.
Host's physical condition is 37% damaged. Stellar power is excessively depleted.
It is recommended to find a safe place to rest immediately. He sensed it even without a system reminder. This world was extremely hostile to him. Those chaotic energy storms were filled with malice towards him and outsiders like Song Qingxue.
We must find a hiding place as soon as possible. We have to get out of here, the open area is too dangerous. Lu Chen took Song Qingxue's hand. Her hands were ice cold. Song Qingxue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Panic solves nothing.
She closed her eyes and tried to mobilize her not-so-strong mental energy.
Like an invisible net, it cautiously spreads outwards. Mental strength also seems to be affected here.
The range of perception is compressed to a very small size, and the feedback information is distorted and blurry.
But she did not give up. This is the only thing she can do right now. Time passed second by second.
Lu Chen stood in front of her, his gaze fixed intently on the surroundings. The stellar energy within him is recovering at an extremely slow pace, but it's too late to help someone in a difficult situation.
Whoosh! An invisible spatial rift appeared silently to the side and then vanished in an instant.
It took away a large amount of rock, turning it into dust.
Both of them broke out in a cold sweat. Danger lurks everywhere here. There!
Song Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes and pointed in one direction. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but her eyes held a hint of determination.
My mental energy senses a relatively stable energy reaction over there, like building ruins? Walk! Without hesitation, Lu Chen grabbed her and ran in that direction.
At this moment, he chose to trust her unconditionally. The journey was not smooth. The earth was cracked and ravines were crisscrossed. They need to constantly jump around, dodging energy turbulence and spatial traps that may appear at any time. Lu Chen's injuries were quite severe, and his movements were far less agile than usual. Several times, I was almost hit by the energy wind blades that suddenly rose up.
It was Song Qingxue's mental warning at the crucial moment that allowed him to narrowly escape. This short journey was filled with thrills and suspense.
Finally, after crossing a mountain range formed by broken metal and boulders, they arrived.
A dilapidated building came into view. It appeared to be an ancient temple.
Only a small portion remains intact, the majority has collapsed. The building material is a jet black stone, carved with strange patterns that have long since become indistinct.
It exudes a desolate and ancient aura.
Most importantly, there seems to be an extremely weak energy field around the remaining main body of the temple. It slightly isolated the violent and chaotic energy outside.
This is it. A look of joy flashed in Song Qingxue's eyes. The environment here is much better than outside. The two walked quickly through the dilapidated gate of the temple. The interior space was small and filled with dust and gravel.
Several huge stone pillars broke and fell to the ground. The only thing intact is an ancient statue in the center of the hall whose face is obscured. The statue is broken and only half of it remains. But one can still sense a calm and solemn atmosphere. It's as if they are silently guarding this last piece of pure land.
We're safe for now. Lu Chen's tense nerves relaxed slightly. This relaxation allowed the injuries and exhaustion that had been forcibly suppressed to surge forth like a tidal wave.
He swayed and fell to his knees on one knee.
Lu Chen! Song Qingxue exclaimed in surprise and quickly stepped forward to support him. It was scalding hot to the touch.
Lu Chen's face was as pale as paper, and his breath became extremely weak. The backlash from the overdraft of stellar power, coupled with the compression from spatial teleportation and internal injuries, erupted completely at this moment. He even found it difficult to stay conscious.
Hold on. Don't fall asleep. Song Qingxue's voice trembled with tears as she frantically tried to treat his injuries.
But she had no medication on her. Her spiritual power could clearly see that Lu Chen's energy was depleted and his meridians were damaged in many places.
The situation is very bad. We have to find a way.
She forced herself to calm down. His gaze swept anxiously across the temple.
Finally, it landed on the only intact, broken statue.
The fact that this statue was relatively well preserved in this desolate place must mean it has something special about it.
Perhaps, something is hidden here? An intuition, or perhaps some unseen force, led her toward the statue.
She walked around the statue. Reach out and gently brush away the thick layer of dust from the base of the statue. Beneath the dust, there seemed to be some more complex and profound patterns.
Unlike the blurry patterns on the temple's outer walls, these patterns seemed to contain extremely faint energy.
Her spiritual power unconsciously seeped in.
Buzz! The instant her mental energy touched those patterns,
a sudden change has occurred. Suddenly, two faint white lights shone from the statue's blurry stone eyes. At the same time, the patterns on the ground beneath her feet, which had been dormant for countless years, were instantly illuminated one by one. The light wasn't dazzling, but it carried an ancient and vast will. A massive, incredibly complex magic circle made of light suddenly appeared, centered on the statue. Illuminate the entire interior of the temple.
What's going on?
Startled by the sudden light, Lu Chen forced himself to lift his heavy eyelids. Seeing Song Qingxue standing in the center of the magic circle, looking somewhat panicked.
I don't know. I just touched it. Song Qingxue panicked as well.
She felt an irresistible suction force coming from the magic circle beneath her feet. It was as if something was being activated and awakened by her mental power. The light grew brighter and brighter. The temple began to tremble slightly.
Gravel and dust fell from the dilapidated dome.
An aura far more ancient and profound than the energy storm outside slowly awakened.
It enveloped Song Qingxue. It also enveloped Lu Chen, who was critically injured and on the verge of death. Song Qingxue stood frozen in place, unable to move.
To her horror, she saw a phantom figure made of pure light slowly coalescing between the brows of the broken statue. Those eyes, which seemed to contain the stars, slowly opened.
Indifferent. Ancient. Majesty.
He watched her silently.
Chapter 82 Temple Inheritance? Qingxue's Opportunity.
Light filled the field of vision.
The ancient and majestic aura was so tangible that it made Song Qingxue almost unable to breathe.
She stood frozen in the center of the magic circle, unable to move an inch. They could only watch helplessly as the illusory light and shadow emerged from between the statue's eyebrows. It was like an ancient priest draped in starlight, his face blurred, but his eyes were clear and deep, as if reflecting the eternal stars.
Intruder.
A gentle yet profound spiritual thought resonated directly in her mind, not through her ears.
Why did you trigger the final restriction of the stargazing hall? Song Qingxue was deeply shaken.
Spiritual exchange. She forced herself to calm down and tried to concentrate her thoughts as she replied, "Senior, we meant no offense.
My companion is seriously injured and urgently needs medical attention. I just want to find a glimmer of hope." Her thoughts were filled with genuine anxiety and pleading.
The illusory figure slowly swept its gaze over Lu Chen, who was lying on the ground, barely breathing.
It fell back onto Song Qingxue.
Those star-like eyes seemed to see through to the very essence of the soul. A pure soul and unpolluted spiritual force, though weak, it contains the rare quality of star affinity. The guardian spirit's mental fluctuations carried a hint of surprise, and also a hint of nostalgia. After a long period of time, a suitable successor has finally arrived.
The successor? Song Qingxue was taken aback.
I am the last guardian spirit of this stargazing hall, and I am in charge of the star priest's legacy. The guardian spirit's voice was majestic and solemn. Are you willing to take on this power and responsibility, to protect the path of the stars, and to dispel the darkness of the void? A tremendous opportunity is before us. Song Qingxue, however, hardly hesitated at all. She looked at Lu Chen, who was lying unconscious on the ground, her eyes filled with determination.
I'm willing.
As long as you can save him. The guardian spirit's gaze seemed to soften slightly. Foolish child power itself is neither good nor evil. Whether or not one saves lives depends on the heart with which one uses that power. I have witnessed your true nature.
The words fell before Song Qingxue could react.
The guardian spirit's illusory figure suddenly transformed into an incomparably dazzling stream of starlight. Like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, it instantly enveloped Song Qingxue completely.
Ah!
A massive influx of information forcefully flooded into her mind. Countless ancient pieces of knowledge, obscure runes, profound meditation diagrams, methods for sensing and summoning the stars, the operating principles of basic healing spells. The fundamental traditions of the Star Priestess are being forcibly imprinted into the depths of her soul in a branding manner. A sharp, throbbing pain struck. It felt like my head was about to explode. She bit her lip hard to keep herself from fainting. Images flashed through my mind. Ancient priests prayed under the starry sky, drawing upon the power of the stars. They used starlight to heal the wounded and purify the filth. They communicate with the celestial realm through spiritual means, discerning illusion.
At the same time,
a pure, gentle, and vibrant energy, along with the inherited imprint, began to cleanse her body and nourish her spiritual power. Her senses were expanding wildly. The spiritual energy that could originally only vaguely sense the surrounding tens of meters now surged out like a tide, easily covering the entire temple and even faintly touching the outside world. His mental strength became more solid and sharp than ever before. She can see the flow of those chaotic energy factors in the air. You can hear the low groans of the energy storm in the distance. One could even faintly sense that in the far distance of this shattered world, several ancient stars were casting a faint response. The process of passing on the knowledge lasted for an unknown period of time.
When the last rune imprint was completed,
the starlight that enveloped her suddenly contracted, completely merging into her body. The excruciating pain in my mind receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and strength. She slowly opened her eyes. In the depths of his eyes, it seemed as if tiny sparks of starlight flashed and disappeared. She felt like the whole world had changed.
Clearer, more intimate. The guardian spirit's form had become extremely faint, almost transparent.
It looked at the transformed Song Qingxue and emitted a final, gratifying mental wave.
The inheritance has been passed on. I hope you will make good use of it.
Remember, this is the land of exile, where void predators roam, devouring all energy and life.
They are enemies of the stars.
The voice gradually faded. The guardian spirit's figure eventually turned into specks of light and completely dissipated into the air.
As if having completed its final mission, it returned to silence.
The broken statue, having lost its last shred of spirit, crumbled into a pile of ordinary rubble with a crash.
The light from the magic circle went out.
The temple returned to its previous dimness.
But Song Qingxue knew that everything was different now.
She didn't have time to fully comprehend the vast amount of knowledge in her mind.
Her gaze immediately fell on Lu Chen.
She quickly walked over to him and squatted down. She stretched out her fair hands and gently covered the most severely injured part of his chest. Following the methods passed down through generations, she closed her eyes and guided the gentle, newly generated power within her body, imbued with the characteristics of stars. At the same time, he used his mental power to accurately sense the disordered energy and damaged meridians within Lu Chen's body.
Stars, pray for healing.
She chanted softly, like an ancient incantation. A soft, pure white light emanated from my palm, interspersed with specks of starlight. Warm, vibrant energy, like a gentle stream, slowly flowed into Lu Chen's body. Wherever it passed, the violent and chaotic energy was gently soothed and dissipated. Damaged meridians, like parched land receiving moisture, began to slowly heal. The accumulated, hidden wounds were gradually dissolved by the starlight. Lu Chen's pale face regained a rosy hue at a speed visible to the naked eye. His furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Her rapid and weak breathing became steady and lone.
Efficient. Song Qingxue was overjoyed and focused even more intently on activating the healing spell. Time passed slowly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead again. Receiving and performing healing spells continuously takes a huge toll on her mental strength and regenerative energy. But she gritted her teeth and persevered. She only stopped after stabilizing Lu Chen's most serious internal injuries and ensuring his life was not in danger, and after his energy began to slowly recover on its own. The light faded.
Her body swayed, and a strong feeling of weakness washed over her. But seeing Lu Chen's obvious improvement, she felt it was all worth it. She leaned gently against the broken pillar beside her, panting. Feeling the energy in my body that was nearly half depleted, and the mental strength that was more concentrated despite the fatigue.
She really has changed.
She was no longer the girl who could only hide behind Lu Chen and need his protection. She now possesses the power to fight alongside him and even protect him in times of danger.
Just then, Lu Chen's eyelashes trembled a few times.
He slowly opened his eyes. The initial confusion quickly faded, replaced by vigilance and sharpness.
He sat up abruptly.
The movement aggravated his still healing injuries, causing him to groan softly. But then, he froze. He clearly felt that the star power in his body, which was originally on the verge of depletion and in a state of chaos, had now recovered by 30% to 40%.
Moreover, it became exceptionally docile and pure.
Although the burning pain in the meridians and internal organs has not yet fully healed, it has been stabilized by a gentle force and is no longer worsening. He looked at Song Qingxue, who was leaning against a pillar, her face pale but with a gentle smile.
Qingxue, what did you do?
His gaze fell on Song Qingxue, and he keenly noticed the change in her demeanor.
More ethereal, more profound.
Her eyes were clear, as if reflecting starlight.
Song Qingxue smiled slightly, about to explain. Sudden.
Her expression suddenly changed. The newly enhanced mental power detected a subtle yet malicious and greedy fluctuation.
They are rapidly approaching from outside the temple. More than one. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
Like a shadow sweeping across the ground, it is silent and unnoticed. Several twisted, blurry creatures, seemingly composed of pure shadows, passed through the temple's dilapidated gates and slid into the main hall. They have no fixed shape, the edges of their bodies are constantly wriggling and changing. Wherever they passed, even the light seemed to be swallowed up, becoming even darker. They exude a cold, lifeless aura, a desire to devour all energy. They all stared intently at Lu Chen, who had just recovered some energy, and Song Qingxue, whose mental energy was exceptionally appetizing.
The guardian spirit's warning still echoes in my ears. Song Qingxue's heart sank to the bottom instantly.
She instinctively stepped in front of Lu Chen, her voice trembling slightly.
Lu Chen, watch out.
They are the Void Predators.
Chapter 83 Void Hunt? Counterattack and Gains.
A chilling malice surged forth like a tide.
3 Void Predators glided silently through the hall like intangible ghosts. Their goals are clear.
One lunged at Lu Chen, who had just recovered some of his energy.
The other 2 rushed straight towards Song Qingxue, whose spiritual power was exceptionally delicious.
Beware of their attacks, they can devour energy.
Lu Chen let out a low shout, enduring his injuries, and suddenly took a step forward. He shielded Song Qingxue behind him.
With his right hand clenched loosely, the remaining star power rapidly gathered.
A slightly dim starlight spear instantly took shape. Go!
He exerted force with his arm, and the starlight spear shot out like lightning towards the predator charging at the front. However, something strange happened. The starlight spear made contact with the predator's contorted body the instant it touched it.
It's like throwing a clay ox into the sea.
A ripple spread across that shadowy body, and the star power attached to the spear was rapidly decomposed and devoured.
The light dimmed rapidly.
The spear itself, after piercing half of the body, shattered into scattered specks of light. The predator that was attacked only paused slightly, and its aura seemed to even increase a little.
What? Lu Chen's pupils contracted.
This thing can actually absorb energy attacks.
Physical attacks are also extremely ineffective. No wonder he's called the enemy of the stars. Lu Chen.
Attack their core with pure power. At the critical moment, Song Qingxue's urgent voice rang in his mind.
Telepathic communication.
Her eyes sparkled with starlight, and her enhanced mental power acted like the most sophisticated radar, instantly locking onto the point where the energy within the 3 predators was most concentrated.
It was a constantly moving node, the size of a walnut, emitting a dim light.
The one to the left front, its core is located 3/10 of the way down the right side of its body. The 2 on the right, the key intersection point is above the middle of the line connecting them.
Her guidance was crystal clear. Trust is established in an instant. Lu Chen did not hesitate at all.
He gave up on mobilizing the little remaining power of the stars.
His body lunged out like a cheetah. Charged straight at the predator on the left.
The blood and chi within his body surged, and his pure physical strength exploded to its limit.
A punch was thrown. The air exploded with a loud bang. The goal is the core point pointed out by Song Qingxue.
The predator seemed to sense a threat. Its shadowy body twisted violently as it tried to escape.
But Lu Chen was faster. Bang!
The fist, covered in faint starlight, not external energy, but a bodily instinct, slammed hard into the dark core.
Grumble!
A sharp, piercing scream, as if the soul were being torn apart, rang out.
The predator's body suddenly stiffened when it was hit.
A clear cracking sound came from the core. Immediately afterwards, the entire shadowy body churned violently as if boiling, and then with a poof, it completely disintegrated. Only a dark purple crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, irregular in shape, and radiating pure energy, was left behind.
Efficient. Lu Chen's spirits lifted.
But 2 other predators had already pounced on them. They seemed enraged by the death of their companions, their bodies swelling and radiating an even stronger devouring power. Lu Chen even felt that his barely recovered star power was beginning to stir slightly, as if it were about to be drawn out.
Mental shock. Song Qingxue let out a sharp rebuke.
She formed a simple yet ancient hand seal with her hands. The powerful mental energy was highly concentrated, transforming into 2 invisible sharp cones that pierced fiercely towards the 2 predators. This is not an energy attack, but a pure application of mental power. Buzz! The predator's forward momentum suddenly halted.
Their contorted bodies stiffened and became disordered for a moment.
The power of devouring was also briefly interrupted. Clearly, this purely mental shock, while unable to directly cripple them, can effectively disrupt them.
Now, Lu Chen seized this fleeting opportunity.
Moving like the wind, it cut between the two predators. Both fists punched out. Like two dragons emerging from the sea, it struck precisely at the two core points that Song Qingxue had locked onto.
Put! Put! Two muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. Two more mournful cries rang out. The two void predators followed in their companions' footsteps, their bodies disintegrating into two dark purple void crystals that clattered to the ground. The hall fell silent once more. Only the two of them could be heard breathing rapidly.
Solved. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but a wave of exhaustion washed over him as his injuries were aggravated. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Song Qingxue was full of surprise and disbelief.
Qingxue, you.
He clearly sensed the changes in Song Qingxue. That powerful mental strength, that precise command, and that mental attack just now. It is the legacy of that guardian spirit predecessor. Song Qingxue walked to his side, her face showing a hint of fatigue, but unable to hide her excitement. I have received part of the Star Priestess legacy, including spiritual cultivation methods and healing techniques. She gave a brief explanation, her gaze falling on the three crystals on the ground.
This is void crystal? It feels like it contains very pure energy. She bent down and picked one up.
The crystals felt cool to the touch, and inside, it seemed as if a dark purple nebula was slowly rotating.
Ding!
High purity void energy crystals detected, absorbable.
Absorb?
The system notification sounded in Lu Chen's mind.
Absorb. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and picked up one directly.
The moment the crystal touched my hand, a pure and gentle energy surged into my body through my arm. It quickly replenished the star power he had consumed.
It's even more than 10 times faster than when he absorbs external energy on his own.
What surprised him even more was that when this energy flowed through his sea of consciousness, it seemed to have a peculiar purifying effect. This made his mental energy, which had become somewhat agitated due to the battle and his injuries, become more solid and pure.
Only one was absorbed.
The power of the stars within him has recovered to 60-70%. His injuries have mostly healed.
My mental senses have become even more acute. Nice one.
A glint of light flashed in his eyes.
This void crystal is simply a treasure for recovery and cultivation. Song Qingxue also tried to absorb a small portion of the crystallized energy.
She immediately felt her spiritual energy become more agile and abundant. The energy consumed by casting the healing spell was quickly replenished.
This crystal is very useful to us, she said happily.
The two looked at each other and smiled.
They escaped from a desperate situation and even turned misfortune into good fortune. This feeling of fighting side by side and growing together brings our hearts closer.
Lu Chen held the last crystal in his hand, preparing to absorb it.
Ding!
High-dimensional space coordinate information stream detected.
Parsing. Analysis successful. The coordinates resonate with the host's Relic Core Exploration Qualification Token. Coordinates recorded, Exile Lands, Core Observation Tower.
The system notification sounded again. At the same time, a clear thought pointing to the distance entered Lu Chen's mind.
It was as if an invisible electronic map was unfolding before his eyes.
A flashing cursor clearly marks the target location.
Lu Chen suddenly looked up and gazed at the desolate and broken world beyond the temple. Sharp eyes.
The system has resolved the coordinates, pointing to the true core of this world, an observation tower.
It seems we've found the key to leave this place.
Song Qingxue followed his gaze, and her enhanced mental power allowed her to vaguely sense a unique and stable energy fluctuation coming from that direction.
Hope lies ahead. Chapter 84 Coordinate Guidance? The true core of the ruins. The goal is clear.
Hope, like a lighthouse, dispelled the fog of despair.
Lu Chen and Song Qingxue exchanged a glance, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes.
Walk!
Without the slightest hesitation.
The two immediately set off, leaving the temple that had given Song Qingxue this opportunity and sheltered them for a short time. Guided by the coordinates analyzed by the system, we ventured deeper into this shattered world. The journey was more difficult than the way there. The closer you get to the core area, the more chaotic the space becomes. Twisted ribbons of light hung like colorful silk against the dark purple sky, beautiful yet deadly. The cracks in the ground were bottomless, occasionally spewing out chaotic streams of energy. Rocks of varying sizes defy the laws of gravity, suspending in the air and moving slowly, forming natural obstacles and traps. In some areas, the flow of time even seemed to have subtly changed. The speed varies, making people dizzy. 3 steps to the left, there are hidden spatial folds. Song Qingxue closed her eyes slightly, her powerful mental energy acting like the most precise probe, constantly scanning ahead.
She accurately warned of every potential danger. Lu Chen was in charge of clearing the way. The stellar power, now mostly restored, surged within his body. Though not fully unleashed, it made him move like lightning and react with lightning speed. He smashed the floating boulders blocking his way with his fists or palms. Or perhaps, with Song Qingxue by his side, he would use his amazing jumping ability to leap over those wide ravines. The two worked together seamlessly. One provides a precise early warning, while the other provides a powerful obstacle removal solution. Like a fairy dancing in this land of death, they narrowly escaped one crisis after another. Occasionally, you might encounter a few void predators.
However, with previous experience, coupled with Song Qingxue's precise mental targeting and interference, they were able to overcome the challenge.
Lu Chen resolved the issue cleanly and efficiently.
We also acquired several precious void crystals. They immediately absorbed these crystals, replenishing their enormous energy expenditure and keeping them at their peak condition, even showing signs of improvement.
I don't know how long we've been traveling. It might be a day, or it might be longer.
In this broken world, there is no alternation of day and night, and the sense of time becomes blurred.
Finally,
after crossing a mountain made up of countless metal debris, the view before me suddenly opened up. It was a tower.
A tall tower constructed entirely of some kind of dark silver metal.
It stands majestically in the center of the broken earth. In stark contrast to the dilapidated and chaotic surroundings, it is relatively well preserved. The tower has a streamlined shape, soaring into the distorted sky, and its surface is engraved with countless complex and mysterious patterns that subtly correspond to the starry sky. A stable, vast, and desolate aura spread out from it. It repelled the surrounding chaotic energy, forming a relatively peaceful area.
Observation Tower.
Lu Chen looked at the cursor in his mind system that perfectly overlapped with the building in front of him and said in a low voice,
"This is it."
The two perked up and quickened their pace.
Approaching the observation tower, one can better appreciate its grandeur and extraordinary nature.
The tower base is enormous, the gate is open, and the interior is deep and dark. There were no guards at the entrance, only the silence left by the passage of time.
Enter the tower. The light was not dim.
The walls and dome themselves radiate a soft, starlight-like glow.
The interior space is much larger than it appears from the outside.
In the center of the hall was a huge circular control console. It was covered with long extinguished crystal screens and countless buttons and runes with unknown functions. Several smaller rooms are located around the console. The entire tower was spotless, as if time had stood still.
The remains of an ancient starry civilization observation post have been detected. Core console detected.
Low energy reaction detected, identified as star power pool. The system notification sounded at the appropriate time.
Starlight civilization. Star power pool.
Lu Chen's gaze swept across the control panel and finally landed on an inconspicuous circular platform next to it, engraved with a star pattern.
There is a groove in the center of the platform.
The shape is exactly the same as the Ruins Core Exploration Qualification token in his possession. A thought struck him, and he took out the token.
Stepping forward, I carefully placed the token into the slot. Perfectly fitted. Buzz. The moment the token was embedded, the entire observation tower shook slightly.
On the control panel, the previously extinguished crystal screens lit up one after another. It displays a complex star chart, a scrolling data stream, and some difficult-to-understand symbols. At the center of the circular control console, a three-dimensional light and shadow projected onto a complex compass made of starlight, which was slowly rotating.
At the same time, the circular platform next to it shone brightly. The star patterns engraved on the platform's surface seemed to come alive and began to flow.
A pure, powerful, and stellar force, originating from the same source as him, surged forth from beneath the platform. Like a small fountain, a pool of water sparkling with starlight and composed purely of energy formed above the platform.
Star Power Pool.
A look of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He could sense that the stellar power contained in this pool was even purer and more ancient than the power he had cultivated himself.
System, absorb.
Without hesitation, he reached his hand into the star power pool. Begin guiding the absorption of energy from the star power pool.
Boom.
The pure star power surged into his body like a river bursting its banks. The power that had been depleted from the battle and the journey was instantly replenished. Moreover, this force is constantly scouring and expanding his meridians, consolidating his foundation, and nourishing his stellar core. Some minor hidden dangers that might have existed due to his rapid improvement were completely smoothed out under the baptism of this pure energy. His breath became deep and steady at a speed visible to the naked eye.
It's like a complete transformation.
In a short period of time, his strength not only fully recovered, but was also completely consolidated at his current peak state, and he even faintly touched the bottleneck of the next stage. Song Qingxue also walked to the edge of the star power pool and tried to absorb it. Although she mainly cultivates spiritual power and the methods of the star priest, this pure star power is also a great tonic for her. Her spiritual power became more refined under the nourishment of the stars, and her connection with the stars became clearer.
A moment later,
the light in the star power pool dimmed slightly, but remained stable. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, feeling the surging power within his body, and his confidence increased greatly.
He walked to the already activated console. The three-dimensional starlight compass was still spinning. Attempting to parse the console database, retrieving history. The system worked again. Soon, fragmented information was extracted and transmitted into Lu Chen's mind. This observation tower belongs to an ancient civilization called Starshine.
They are worshippers and observers of the stars, dedicated to studying the mysteries of the universe. This outpost was built to monitor a volatile region of space. Later, it seems to have encountered some kind of great catastrophe, civilization was lost, and this space was completely shattered, becoming a land of exile. At the end of the message, the system locked a special encrypted copy of the data. Incomplete star map data packet discovered, currently being decrypted. On the main screen of the console, a huge, incomplete map of the starry sky unfolds. Several distant and obscure coordinates are marked on it.
The light flickered, seemingly pointing towards the depths of the universe.
These coordinates Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He sensed that the fluctuations emanating from these coordinate points resonated subtly with the power of the observation tower and with his own. This is likely a map pointing to other starlight civilization ruins, or other places containing the mysteries of the stars. This is undoubtedly a huge treasure. He immediately instructed the system to save the star map record. With this star map, the path to the future becomes much clearer.
Let's see if we can contact Arkansas.
Lu Chen spoke to Song Qingxue, while placing his hand on an area on the control panel that resembled a communication rune. Song Qingxue nodded and extended her mental energy, attempting to resonate with the communication device inside the tower. The two combined their power with the remaining energy of the observation tower and channeled it into the communication system. Buzz. The console emitted a low rumble. A faint spiritual signal, mixed with the stellar fluctuations unique to the observation tower, attempted to penetrate the barriers of this shattered world and be sent towards distant, remembered coordinates.
The signal was sent, but it disappeared without a trace. The spatial barriers of this land of exile are too thick.
Just when Lu Chen thought he had failed and was preparing to try other methods.
Sizzle.
One of the secondary screens on the console suddenly started flickering violently.
The background noise was extremely high.
But a faint, intermittent distress signal, carrying a familiar mental fluctuation, was detected.
Seeking help besieged, hold on. The signal is blurry and unclear.
But Lu Chen and Song Qingxue's expressions changed at the same time.
They all felt it.
That mental fluctuation, though faint, carried a cold sharpness and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety.
It's a nightjar. It was a distress signal from a nighthawk. As expected, something happened to the Ark. And the situation seems extremely urgent. Chapter 85: A Desperate Return. The king returns.
The Nighthawk's distress signal pierced Lu Chen and Song Qingxue's hearts like cold needles.
The Ark is in grave danger. Our companion is in grave danger. We must go back immediately. The observation tower should have enough energy to tear open a temporary passage.
Lu Chen's eyes were sharp as he scanned the control panel and the energy pool that still radiated starlight. System, calculate the optimal spatial coordinates and lock onto the Arc Arena area. Activate all backup power sources and prepare to forcibly tear through space.
Command received. Initiating spatial anchor point calculation. Activating the observation tower's stored energy. Target locked, Arc Arena. Energy injection in progress. Buzz. The entire observation tower emitted an unprecedented roar. The countless runes engraved on the tower lit up one by one, like a galaxy rolling backwards. At the control center, the starlight compass spun wildly, its projected light condensing and distorting in front of the two of them. A massive amount of energy was drawn from the depths of the tower base, flowed into the star power pool, and then guided by the system to blast into the empty space in the center of the hall. Click. It sounded like glass shattering. The space in the center of the hall was forcibly torn open by this brute force. An unstable, eerie blue spatial rift, its edges crackling with violent lightning, was forcibly opened. On the other side of the crack, the faint sounds of explosions, shouts of battle, and the roar of colliding energy could be heard. This is exactly the scene in the Arc Arena. Walk. Lu Chen grabbed Song Qingshue's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, the two leaped into the raging spatial rift. The familiar tearing sensation returned. This time, however, Lu Chen's strength had fully recovered, and the power of the stars protected his entire body, blocking most of the pressure from the outside. Song Qingxue also mobilized her mental energy to form a protective shield. After a brief period of dizziness, the two of them suddenly felt their feet become solid. A familiar scene came into view. They're back. Back in the Arc Arena. But the sight before them made their eyes widen in horror. The once magnificent fighting arena is now a ruin. Thick smoke billowed and flames rose everywhere. Most of the stands collapsed, and there were fleeing crowds and fallen corpses everywhere. The fierce battle continues on the field. Dozens of enemies dressed in shadow uniforms are besieging the remaining dozen or so Arc guards and a few contestants. The defensive line formed by the guards was already crumbling, and everyone was wounded, struggling to hold on. On the ground lay the bodies of many more guards and contestants, their fates unknown. The Nighthawk stood out prominently among them. He was covered in blood, and his left arm hung down unnaturally, clearly broken. His right hand gripped a dull, gleaming short blade, and his figure still flickered like a ghost, each appearance taking down a member of the Shadow faction. But he was already at his last gasp. His movements were far less swift than usual, and his breathing was disordered. 3 Shadow gang leaders, clearly stronger than him, were attacking him in a triangular formation, each move deadly. A beam of energy grazed his cheek, leaving a charred mark. Another man brandished a poisoned dagger and stabbed him straight in the back. Nighthawk barely managed to twist his body to avoid a fatal blow, but the dagger was deeply embedded in his shoulder blade. With a muffled groan, he swung his sword back to force the enemy back, staggering backward, his face growing even paler. They were about to be overwhelmed by the next wave of attacks. Nighthawk! Song Qingxue gasped in shock. Lu Chen's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. The killing intent swept out as if it were a tangible force. Court death. He let out a low roar, like a thunderclap. Starlight erupted all around him. It was no longer the faint light of before, but a dazzling brilliance like the arrival of a star. He transformed into a shooting star that tore through the sky. They came from behind but surpassed others. In an instant, they traversed 100 meters and stormed directly into the heart of the battle. Who goes there? The 3 Shadow Gang leaders who were besieging Nighthawk were startled, feeling an indescribable, terrifying pressure descend upon them. They instinctively abandoned their attack and tried to retreat. But it was too late. Lu Chen's speed is too fast. A fist covered in dense starlight was unleashed in a simple, direct, and brutal manner. The first punch. It hit the chest of the left-hand leader right in the middle. Bang! Before the man could even scream, his chest collapsed instantly, and he was sent flying backward as if hit by a high-speed train, dying in mid-air. The second punch. The leader on the right was terrified and pushed his energy shield to its limit. The stars are bursting. The shield shattered like paper. The fist continued its momentum, landing squarely on his face. His head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white things splattered everywhere. The third leader, the one who stabbed Nighthawk with a dagger, was terrified and turned to run away. Lu Chen's eyes were cold, and he drew his fingers like a sword, making a sweeping motion in the air.
A blade of starlight, condensed to the point of being tangible, flashed by. Whoosh!
The man's running motion suddenly froze. A line of blood appeared on his neck.
The next moment, the head rolled off, and the headless corpse ran forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud.
In the blink of an eye, 3 formidable shadow gang leaders were instantly killed. The entire venue fell into a moment of deathly silence.
All those engaged in combat involuntarily stopped what they were doing. Their gazes fell in horror at the figure that had descended like a god of war. Surrounded by starlight, her black hair danced in the wind, and her eyes were cold and disdainful.
It's Lu Chen. The champion. The champion is back. He's not dead. He's back.
The surviving guards and contestants were initially incredulous, but then erupted in thunderous cheers. Hope was rekindled in their hearts, which were almost in despair. In contrast, the shadow members were all ashen-faced, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They had long heard of Lu Chen's terrifying power. Seeing it with my own eyes was even more shocking. "Qingxue, save him." Without turning his head, Lu Chen gave the order, his gaze like a sharp sword sweeping over the remaining shadow members in the arena.
Good. Song Qingxue immediately took action.
She ran to the side of the most seriously injured guards. Her hands radiated a soft, pure white light, interspersed with starlight.
May the stars heal.
Warm, vibrant energy is injected into the injured person's body. The wound that almost pierced through the abdomen stopped bleeding and healed visibly. The broken bones were enveloped in starlight and began to reconnect and repair themselves. Her pale face quickly regained its rosy color.
What kind of ability is this? Wow, what amazing healing magic. Everyone was once again shocked.
This girl who has always been by Lu Chen's side actually possesses such amazing and powerful strength. Song Qingxue did not stop. Her figure moved like a butterfly, flitting among the wounded. Where starlight passes, pain fades and life is revived.
Her presence greatly boosted morale and stabilized the army's spirits.
Lu Chen, on the other hand, became the Reaper of Death.
He moved. His figure blurred into afterimages once more as he charged into the enemy ranks. There are no fancy moves.
Only the simplest and most efficient killing. Fists, feet, fingers, and palms all contain the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. Where starlight twinkles, a member of the shadow will surely perish. They might be blasted apart by a single punch, torn to pieces by a finger sword, or have their heart meridians shattered by star power. He was like a tiger among sheep, invincible. The organization and resistance of the shadow members appeared so laughable and fragile in the face of his absolute power.
Screens rose and fell.
Limbs and severed arms were scattered everywhere.
In just a few breaths, there are very few shadow members left standing in the arena. The remaining few completely broke down, dropping their weapons and screaming as they scattered and fled. Lu Chen did not chase after him.
He stopped, and the starlight around him slowly receded. Standing in the center of a devastated battlefield, he was like a pillar of strength.
The surviving guards and contestants looked at him with eyes filled with fanaticism and awe. The king has returned.
In the most powerful and shocking way, they turned the tide and saved the day. Nighthawk clutched his shoulder wound and walked to Lu Chen's side, his cold gaze carrying a complex mix of emotions and relief.
"It's good that you're all right."
His voice was still hoarse, but it had lost some of its usual coldness. Lu Chen frowned slightly as he looked at his pale face and injured arm.
"Your injury. A minor injury."
Nighthawk interrupted him, his gaze turning to the depths of the arena, to the entrance of the passage leading to the Ark's power core area, his expression becoming extremely serious.
"Shadow Assassin is gone.
I suspect he went to the power core area.
He might be trying to activate the Ark's self-destruct program." Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Self-destruct program? Shadow Assassin is going to drag the entire Ark down with him.
"You guys handle this area, clear the snow, and take care of the wounded."
Lu Chen quickly gave Ying and Song Qingxue some instructions.
Before he could finish speaking, his figure had already transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the passage of the power core area at top speed.
We must not let Shadow Kill succeed. Chapter 86 Fate ends. The Shadow Assassin is slain. Core Power Zone.
The massive energy reactor emitted a deep hum, and a dark blue stream of energy surged continuously within the transparent pipes.
This is the heart of the Ark.
It is also the central hub of the self-destruct program.
Shadow Killer stood in front of the main console, his fingers frantically tapping on the complex command panel. On the screen, the red countdown numbers relentlessly ticked. Self-destruct program initiated. 10 o'clock, 9:59. His face wore a crazed and ferocious smile. The plan has completely failed. The champion returned and swept aside his subordinates with overwhelming force. But it's okay. Once the self-destruction is initiated, the entire arc, including the damned Lu Chen, will be reduced to cosmic dust. No one will survive. He growled hoarsely. You won't have that chance. A cold voice, as if from the deepest hell, rang out behind him. Shadow Killer's body stiffened abruptly, and he turned around in horror. At the entrance of the passage, Lu Chen was already standing there. His body radiated a restrained starlight, yet his eyes were colder than 10,000-year-old ice. He walked step by step, his footsteps echoing in the empty core area like the death knell. How could you be so fast? Shadow Assassin's pupils contracted in disbelief. He clearly arranged for people to block them from the outside. The struggle of ants is meaningless. Lu Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Stop the program, and I'll give you a quick death. Ha ha ha. Shadow Killer laughed maniacally, as if he had gone mad. Stop? Dream on. Let's die together. He knew he was no match for Lu Chen. The only way to survive is to use the self-destruct program to create chaos and escape. He suddenly slammed his hand on a hidden button on the side of the control panel. Click. A hidden compartment pops up at the bottom of the console. Inside lay a metal syringe emitting an ominous blackish red glow. Inside, a viscous liquid churned, as if it were alive. This is the divine blood bestowed by Shadow. You forced me to use it, Lu Chen, you deserve to die. A resolute madness flashed in Shadow Killer's eyes as he grabbed a syringe and plunged it deep into his own neck. Ugh hi! He let out inhuman screams. The dark red liquid was rapidly injected into his veins. Crackling sounds. His entire skeleton made a loud popping sound, like beans exploding. His muscles expanded wildly like an inflating balloon, tearing his black clothes apart. Strange black and red patterns appeared on the surface of his skin, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. A violent, chaotic, and destructive aura erupted from his body like a storm. The energy level skyrockets. It instantly broke through the previous bottleneck and reached an amazing level. It even caused ripples in the energy of the surrounding space. Power, this is power. Shadow Killer felt the terrifying energy surging within his body and let out a hoarse roar. He waved his hand casually. A black and red energy blade slashed towards the metal wall next to it. Sizzle! The special alloy wall, half a meter thick, was easily torn open with a huge gash, just like a hot knife cutting through butter. Did you see that, Lu Chen? This is true power. Shadow Killer laughed wildly and charged towards Lu Chen. The speed is several times faster than before. A foul stench wafted through the air. To overdraw one's life for temporary strength is pathetic. Lu Chen's eyes remained completely unmoved. He could see that while the so-called divine blood forcibly enhanced Shadow Killer's strength, it was also frantically burning his life essence and soul. Even if he doesn't take action himself, he won't live much longer. Faced with the figure of Shadow Assassin rushing towards him, Lu Chen moved. He did not choose to confront them head-on. The power of the stars flowed, and his movements were like those of a ghost, leaving behind afterimages. He easily dodged Shadow Killer's powerful but somewhat clumsy series of attacks. Boom! 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 The black and red energy bombarded the reactor walls, the ground, and the control panel, leaving behind charred craters, but it couldn't even touch the hem of Lu Chen's clothes. All you do is hide? Coward! Shadow Killer roared, his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious, but his openings also multiplied. The power of drugs to stimulate growth can never compare to the effortless control one gains through self-cultivation. Qing Xue. After skillfully dodging the attack once again, Lu Chen suddenly let out a low shout. Song Qingxue, who had been hiding at the entrance of the passage and closely monitoring the battle with her mental power, immediately understood. Her eyes sparkled like stars. With hands forming a mudra, powerful spiritual energy is highly concentrated, no longer a scattered impact, but transformed into an invisible shackle. Mental imprisonment. Buzz. An invisible force descended instantly. Just as Shadow Kill was about to pounce on Lu Chen again, his body suddenly stiffened. It felt like being trapped in an invisible quagmire. The movements became incredibly slow and sluggish. The surging black and red energy around him also froze for a moment. What? For the first time, horror appeared in Shadow Killer's blood-red eyes. He struggled desperately, but the mental shackles were exceptionally strong and he couldn't break free in a short time. Now! A sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. The power of the stars, which had been kept under control, erupted in full force without reservation at this moment. Boom! The dazzling starlight, like the explosion of a star, illuminated the entire power core area. He was enveloped in rich starlight, and his aura reached its peak. The Milky Way is shattered. He thrust both palms forward with a sudden burst of energy. The surging power of the stars within his body burst forth, converging in front of him into a massive, solid torrent that seemed to be composed of countless fragments of stars, carrying a terrifying will to crush everything and destroy all things. Rumble. Wherever the torrent of starlight passed, space itself was slightly distorted. Shadow Assassin, whose mind was imprisoned, could only watch helplessly as the destructive torrent of starlight engulfed him. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment. No! The piercing screams were drowned out by the deafening roar. Before the pure torrent of stars, the black and red energy melted away like ice and snow, instantly destroyed and purified. Shadow Assassin's swollen body shattered and disintegrated inch by inch in the starlight. In the end, along with its unwilling soul, it was completely annihilated and turned into nothingness. Not a single crumb was left. The starlight slowly faded away. Within the power core area, only the steady hum of the reactor remained. And on the console, the red countdown was still ticking. 7:23, 7:22. Shadow Killer, this long-standing nemesis, has finally been completely defeated. Lu Chen was slightly out of breath. That attack just now had almost exhausted his full strength. Song Qingxue walked quickly to his side, her face pale, the mental confinement having taken a heavy toll. Quickly, disable the self-destruct program. Lu Chen immediately walked to the main control panel. System, bypass permissions, terminate self-destruct program. Cracking, highest privilege encryption detected, cracking in progress. Crack successful. Self-destruct program terminated. The red countdown on the screen stopped abruptly and switched to the normal green running interface. The crisis has been resolved. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a faint, residual fragment of Shadow Assassin's soul, mixed with a trace of blackish red energy, seemed to be drawn by something, wanting to escape into the void. A fragment of a residual soul has been detected, containing encrypted information. Proceed with a soul search? A system notification sounded. Soul search. Lu Chen did not hesitate. The system's invisible power captured that fragment of soul. A flood of memories, like fragmented movie scenes, poured into Lu Chen's mind. Most of it is messy and useless. However, he quickly captured and identified several key pieces of information. A hidden coordinate located deep within a chaotic starfield, Shadow Headquarters. A fragment of a top-secret project called Project God Creation seems to involve plundering the power of ancient ruins and special bloodlines. And evidence of the Morgan family's repeated secret contacts with Shadow, providing resources, and jointly planning attacks on the champion. This information is like a bombshell. I see. Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold. The ambitions of Shadow and the dirty collusion of the Morgan family were completely clear at this moment. With this evidence, the Morgan family is doomed. While he was processing this information, the communicator in the power core area suddenly rang. It was an emergency contact from the outside world. Lu Chen pressed the answer button. Song Shuyi's familiar, slightly hurried voice came out, carrying a hint of relief, but more so a sense of solemnity. Lu Chen. Shang Shui. I'm so glad you're alright. Is the crisis at the fighting arena over? The attack has just been defused. Shadow Assassin has been captured, Lu Chen said in a deep voice. That's great. Song Shuyi breathed a sigh of relief, but her tone immediately became serious again. However, something terrible has happened outside. Desperate due to Kyle's serious injury and the possibility that their conspiracy might be exposed, the Morgan family is resorting to desperate measures. They are joining forces with the media they control and several vassal powers to distort the truth and launch a media attack and business suppression against our Song family. They accused our Song family of resorting to any means necessary to win the championship,
persecuting contestants, and attempting to seize our family's core businesses and seats on the Art Council.
The situation is very unfavorable for us.
A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes.
They've arrived. The Morgan family's reaction was faster and more shameless than he had anticipated.
Sister, don't worry.
Lu Chen's voice was calm yet powerful.
I have evidence in my hands that they cannot deny.
This time, I will make them utterly disgraced. Chapter 87: Thunderous Counterattack. The Song Family's Wrath.
The largest press conference hall in the Ark. The place was packed with people, and every seat was taken. Major media outlets around the world turned their cameras and microphones toward the podium. The lights flickered, creating a heavy and tense atmosphere. The Morgan family and its allies' propaganda offensive has continued to escalate, with a deluge of reports slandering the Song family and Lu Chen.
Everyone awaited the Song family's response.
Or rather, many people came to see how the Song family would end up in such a sorry state.
On the podium,
Song Shuyi was dressed in a sharp silver suit, exuding a powerful aura and a cold expression.
Lu Chen and Song Qingxue sat on either side of her, their expressions calm.
In the front row below the stage, the representative of the Morgan family, a bald middle-aged man, was waiting leisurely with a mocking smile. Several leaders of his vassal forces sat beside him, all wearing disdainful expressions.
President Song, do you have any explanation for the Morgan family's accusations that you resorted to any means to win the championship, even persecuting other contestants?
A journalist bribed by the Morgan family was the first to launch an attack, his tone sharp.
A commotion immediately broke out in the audience. All the cameras were focused on Song Shuyi. Song Shuyi did not answer directly.
Her gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the repulsive face of the Morgan family representative. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice, cold and clear, resonated throughout the room via the microphone.
Explain? We are not standing here today to explain unfounded accusations.
It's not here to expose the truth, but to completely reveal the true colors of certain filthy, despicable individuals who collude with terrorist organizations and attempt to murder humanity's hope.
Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Colluding with terrorist organizations? Murdering humanity's hope? This accusation is even more shocking than the Morgan family's. Morgan's smile froze instantly, and he stood up abruptly. Song Shuyi, you're spouting nonsense. You must take responsibility for your words. Of course, I'll take responsibility. Song Shuyi sneered and looked at Lu Chen beside her. Lu Chen, show the evidence to the whole world. Lu Chen nodded slightly. He stepped forward without saying a word. Just raise your hand. Buzz. A beam of light was projected from behind the stage and floated in mid-air. The screen began playing key memory images extracted from the Shadow Assassin's soul fragments after being processed by the system. Although somewhat blurry and discontinuous, the content is perfectly clear. Representatives of the Morgan family and Shadow Assassin secretly meet in the shadows to finalize the details of their collaboration. The Morgan family provided funding and rare resources to Shadow. Before the match, Kyle Morgan received the Forbidden Ring Thor's Eye from the Shadow Assassin. Shadow Assassin personally orchestrated the attack, targeting Lu Chen, with the tacit approval and support of the Morgan family. There were even snippets of conversation from senior members of the Morgan family expressing keen interest in the God-making plan. Each and every case is irrefutable evidence. No. This is fake. This is a mental illusion. Morgan's representative screamed in terror, his face ashen, trying to interrupt. But Lu Chen only gave him a cold glance. An invisible pressure descended like a mountain, forcing the representative to slump back into his chair, cold sweat pouring down his face, unable to utter a sound. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering reversal and the irrefutable evidence. The reporters who had been making a fuss earlier were rendered speechless. The representatives of the forces supporting the Morgan family turned pale. So this is the truth. The Morgan family has actually colluded with the Shadow. They even tried to murder the champion. Their intentions are despicable. Public opinion shifted completely in an instant. An outcry began to surge toward the location of the Morgan family. The evidence is conclusive. Lu Chen withdrew his oppressive aura, his calm voice resonating throughout every corner. Now, it's time to show everyone what kind of power the human hope, which they have slandered and tried to murder, truly possesses. He looked at Song Qingxue. Song Qingxue understood and stood up.
A guard, who had been pre-arranged to be seriously injured and on the verge of death during the attack on the fighting arena, was brought in on a stretcher. He had a horrific penetrating wound in his chest. Although he had received emergency treatment, his breathing remained weak and his vital signs were extremely unstable. The cameras of the global live broadcast immediately focused on the seriously injured person and Song Qingxue.
Everyone held their breath. Song Qingxue walked to the stretcher and, under the watchful eyes of many, stretched out her hands.
A soft, pure white light, mixed with sacred starlight, emanated from her palm and enveloped the wounded.
"May the stars heal,"
she recited softly, like the whisper of an angel.
Warmth and boundless vitality flowed into the injured person's body.
Under the awe-inspiring gaze of hundreds of millions of people, the horrific penetrating wound writhed and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The severed blood vessels were repaired, the broken bones were regenerated, and the pale face quickly turned rosy.
It only lasted a few dozen seconds.
The wounded man, who was originally on the verge of death, actually managed to sit up on the stretcher by himself. He touched his perfectly intact chest in disbelief, and tears welled up in his eyes with emotion.
"I'm all better. Thank you. Thank you so much." He struggled to bow to Song Qingxue.
The entire audience erupted in incredulous gasps and thunderous applause.
A miracle. This is a miracle. Such powerful healing abilities. This is a treasure of humanity. The Morgan family actually wants to murder the champion and this young lady who possess such power? Are they trying to destroy the future of humanity? The crowd was outraged.
All previous doubts and slanders were shattered in the face of absolute power and facts.
Lu Chen stepped forward and stood side by side with Song Qingxue. He needs no further explanation.
He simply raised his right hand slowly.
Boom! A burst of dazzling starlight suddenly erupted.
It was not an attack, but a pure display of energy. A miniature, lifelike phantom of a star slowly rotated above his palm, radiating a vast, majestic, and awe-inspiring power. The energy monitoring equipment at the entire press conference instantly exceeded its maximum capacity. Everyone could feel the sublimity and power of that force.
This is the strength of a champion. This is humanity's hope. This stands in stark contrast to the destructive power of lightning and fire that the Morgan family's Kelney relied on external objects for. Support the Song family. Support Lu Chen. Severely punish the Morgan family. Eradicate this scourge from humanity.
The public's outcry was like a tsunami, reaching every corner of the world through live streaming.
Public opinion is now completely in the hands of the Song family.
Song Shui stepped forward at the opportune moment, picked up the microphone, and spoke with a resolute voice, carrying an unquestionable authority. Given that the Morgan family colluded with the terrorist organization Shadow and used forbidden weapons in an attempt to assassinate the league champion, the evidence is conclusive and their crimes are heinous. I, Song Shui, on behalf of the Song family and all our allies, hereby announce. Effective immediately, the highest level of comprehensive sanctions will be imposed on the Morgan family and all its affiliated forces.
Freeze all their assets. Halt all commercial and technological cooperation. Expel all their personnel from our sphere of influence.
And we will petition the Ark Council to permanently strip the Morgan family of their council seats and issue a global arrest warrant for their core members.
The wrath of thunder descended with a deafening roar. Morgan's representative and his entourage slumped in their seats, their faces ashen. They knew that the Morgan family was finished. The press conference ended in a resounding victory for the Song family and Lu Chen. However, as the press conference ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. When Lu Chen and Song Qingxue followed Song Shui back to the rear lounge, Song Shui's private communicator suddenly issued the highest level of alarm. A message from a clandestine family channel, encrypted with the highest level of security, popped up. Just a short sentence. The Morgan family's resources have been mobilized. S rank, ancestor of annihilation, target, Lu Chen. Take cover immediately. The temperature in the lounge seemed to drop to freezing point instantly. Song Shui's expression became extremely solemn. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened as well. What was bound to happen has finally happened. In desperation, the Morgan family finally unleashed their last and most terrifying force. S-Class Monster. Ancestor of Annihilation. Chapter 88, The Battle of S-Rank. A first glimpse of brilliance. The alarm message was like ice water poured over the hearts of the three who had just won their victory. S-Rank. Ancestor of Annihilation. These two words represent absolute power and the threat of death. Relocate immediately. To the Starfall base, the strongest defense in the clan.
Song Shuyi made a decisive decision without the slightest hesitation.
The pursuit of an S-class old monster is something Lu Chen is definitely not capable of confronting head-on in his current state.
The three quickly boarded Song Shuyi's private aircraft, transformed into a streak of light, rushed out of the arc, and sped towards the distant Starfall base.
The atmosphere inside the aircraft was heavy.
Lu Chen could sense that a terrifying, faint yet cold and lifeless intent, like ancient ice, had already locked onto him from afar. As if being stared at by a venomous snake, a chill rose up from my spine.
Is this the oppressive aura of an S-class being? That's terrifying. The spacecraft had just left the Ark's territory and entered a desolate asteroid belt.
A sudden change has occurred. The void ahead began to distort without warning. A withered, wrinkled, gray giant hand, seemingly nothing but skin and bones, reached out of thin air.
The giant hand spread its 5 fingers, covering the entire airspace.
Within the palm of his hand, it seemed as if a desolate, lifeless world was contained. There was no grand fanfare. Only a terrifying atmosphere of the end of all things and the return of everything to nothingness enveloped us.
The spacecraft's energy shield vanished silently in an instant, like a bubble under the sunlight. Not good.
Song Shuyi's expression changed drastically. She pulled the control stick sharply, and the aircraft made a dangerous turn, narrowly missing the edge of the giant gray hand.
Boom!
One of the wings, struck by the edge of the giant hand, was instantly reduced to dust and vanished into space. The spacecraft lost its balance and spun around before crashing into a small meteorite.
Go out!
Lu Chen let out a low shout, and starlight erupted around him, protecting Song Qingxue and Song Shuyi. He then smashed through the hatch and rushed into the void. The three of them floated in the cold asteroid belt.
Ahead. Ripples spread across the void.
An old man, dressed in an ancient gray robe and with a skeletal frame, slowly stepped out. His face was covered with deep wrinkles, his eyes were sunken, and his eyes were a pure gray white, devoid of any emotion. An aura of suffocating stillness emanated from him. It was as if the place where he was located was a forbidden zone for life. It was the Morgan family's legacy that led to the S-class old monster, the ancestor of annihilation.
Junior.
A hoarse, dry sound, like two bones rubbing together, resonated directly in the minds of the three. Hand over the core of the star and destroy your cultivation, and you may leave with a complete corpse. His gaze fell directly on Lu Chen, as if he were looking at an ant. Those grayish-white eyes seemed to see through the surging star power within Lu Chen's body, carrying a hint of greed. Lu Chen felt a tightness all over his body, as if he were bound by invisible shackles, and even the circulation of his star power became sluggish.
The huge level difference brought about absolute suppression. Dream. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, frantically circulating the power of the stars within his body, attempting to break free from this confinement.
The brilliant starlight shone again, confronting the gray, lifeless realm.
An ant trying to shake a tree.
The ancestor of annihilation spoke indifferently, extending his withered right hand and gently shaking hands with Lu Chen.
Click.
The space around Lu Chen seemed to have turned into a solid gray crystal, about to crush him along with the starlight.
A terrifying feeling of pressure came from all directions. The bones groaned in unbearable pain. Lu Chen!
Song Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, her spiritual power transforming into a sharp cone that pierced towards the ancestor of annihilation, attempting to interfere. But her mental strength was like a clay ox sinking into the sea, failing to even stir up a ripple.
The level difference is too big. You old fool! You dare!
Song Shuyi shouted sharply, and a crescent-shaped jade pendant instantly appeared in her hand, which she crushed violently.
Buzz! A beam of cool moonlight shot into the sky, piercing through the void. This is the Song family's highest level distress signal.
At the same time, her powerful aura also erupted, and an energy fluctuation no weaker than that of a Pika level spread out, barely creating a small safe area within the annihilation domain.
The Song family's little girl is interesting, but not good enough.
The ancestor of annihilation glanced at Song Shuyi with his gray eyes, then casually clapped his other withered hand. A gray palm print materialized, carrying the intent to annihilate all things, and crush down. Song Shuyi defended with all her might, and layers of energy shields condensed in front of her.
Bang bang bang! The shields shattered one after another.
Song Shuyi groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and flew backward, her face pale. With just a casual strike, Song Shuyi, a Pika-level warrior, was already injured.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen's situation was even more critical. The pressure on space is increasing, and the starlight is being compressed continuously, and it looks like it can't hold on any longer. System. Analyze weaknesses. Find a way out. Lu Chen roared inwardly. Analysis in progress. Target energy attributes: annihilation, death. Incompatible with the host's stellar power. The absolute power disparity is too great. The success rate of a direct confrontation is less than 0.1%. Suggestion: delay the attack and hold your ground while awaiting reinforcements. Try compressing your stellar energy to its maximum, simulating a star core state, which can temporarily boost your defense. Extreme compression. Lu Chen had a sudden inspiration and stopped trying to expand the starlight to resist it. Instead, he frantically compressed all the star power inward. It forms an extremely dense layer of starlight armor on the body's surface, just like the surface of a solid star. The starlight changed from dazzling to restrained, its color becoming deep, as if containing explosive power. The pressure suddenly eased. The pressure on space was actually resisted for a moment by the extremely compressed star armor. Ha! Silent Ancestor let out a soft exclamation, a hint of surprise flashing in his gray eyes. This young man's use of the power of stars is so exquisite? But that's all. He was about to increase his strength and completely crush the slightly more tenacious insect. Suddenly, he frowned almost imperceptibly and looked to the empty space to the side. Jinya, aren't you ashamed to treat a junior so cruelly? A clear, cool female voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, the moonlight shone brightly. Several powerful figures tore through space and suddenly descended. The leader, dressed in a moon-white robe, possessed a cool and aloof demeanor, and was none other than the Moon Envoy, a powerful member of the lawful faction of the Ark Council. Behind her were two other council members with profound auras, no less powerful than Song Shuyi. The Song family's reinforcements have arrived. Moon Girl, are you trying to stop me? The ancestor of Annihilation's voice remained calm, but the surrounding Annihilation domain rippled slightly. This young man is the champion of this competition, bearing the legacy of the stars, and his fate is in the hands of humanity. How can we allow your Morgan family to kill him because of personal grudges? The Moon Messenger spoke with a firm tone, his body radiating moonlight, standing shoulder to shoulder with the domain of Annihilation. Humph. This brat has harmed my clan and destroyed the foundation of my family. He must die. The ancestor of Annihilation's tone turned cold, and his killing intent intensified. In that case, let's see who's the real deal. The Moon Messenger said no more. With a wave of her jade hand, the cold moonlight transformed into countless blades of light, slashing towards the ancestor of Annihilation. The two experts behind her also attacked at the same time. Energy roared, laws clashed. The battle between an S-class and several PK-class warriors erupted in this asteroid belt. Although the Moon Messenger and others joined forces, they were still suppressed by the ancestor of Annihilation and were at a disadvantage. But that's enough to tie up most of his energy. The pressure on Lu Chen suddenly disappeared. He was breathing heavily, watching the earth-shattering battle in the distance. While he was shocked by the S-class power, a desire to become stronger was also stronger than ever before. Just now, under the pressure of life and death, he gained a new understanding of the compression and control of the power of the stars. Although we lost, we benefited greatly. The battle lasted for a short while. Seeing that things were hopeless, Ancestor Nirvana knew that continuing the entanglement might attract more powerful members of the council. He glanced coldly at Lu Chen, who was being protected by the Moon Envoy, his gray eyes seeming to be branded. Kid, you're lucky this time. But I've reserved the Star Core. We will meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him distorted, his figure slowly faded, and finally disappeared completely into that desolate gray. The terrifying pressure dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Moon Messenger approached Lu Chen, his cool gaze carrying a hint of admiration. To be able to withstand S-level pressure for so long and gain some understanding, your potential is beyond imagination. Through this battle, the Council has seen your value and character. She took out a crystal token that emitted a soft starlight and was engraved with intricate runes, and handed it to Lu Chen. On behalf of the Ark Council, I hereby officially confer upon you the title and authority of Skywatcher. They have the authority to access some of the Alliance's resources, prioritize the exploration of ancient ruins, and be fully responsible for investigating the Shadow Organization and related threats. I hope you will use this power wisely to create a better future for humanity.
Lu Chen took the token. It was warm to the touch, and he could feel the authority and responsibility it contained.
He carefully put it away.
I will certainly live up to your trust. He knew that although he was no match for an S-class fighter after this battle, he had officially entered the sights of the world's top powerhouses. A new stage awaits him.
Lu Chen, the Sky Patrolman.
His journey has only just begun.
Chapter 89: A New Journey.
The guidance of the star chart. The turmoil on the Ark has temporarily subsided. The Morgan family was severely weakened by the swift and decisive sanctions and has temporarily gone into hiding. The threat of the ancestor of annihilation hangs like a sword over one's head, but it does not seem to have reappeared in the short term. Lu Chen knew very well that beneath the temporary calm, undercurrents were still surging. The Shadow Organization is like a venomous snake, lurking in the shadows. His own strength is still insufficient when facing a true S-class powerhouse.
We must take the initiative, seek opportunities, and improve our strength more quickly.
He turned his gaze to the incomplete star map recorded by the system from the observation tower.
Those flashing coordinates, like lighthouses in the darkness, guide us to the unknown distance.
There, perhaps, lies more treasure left behind by the Starlight civilization, clues to fight against the shadow, and an opportunity for him to break through his bottleneck. He shared his thoughts with Song Qingxue and Song Shuyi.
I'll go with you. Song Qingxue did not hesitate at all, her eyes were firm.
Having shared life and death in exile, she had already decided to walk alongside him. Her lineage as a star priestess also needs to be continuously improved through exploration and practice. Lu Chen looked at her, a warm feeling welling up inside him, and gently took her hand in his.
Everything is understood without words.
Looking at the two of them who were in perfect harmony, Song Shuyi felt a sense of relief. She supports Lu Chen's decision.
Passive defense has never been the Song family's style.
Now that you have obtained the Sky Patrol authority, the family will naturally give you its full support.
Song Shuyi was decisive and efficient.
She directly accessed the Song family's highest-level resources. A streamlined interstellar spaceship slowly sailed out of the secret dock and docked at a dedicated port. The spaceship is entirely dark silver, with a surface that shimmers like water, and its design is both elegant and powerful. This is the latest achievement of the Song family's technology combined with some of the technology of this Starlight civilization, and it is also the Song family's most powerful interstellar exploration spaceship to date.
Star Shuttle.
Starship is equipped with the latest warp drive and short-distance space jump device. The defense system is sufficient to withstand continuous attacks from a peak A-level attacker. The attack system has also been enhanced, equipped with particle-concentrated cannons and guided energy torpedoes.
Most importantly, it loads some star map data obtained from the observatory, which can pinpoint the coordinates more accurately.
Song Shuyi introduced the man to Lu Chen, her tone tinged with pride. This is almost the highest level of technological achievement that the Song family can utilize.
Lu Chen stroked the cool hull of the Star Shuttle, feeling the powerful propulsion and sophisticated technology it contained. Thank you, he said sincerely.
There rests no need for such talk between us. Song Shuyi smiled, then said seriously, the dangers of this trip are unknown, and spaceships alone are not enough. She clapped her hands. A figure appeared silently in the shadows of the harbor, like a ghost. It was Nighthawk, whose injuries had fully healed. He was still dressed in black, his face cold and stern, but the look he gave Lu Chen was less scrutinizing and more approving.
Nighthawk will join the exploration team as your tactical advisor, Song Shuyi said.
He has extensive experience in interstellar travel, crisis response, and intelligence analysis, which can help you avoid many risks.
Lu Chen looked at Nighthawk and extended his hand. Welcome.
Nighthawk looked at his hand, then at Song Qingxue beside him, and finally reached out to shake his hand.
I will fulfill my duties.
His voice was still hoarse and cold, but he had officially joined the team.
Squad members have assembled. Captain and main combatant, Lu Chen. Lieutenant and medical psychological investigator, Song Qingxue. Tactical advisor and scout, Nighthawk. And the strongest logistical support, Song Shuyi and the entire Song family.
They carried a full supply of provisions and Song Shuyi's earnest instructions. The Star Shuttle slowly departed from the port, its engine spewing out a deep blue tail flame as it plunged into the vast sea of stars.
A new journey has officially begun. Inside the cabin,
Lu Chen set the first target for the star map coordinates. That was a point located in a remote region of the star system, where the signal was relatively weak.
Coordinates locked, preparing for the first long-distance space jump. the starship's artificial intelligence issued a prompt. All personnel, please take your positions.
Lu Chen, Song Qingxue, and Ying sat in their respective seats, their seatbelts automatically fastened.
Buzz.
The space in front of the spaceship began to distort, forming a deep energy vortex.
The Star Shuttle accelerated suddenly and plunged headlong into it. A brief feeling of weightlessness and dizziness came over me. Outside the porthole was a bizarre and rapidly passing spatial passage. A few minutes later,
the spaceship jolted violently and broke free from its warp drive.
The view outside the porthole settled down. An unfamiliar star field unfolded before my eyes.
In the distance are magnificent nebulae, and nearby drift sparse asteroids. According to the star map, the target ruin should be located on an Earth-like planet in this star system.
Scan target area. Lu Chen gave the order.
The probe beam of the Star Shuttle swept silently forward.
However, the feedback they received immediately made their expressions turn serious.
The detection screen clearly displays.
Near the orbit of that target planet, a sizable alien fleet was clearly visible. More than 20 ships.
The fleet has a menacing style, with ferocious emblems resembling reptile claws painted on its hulls. They are not stationary, but rather, like patrols, they block off all directions leading to the planet.
Several small reconnaissance ships were hovering low over the planet's surface, seemingly searching for something. Warning! Unknown fleet signal detected. The enemy has spotted us and issued a warning to drive us away. Artificial intelligence is issuing urgent warnings.
A mental wave, brimming with arrogance and an air of unquestionable authority, forcefully cut into the Star Shuttle's communication channel.
Low-level civilization vessel, this is a star system under the jurisdiction of the Krone Pioneer Fleet. Leave immediately. Otherwise, it will be considered an intrusion and will be destroyed. Chapter 90, Interstellar Clash. A triumph in the stars. The Krone's warning of expulsion carried undisguised contempt and threat. It was as if they were shooing away a fly that had wandered into their territory. The atmosphere inside the Star Shuttle instantly became tense.
The enemy's energy response is active, and its weapon systems are partially charged and in an attack posture. Nighthawk calmly reported the scan results, his eyes sharp as an eagle's.
Try to communicate and show that we have no ill intentions and are just conducting scientific exploration, Lu Chen ordered, but he had already prepared for the worst.
Song Qingxue attempted to send a general interstellar signal containing the intention of peaceful exploration.
Their response was an even sharper and more hostile psychological assault. Inferior civilization. Final warning. Leave immediately. Otherwise, destruction.
At the same time, 3 extremely fast Delta Wing warships were separated from the fleet, forming a triangular formation, and headed straight for the Star Shuttle with great momentum. Their front muzzles have begun to condense a blinding green energy light.
Communication is ineffective. The other party didn't bother with communication at all and chose to expel them by force. It seems that language is superfluous. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. He's not the type to swallow his pride. Since the other side has taken the initiative to attack, then let's fight.
Qingxue, use mental interference to disrupt their locking in coordination.
Nighthawk, take control of the secondary weapon system and intercept any missiles or torpedoes the enemy may launch. Leave the control unit to me. Lu Chen instantly got into the zone, his hands moving across the control panel like phantoms. Under his control, the Star Shuttle seemed to come alive, deftly side-sliding and rolling to narrowly avoid 3 thick green energy beams. Clear.
Song Qingxue closed her eyes, and her powerful mental energy spread out like an invisible network, precisely enveloping the 3 enemy ships. Although there was no direct attack, it caused a momentary disruption to the enemy ship's weapon locking system, and the pilot also felt a strange sense of irritation and disorientation. Nighthawk silently controlled his secondary weapon, the laser turret firing precisely, blasting several small, silently approaching homing missiles into the air. Counterattack. Lu Chen gave a low shout and locked onto one of the enemy ships. The main cannon on the belly of the Star Shuttle, the particle energy cannon, was glowing with a chilling white light from its muzzle. Boom! A thick white beam of energy tore through the void and struck the target instantly at a speed far exceeding that of the opponent's energy cannon. The energy shield of that Krone warship was as fragile as paper, unable to withstand even a fraction of a second, and instantly collapsed due to overload. The beam of light continued its relentless advance, piercing straight through the ship's hull. Boom! The violent explosion burst into a dazzling but fleeting burst of fireworks in the starry sky. The first enemy ship was destroyed instantly. The pilots of the other two enemy ships were clearly not prepared for the fact that this lower civilization spaceship was so powerful and its attacks so fierce. They panicked and tried to turn around to create distance.
But Lu Chen won't give them a chance. With its engines at full power, the Star Shuttle relentlessly pursued one of the ships, like a persistent, lingering leech. Guided energy torpedo, launch.
Several torpedoes, trailing blue flames, bypassed the enemy's intercepting fire with bizarre arcs and struck the side of the ship with precision.
A series of explosions rang out. The second enemy ship disintegrated in flames. The last enemy ship was utterly terrified and turned to flee back to the main fleet. Come and go as you please?
Lu Chen's eyes were icy as he steered the Star Shuttle to its maximum acceleration to catch up. At the same time, Song Qingshua's mental interference was fully activated, causing the enemy ship's engine output to malfunction for an extremely brief period, and its speed suddenly stopped. It was that moment of stillness. Like an assassin in the starry sky, the Star Shuttle closed in instantly.
It's over. Lu Chen pressed the attack button.
The close-range particle energy cannon effortlessly reduced the last enemy ship to stardust.
In the blink of an eye, the three Vanguard warships were completely annihilated.
The Star Shuttle was completely unharmed. A brief period of deathly silence fell over this star field. Clearly, even the main Krone fleet was shocked by this sudden and overwhelming result. They underestimated this seemingly unremarkable human spaceship. But what followed was fury.
Attack! All forces attack! Destroy that human spaceship! On the fleet flagship, the commander let out an angry roar.
More than 15 warships simultaneously lit up their weapon lights. Countless energy beams, physical projectiles, and homing missiles rained down on the Star Shuttle like a storm. Faced with such a dense barrage of fire, simply dodging is no longer enough.
Activate energy shield to maximum. Nighthawk, intercept with full force.
Qingshua, disrupt their flagship's command signals. Lu Chen remained calm under pressure, his mind racing as he issued commands. The Star Shuttle was enveloped in a thick energy shield, weaving through a hail of bullets like a petrel in a storm. The Nighthawk maximized the use of its secondary weapon systems, creating a dense network of intercepting fire.
Song Qingshuo focused her attention on trying to disrupt the enemy flagship and create chaos.
But the enemy was too numerous and their firepower too intense. The Star Shuttle's shield energy is rapidly decreasing.
This can't go on.
Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the largest flagship, which was constantly issuing commands.
To catch the thief, first catch the king.
All energy, prioritize the engines and main guns.
Charge!
The Star Shuttle abandoned most of its evasive maneuvers, its engines spewing out unprecedentedly intense flames, and like an arrow released from a bow, it charged headlong into the enemy flagship through a hail of bullets.
He's charging at us. Stop him.
The commander of the Krone flagship was both shocked and furious. Numerous firepower attempted to stop them.
But the Star Shuttle was too fast and its trajectory was too tricky.
Occasionally, an attack hits the shield, creating violent ripples, but it cannot stop its advance.
Main guns charging. Target, enemy flagship engine and weapon array. Lu Chen's voice was frighteningly calm.
The Star Shuttle's main cannons lit up again, this time with a more concentrated and dazzling light.
Emission. Just moments before they were about to be completely overwhelmed by the enemy's concentrated firepower.
The thick white beam of light, like the judgment of death, crossed the final distance and struck the side and rear of the Krone flagship with perfect precision.
Boom! A devastating explosion.
The engine section of the Krone flagship exploded first, triggering a chain reaction that caused the weapon arrays to explode out of control one after another. The massive warship trembled violently in space, broke in two, and turned into an ever-expanding fireball in fragments.
Flagship destroyed. The remaining Krone warships instantly descended into chaos, leaderless and disorganized.
Some still wanted to attack, while others had already begun to retreat. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, maneuvering the Star Shuttle like a tiger among sheep, specifically targeting and attacking the warships that attempted to resist. Particle cannons and energy torpedoes are like the scythe of death, each flash signifies the fall of an enemy ship. Without unified command, the remaining Krone warships completely lost their will to fight, turned around, and fled the starry sky in panic.
The battle is over.
The Star Shuttle hovered in the void amidst the wreckage of warships, like a victorious king, bathed in starlight.
We won?
Looking at the chaotic battlefield outside the porthole, Song Qingshuo was somewhat incredulous. With a single spaceship, they fought against an entire fleet and achieved a complete victory.
We won.
Nighthawk's voice carried a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation, and his gaze toward Lu Chen's retreating figure deepened.
Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, his tense nerves relaxing.
The first space battle was incredibly stressful, but the result was perfect.
Scan the battlefield to see if there are any survivors or valuable information. Soon, the scan results came in.
Most of the enemy ships, along with their crews, have been reduced to dust. But near the wreckage of the destroyed flagship, a faint life signal was detected, sealed inside a small escape pod.
Capture it.
The Star Shuttle extended its robotic arm and retrieved the escape pod, returning it to the hangar.
Open the hatch.
Inside was an alien dressed in the uniform of a Crone tribe officer, with a lizard-like head, whose face was filled with terror and frustration. His shoulder insignia indicated that he was a mid-ranking commander.
Qingxue, I'm leaving it to you. Lu Chen looked at Song Qingxue. Those who can read minds are most adept at this.
Song Qingxue nodded, walked up to the commander of Crone, her eyes sparkling with starlight, and her powerful mental energy directly invaded the unsuspecting sea of consciousness of the other party. The commander trembled violently, let out meaningless roars, and his eyes became vacant. A moment later, Song Qingxue withdrew her spiritual power and looked at Lu Chen with a somewhat solemn expression.
We got some information out of them.
They call themselves the Crone, from a vast interstellar empire called Gorgondot.
The one we encountered was just one of many pioneering exploration fleets dispatched by the Empire. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. As expected, these Crone races were not an independent civilization. Behind them was a much larger empire.
Their purpose in coming here is the same as ours, for that ancient ruin. Song Qingxue continued, her tone tinged with shock. According to intelligence they obtained from the Empire's high command, this ruin may contain information about.
She paused, then said, word by word. The secret fragment of the heart of the universe. The heart of the universe. The name alone evokes a sense of grandeur and mystery that is difficult to describe. It felt as if we had touched upon the most fundamental mysteries of the universe.
Lu Chen's heart began to beat faster involuntarily. The stellar power within him seemed to resonate faintly because of this name.
The ruins guided by the star map.
The struggle for the Crone Empire.
The secret fragments of the heart of the universe.
All of this seems to point to a more turbulent, and more dangerous, future. A new storm is brewing deep within the stars.
Chapter 91 Deep Within the Ruins? A first glimpse into the secrets of the core.
The wreckage of the Crone fleet, like cold tombstones, floats in the starry sky, telling the story of the fierce battle that happened not long ago. The Star Shuttle slowly adjusted its attitude, its engines emitting a faint blue light, like a steady shooting star, as it descended towards the planet shrouded in a pale purple nebula below. Based on the star map markings and Qingxue's senses, the energy source of the ruins should be in the center of that ring-shaped mountain range.
Lu Chen pointed to the constantly flashing light spots on the holographic projection. Nighthawk silently calibrated the scanning equipment, confirming the landing coordinates. Song Qingxue closed her eyes and sensed the enhanced mental power, which felt like invisible tentacles gently brushing across the planet's surface.
Very obscure, yet vast, carrying an ancient call. She opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling slightly.
The Star Shuttle pierced through the thin atmosphere and landed smoothly on a barren Gobi desert.
Ahead lay a continuous range of dark red ring-shaped mountains, as if cleaved by a giant axe. The three of them put on their simple protective gear and stepped out of the cabin. The ground beneath my feet was soft gravel, and the air was filled with the cold smell of metal and dust.
Following the directions, they ventured deep into the crater area. Song Qingxue stopped in front of what appeared to be an ordinary mountain wall.
This is the place where the energy fluctuations are clearest. She reached out and gently pressed her hand against the rough rock face.
Mental energy acts like a key, which is then injected into it. Buzz. The rock face trembled, and sand and gravel fell from its surface.
Then, the rocks parted to the sides like flowing water, revealing a deep, downward sloping passage that led to an unknown destination. The inner walls of the passage are smooth as a mirror, with a faint metallic luster, which is out of place with the rough environment outside.
Walk.
Lu Chen stepped in first, the power of the stars slowly circulating within his body, ready to deal with any unexpected situations.
Song Qingxue and Ying followed closely behind.
The passage was deep, leading all the way down. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the faint sound of their footsteps echoing around them. We walked for about 10 minutes. The view ahead suddenly opened up.
A vast underground space came into view.
In the center of the space stands a magnificent pyramid-shaped building. It is made entirely of some kind of dark gold unknown metal, and its surface is engraved with countless complex and mysterious patterns, which are somewhat similar to those seen in the observation tower, but are even more profound and ancient. The top of the pyramid is not a sharp point, but a platform that emits a soft light, as if it is welcoming something.
This is it, the ruins of the Starshine civilization. Lu Chen could feel that the stellar power within his body had become unusually active, resonating strongly with the pyramid.
At the base of the pyramid is a tightly closed door engraved with star patterns.
Careful, there's an energy reaction. Nighthawk lowered his voice, signaling the two to stop.
He picked up a small pebble and flicked it toward the door with his finger. The pebble had only flown halfway when it reached its destination.
Hiss! 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 Several bright white laser grids appeared instantly, flashing past in a crisscrossing pattern.
The pebble was instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace behind.
Technology trap.
Nighthawk's sharp eyes quickly analyzed the patterns and gaps in the laser emission.
Not only that, there are also psionic fluctuations.
Song Qingxue added that her mental power sensed a hidden mental barrier attached to the door, and forcibly touching it would result in a mental shock. I'll calculate the path. Qingxue will be in charge of neutralizing the mental barrier, and Lu Chen, you're in charge of dealing with emergencies.
Nighthawks quickly formulate strategies.
The three had already developed a tacit understanding through repeated life and death trials. Like the most sophisticated computer, the Nighthawk stared intently at the laser grid, searching for that fleeting window of opportunity for safety. 3 steps to the left, move forward 2 meters, pause for half a second, then take 1 step to the right.
He calmly gave the instructions. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue moved strictly according to his instructions.
At the same time, Song Qingxue formed a hand seal, and her gentle spiritual power rippled out like water, gently enveloping the spiritual barrier and temporarily soothing it. The laser streaked past them with a near miss, sending up a scorching stream of air. The mental barrier rippled slightly, but did not erupt. After a close call, the three safely passed through the trap area and arrived at the Stargate.
How do I open it? Song Qingxue asked Lu Chen.
Lu Chen reached out and gently pressed his hand on the cold door panel. He didn't use any force, he simply poured his own stellar power slowly into the star pattern on the door.
Buzz! It was as if a key had been inserted into a lock.
The star patterns on the door lit up one by one, like a galaxy being ignited.
The heavy door, with a deep rumble, slowly opened inward.
An even more ancient, vast aura, carrying a faint sense of oppression, swept over us.
Behind the door lies the interior of the pyramid.
A wide, upward-reaching staircase leads to the platform at the top of the pyramid. On both sides of the steps stand strangely shaped metal statues, like silent guardians. The three of them stepped onto the stairs carefully.
Sure enough, after only a few steps,
the eyes of the metal statues on both sides suddenly flashed red.
Click, click, click.
They sprang into action, brandishing weapons formed from condensed energy, and launched an attack on the three of them.
Prepare for battle. Lu Chen shouted, and starlight instantly covered his entire body.
He punched the statue at the forefront, sending it staggering backward. These statues possess considerable strength and are made of a hard material.
However, the movements are relatively stiff and lack flexibility. Qingxue, disrupt their energy cores. Nighthawk, attack the joint connections. Lu Chen fought while simultaneously giving commands.
Song Qingxue used her mental power to precisely locate the shimmering energy core within the statue's chest cavity and interfere with it, causing its movements to become sluggish. The Nighthawk, like a ghost, wields a short blade that gleams with a cold light, specifically targeting the joints of the statue to weaken its mobility.
Lu Chen confronted the attack head-on, unleashing a burst of starlight and transforming into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, shattering and dismantling the statues one by one. The three worked together seamlessly, and the statues guarding the steps were eliminated one by one.
Finally, they reached the platform at the top of the pyramid.
The central part of the platform is not the console you might imagine.
Instead, it is a more complex ring-shaped device. The device is made up of countless flowing crystals and metals, with a fist-sized, irregular crystal fragment emitting a soft and deep light suspended at its center. The light was not dazzling, but it seemed to contain the infinite mysteries of the birth and death of stars and the evolution of the universe. Just one glance is enough to captivate the heart, as if one is about to be immersed in it.
The heart of the universe, a fragment?
Song Qingxue murmured, feeling a life and creative power within it that far exceeded her comprehension. The stellar power within Lu Chen surged with unprecedented activity, as if paying homage to a king, and strongly attracted the fragment. He slowly approached. My gaze was drawn to the shimmering streams of light surrounding the device. The text and diagrams recorded on it are fragmented and incomplete, automatically translated by the system. The heart of the universe, the core of balance, the source of evolution.
Fragments scattered, maintaining, preventing, returning to nothingness. Warning, forbidden, forced aggregation is prohibited. Although the information was incomplete, it revealed a shocking secret. This heart of the universe seems to be the key core that maintains the balance and evolution of the entire universe. Its fragments are scattered in various places. Just as Lu Chen was trying to get closer and carefully feel the fragment, an anomaly has occurred.
The power of the stars within him surged even more uncontrollably. It seemed to have triggered some kind of recognition mechanism. The entire ring-shaped device suddenly burst forth with an even more dazzling light.
Buzz! A deep rumble echoed from inside the pyramid, causing it to tremble slightly. That cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang out again, echoing across the empty platform. High-privilege Starlight bloodline detected. Meets activation requirements. The final trial is starting. Chapter 92 Starlight Trial? The Mystery of Bloodline Inheritance. The cold, mechanical sound echoed in the core of the pyramid. The final trial is starting. Buzz! The ring-shaped device in the center of the platform shone brightly. The suspended fragments of the heart of the universe trembled slightly, emitting an even stronger fluctuation of laws. 3 gentle yet irresistible beams of light suddenly shot out from the device, precisely enveloping Lu Chen, Song Qingxue, and Ying. Lu Chen!
Song Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, wanting to get closer, but found that the pillar of light was like a solid barrier, separating her from the Nighthawk and making it impossible for her to interfere. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Chen was carried by the pillar of light and slowly rose into the air.
I'm fine.
Lu Chen's voice came through, carrying a hint of solemnity, but without any panic. He sensed that there was no malice in the beam of light, it was more like a kind of detection and guidance. The next moment, the scene before his eyes completely changed.
No longer inside the pyramids, but in a boundless starry sky.
Beneath my feet lies the glittering Milky Way, above me is the deep darkness, and countless stars swirl around me.
First trial, power control. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Boom!
Ahead, a small meteorite, carrying destructive force, hurtled toward him like a cannonball.
Extremely fast speed and immense power.
Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and the power of the stars instantly gathered at the tip of his fist. Instead of confronting it head-on, he slightly turned his body, starlight swirling around him, and gently placed his palm on the side of the meteorite as if caressing flowing water.
One pull, one unload. The enormous impact force was cleverly guided and deflected.
The meteorite whistled past his body and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky behind him.
Judgment, pass. Strength utilization efficiency 92%, excellent. The sound had barely faded when the scene changes again.
The surrounding stars dimmed instantly, and coldness and death filled every inch of space.
An indescribable sense of loneliness, bewilderment, and a feeling of being abandoned by the entire universe surged into Lu Chen's heart like a tide. Countless whispers seemed to be tempting, questioning, and denying the meaning of his existence. Second trial, unwavering willpower. This is a test of the soul. Lu Chen closed his eyes. Memories of my rebirth flashed through my mind. The humiliation of the school beauty, the awakening of the system, the favor of the CEO sister, sharing life and death with Song Qingxue, battle after battle, breakthrough after breakthrough. His gaze sharpened like a knife once more. I will walk my own path. My path is witnessed by the stars. A low roar, like a thunderclap, exploded in his mind. All the negative emotions and whispers, like ice and snow under the sun, melted away instantly. The starry sky shines again. Judgment, past. Willpower rating, eternal. The mechanical sound seemed to carry a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation. The final test is coming. The starry sky before my eyes disappeared, replaced by a pure world radiating a warm white light. In the center, the fragment of the heart of the universe floats. It exudes endless allure. It was as if it was telling him that as long as he reached out, he could immediately possess supreme power, control the laws of the universe, and become a supreme being. Power that is readily available. The third trial, purity of heart. Is it about indulging in desires and directly seizing them? Or should we stick to our principles?
Lu Chen's gaze swept over the fragment, his eyes filled with longing yet clear and unwavering. He recalled the warning messages around the device.
Forbidden forced aggregation is prohibited.
I was reminded of the balance and responsibility that this fragment represented. Strength is very important. But uncontrolled power is a disaster. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. But it didn't reach for the fragments. Instead, he gently pressed his palm against the air in front of the fragments. The pure, unadulterated stellar power within his body was gently released like a trickle, softly touching and merging with the light emitted from the fragments. It was as if they were greeting each other, exchanging pleasantries.
There is no greed, no possession, only respect and exploration.
The light from the fragments became softer, even pulsating slightly, as if in response.
Judgment, past.
Purity of mind, perfect. The pillar of light enveloping Lu Chen slowly dissipated.
He landed back on the platform. Song Qingxue and Yi Ying immediately surrounded them. Are you all right?
Song Qingxue asked with concern.
Lu Chen shook his head, a trace of shock still lingering in his eyes.
The light from the ring-shaped device gradually faded. That cold, mechanical voice sounded again, but the tone seemed no longer so cold, instead carrying a hint of relief.
Trial of trials passed. Rating, excellent. The person whose access has been confirmed possesses the direct bloodline of the ancient Starshine civilization royal family, with a purity of 97.3%. Star civilization. Royal bloodline. Lu Chen was utterly shocked.
He always thought that his star power was just a special ability given to him by the system.
Unexpectedly, it involves such an ancient and noble bloodline. Song Qingxue and Yi Ying also showed expressions of shock. Bloodline potential initially unlocked. Heart core imprint granted.
A tiny point of light, more condensed and restrained than the fragment of the heart of the universe, yet equally containing infinite mysteries, flew out from the center of the device and, as if it possessed a life of its own, slowly disappeared into Lu Chen's brow.
Boom! Lu Chen felt as if something deep within his consciousness had been ignited. A purer and more ancient stellar power awakened from the depths of his bloodline and flowed throughout his body.
His perception of the celestial bodies became clearer than ever before. He could even vaguely detect that in the depths of an extremely distant star field, there were several faint but coexisting points resonating with him.
Those are other fragments? Or other starlight relics?
At the same time, a stream of encrypted information flooded into his mind. It's a more detailed description of the fragments of the heart of the universe, and the Shadow's God-making plan. Information suggests that Shadow is using a forbidden technology to forcibly extract and merge various negative energies and laws in an attempt to create a pseudo-core under their control, with its goal being the annihilation and end of the heart of the universe.
Their actions are disrupting the balance of the universe.
Just as Lu Chen was digesting this massive amount of information and feeling his own transformation.
Ugh!
A piercing, unprecedentedly sharp alarm suddenly rang out from all over the pyramids.
The red light is flashing wildly.
The cold, mechanical voice was noticeably urgent.
Warning! Warning! High-intensity spatial disturbance detected. Identification signal. Gorgon Empire, Devourer Main Fleet. Quantity, 12. Estimated arrival time, 3 standard minutes. Repeating. The Devourer Fleet's warp signal is approaching. Authorized personnel, leave immediately. Leave immediately. Devourer Fleet. Main Force. 12 ships. The name alone brings a suffocating sense of oppression.
It is far more powerful than the previous Crone Fleet.
Walk. Lu Chen's expression changed, and he didn't hesitate.
The legacy of the ruins has been obtained, but a powerful enemy is on the horizon. This place is no place to linger. He took one last look at the suspended fragment of the heart of the universe and memorized its fluctuations. Immediately, together with Song Qingxue and Yi Ying, they rushed outwards along the original route at top speed.
The traps that required careful navigation on the way there seemed to have been temporarily disabled by the ruins AI on the return journey.
The three of them moved unimpeded, like 3 gusts of wind, rushing out of the pyramid, out of the underground space, and back onto the star shuttle.
Start the engines. Maximum power. Leave the planet. Lu Chen immediately gave the order as soon as he entered the bridge.
With its engines roaring, the star shuttle rose from the ground and soared into the starry sky. Through the porthole, one can clearly see that the distant cosmic background is being violently distorted. Like ripples on water, a massive spatial jump exit is forming.
The outlines of the menacing warships are faintly visible. The Gorgon Empire's pursuit has begun. Moreover, it is a terrifying power far exceeding that of the past. Chapter 93, A Relentless Pursuit? A Desperate Space Jump.
Like a startled fish, the Star Shuttle spewed its most intense exhaust flames from its engines and accelerated wildly, trying to get away from the forming space vortex.
Lu Chen stared intently at the porthole behind him.
In that distorted starry sky, the grotesque outline became clearer and clearer. 12 jet-black warships, far larger than the previous Krone warships, resembled 12 colossal cosmic beasts ready to devour their prey, slowly emerging from the warp portal. Their hulls are more sharply defined, covered with thick armor, and have frighteningly large main gun calibers. Just by hovering there, it exuded a chilling aura of destruction. The Gorgon Empire's Devourer main fleet.
Energy reaction level, incalculable. Far beyond our reach.
Nighthawk's voice was unusually grave, and the data on the scanner was jumping wildly, almost exceeding the limit.
They've locked onto us.
Song Qingshue's face turned pale as her powerful mental energy sensed several chilling thoughts that had firmly pinned down the Star Shuttle.
Full power evasion. Activate all jamming missiles. Lu Chen gave the order without hesitation.
The Star Shuttle instantly performed complex tactical maneuvers, releasing a large number of disruptive energy clusters and metal fragments.
However, the other party did not even issue any conventional warnings or probes.
The flagship, the largest ship at the front, suddenly emitted an unsettling dark red light from the menacing main gun barrels on its bow.
Buzz!
A massive, dark red torrent of energy, seemingly capable of swallowing light, tore through the void and hurtled towards us at a speed beyond visual perception.
Hard to port. Emergency evasive maneuver. Lu Chen roared, his hands moving like phantoms on the control panel. The Star Shuttle's engines roared with overload as it narrowly escaped a near miss with a skid. Boom!
A torrent of dark red energy swept past the Star Shuttle's energy shield. The mere scrape at the edge caused the originally thick shield to ripple violently, and the energy reading instantly plummeted by 35%.
What terrifying power! This is just barely scratching the surface. If hit head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fight back. We can't just sit here and take the beating. Lu Chen's eyes were icy as he locked onto one of the smaller enemy frigates. Particle condensation cannon, fire. The Star Shuttle's main cannon roared, and a white beam of light accurately hit the target. However, a layer of even more solid dark shield lit up the surface of the frigate. The white beam of light struck it, creating violent ripples, but failed to penetrate it. The enemy's defenses far surpassed those of the Krone fleet. Damn it! Their shields are too tough. Lu Chen's heart sank. At the same time, the other Devourer warships also opened fire. Dense beams of dark red energy, corrosive green rays, and armor-piercing projectiles rained down like a storm. Like a small boat in a storm, the Star Shuttle frantically weaves and tumbles through the barrage of bullet comments. Nighthawk focused intently on maneuvering its secondary weapon to intercept the missiles and beams with their elusive trajectories. Song Qingshue's face was pale, and her mental energy spread out as if it were overdrawn, interfering with the enemy gunner's lock-on and buying the Star Shuttle a tiny bit of evasion space. Bang! Bang! Boom! Despite the three's best efforts, the Star Shuttle continued to be hit. The shield energy plummeted rapidly, like a flood bursting its banks. 70%, 50%, 30%, 10%. The piercing alarm blared across the bridge. Warning! Shields are about to overload. Ship structural integrity 87%, 73%. The casing emitted a sickening metallic twisting sound. In some areas, sparks even flew. No! I can't hold on any longer. Nighthawk roared as a stray missile exploded near him, sending shockwaves through his body. Song Qingxue groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, the backlash from the excessive consumption of her mental energy beginning to appear. Lu Chen stared at the rapidly decreasing energy bar on the screen and the enemy ships closing in from all directions, his eyes filled with determination. The conventional methods won't work. We must take a risky gamble. He remembered the core imprint he had just acquired and hadn't yet had time to become familiar with. I recalled the description of the Starlight bloodline and star power from the Ruins AI. Nighthawk. Abandon all attacks and interceptions, and channel all remaining energy to the engine and space jump module. Qingshuo, help me.
Use your mental power to help me perceive the spatial pathways.
Lu Chen's voice carried an undeniable firmness. Nighthawk didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately carried out the order.
Despite the throbbing pain in her mind, Song Qingxue channeled her last bit of mental energy into Lu Chen without reservation. Lu Chen closed his eyes. The hardcore mark between the eyebrows felt slightly warm. He no longer uses his eyes to see, but uses his heart to feel. Through imprints, through bloodlines, through resonance with the stars.
He saw it. The surroundings are not nothingness.
Instead, it is covered with invisible spatial folds and gravitational strings, like a dense spider web. Conventional space jumps involve traveling along a relatively stable, calculated course. What they need now is to forcibly tear open a path to survival. An unknown, dangerous, and random path leading to distant star systems.
I've found you. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly reflecting the rise and fall of galaxies.
He pinpointed an extremely faint, highly unstable spatial fold that seemed poised to break at any moment.
This fold leads to an unknown distance, turbulent and chaotic, fraught with risk. But this is the only way out. Now. Full power. Target, spatial coordinates K7 Theta Alpha. Lu Chen instantly input the calculated or rather, sensed coordinates. All systems on the Star Shuttle are operating at overload.
The engine spewed out an unprecedented incandescent white flame. The entire spaceship shot off like an arrow, no longer making any evasive maneuvers, and headed straight for that seemingly empty void.
Trying to escape? Lock down the space. Disrupt it. The commander of the Devourer flagship let out a cold laugh. Several warships immediately launched special space jamming beams.
However, just moments before the interference was about to take effect,
Lu Chen slammed both hands on the control panel.
The hardcore mark between the eyebrows burst forth with dazzling light. The pure power of the stars, mixed with the power of his newly awakened royal bloodline, surged into the space jump core of the Star Shuttle like a torrent.
Open it for me. Boom.
The space in front of the Star Shuttle was forcibly torn open by this brutal and ancient force, creating an extremely unstable crack with edges flashing with violent chaotic energy. The inside of the crack was no longer a dark blue passage, but a colorful, bizarre, turbulent flow that seemed to contain countless fragments of time and space.
What? Forcibly tearing apart unstable space? They've gone mad?
For the first time, the Devourer commander showed surprise. This kind of jumping method is a guaranteed death sentence. Under the gaze of countless shocked eyes, without hesitation, the Star Shuttle plunged headlong into that dangerous chaotic rift.
Whoosh! The crack contracted rapidly and disappeared instantly after the Star Shuttle entered.
It was as if it had never existed. Only 12 Devourer warships remained, hovering in the silent starry sky, futilely scanning the empty starfield.
Severe jolts.
It felt like the entire spaceship was about to be torn apart. Outside the porthole, there were wildly flashing, irregular patches of color and streaks of light. The immense overload pressed Lu Chen and the other two firmly into their seats, making it difficult for them to move. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been a moment, or it might have been eternity. It was accompanied by a deafening roar and a tooth-grinding groan from the ship's hull. All the turbulence and chaos suddenly stopped. The Star Shuttle was suddenly thrown out of the spatial turbulence and returned to normal space.
Space jump completed.
Spaceship severely damaged, engine efficiency down 62%, shield generator offline, hull structural integrity 41%, life support system power less than 30%.
Energy reserves 7%, 6.8%, continuously declining. Warning. Coordinates lost. Unable to connect to known star map network. A series of glaring red alerts flashed on the control panel.
The interior of the Star Shuttle was in a mess, the lights were flickering, and the air was filled with the burnt smell of electrical circuits. The three of them struggled to unbuckle their seatbelts, panting heavily.
Despite surviving the ordeal, there was no joy whatsoever. The cost was too high.
The spaceship was almost completely destroyed, its energy was about to run out, and it was lost in a completely unknown star system.
Did we succeed?
Song Qingxue asked weakly, her face as pale as paper.
Lu Chen walked to the porthole and looked out at the unfamiliar starry sky.
The star chart is completely different, with no familiar constellations.
His heart sank. But at that moment,
his gaze was drawn to a slowly rotating planet not far ahead. It was an emerald green planet. It was full of life, which contrasted sharply with the desolate starry sky around it. The planet's surface seemed to be enveloped in a faint, life-filled halo.
A faint yet clear life signal, carrying a sense of calling, faintly traveled across the vast distance. There. Lu Chen pointed to the emerald green planet, his voice hoarse. We may have found a temporary place to stay. However, what unknown dangers and unknowns might be hidden in this seemingly vibrant planet within this uncharted galaxy? Chapter 94: Alien Survival? Jungle and Symbiotic Civilization. Star Shuttle, trailing black smoke, veered and lurched into the atmosphere of the emerald green planet like a bird with broken wings. The intense friction caused the exterior of the ship to be covered with a layer of scorching red light. The alarm blared shrilly, and most of the systems had malfunctioned. Hold on. We're about to make an emergency landing. Lu Chen gripped the control stick tightly, relying on his last bit of power and intuition to steer the spaceship toward a relatively flat, densely vegetated, and vast jungle. Boom! With a deafening roar and a violent impact, the Star Shuttle finally crashed into several towering trees and came to a stop in a lush thicket of giant, fluorescent ferns. The cabin was filled with smoke, and the lights were completely out, with only the emergency power supply providing a faint glow. Are you all right? Lu Chen coughed as he unbuckled his seatbelt. I'm all right. Song Qingshua's voice was somewhat weak. Nighthawk silently shook his head and began checking his personal equipment. The three of them helped each other out of the severely deformed hatch. My feet were on the soft, damp moss. An intense, almost overwhelming sense of life, mixed with the fragrance of earth and exotic plants, instantly enveloped them. Looking up, the sky was obscured by layers of strange, umbrella-like leaves, with only a few soft, filtered green rays of light shining down. The surrounding scenery was unlike anything I had ever seen before. Thick vines coiled around the shimmering tree trunk like giant pythons. The colorful and varied flowers are as large as cartwheels, some even slowly opening and closing, emitting specks of light. Glowing spores, like dandelion seeds, float in the air, adorning the dark jungle like a dreamlike fairyland. A long, ethereal, and mysterious cry came from afar from an unknown creature. The life energy here is so rich. Song Qingxue took a deep breath, feeling her mental fatigue ease slightly. Her lineage of star priests is particularly attuned to this vibrant environment. First, inspect the spaceship for damage, and then locate available resources and a safe water source. Nighthawk remained calm and quickly assigned tasks. The next few days were a difficult struggle for survival on an alien planet. The starship was severely damaged, with its core engine and space jump module almost completely destroyed, and its energy completely depleted. Using the tools and materials left on the spaceship, they set up a temporary camp in a dry cave not far from the spaceship. The Nighthawks are responsible for setting up warning traps and finding food sources. He discovered many edible, juicy exotic fruits, as well as some unguarded, small rodent-like creatures. Song Qingxue used healing techniques and spiritual perception to identify which plants had therapeutic effects and which posed hidden dangers. Her presence saved the team from a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lu Chen then attempted to repair the spaceship's communication system and some of its power systems. However, progress has been slow due to a lack of key components and energy. He spends most of his time sensing the unique pulse of this planet with the help of the core imprint and the power of the stars. He could sense an extremely faint yet incredibly pure and ancient source of life, hidden deep within the core of this planet. It is this force that nourishes this miraculous jungle. During one of their explorations, they encountered a group of strange creatures. They resemble deer in appearance, but their bodies are made of a translucent, emerald-like substance, and their antlers shimmer with a gentle green light. These creatures were not afraid of people. Instead, they curiously circled around them, making pleasant sounds. Song Qingxue tried to communicate with them using her mental powers. To my surprise, I discovered that these creatures were not independent individuals. Their consciousness was closely connected to the jungle and the earth beneath their feet. They are part of a vast, gentle, symbiotic civilization. The main body of this civilization is not animals, but plants. It is those ancient trees that exude waves of wisdom, and those vines and flowers that can move and even communicate simply. They share a faint and ancient network of collective consciousness that spans the globe. The existence of Lu Chen's team, especially the power within Lu Chen that subtly resonates with the stars and life itself, and Song Qingxue's pure healing energy, attracted the attention of this symbiotic civilization. A few days later, as Lu Chen was trying to guide a wisp of the faint life force from deep within the Earth's core to help repair the spaceship's energy core, the plants around the camp suddenly started moving without any wind.
The thick vines, like nimble arms, gently placed before them some crystals radiating a soft green light and containing pure life energy, as well as some strange plant tissues resembling metal and ducts that they desperately needed.
At the same time,
A vast, ancient, and benevolent consciousness, like a gentle tide, softly touched the minds of Lu Chen and Song Qingxue. A child of the stars from afar, a resonance of the song of life. We sense your predicament, and the purity of your power. These might help your metal hives recover. It is the collective consciousness of this jungle, or rather, the consciousness of the legendary world tree. It sensed Lu Chen's attempt to activate the life source of the Earth's core, and instead of stopping him, it offered its help.
Thank you.
Song Qingxue immediately responded with her mental power, her expression filled with sincere gratitude.
Lu Chen also thanked him sincerely and asked curiously about the origin of life deep in the Earth's core.
The world tree's consciousness remained silent for a moment before transmitting a stream of information. That was the spark of life, stardust that fell from ancient times.
It chose this place and gave us prosperity. We call it the source of life.
A speck of dust at the heart of the universe.
Fragments containing the rules of life. Really? Lu Chen was shocked.
He exchanged a glance with Song Qingxue, and they both saw the understanding in each other's eyes. It is precisely because of this tiny speck of dust that this planet has such magnificent vitality and unique symbiotic civilization. Guided by the consciousness of the world tree and aided by special materials provided by the symbiotic civilization, the restoration of the Star Shuttle has made groundbreaking progress. Especially in the energy system, the energy contained in those life energy crystals is extremely stable and pure, far exceeding any batteries they carry. Just when they thought they could successfully repair the spaceship and were preparing to leave, the world tree's consciousness arrived once more, this time carrying a hint of solemnity and a request.
Children of the stars, we sense malice from afar is approaching. Those are the withered ones that devour life.
They are like locusts, leaving life to wither wherever they go.
They are coming soon. We are willing to give everything to help you fully repair your metal layer. But, can we ask for your power to help us protect our home? Protect the source of life? Chapter 95: The Battle of Guardians? A clash between life and destruction.
The world tree's request carried a heavy weight of trust and expectation. Lu Chen looked at the crystals and repair materials that were radiating pure life energy, and then looked at Song Qingxue and Ying.
The two men nodded slightly, their eyes resolute.
This planet offered them shelter and help in their most perilous time. This symbiotic civilization treated them with the purest kindness.
Both morally and logically, they cannot stand idly by.
We promise you, Lu Chen solemnly replied with his mental power. We will fight alongside you and protect this place. The world tree's consciousness emanated waves of relief and gratitude. With the full support of the symbiotic civilization, the repair progress of the Star Shuttle has been greatly accelerated. In particular, the energy system, with its crystallized life energy, provides a stable driving force far exceeding expectations.
But bad news followed.
The reconnaissance spores deployed by the Nighthawk on the perimeter transmitted back images. 3 small warships, their bodies entirely gray and their shapes resembling skeletons, exuding a strong aura of death, broke through the planet's atmosphere like vultures and hovered high in the sky. Instead of launching an attack immediately, they extended countless thick, straw-like dark purple energy conduits downwards, like probes. An ominous light shone from the tip of the conduit, and it began to frantically draw life energy from the jungle below. Visibly, the plants in the area covered by the vascular bundles withered and died rapidly. The emerald green leaves turned yellow and withered, the vibrant flowers turned to ash, and even the soil lost its luster, becoming like gravel.
The once vibrant area was instantly transformed into a desolate wasteland. The withered ones, they're here.
Through the shared vision of the world tree's consciousness, Lu Chen and the other two clearly witnessed this outrageous scene.
These plunderers don't even bother with destruction, they simply greedily and efficiently exploit all life. We can't let them continue like this. Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold.
Although the Star Shuttle has not been fully repaired, its basic power and weapon systems have been restored.
Start the engines. Take off and begin combat.
The Star Shuttle roared back to life, rising from the jungle and hurtling toward the 3 withered one warships.
Meanwhile, the symbiotic civilization on the ground also launched a counterattack.
Countless thick vines, like giant green pythons, shot into the sky and coiled around the energy conduits. The ancient trees, emitting fluorescence, swayed collectively, releasing a powerful field of life energy, attempting to interfere with and counteract the draining power of the withered ones. The brightly colored carnivorous plant opened its enormous mouth and sprayed out a highly corrosive sap.
The entire jungle seemed to come alive, transforming into a massive war fortress. However, the technology of the withered ones is clearly superior. Their warship shields easily deflected the vines and corrosive slime. The energy conduit continued to draw life energy steadily, only at a slightly slower pace. Target locked. Particle condensation cannon, fire. Lu Chen piloted the Star Shuttle, aimed at one of the withered one warships, and opened fire. A white beam of energy pierced the sky. Boom! The shield of the withered warship rippled violently and its color dimmed noticeably, but it was not penetrated. What a hard turtle shell! At the same time, the other two withered warships immediately turned their cannons around, and dark purple decomposition rays shot towards the Star Shuttle like venomous snakes. Avoid! The Star Shuttle deftly rolled and dodged. Nighthawk used its secondary weapon to intercept.
Song Qingxue then unleashed her full mental power, not as an attack, but as a precise guide, resonating and amplifying her own life energy field with the entire jungle. A soft yet resilient green halo spread out from her center, enveloping the Star Shuttle and the vast jungle below. The decomposition rays of the withered one, when they struck the green halo, were reduced in power by more than 30%.
Her healing spell has now transformed into the strongest group defense buff. The battle reached a stalemate.
The Star Shuttle, in cooperation with the symbiotic civilization, barely managed to withstand the attack from 3 withered one warships. However, the opponent's shield was too thick, and the act of draining life energy did not stop.
The life force of the entire planet is slowly but steadily fading away.
A faint, painful fluctuation emanated from the world tree. The dust particles deep within the Earth's core, the source of life, also seemed to be drawn in and became somewhat unstable.
We can't delay any longer. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened.
He abandoned conventional attacks and temporarily handed over control of the starship to Nighthawk. Then I closed my eyes and focused all my energy on communicating with the hardcore imprint between my eyebrows. Guided by the mark, his consciousness pierced through layers of Earth, probing towards the faint yet incredibly pure source of life deep within the Earth's core.
This time, it's no longer a simple sensing. Instead, it attempts to guide. Borrow. In the name of the stars, I call upon the power of life. He chanted softly, and the royal bloodline and stellar power awakening within him began to operate in an unprecedented way. The core imprint burst forth with dazzling light. An indescribable, vast, and ancient vitality, as if dormant for countless years, was quietly stirred by his call, which carried the aura of starlight. Deep within the Earth's core, that tiny speck of dust, the source of life, stirred gently. Boom!
A mighty, pure, emerald green life force, seemingly breaking through some kind of shackle, erupted with a roar, guided by Lu Chen's spiritual power.
This force did not directly attack the withered ones.
Instead, it was like sweet rain, instantly spreading across the entire battlefield, merging into every plant, every inch of land, into the life force field unleashed by Song Qingxue, and into the energy system of the Star Shuttle.
In an instant, the previously somewhat sluggish symbiotic civilization was given a shot of adrenaline.
The vines grew thicker and stronger, tightening their grip on the energy conduits and even emitting a sickening metallic twisting sound. The energy field released by the ancient tree increased in intensity, and the emerald green halo almost solidified. The Star Shuttle's weapon systems were overloaded, and the light from the particle energy cannons became more concentrated and dazzling than ever before. As for Lu Chen himself, bathed in this torrent of life, his understanding of the power of the stars also deepened suddenly.
The stars are not just about cold destruction and desolation.
It also possesses the great power to nurture all things and evolve life. The life aspect of the power of the stars became incredibly clear in his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if green stars were rising and falling in them.
Now! Attack! He took control and locked onto the withered warship whose shields had dimmed. The particle energy cannon, imbued with immense life energy, roared into action. This time, it was no longer a white pillar of energy, but a dazzling strike wrapped in countless emerald green life runes. Put! It was like a hot knife cutting into butter. The sturdy dark shield shattered instantly. The beam of light continued its relentless advance, instantly piercing through the warship's core. Boom! The first withered one warship was completely disintegrated under the bombardment imbued with the laws of life, turning into a burning wreckage. The remaining 2 withered warships were clearly unprepared for this sudden turn of events. They tried to speed up their escape. However, countless reinforced mines below formed a net that tightly bound their hulls. The Star Shuttle, like a judge of life, bombarded the enemy relentlessly.
Under the siege of the symbiotic civilization and the enhanced Star Shuttle, the other two Withered One warships also succumbed to the attack and were destroyed one after another, turning into space debris. The looting was forcibly stopped. The sky returned to calm, leaving only scattered ashes and broken energy conduits.
The jungle has regained its vitality and even become more lush under the nourishment of the life force.
The World Tree's consciousness emanated waves of immense gratitude and joy. All the symbiotic civilizations expressed their sincerest gratitude towards the Star Shuttle. The crisis has been resolved. The Star Shuttle slowly descended. The World Tree's consciousness communicated with Luchan once again. A vibrant green leaf, radiating a rich life force and with veins seemingly flowing with starlight, slowly drifted down from the largest ancient tree and hovered in front of Luchan.
This is a blessing of life, containing a trace of the laws of life.
Thank you, child of the stars, for protecting our home and the source of life. Luchan solemnly accepted the leaf, and could feel the immense vitality and profound laws contained within it.
This has immeasurable benefits for his understanding of the life aspect of the power of the stars. In addition, over the long years, we have had exchanges with some astral drifters.
The World Tree's consciousness paused for a moment, then transmitted a vague fragment of memory. The drifters mentioned an organization called Shadow. They operate in the shadows of the universe, seemingly deliberately collecting various negative energies and laws such as war, death, fear, and destruction. Their goal seems to be related to the annihilation and end aspects of the heart of the universe.
Luchan's pupils suddenly contracted. Shadow. They were indeed taking action. Moreover, the goal is so clear, the annihilation aspect of the heart of the universe. This perfectly matches the information he obtained from the ruins. Project to create a god. The pseudo-heart of the universe. The core of annihilation. A chill ran down my spine.
This covert war concerning the balance of the universe seems to have already begun quietly.
Their conflict with the Shadow was destined to be unavoidable. Chapter 96: A Triumphant Return? The Journey Home and Unexpected Changes.
Luchan carefully put away the leaf containing the laws of life, a gift from the World Tree. The immense vitality and profound laws contained within it require time to slowly comprehend. The crystals provided by the symbiotic civilization, formed from pure life energy, immediately came in handy. These crystalline energies are stable and gentle, far exceeding any energy source they are known to possess. With the help of plant technicians from the symbiotic civilization, intelligent vines and fungi capable of precisely manipulating their own tissues, the Star Shuttle's repair work has entered its final stage. After the damaged engine was infused with life energy, it seemed to be revitalized, and the repair speed was greatly accelerated. The hull structure is also reinforced with a special plant fiber that combines toughness and strength. Even more excitingly, the symbiotic civilization added a new system to the Star Shuttle based on its structure. A life recovery system can slowly repair non-structural damage to the hull and provide treatment for the crew.
In addition, an optical and energy concealment system based on jungle camouflage principles greatly enhances the starship's stealth capabilities.
Through communication with the scout spores of the symbiotic civilization, tiny plant units that can float far and share vision, the Nighthawk learned many unique stealth and environmental integration techniques. Songqing Yue's spiritual power became more refined under the nourishment of life energy, and her healing technique was imbued with a purifying property, making it remarkably effective against negative energy and toxins.
Luchan's strength steadily increased.
Through resonance with the microscopic dust deep within the Earth's core, the source of life, and through his initial understanding of the leaves of life, his application of stellar power became more diversified. It is no longer limited to pure offense and defense, but can also simulate effects such as life nourishment and energy purification.
Several days later,
the newly renovated Star Shuttle stands in a jungle clearing. It is no longer a cold, metallic object. Its surface radiates a faint aura of life, blending harmoniously with its surroundings. The engine starts, its sound deep and steady, full of power.
It's time to leave. Luchan looked at the representatives of the symbiotic civilization who had come to see him off the few jade deer and the swaying ancient trees.
The World Tree's consciousness conveyed blessings and reluctance.
May the stars guide your way home. May the blessings of life be with you. If needed, call upon us through this leaf. Thank you for your help. Take care. Luchan bid farewell solemnly.
The Star Shuttle slowly ascended, pierced the atmosphere, and once again entered the vast sea of stars. This time, the ship was loaded not only with repair materials and energy, but also with enhanced capabilities and precious friendships. Using the broader stellar perception data obtained from the symbiotic civilization, as well as the upgraded detection system of the starship itself, they finally succeeded in locking onto the general direction of the human stellar region.
The journey home is no longer uncertain.
After several cautious space jumps, they avoided potentially dangerous star regions. The familiar starry sky gradually appeared on the navigation screen. The massive artificial star ring of the Ark space station is already in sight.
Finally, I'm back.
Song Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the familiar scenery outside the porthole.
Nighthawk's gaze softened slightly.
However, when the starship approached the Ark's regular communication range, it discovered something unusual. The number of patrol fleets around the space station appears to have increased.
Moreover, the patrol routes are more frequent, creating a sense of tension.
On public communication channels, the various information streams appeared somewhat chaotic, with words such as martial law, search, and attack vaguely visible.
Something's not right, Nighthawk sensed the unusual atmosphere.
Lu Chen frowned slightly and tried to connect to Song Shudi's private encrypted channel.
The call waited longer than usual.
Finally, the communication was established.
A holographic projection showed Song Shudi's face, which looked slightly tired but was trying to appear energetic.
When she saw Lu Chen and the other two, her eyes first flashed with great joy and relief, but this was quickly replaced by deeper worry.
Lu Chen. Qingxue. You're finally back. I'm so glad you're alright.
She spoke quickly, with an urgent tone.
Sister, what happened to Fangzhou? Lu Chen asked directly. Song Shudi's face darkened. Things have been unsettled at home while you were away.
The remnants of the Morgan family, like rats in the gutter, have not completely disappeared. Although we dealt them a heavy blow before, a centipede dies but does not fall down. We've discovered that they seem to have recently made contact with the remnants of the Shadow organization.
Shadow. Upon hearing this name, Lu Chen and the other two were on tenterhooks. Sure enough, this persistent organization is still active. What are they doing? Lu Chen's voice turned cold.
The specific targets are not entirely clear yet, but we have detected some abnormal energy fluctuations in personnel movements, which are pointing towards our Song family's core laboratory.
Song Shui spoke with a solemn tone.
In the lab, there are preliminary observation data and research reports on your star power and bloodline. Although incomplete, if they fall into the hands of Shadow. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was self-evident.
The secrets of Lu Chen's bloodline and power must never be discovered by Shadow.
That would put him in a very passive position, and he might even become the target of the other party's god-making plan.
We just got back and ran into you.
A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes.
How's the situation in the lab now?
I've increased security, but I'm not sure if it's foolproof, Song Shudi said quickly. I suspect they might have informants or people under their control inside. I'm on my way, but I need reliable people to check the situation first. She looked at Lu Chen with pleading and trust in her eyes.
You've come back just in time. Your strength must have improved again, right? Go to the core laboratory immediately. Confirm its safety, and if anything is amiss, take decisive action. Absolutely no data can be leaked.
A hurried voice came from Song Shudi's background communication, indicating that she was also in the midst of an urgent operation.
Understood. Lu Chen replied without hesitation. Send me the laboratory coordinates and the highest level password. Sent. Be careful. Song Shui said, and then quickly ended the call.
Inside the Star Shuttle, the atmosphere instantly turned tense.
The relief of just returning home vanished completely.
A new crisis has quietly spread to their base.
Morgan's remnants colluded with Shadow. The target is the core research data concerning Lu Chen's bloodline. Change course. Target, Song Family Core Laboratory.
Lu Chen's voice was cold, carrying an unquestionable determination. With its engines roaring, the Star Shuttle traced an arc, no longer heading towards the Ark airport, but speeding towards the depths of the private starfield under the jurisdiction of the Song family.
We must get there before the enemy succeeds. We must not let this information fall into the hands of Shadow. Chapter 97 Beset by Internal and External Troubles? Cleansing the house and a Shadow raid.
Like a ghost, the Star Shuttle silently slipped into the Song family's private star system, using its upgraded stealth system to avoid all regular patrol routes and head straight for the asteroid where the core laboratory was located. The laboratory is built inside a terraformed asteroid, disguised on the outside as an ordinary mining site.
From space, everything appears perfectly orderly. But as soon as Lu Chen and his two companions got close, they noticed something was wrong. The outer automated defense turrets are in a silent state, and the number of patrolling mechanical guards is also half that of the standard configuration. The defenses have been deliberately weakened. Nighthawk's voice came through the communicator. He had already used the stealth techniques he learned from the symbiotic civilization to infiltrate and scout ahead. There are insiders to help, Lu Chen said with certainty, his eyes cold. The Star Shuttle landed at a concealed backup entrance. The three quickly exited the cabin and, with the highest level of authorization granted by Song Shuyi, silently entered the base's internal passageway. The passageway was dimly lit and unusually quiet. Only the emergency signs emitted a faint green glow. Turn left ahead, towards the main database. There's an energy reaction and, the smell of blood, Nighthawk's message came briefly. Lu Chen and Song Qingxue exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. Just as they rounded the bend, they saw two men in Song Family Guard uniforms lying in pools of blood, their throats precisely slit by a sharp blade. It's an internal cleanup. The three of them felt a chill run down their spines and became even more cautious. As they approached the heavy alloy doors of the main database, they heard hushed conversations coming from inside. Hurry! We must transfer the core data before Song Shuyi arrives. A slightly anxious male voice. Don't worry, Manager Lu, we've obtained the access key. At most, all the bloodline data and energy models related to the Child of the Stars will be downloaded in 3 minutes. Another voice was obsequious. Manager Lu? Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. This was the Level 2 supervisor in charge of data security in the lab. Song Shuyi had mentioned him before he was considered a senior member of the family, yet he had been infiltrated. Have the outside people been dealt with? Manager Lu asked again. It's resolved. They're all just stubborn fools loyal to their families. The shadow leader will be here soon to escort us away. There's more than one mole. We can't wait any longer. Lu Chen gestured to Yiying and Song Qingxue. Nighthawk approached the gate like a shadow, a small energy jammer in its hand. Song Qingxue then focused her mental energy, preparing to launch a wide-range mental attack. Lu Chen took a deep breath, and the power of the stars surged within his body. Bang! Nighthawk slammed the door open. Buzz! Song Qingxue's mental impact was like an invisible wave, instantly sweeping across the entire control room. The three researchers operating the terminal inside, including the supervisor Lu, suddenly stiffened, their eyes instantly becoming blank, and their movements stopping. Who goes there? The other two guards at the door were clearly armed personnel planted by Shadow. They reacted very quickly and raised their energy guns to fire. But Lu Chen was faster than them. A flash of starlight. He approached like a ghost, throwing both fists at once. The fist, covered in condensed starlight, struck first despite being delayed, and slammed hard into the arms of the two men holding guns. Click! Click! A sickening cracking sound rang out. The two armed men screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall and losing consciousness. The entire control room was completely taken under control in just 2 seconds. Nighthawk quickly stepped forward, checked the terminal, confirmed that the data download had been interrupted, and began reverse tracing and cleaning. Song Qingxue then walked up to the three researchers who were stunned by the mental shock, her eyes sparkling, and began a deeper mental investigation and interrogation. Lu Chen coldly stared at Manager Lu, whose face was pale and who was trembling all over. Why? His voice was devoid of any emotion. Under Song Qingxue's influence, Manager Lu was in a daze, muttering, They controlled my family, promising me unimaginable power and wealth. Shadow is the future ruler. Just then. Ugh! A piercing intrusion alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire base. Intense gunfire and explosions could be heard coming from the outside passage. The shadows are here. A lot of them. They're launching a full-scale attack. Nighthawk reported quickly, his hands still on the terminal. Qingxue, stay and keep watch. Nighthawk, guard the entrance. I'm going to meet them. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, and he rushed out of the control room in a flash. The passageway was a complete mess. About 10 elite shadow members, dressed in black combat uniforms, wearing skull masks, and exuding a fierce aura, are engaged in a fierce firefight with the remaining Song family guards. These shadow team members were far stronger than the grunts they had encountered before. They were agile, coordinated perfectly, and the weapons they used emitted eerie black and red energy fluctuations.
Although the Song family guards were brave, they were forced to retreat step by step under the enemy's powerful firepower and strange energy erosion.
Court death. With a cold shout, Lu Chen charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep. He will no longer hold back.
The power of the stars, tempered by the starry sky and baptized by the laws of life, erupts in full force. Surrounded by starlight, it seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped star.
There are no complicated moves.
Only the simplest and most direct crushing.
Fist. Slap. Refer to. Leg.
Each attack contains the power to shatter mountains and split rocks, and the radiance of stars that purify everything. A member of the shadow team swung an energy blade imbued with black flames. Lu Chen neither dodged nor evaded, and his palm, covered in starlight, struck down directly.
The energy blade shattered into pieces like fragile glass.
The hand continued its momentum, landing firmly on the team member's chest.
Puff.
The team member's sternum was shattered, and he was sent flying backward like a broken sack. The blood he spat out was purified and evaporated by the starlight in mid-air. Another team member launched a sneak attack from the side, firing a corrosive energy beam.
Lu Chen didn't even look, and pointed with his backhand.
The starlight finger strike, condensed to the point of being tangible, struck first and pierced through his forehead in an instant. The battle was one-sided. These shadow elites, who would give ordinary A-level experts a headache, were no match for Lu Chen, as weak as chickens and dogs. His speed, strength, and control over energy have completely surpassed this level.
In less than a minute,
only 3 members of the shadow team remained standing in the passage. Back to back, they looked at Lu Chen, who was like a god of war, and fear finally appeared in their eyes.
Withdraw. One of them roared and threw a black smoke bomb.
A dense, perceptible black fog instantly filled the passage.
Trying to run?
Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, and the hardcore mark between his brows flashed slightly.
An even stronger mental force swept out like a storm, instantly dispelling the black mist.
At the same time, he threw a punch from a distance. The surging star power transformed into a shockwave, slamming hard into the backs of the 3 shadow team members who were trying to escape. The 3 of them were struck as if by a high-speed train, spitting out blood and falling heavily to the ground, losing their ability to move.
The battle is over.
Only heavy breathing and faint groans remained in the passage.
The Song family guards stared at Lu Chen's retreating figure, their eyes filled with shock and fervor.
Lu Chen walked to a shadow team member who was seriously injured but not yet unconscious, squatted down, and placed his palm on the top of the person's head. The power of the stars, mixed with powerful spiritual energy, forcibly invaded his sea of consciousness to search his soul. A moment later, he stood up, his face grave.
How is it? Song Qingxue and Ying also rushed over.
They belong to the Shadow's God-stealing team, which specializes in plundering special bloodlines and energy sources in the universe to provide materials for the God Creation Project.
Lu Chen said in a deep voice.
In addition, I extracted to coordinate information from this guy's chaotic fragments of memory.
He looked at Nighthawk. Can it be cracked?
Nighthawk took the encrypted coordinate model that Lu Chen had drawn with his mental power and quickly operated his portable computer. A few minutes later, he raised his head, a glint of light flashing in his eyes.
Cracked.
The coordinates point to the edge of the solar system, somewhere in the Kuiper Belt. There seems to be a secret outpost of the Shadow there.
Chapter 98 Straight to the heart of the army?
A surprise attack on the Shadow outpost. The Kuiper Belt, the icy frontier of the solar system. Countless frozen asteroids and comet fragments, like silent tombstones, float in eternal darkness. With its engine shut down, the starship glides along by inertia, its surface optical camouflage and energy shielding systems fully activated, making it almost blend into the darkness of the background.
Like a predator lurking in the deep sea. Coordinates confirmed.
3,000 kilometers ahead, inside the icy asteroid TK-735, there is a strong artificial energy reaction and shielding field.
Nighthawk's voice rang out in the encrypted channel, calm as ice. The goal is right in front of us. The asteroid's surface looked unremarkable, covered with impact craters and ice.
However, under Lu Chen's enhanced perception and the Star Shuttle's advanced scanning, the massive metal structure and energy source hidden inside it had nowhere to hide.
Proceed according to plan.
Infiltrate, download the data, and then withdraw silently, Lu Chen ordered.
Clear.
Like a ghost, Star Shuttle silently approached the asteroid and hovered above an inconspicuous, seemingly naturally formed ice crevasse.
Deep within the crack, the faint gleam of artificial metal is visible, a hidden entrance.
The Nighthawks took the lead. Like a weightless shadow, he slid out of the isolation pod at the bottom of the Star Shuttle, using the stealth techniques learned from the symbiotic civilization, his body almost blending into the shadows and textures of the ice wall as he floated downwards. A few minutes later, his brief signal came through the encrypted channel: secure, entrance guards cleared.
You may enter.
Lu Chen and Song Qingxue exchanged a glance and followed closely behind.
The three met up inside the airlock at the entrance. Nighthawk has taken over the makeshift control system here.
We have learned the internal guards' patrol patterns, and the monitoring system has a 37-second gap.
Follow me.
He acted like the most sophisticated navigator, guiding the two of them swiftly through the intricate, cold, metallic passageways. Occasionally, when they encountered a few patrolling guards, they were all subdued in a flash without raising any alarms. Song Qingxue's mental power was like an invisible tentacle, sensing the energy fluctuations and life force ahead in advance, perfectly avoiding several energy traps and sensors. Finally, they arrived at their target, the control room located in the core region of the asteroid.
The heavy alloy door was tightly shut, requiring advanced access to open. It will take some time to crack. Nighthawk took out his equipment, preparing to connect to the access control system. No need for that. Lu Chen stepped forward and placed his palm on the cold door. The heart core mark between the eyebrows glows faintly.
The pure power of the stars, carrying a trace of the unique fluctuations of the royal bloodline of the Starshine civilization, seeped in silently like a universal key.
Buzz.
The access control system emitted a soft, soothing hum. The heavy alloy door slid open silently to both sides. Nighthawk glanced at Lu Chen and silently put away his tools. The control room was empty, except for countless flashing screens and automatically running data streams.
Qingxue, on alert.
Nighthawk, begin downloading, prioritizing the God-making project, Operation Stealing God, and all intelligence related to the Gorgon Empire.
Clear.
Nighthawk immediately sat down at the control panel, his hands moving like phantoms as a special download program began frantically extracting confidential information from the database.
Lu Chen stood in the center, his powerful mental energy and star perception spreading out to monitor the energy flow of the entire outpost and prevent any possible emergencies. The data stream cascades down the screen like a waterfall. One shocking piece of intelligence after another was extracted. Project God Creation Phase 3, Construction of the Core of Annihilation. Progress 17.4%.
Requirements: high purity negative energy source, war, death, fear, special law carrier target locked, fragment of the heart of the universe annihilation dimension, stable bloodline container searching.
Operation Stealing God log, number 734, target, Zeta Nebula, psychic jellyfish swarm. Capture failed, target self-destructed. Number 735, target, research vessel Hope, special psychic. Capture successful, transported to.
Secret trade records with the Gorgon Empire and some warlords, providing a basic recipe for divine blood in exchange for the rare metal Silent Stone and clues to fragments of Heart of the Universe.
Heart of the Universe fragment search log, confirmed numbers K91 life dimension, lost, M77 spatial dimension, coordinates unknown, D03 annihilation dimension, high priority, suspected to be located in a gravitational trap near the eye of the galactic heart. The amount of intelligence is enormous, and each piece of information is more astonishing than the last. The shadows are aware of the existence of the fragments of the heart of the universe and are actively searching for them, especially the fragments of the dimension of annihilation. Their God-making plan actually aims to create a controllable pseudo-universe heart, the Annihilation Core. Moreover, they really do have connections with certain forces within the Gorgon Empire. Download completion rate 85%, 90%. Nighthawk quickly reported. The moment the download progress reached 95%. Ugh! A piercing, high-pitched alarm, far exceeding any previous one, suddenly resounded throughout the entire outpost. The red warning lights are flashing wildly. We've been discovered. It's the highest level soul imprint alarm. Someone with S-level authority has left a mental imprint. Song Qingxue's expression changed. Force the download to stop. Evacuate immediately. Lu Chen made a decisive decision. Nighthawk executed the order without hesitation, forcibly disconnecting the data interface. The three of them rushed out of the control room like arrows. However, just as we rushed out of the passage, we entered a relatively spacious connecting hall. A terrifying pressure, so suffocating it seemed to freeze even the soul, descended with a deafening roar, like a tangible iceberg. At the far end of the hall, a figure dressed in a black robe with dark gold trim and a faceless mask appeared out of thin air, like a ghost.
He simply stood there, and the surrounding space began to distort slightly, as if the light was being swallowed up by him.
S rank. Definitely S class. Perhaps even near S class peak. Insects, how dare they interfere with the sacred plan?
A hoarse, cold voice, as if from the deepest hell, resounded directly in the minds of the three, carrying endless contempt and killing intent.
He didn't even make any extra movements, he simply raised his withered finger and gently tapped it at the three of them. Boom!
A beam of pitch-black light, condensed to its extreme and seemingly capable of annihilating everything, instantly traversed space and shot towards Lu Chen, who was charging at the forefront.
Fast. Too fast. Moreover, it contains a terrifying soul-locking ability that leaves no room for escape. Careful!
Song Qingxue screamed, unleashing her full mental power in an attempt to disrupt the attack.
Nighthawk instantly launched several high-explosive energy shuttles in an attempt to intercept them. But it was all in vain. The jet-black beam of light easily pierced through the mental interference, annihilated the energy shuttle, and the aura of death was already upon them. Lu Chen's pupils contracted to their maximum size. At the critical moment of life and death, the power of the stars and the royal bloodline within him surged at an unprecedented speed. The core imprint burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. Star River. Barrier. He suddenly clasped his hands together in front of him, and all the power of the stars was frantically compressed and condensed. At the critical moment, a dazzling light shield, seemingly composed of countless miniature stars, was formed in front of him and flowed endlessly. This is the strongest defense he created by combining the power of the stars with his understanding of the laws of life and space. Boom! The jet-black beam of light slammed violently into the star barrier. There was no loud bang, only a chilling sound of energy annihilation. The stellar barrier trembled violently, its light dimmed at a visible speed, and countless miniature stars on it shattered one after another. Lu Chen groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His body was pushed backward by the enormous force, his feet carving two deep furrows in the metal floor. But he blocked it. Although it was only one strike, and although he was already injured, he did manage to block an S-class powerhouse's furious attack. The faceless man in black robes seemed to pause slightly, his faceless mask turning towards Lu Chen with a hint of barely perceptible surprise. Interesting stellar power. It seems the Operation Stealing Gods needs a priority update. His voice remained cold, but his killing intent was even stronger. He raised his finger again, and this time, the darkness gathered at his fingertips was even deeper. Walk! Lu Chen roared, suppressing the tremors in his internal organs, and suddenly turned around, running desperately back the way they had come with Song Qingxue and Yi Ying. We can't fight them head-on. The gap is too big. The man in black robes did not immediately give chase, but merely watched the retreating figures and let out a cold snort that was cryptic. Run away, you bugs. Your blood and soul have been marked. No matter where you escape to in the universe, you will eventually become a sacrifice for the descent of God. His figure slowly blended into the shadows and disappeared. But the cold whispers, like a curse, lingered in the ears of the three. The Star Shuttle's engines overloaded and, like a startled fish, accelerated to their maximum speed in an instant, escaping this cold starfield. The intelligence from the outpost has been obtained. But they also thoroughly attracted the attention of the higher-ups in shadow. Furthermore, it was marked by a terrifying S-rank powerhouse. The road ahead is destined to be even more arduous. Chapter 99: A Storm is Brewing? The Alliance and a New Journey. The Star Shuttle, still carrying energy fluctuations that had not yet fully subsided, quietly returned to the Ark. That brief encounter with the S-class guards served as a chilling alarm bell, ringing in everyone's hearts. The gap remains enormous. However, the intelligence brought back was equally valuable, even enough to change human civilization's understanding of the current cosmic landscape. The Ark's Supreme Council Chamber. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed like it could drip water. Seated around the enormous oval conference table were several of the most powerful elders of the Ark Council, as well as core members such as Song Shuyi and the Moon Envoy. Lu Chen stood solemnly in front of the central holographic projection. Nighthawk stood silently to his side and behind, like the most reliable shadow. Song Qingxue sat next to Song Shuyi, her face still somewhat pale, but her eyes were firm. Lu Chen did not elaborate on the battle process. He directly instructed Nighthawk to decrypt the downloaded encrypted data packet and display the key parts. When shocking intelligence reports such as Project God Creation, Core of Annihilation, Operation Stealing God, Log of Searching for Fragments of the Heart of the Universe, and Secret Deal with the Gorgon Empire were presented on the screen, accompanied by some images and data analysis, The entire council chamber fell into a deathly silence.
The only sounds were the heavy breathing of a few elders and the unconscious tapping of fingers on the table.
They actually dared to dream of creating a heart of the universe?
An elder with white hair and beard asked in a hoarse voice, filled with disbelief and shock. Collecting negative energy, plundering special bloodlines, searching for fragments of annihilation, this is madness that will drag the entire universe into its end.
Another female elderess face turned ashen.
A layer of frost covered the Moon Messenger's cold face, collusion with forces within the Gorgon Empire. This means that the tentacles of shadow are deeper than we thought, and the threat level must be reassessed.
Song Shui took a deep breath, her gaze towards Lu Chen filled with complex emotions, lingering fear, but also determination. Facts have proven that the intelligence Lu Chen brought back concerns not only his personal safety, but also the balance and survival of our entire human civilization, and even the known universe.
She stood up, her voice clear and powerful, echoing throughout the council chamber. Passive defense, waiting for Shadow to complete their plan, is tantamount to sitting and waiting for death.
We must take the initiative. We must unite all our forces and stop them.
Her gaze swept over every senior executive present. I propose that, based on Lu Chen's identity as a sky patrolman, his formidable strength, and the immense merit he has rendered this time, a special operations force should be established directly under the Alliance's Supreme Council. Lu Chen will serve as the Commander-in-Chief, fully responsible for all investigations and strikes against Shadow, as well as the exploration and protection of the ruins related to Heart of the Universe. All Alliance resources should be prioritized for this force. This proposal was groundbreaking. To entrust such a young newcomer with such great power and command the Alliance's elite forces. The elders hesitated, exchanging glances.
I second that.
A clear, cold voice rang out, and the Moon Messenger slowly stood up.
In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken.
Lu Chen's strength, temperament, and the Starlight bloodline he possesses are all indispensable keys to dealing with this crisis. I have faith in his abilities and judgment.
The Moon Messenger holds a transcendent position within the Council, and her statements carry immense weight. I second that. I second that.
The other two elders, who were on good terms with the Song family or belonged to the lawful faction, also expressed their opinions. In the end, all eyes fell on the white-haired elder who had spoken first. He remained silent for a moment, then looked deeply at Lu Chen, as if trying to see through him inside and out. Lu Chen met his gaze calmly, his eyes clear and firm, without the slightest hesitation. The elder slowly exhaled and nodded. The Alliance authorizes the establishment of the Spark Special Operations Force. Lu Chen is hereby appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the troops, granted the rank of 3-star General, and given S-level authority within the Alliance, allowing him to mobilize all resources within his jurisdiction.
Song Qingshui is appointed as the Chief Medical Officer and Spiritual Advisor of the military. Nighthawk, appointed as the unit's Chief Tactical Advisor and Reconnaissance Captain. Song Shui is responsible for all logistical support for the troops in coordination with various departments of the Alliance. The official appointment document was displayed to the public via holographic projection. The seal, representing the highest will of the Alliance, slowly descended. At this moment, Lu Chen's identity underwent a dramatic change. From a genius who needed protection, he officially became the core pillar and weapon of the human alliance in fighting against the shadow and exploring the mysteries of the universe. Lu Chen will live up to the Alliance's expectations. Lu Chen stood at attention and gave a standard allied military salute, his voice firm and powerful. After the meeting, Lu Chen, Song Qingshui, Yi Ying, and Song Shui arrived at the exclusive combat conference room belonging to the Spark unit. How do you feel, Commander Lu? Song Shui asked jokingly, looking at Lu Chen, who had changed into his brand new general's uniform, but her eyes were filled with satisfaction. Lu Chen smiled but did not answer, his gaze falling on the huge star map in the center. Power means responsibility. What we need to determine now is the direction for the next step. Nighthawk stepped forward, manipulated the star map, and lit up several key coordinates. Based on the intelligence obtained from the Shadow Outpost, combined with our existing star map, we conducted a comprehensive comparative analysis. The star map zoomed in rapidly, focusing on the central region of the Milky Way. There, a vast, dark region, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, emanated a chilling gravitational fluctuation. The Milky Way's supermassive black hole, the eye at the center of the galaxy. At the edge of its gravitational field, a coordinate point that is extremely obscure yet has an unusually unique energy response is highlighted. Here, the Shadow S-log mentions multiple times that there may be fragments of the heart of the universe, or at least key clues related to it.
The Nighthawk pointed to that coordinate. Its energy characteristics partially match the description of the annihilation aspect. Moreover, its location is extremely dangerous, situated on the edge of the powerful gravitational tides and radiation storms of the Eye of the Milky Way. The Eye of the Silver Heart. Even the most advanced fleets in human history dare not approach this dangerous area lightly. That place is the extreme manifestation of the laws of physics. It is a forbidden zone for life. But at the same time, it may also hold the key to a higher level of power, and the key to stopping the Shadow's insane plans. It's very dangerous there, Song Qingxue said softly, her eyes filled with worry.
But we have to go.
Lu Chen stared at the coordinates, his eyes sharp as knives.
The Shadow is also searching for it. If they get their hands on the fragments of the annihilation first, the consequences will be unimaginable.
He turned around and looked at his companion, who was now his most trusted comrade in arms. This is the first mission since the establishment of our Spark unit, and it may also be the most dangerous one. Target: explore the unknown ruins at the edge of the Eye of the Silver Heart.
Song Shuyi took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Leave logistics and support to me. I will mobilize all available resources to provide you with the strongest guarantee.
Nighthawk nodded silently, already simulating tactical plans for various extreme environments in his mind. Song Qingxue walked to Lu Chen's side, gently took his hand, and expressed her support and companionship through her actions.
A new journey has begun, and the goals are clear.
It points to the most dangerous and mysterious region of the galaxy.
The Spark Force's first expedition is about to begin. Chapter 100: Gazing into the Deep Space? The Path to the Eye of the Galactic Heart. The finale.
The brand new Star Shuttle, or rather, the Spark, now should be called the Starfire, floats quietly in the Ark's largest dock.
It is larger than before, with smoother and sharper lines.
The dark silver hull incorporates life fibers and a special coating provided by the symbiotic civilization, shimmering with a faint light that reflects the fusion of stars and life. The insignia representing the Spark unit, a flame burning against a backdrop of stars, is prominently displayed on the bow of the ship. This is a culmination of humanity's highest technology, some legacies of the starry civilization, and biotechnology from a symbiotic civilization. It is the future mobile base and sharp sword of the Spark Force. The bridge offers a wide field of vision. Outside the huge, curved observation window, the bustling Ark space station stretches out, with the boundless starry sky dotting the background. Lu Chen stood in the center of the bridge, dressed in a crisp three-star general's uniform, the stars on his epaulets gleaming under the lights. His gaze swept over the familiar control panel, over the magnificent scenery outside the window, and finally landed on the huge halo on the navigation screen that was highlighted and exuded an aura of danger and mystery: the Eye of the Silver Heart. Once upon a time, he was a poor student who was ridiculed at a confession ceremony and looked down upon for wanting a BMW.
The system awakens, and the Lamborghini Veneno stuns the audience. The CEO's sister, Song Shuyi, extended an olive branch. From then on, his life entered an unimaginable fast track. Rebirth?
Perhaps.
Opportunity? Absolutely.
Along the way, there have been battles, escapes, serendipitous encounters, and the passing down of traditions. From obscurity to global champion, from being hunted by S-class enemies to establishing his own special forces unit. I met partners who would share life and death with me.
They have people and beliefs worth protecting.
All of this flashed through his mind like a movie in fast motion. His eyes, having shed their initial naivety and occasional confusion, became as firm as a rock and as deep as the starry sky.
Commander, all systems have completed self-checks, the energy core is stable, the life support system is online, and the weapon systems are ready to deploy. We are ready to set sail at any time. The Nighthawk's voice rang out from behind, as calm and precise as ever. He changed into the tactical uniform of the Spark unit, still like a sharp blade hidden in the shadows, but the cold detachment in his eyes had been replaced by recognition and determination. He was the most reliable tactical strategist on the ship, and the most perceptive eye for Lu Chen as he navigated the darkness. Lu Chen turned around, looked at him, and nodded slightly. His gaze then fell on the other side. Song Qingxue also changed into the military medical officer's uniform, which was mainly pure white with green patterns of stars and life, making her look even more beautiful and refined. She felt Lu Chen's gaze, looked up, and smiled gently at him. That smile contained concern, trust, and an unspoken understanding and support.
From their first encounter on the Ark, to their shared fate in the land of exile, and then to their countless battles side by side. She was no longer just the girl he needed to protect, but also his indispensable comrade in arms in the harbor where his soul could find refuge. Their relationship, forged in blood and fire, has long transcended that of ordinary partners, becoming the most important part of each other's lives.
Lu Chen walked to her side and gently squeezed her hand. Everything is understood without words. Spark, prepare to depart.
Lu Chen returned to his command post and issued instructions.
Spark understands, departure procedures initiated. A gentle female voice from artificial intelligence responded. The engine began to emit a deep hum, and a dark blue exhaust flame lit up in the dock. The Xingho slowly detached from its support structure, like a giant beast awakening, and smoothly sailed out of the dock and into the outer airspace. Just as Xingho adjusted its attitude and prepared to perform its first jump, several small transport boats appeared outside the observation window on the side. The figures of the Moon Envoy, Song Shui, and several high-ranking members of the Alliance appeared behind the porthole of the transport boat. They didn't approach, but hovered at a safe distance, silently seeing them off. The Moon Messenger's cool face held a rare hint of solemnity and anticipation. Song Shui, from a great distance, waved vigorously towards the Starfire and towards the bridge. Her lips moved slightly, and although no sound came out, Lu Chen could read her lip movements. Take care. We'll be waiting for you to come back. It contains a sister's concern for her brother, a logistics manager's promise to the frontline commander, and even more, a profound emotion that is hard to describe. Lu Chen stood at attention, faced that direction, and solemnly gave a military salute. This is a farewell, and also a promise. The Starfire ship trembled slightly, and the space in front of it began to distort, forming a stable jump channel. Target coordinates locked, edge of the eye of the Silver Heart region. Initial leap, initiation. With Lu Chen's firm command, the Starfire engine instantly boosted its power to its maximum, transforming into a dazzling streak of light as it plunged into the warp drive and disappeared into this familiar starfield. Inside the jump tunnel, there was a bizarre and wonderful sight. The Xingho spacecraft sailed steadily. Lu Chen stood at the very front of the bridge, staring at the dark halo on the navigation screen that seemed to devour souls and grew clearer as he drew closer. The Eye of the Silver Heart. One of the most extreme celestial bodies in the universe. What awaits them there? Unknown ruins? Fragments of the coveted heart of the universe? Or is it a deadly trap laid by the shadow? Or perhaps something even more ancient and incomprehensible? He didn't know. But he knew his journey was far from over. The future of humanity, the balance of the universe, and many more secrets and challenges await his exploration and unveiling on the edge of that deep darkness. His gaze pierced through the observation window, through the leaping light, as if he could already see that magnificent future. Firm. And profound. End of article.